Chapter 646. Leng Shiqi retracted his thoughts. He noticed that Li Juning had the power of the spirit aperture realm after being turned into a ghost slave. He was more powerful than Li Gui. Perhaps this was the benefit of the underworld's upgrade. Leng Shiqi thought about it. It wasn't appropriate to call this ghost slave Li Juning anymore. Since you were proficient in the musical assassination technique, you shall be called the Sound Ghost. Thank you for the name, Master, the Sound Ghost said. His intelligence was higher than Li Gui's when he was born. Leng Shiqi sent Li Gui and the Sound Ghost away. He looked at the peak of the underworld. There was a huge palace at the peak of the mountain called the Lost Soul Palace. All the dead who came to the underworld would be judged there. Based on the sins they had committed and the merits they had accumulated, they would be decided which of the 6 realms of reincarnation they would enter in their next life. As Leng Shiqi thought about it, his figure instantly appeared in front of the Lost Soul Palace's entrance. This was a function of the underworld's upgrade, teleportation. As the master of the underworld, he could move freely in the underworld. No matter how far he was, he could arrive directly. This was his privilege as the master of the underworld. Leng Shiqi stood in front of the Lost Soul Palace. At this moment, there were already scattered souls that had arrived, but they all stopped at the entrance. He estimated that he would have to wait for the next upgrade of the underworld before he could open the Lost Soul Palace's entrance and let these souls in. Leng Shiqi was very curious about what would happen to the souls after they went through the Lost Soul Palace. Since he thought about the underworld's upgrade, he immediately went to the nearby Fengdu city. The Fengdu city's entrance was still closed. Leng Shiqi walked forward and immediately saw the conditions for the underworld's next upgrade. Underworld territories current level, Tier 3. Conditions for Underworld Territories Upgrade. 1. Recruit 3 members of the Underworld, 0/3. 2. Collect 2 high-level souls, 0/2. 3. 40,000 system coins. Seeing these 3 conditions, Leng Shiqi wasn't too surprised about the first and third conditions. He needed to continue recruiting members, and Leng Shiqi already had a preliminary candidate in mind. As for the system coins, that was within his expectations. After all, he had a lot of resources now, so he could still afford it. What surprised Leng Shiqi was the second condition. In the past, he had only allowed him to absorb some souls, but this time he was absorbing high-grade souls? Then what was a high-grade soul? In the past, Underworld's upgrade would require thousands or even thousands of souls. However, this time there were only 2. Just from this number alone, one could tell that high-level souls were not simple. Leng Shiqi suddenly thought of Li Gui and Sound Ghost. Could it be that only the soul of a spirit cultivator can be considered a high-level soul? If that was really the case, then it would give him a headache. Up until now, even though he'd killed 2 great experts at the unity of heaven and man realm, it was extremely difficult every time, and he'd almost lost his life. If he were to wait until he could kill a unity of heaven realm expert head-on, he would still have a long way to go. However, it wasn't completely impossible. After the battle with Li Juning, Leng Shiqi's spiritual power cultivation had improved, and he could use all his spiritual techniques more smoothly. In particular, the power and characteristics of the heavenly cycle star god shield made Leng Shiqi very satisfied. The self-proclaimed ability to isolate the spiritual power of heaven and earth could be said to be the nemesis of the unity of heaven and man realm. The most powerful aspect of the unity of heaven and man realm was the ability to mobilize the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The heavenly cycle star god shield could directly isolate the spiritual power of heaven and earth from the outside world, so the unity of heaven and man realm could only have the advantage of having more profound spiritual power in front of him. However, the problem was that the heavenly cycle star god shield was unique to the star race. If Leng Shiqi could kill his opponent, then it would be fine. However, if he used the heavenly cycle star god shield and failed to kill his opponent and was recognized, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, not only did he need a trump card to save his life, but he also needed a trump card to kill his enemy. When he thought of this, he suddenly remembered that he had used a challenge card before. The mission was to kill a spirit cultivator at the unity of heaven and man realm. Killing Li Juning should be considered as completing the mission of the challenge card. The reward for completing the mission was a chance to draw a top prize. He opened the system's lottery interface, and there was a top prize option. Leng Shiqi had also drawn top prizes in the infinite lottery in the past. For example, the fate skill was a top prize, and it was also a means for him to travel thousands of miles in a day. Therefore, he was looking forward to this top prize. Leng Shiqi pressed the lottery button. A light flashed and a very strange sword appeared in front of him. The reason why this sword was strange was because in front of Leng Shiqi, there was only a glaring sword shadow, and it did not have a physical body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top prize. Divine Sword Bright, consumable. Divine Sword Bright? Leng Shiqi looked at the name of the sword and began to search his memory. This sword seemed to come from a game world called Ancient Sword in his previous life. It was said that when this sword was forged, the three realms shook and it was dazzling, hence the name. Leng Shiqi recalled the information about the Divine Sword Bright, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink a few times. If he remembered correctly, the Divine Sword Bright's biggest characteristic was to cut off all spiritual power connections in the world. One had to know that in this world, whether it was a spirit caster or a spirit cultivator, the spirit skills used were based on spiritual power. If he mastered the Divine Sword Bright, then wouldn't everyone be the same as an ordinary person in front of him? There were also the top sects, the three great dynasties and the hidden families, all of them had large and small formations protecting them. As long as Leng Shiqi held this sword, he could easily break all the formations and barriers. Regardless of whether it was a battle between spirit cultivator or an attack on a sect, this was a genuine divine artifact. Perhaps this sword also contained some kind of powerful law of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Divine Sword Bright he drew was only a consumable item, which meant that it could only be used once. However, Leng Shiqi was not greedy. According to the system's rating, the Divine Sword Bright would definitely be classified as a god-level prize. And this time his lottery draw was a top-notch one. Being able to draw a one-time use Divine Sword Bright was already a huge profit. Leng Shiqi held the sword shadow, and the sword shadow immediately sank into his arm. He lifted his sleeve and saw that there was an additional sword imprint on his wrist. As long as he activated it, he would be able to activate the Divine Sword Bright. Leng Shiqi wore the mustard seed bracelet on his wrist to cover the imprint, and then continued to cultivate and recuperate. After all, his injuries could not be healed in a day or two. As such, he stayed in the underworld for more than 10 days until he recovered 80 to 90% of his strength. Leng Shiqi opened his eyes and a few rays of cold light flashed in them. It's time to find the person who leaked my whereabouts. Chapter 647. There were very few people who knew that Leng Shiqi had gone to the Western Desolate Province. He remembered that there were only 7 people present at the time. They were Inspector Yu Ruifeng, his right-hand man Li Hong, Duan Chun, and the other 2 inspectors. Apart from them were Lian Yi and Gao Yi. Among these people, Leng Shiqi eliminated Lian Yi and Yu Ruifeng. There was no need to mention Lian Yi. The enmity between her and Leng Shiqi had long been resolved. Moreover, Leng Shiqi had brought Lian Yi here under Heavenly Sovereign Black Flame's orders. If Heavenly Sovereign Black Flame had killed him first, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort. As for Yu Ruifeng, he had no motive. He was Eunuch Gao's man and was on the opposite side of Li Jueqing. It was almost impossible for Li Jueqing to instigate an inspector. Moreover, Leng Shiqi had saved his life. He had also wanted to pass his position to Leng Shiqi. Most importantly, there was no benefit for him to kill Leng Shiqi, so he eliminated him first. Then only Gao Yi and Duan Chun were left. Among these people, the most suspicious ones were Gao Yi and Duan Chun. Gao Yi was Eunuch Gao's favorite adopted son, and Leng Shiqi was Eunuch Gao's personal disciple, as well as his favorite person. Although Leng Shiqi and Gao Yi had only met a few times and didn't seem to have any interactions, they couldn't compare to one conflict. That was who would take over Eunuch Gao's position. Seeing that the Thunderflame dynasty was about to have a change in power, Eunuch Gao's position as one of the 4 great supervisors was most likely going to be removed. So who would take over? At present, other than the deputy supervisors, only Leng Shiqi and Gao Yi had the most hope. Therefore, in Leng Shiqi's opinion, Gao Yi had a motive to kill him. Moreover, they had fought in Xingji Pavilion before, so their relationship was not good. In addition, Duan Chun might have been secretly bribed by Li Jueqing. This Duan Chun was once Leng Shiqi's superior, but because he was jealous of Leng Shiqi's windfall, he secretly caused trouble for him. Later, Leng Shiqi directly replaced Duan Chun Bei County's great supervisor position without giving him any face. Duan Chun might hold a grudge because of this, so he secretly sided with Li Jueqing and sold information about the Leng Shiqi. Of course, this was just Leng Shiqi's guess. He didn't have much interaction with the other people, so Gao Yi and Duan Chun were the most likely. Half a month later, Dark Thunder Manor in West Desolation City. There were very few people here because most of the Dark Thunder Guards had been sent out to scout for information. Only Yu Ruifeng and a few others were in the center to control the situation. Especially now that Zhu Lu Country, Bei Lu Country, and Diyu Country's diplomatic missions had entered West Desolation City, Zhu Lu Country had been staying in the West Desolation Cities Inn for a few days. These diplomatic missions were naturally received by people, but a lot of people were needed to secretly monitor them. As a result, as long as there were people who could be used, Dark Thunder Manor seemed empty. Yu Ruifeng constantly received information, but what he was most worried about was not this, but Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi had left West Desolation Province for the 6 countries of the Western region for more than 2 months. According to the information, the Starfall Dynasty's diplomatic mission was about to enter the country. When all the diplomatic missions arrived, they would go to the imperial capital together. Leng Shiqi should have returned long ago, but there was no news of him until now. He didn't care what Leng Shiqi found out. He was already worried about Leng Shiqi's safety. After all, going deep into the 6 countries of the Western region and involving the Starfall Dynasty was still very dangerous. If Leng Shiqi's identity was exposed, he might be left there. Just as he was worrying, Lianyi walked in. Yu Ruifeng immediately stood up and cupped his hands. "Miss Lianyi." Lianyi smiled faintly. "Lord Yu, you're welcome." Then her smile disappeared. "I just came to ask if Lu Xingji has returned yet?" Yu Ruifeng shook his head. "No, but Miss Lianyi doesn't need to worry. You and I both know Lu Xingji's ability and strength very well. He won't easily get into trouble." "That's true, but foster father thinks highly of him. If something really happens to him when he sneaks into the 6 countries of the Western region, it will be a loss for the Dark Thunder Guards." "Alas." Yu Ruifeng sighed. "That's true. Unfortunately, my Dark Thunder Guards are all busy, and those who spread information in the 6 countries of the Western region have not found him. Right now no one knows where he is." While the two of them were talking, Yu Ruifeng's eyes suddenly widened, and his figure disappeared in front of Lianyi. Lianyi was puzzled at first, but then a huge sound came from outside. Along with the shaking of the ground, waves of terrifying spirit energy fluctuated continuously. Even Lianyi, who was at the spirit aperture realm, couldn't help but activate her spirit armor to resist. What happened outside? Could it be that the envoys of the 6 countries of the Western region really brought people to cause trouble? Lianyi exclaimed. She hesitated for a moment, then rushed out. However, when Lianyi ran to the source of the sound, she was immediately stunned. She actually saw that half of Dark Thunder Manor had been blasted apart. Before she could even approach, she felt waves of Vajra power rushing towards her. It even caused her spirit armor to fluctuate. Just the aftermath was difficult for her, who was at the spirit aperture realm, to resist. Then, what kind of expert made a move in the Dark Thunder Manor? Unfortunately, Lianyi didn't see who did it. She only saw a corpse lying on the ground. There was a huge hole in the chest of the corpse, as if some kind of power had pierced through the heart and killed him. What made Lianyi's heart jump was that the owner of the corpse was eunuch Gao's adopted son, Gao Yi. Gao Yi was killed? And he was killed in one hit. Gao Yi was an expert at the late stage of the spirit astral realm. How could he be killed in one hit? Could it be that the person who did it was an expert at the unity of heaven and man realm? At this moment, Yu Ruifeng was standing beside Gao Yi's corpse with a gloomy face. Just now, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful spirit energy appear in the Dark Thunder Manor. He immediately felt that something was wrong and rushed over as fast as he could. However, he was still one step too late. He didn't even see the person who did it. He only saw that person emitted a dazzling golden light and disappeared in a red, blue and yellow light. Gao Yi was eunuch Gao's favorite adopted son. He also held an important position in the palace. Now that he had died in the Western Baron County, and in the Dark Thunder Manor at that, Yu Ruifeng, the supervisor, could not escape the blame. While Yu Ruifeng hated Gao Yi, he couldn't help but be surprised by the killer's strength. Although he only saw the person's figure, he could tell that the person was definitely at the spirit astral realm. But Gao Yi was also at the spirit astral realm, the peak of the spirit astral realm. Gao Yi also practiced the cold magic book created by eunuch Gao. His strength was definitely not weak. How could he be killed before he even had time to react? The killer's strength was so strong. "Lord Yu, what happened?" Lianyi asked in a trembling voice. Someone dared to kill Gao Yi in the Dark Thunder Manor under Yu Ruifeng's nose. That person was really bold and powerful. Yu Ruifeng was about to speak, but there was another commotion outside the Dark Thunder Manor. He frowned. Soon, a Dark Thunder Guard hurried in and shouted, "Lord Yu, Lord Duanchun was suddenly killed." Yu Ruifeng suddenly emitted a fierce aura. "How dare you offend me? You're courting death." Dozens of miles away from the Western Wilderness City, Leng Shiqi took back the Spirit Fox Lotus Bow and said to himself, "No matter who betrayed me, I'll just kill them all." Chapter 648. A mysterious expert had killed 2 people in the Dark Thunder Manor. One was the supervisor of the Dark Thunder Guards, and the other was the adopted son of eunuch Gao. Although Yu Ruifeng had sealed off the news, the commotion caused by Leng Shiqi's attack was not small, especially when Duan Chun died in the crowd. Therefore the news slowly spread. At this time, the Western Desolation City was very tense. Ordinary people might not feel much, but the city guards and the Dark Thunder Guards were in a state of panic. They did not dare to be careless in the slightest, for fear that something would happen to the people of the diplomatic mission. In the end, nothing happened to the diplomatic mission, but the Dark Thunder Guards were the ones in trouble. As a result, Yu Ruifeng could not help but suspect that it was the work of a certain diplomatic mission. But on second thought, of the three diplomatic groups that had arrived, the Zhulu country and the Beilu country were both vassals of the Thunderblaze dynasty. No matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare to assassinate the Dark Lightning Guards. Therefore the Great Moon clan was the most suspicious. This was only a suspicion. In Yu Ruifeng's opinion, even if the Great Moon clan did not have good intentions, they would not cause trouble so soon after arriving in the Western Desolation City. Wasn't this too ostentatious? It would be too easy for people to associate it with them. Yu Ruifeng sat in his study. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He could not figure out who did it, nor could he understand why Gao Yi and Duan Chun were killed. The two of them did not seem to have any connection. Duan Chun had never even heard of Gao Yi's name. Therefore the two of them did not seem to have anything in common. However, the two of them were killed at the same time. It was clear that there was some connection. Sigh. Yu Ruifeng sighed deeply. Investigating the diplomatic mission and secretly protecting them had already given him a headache. Now that such a thing had happened, he did not know how to deal with it. Duan Chun's death was sudden, but Yu Ruifeng had someone who could temporarily replace the supervisor. At least it would not delay matters. However, Gao Yi was also dead. How could he explain this to eunuch Gao? Leng Shiqi had also disappeared for a long time. If something happened to him, Yu Ruifeng was afraid that eunuch Gao would directly chop him up with a knife. He had also specially ordered the city to be under martial law. He even personally tracked the assassin's aura, but in the end, it was to no avail. He had no choice but to reassign more people to protect Lian Yi and the several great inspectors, hoping that no more accidents would occur. As for the three diplomatic missions that had already arrived, they were all extremely shocked when they heard the news. There was actually someone who dared to kill someone in the Dark Thunder manner? This was a public slap to the Dark Lightning Guards and the Thunderblaze dynasty's face. Of course they were more or less a little worried. Why didn't you kill them earlier or later? Why did you have to kill them after they had entered the Western Desolated City? Wasn't this turning the suspicion onto them? Therefore Zhulu country's King Gus and the other two diplomatic missions were secretly cursing. Meanwhile, the murderer who killed Gao Yi and Duan Chun was hiding in the Western Desolation City, eating and drinking uncomfortably. Leng Shiqi had also been to the Western Wasteland City several times, but he hadn't had the chance to take a good stroll. Here, merchants from the 6 countries of the Western regions were gathered, and there were all kinds of rare treasures and exotic toys. It was indeed very lively. In any case, he had already killed the two most suspicious people. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he purposely waited for a period of time before showing himself again. Since he had nothing to do, he would disguise himself and stroll around the Western Desolation City. When he was tired, he would find an inn to stay and slowly cultivate. Until 10 days later, Leng Shiqi swaggered into the Dark Thunder Manor's main gate. Not long after he walked through the gate, Yu Ruifeng and Lian Yi quickly walked over. Yu Ruifeng smiled from afar and said, "You're finally back." Leng Shiqi cupped his hands and said, "I ran into a little trouble on the way and was delayed for a while. Sorry for making you worry." Soon after, the three of them came to Yu Ruifeng's study. Leng Shiqi took out all the information he had gathered in the 6 countries of the Western regions. Yu Ruifeng looked at it with rapt attention for a long time and said, "The information Lord Lu obtained is too precious. What you did alone is enough to match up to several hundred Dark Lightning Guards. No, this is already not something that can be measured by quantity. It can be said that Lord Lu used your own strength to complete more than half of the mission. I admire you, I admire you." He was full of praise for Leng Shiqi. Lian Yi also looked at Leng Shiqi with sparkling eyes. Leng Shiqi said a few words of modesty. Then he looked around casually and asked curiously, "Why didn't I see eunuch Gao Yi?" As soon as he said this, Yu Ruifeng and Lian Ye's expressions froze. Yu Ruifeng told him what had happened 10 days ago in a calm voice. Leng Shiqi immediately stood up with a shocked look. Then he said angrily, "How lawless? Who dares to commit murder openly in the Dark Thunder Manor? If I find out who it is, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons to taste all the punishments in the world. Yu Ruifeng said, "Don't worry. I've also been chasing the assassin these days, but unfortunately I found nothing. It can be seen that the man came prepared. And the assassin's strength is also very strong. Although he is in the gang spirit realm, he can kill Gao Yi instantly. It's really rare." Hearing that Yu Ruifeng didn't find anything, Leng Shiqi was relieved. What he was most worried about these days was that Yu Ruifeng would find some clues. After all, Yu Ruifeng was the inspector, and his investigation ability was absolutely top-notch. Now it seemed that he didn't suspect Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi sat down and said, "Now the Western Wilderness City is really troubled. I think the most urgent thing now is to ensure the safety of all the diplomatic missions. As soon as all the diplomatic missions arrive, we will set off for the imperial capital immediately." Yu Ruifeng nodded and said, "I think so too. 2 days ago, the diplomatic missions of the Jushur state and the Golden Tribe arrived. Only the people of the Tuoba state and the Starfall dynasty are left. When all the diplomatic missions leave the Western Wilderness Prefecture, the pressure on us will be much less. But I have reported Gao Yi's death to Eunuch Gao, but I haven't received any reply. To be honest, I am also prepared to resign from my position as the inspector." Leng Shiqi knew that Eunuch Gao would definitely suspect him, so he still had to go through Eunuch Gao. He said, "Gao Yi's death is too strange, but it has nothing to do with Lord Yu. Eunuch Gao is a reasonable person, so I don't think he will blame Lord Yu. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether he blames me or not." Yu Ruifeng said carelessly, "I was planning to resign from my position as the inspector to focus on cultivation. Maybe I will have a chance to make a breakthrough." Leng Shiqi chatted with them for a while, then excused himself. After that, he went into seclusion. Another half a month passed, and the diplomatic missions of the Starfall dynasty and the Tuoba state arrived at the Western Wilderness City. Yu Ruifeng and the city lord of the Western Wilderness City hit it off, and arranged for all the diplomatic missions to set off for the imperial capital as quickly as possible. Of course, these people couldn't use the interdomain transfer formation, so they could only walk. And the speed of the diplomatic missions was very slow, so it would take them about 3 months to reach the imperial capital. Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet wouldn't be too far away. On this day there were hundreds of different kinds of carriages lined up at the east gate of the Western Wilderness City, and there were also thousands of guards standing guard around these carriages. In places unknown to others, there were also groups of Dark Thunder Guards who were secretly scouting and investigating in advance. The 7 diplomatic missions set off for the imperial capital in such a grandiose manner. Chapter 649. The 7 envoys had made arrangements for their journey to the imperial capital. Every time they passed through a prefecture, they would be escorted by local guards and Dark Lightning Guards. After they left the Western Baron Prefecture, Yu Ruifeng's mission was considered complete. However, Leng Shiqi's mission was only half completed. Because he had to follow the envoys all the way to the imperial capital, he led a few of his guards as the vanguard. They had to investigate and clear all the hidden dangers a day or two before the envoys. In the past, this kind of task was very tiring. Moreover, the Dark Lightning Guards could not maintain a high level of concentration for long periods of time. However, with Leng Shiqi around, it was much simpler. He only needed to use the supercilious eye and walk around a few times. The only thing Leng Shiqi found troublesome was that it took too much time. At this speed, it would take nearly 3 months to reach the imperial capital. Wouldn't it be better to use this time for seclusion? In particular, Leng Shiqi had recently accidentally used the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He had originally planned to go into seclusion to comprehend it. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to continue escorting the envoys for the sake of merit. It was worth mentioning that he had once saved King Gus's life. The two of them had gone through a life-and-death situation together. Therefore, King Gus was very enthusiastic about Leng Shiqi along the way. He even introduced the other important ministers of the 6 nations of the western regions to him. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing along the way. Leng Shiqi really did discover some people with bad intentions. However, he was able to uncover these people in advance. As a result, he received praise from many people, including the 6 nations of the western regions and Crown Prince Xuanhuan. 3 months later, the envoys finally arrived at the western gate of the imperial capital. Here, tens of thousands of guards and hundreds of Dark Lightning Guards stood in formation to welcome them. The Thunderfire dynasty had also sent several ministers, including Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao saw Leng Shiqi and nodded slightly. Leng Shiqi was able to smoothly bring the envoys to the imperial capital without any accidents. This was a huge contribution. This quest would not have gone so smoothly for anyone else. Only Leng Shiqi, who had Byakugan and Fate, could complete it so easily. Welcoming the diplomatic mission was a very tedious process. These people exchanged greetings at the city gate for a long time. Leng Shiqi directly handed over to eunuch Gao and prepared to return to Xingji Pavilion to rest. When he brought his subordinates to the inner city, he discovered that there were many spirit cultivators from various sects and powers in the inner city. My lord, all the first-rate forces in the Thunderflame dynasty have a quota to attend the birthday celebration. Although first-rate forces are rare, the empire is a vast land with abundant resources. Right now, 99% of the first-rate forces are gathered in the imperial capital. Even if they can only send one person to participate in the birthday banquet, it's still not a bad idea for them to bring their disciples to see the world. He Fei Qin quivered as he spoke. Leng Shiqi agreed with his words. The Thunderflame dynasty had a total of 36 counties, and each county had more or less first-rate forces. If a county had a first-rate sect, then there would be at most 2 or 3 first-rate forces. After all, just a first-rate sect alone would be able to occupy almost half of the county's resources. The rest would not be able to support a few first-rate sections. For example, Donglin County and Muqing County were the same. If a county did not have a first-rate sect, then there would be more first-rate sections. For example, the West Desolate County had 4 first-rate sects and a large number of second-rate sections. The further Leng Shiqi and the others went into the city, the more experts they met. Spirit Astral Realm cultivators could be said to be everywhere, and there were also quite a few Unity of Heaven Realm cultivators. Only during the Emperor's banquet would they have the opportunity to see so many experts. Leng Shiqi returned to Xingji Pavilion and dismissed his subordinates. These few months they had all been tense and should have had a good rest. Even Leng Shiqi was the same. But not long after he rested, Wu Diao came to the door. Wu Diao walked in and cupped his hands with a smile. Congratulations, Brother Xingji, for making a great contribution again. I heard that you came back, so I invited you to a welcome dinner. I wonder if Brother Xingji would like to do me the honor? Leng Shiqi knew that Wu Diao must have something to do with him, so he returned a salute and said, Then it's better to be courteous than courteous. But not now. Wu Diao suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, You have to wait until the evening. I also invited 2 people to accompany me. At that time we will congratulate Brother Xingji together. Leng Shiqi laughed secretly. He did not know what Wu Diao was up to. Anyway, he could be idle for a few days, so it was not impossible for him to relax a little. At night, Leng Shiqi finally met the other 2 people. They were Zhuge and Di Chuan. They were more familiar with each other, so after greeting each other, Wu Diao said with shifty eyes, I say, brothers, today is Brother Xingji's return. We should celebrate. Also, I have to say that Brother Xingji's luck is really amazing. Tonight is the Phoenix Stage Conference that only starts once a year. No matter what, we should go and take a look. Phoenix Stage? Phoenix Stage? What the hell was that? Leng Shiqi's head was full of bumps. He had never heard of these names before. He turned to look. Di Chuan also had a puzzled expression, similar to his, but Zhuge expression changed. Di Chuan asked, Brother Wu, Brother Zhuge, what kind of place is Phoenix Stage? Wu Diao smiled evilly and said, I say, the 2 of you have been in the imperial capital for quite some time, but you still don't know about Phoenix Stage? That is the place that all men yearn for the most, and it is the highest standard in the entire Thunderfire dynasty. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi's eyebrows jumped. He could already guess what Phoenix Stage was. Was Wu Diao planning to bring them to visit a brothel? If the Delta Origi found out about this, he wouldn't know how to explain it, so Leng Shiqi subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, Wu Diao seemed to have predicted his reaction, so he spoke first. Brother Xingji, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Phoenix Stage isn't as bad as you think. Those who can enter Phoenix Stage are all high officials and nobles. How could ordinary women catch their eye? That's why the ladies in Phoenix Stage are all good at singing and dancing. Everyone is more interested in singing and dancing than anything else. Especially since tonight is the Phoenix Stage Conference, it has attracted a lot of people. In addition, experts from all over the world have entered the imperial capital recently. This is a good opportunity to gather information. As for what Phoenix Stage is, let me keep you in suspense. Otherwise it will be boring. Zhuge also added, I've been to Phoenix Stage before. It is indeed an elegant place. I am also very interested in this Phoenix Stage. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Di Chuan also nodded excitedly. The other 3 wanted to go, so Leng Shiqi didn't want to dampen their spirits. He could only agree. Chapter 650. While Leng Shiqi and the others were on their way to Mu Link, three people were sitting in a dark room in Dark Thunder Manor. They were Li Juqing, Li Jugu and fourth uncle. 3 months ago, when Leng Shiqi and the 7 divisions returned to the capital, they already knew that their assassination had failed again. It was fine that they failed, but Li Juning actually died at the hands of Leng Shiqi. They still couldn't confirm that Li Juning was killed by Leng Shiqi, but it definitely had something to do with him. Ever since Leng Shiqi came to the headquarters of the Dark Thunder Guards, he began to stand out. Li Juqing also tried to suppress him, but in the end he made a great contribution to quelling the rebellion in Shantai County, slapping Li Juqing's face hard. Later, eunuch Gao sent Leng Shiqi to Ningyang County in order to counterattack. This time he killed Li Zhangtao and took away his money tree. On the way back, Li Juqing sent people to assassinate Leng Shiqi, but Leng Shiqi returned to the capital without anyone knowing. After entering the heavenly tomb, Leng Shiqi killed the 2 younger generation brothers of the Li family, cutting off the backbone of the Li family's next generation, causing the 2 sides to fight to the death. As a result, 3 Unity of Heaven Realm cultivators joined forces to kill Leng Shiqi. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Instead, they lost a powerful Unity of Heaven Realm cultivator. When Li Juqing found out about this, he couldn't wait to rush to the Western Baron province to kill Leng Shiqi. However, he wasn't crazy. He couldn't do that or else he would be in great danger. At the very least, he would lose his position as one of the 4 great chiefs. At the very least, even the Li family would suffer. This was because Li Juqing was very clear that he and eunuch Gao were enemies in the Dark Thunder Guards. Eunuch Shintu and eunuch Hai also didn't have a good relationship with him. Most importantly, the commander of the Dark Thunder Guards, Heavenly Venerable He Yen, already had the intention to weaken the Li family. Once these people seized the opportunity, they would spare no effort to suppress the Li family. In the worst-case scenario, the Li family might be directly destroyed. Therefore, Li Jueqing still resisted the urge to kill Leng Shiqi. However, he could not give up just like that. Since he could not use underhanded methods, he would use other methods. The 3 of them were gathered here to discuss how to deal with the Leng Shiqi head-on. Li Jueqing said coldly, "There's actually something else going on at His Majesty's birthday banquet this time. As eunuch Gao's favorite disciple, Leng Shiqi will definitely attend. When that happens, we'll have a chance to kill him." "What opportunity?" Li Jugu and fourth uncle asked at the same time. After a series of failures and a huge loss to the Li family, even fourth uncle felt that Leng Shiqi had to die. Li Jueqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "There are only a few people who know about this matter. Fine, there's no harm in telling you first. In fact, His Majesty is planning to select the crown prince at this birthday banquet." As soon as he said this, Li Jugu and fourth uncle were shocked. The current Emperor Lei Qingjuan's health was deteriorating. It was estimated that he could only last 2 or 3 years at most. Therefore, the struggle between the princes had become more and more intense. Even a few months ago, there was an assassination attempt on the 9th Prince Lei Haoqing. It was also from that incident that the princes began to fight with each other. In the past few months, several princes had either been driven away to their fiefdoms or sought refuge with a powerful prince. Currently, there were only 4 people who were most likely to become the crown prince. They were the eldest Prince Lei Haoyan, the 4th Prince Lei Haoran, the 9th Prince Lei Haoqing, and the 13th Prince Lei Haoyun. The eldest Prince Lei Haoyan had outstanding military achievements and had the support of many generals. He was also a great master in the unity of man and nature realm. The 4th Prince Lei Haoran's mother was the current empress. Although he was not the eldest son, he was still considered legitimate. Many of the court officials were in the empress's faction. Not only were there many masters around him, but there were also many strategists who gave him advice. The 13th Prince Lei Haoyan had only one thing, and that was that he was too similar to Lei Qingjuan. Just based on this point alone, he was Lei Qingjuan's most beloved prince. Especially now that Lei Qingjuan knew that he didn't have much time left, it wasn't impossible for him to willfully pass the throne to Lei Haoyun before he died. As for Lei Haoqing, he originally belonged to the middle of the line among the princes. It was because he had roped in the support of the 1,000 Illusionary Sword sect. During this time, the 1,000 Illusionary Sword sect had sent a large number of masters to oversee him. It could be said that he was in the limelight and had the capital to compete with the others. But then again, he was the one who had started this. Moreover, recently all the first-rate and peak sects had gathered in the imperial capital. This meant that the other princes had the same idea. Now, they were vigorously trying to win over the various large sections. The power behind them was skyrocketing. As for who would be able to walk to the end, no one could say for sure. Li Jugu and fourth uncle were so shocked when they heard that Lei Qingjuan was preparing to announce the crown prince at the birthday banquet. However, they were also very confused. What did this have to do with them killing Leng Shiqi? Could it be that he wanted Leng Shiqi to offend one of the princes and then use the prince's power to kill Leng Shiqi? However, Leng Shiqi was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely shrewd. He would not easily offend a prince. After all, every prince had the possibility of becoming the emperor in the future. Li Juqing raised his hand and laid down a layer of barrier. He was so cautious in the headquarters of the Dark Thunder Guard and the Li family. It was obvious that what he was about to say next was very important. He said, "His Majesty is planning to open Void Scar Sky and let the princes use Void Scar Sky as a trial to determine the next crown prince." Hearing this, the other two's expressions of shock appeared again. The Void Scar Sky was one of the most valuable secret realms in the Thunderblaze dynasty. For example, the Heavenly Tomb was for experts to comprehend, and the Minor Chaos Paradise was for tempering oneself. As for the Void Scar Sky, it was a genuine secret realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside was unimaginably abundant, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this secret realm would not normally open. This was because the Thunderblaze dynasty had planted and cultivated countless treasures of heaven and earth in this secret realm. These treasures were constantly being nourished in the secret realm. It had been 100 years since the last time the Void Scar Sky opened. What kind of quality would the treasures inside be nourished to now? Even if they just went in for a stroll, they would be able to obtain rich treasures and materials. It was simply picking up money. Li Jugu and Fourth Uncle, the two Unity of Heaven and Man Realm cultivators, were extremely moved when they heard this. They wished they could go in and explore. At the same time, they also roughly understood Li Jucheng's intention, which was to kill Leng Shiqi in the Void Scar Sky. Li Jucheng said sinisterly, "You guessed right. Although the Void Scar Sky can only accommodate spirit cultivators below the Unity of Heaven and Man Realm, I have already arranged for many spirit astral realm experts. Ants can bite an elephant to death. No matter how strong Leng Shiqi is, it is impossible for him to survive the encirclement of so many spirit astral realm experts. However, just in case, I still need you to pay a price." Chapter 651. On the other side, Leng Shiqi had already arrived at the Curtain Pavilion with Wu Diao and the others. This place was very large and the construction was very unique and elegant. If it were not for the beautiful ladies coming and going and the sound of bamboo music everywhere, one would think that this was the residence of some refined expert. The four of them walked into the Curtain Pavilion, and a woman in her 30s or 40s with heavy makeup walked over. Although she was a little old, judging from her appearance, she must have been a rare beauty when she was young. Leng Shiqi, Di Chuan, and Zhuge Puha had all come in their own clothes, but Wu Diao had come in the official uniform of an envoy inspector. This woman immediately welcomed them with a smile. "Guests, please come in." Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it was precisely because of this that it gave off a faint charm. There was a hint of emotion in her eyes, and just a glance was enough to make Di Chuan blush slightly. Wu Diao immediately said casually, "Hurry up and arrange a private room and call over a few ladies. They have to be at least Earth Chief level." The woman's smile stiffened slightly. The ladies in the Curtain Pavilion were also divided into several levels, and among them Heaven Chief and Earth Chief were the most precious. Not just anyone could receive Heaven Chief level ladies. On the contrary, it was extremely difficult to even meet a Heaven Chief. There were even some young masters who would fight to the death for the sake of a certain Heaven Chief. This was a common occurrence in the Curtain Pavilion. As for Earth Chief, although they were one level lower than Heaven Chief, they were still not something that could be directly ordered by ordinary people. They were also the signboards of the Curtain Pavilion. Envoy Inspector Wu Diao's status was not low, but if he were to call over 4 Earth Chief at once, he was still a little unqualified. What's more, with so many powerful cultivators gathered in the imperial capital, the Curtain Pavilion's business had become even more prosperous recently. The resources of Earth Chief were also in short supply. Wu Diao caught sight of the woman's expression, and his expression immediately darkened. Just as he was about to say something, Leng Shiqi directly took out his own command tablet. The command tablet of an envoy of eunuchs. The woman covered her red lips and almost cried out in surprise. Then she smiled and said, "So it's Lord Envoy of Eunuchs. This servant will go and arrange it for you." The woman brought the 4 of them into an exquisite room, then left for the time being. Sigh, even the identity of the envoy inspector is not useful here. Wu Diao muttered softly. Ever since he became the envoy inspector, it could be said that he had gained a lot of benefits from everything. This was the first time he had hit a wall. Leng Shiqi smiled. Sometimes, identity was really important and it was very convenient to do things. However, he didn't say anything because he noticed something very interesting. One of the walls in this room was actually transparent. Standing here, he could clearly see the scene outside. Not far from them, there was a strangely shaped high platform. It looked like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. Wu Diao explained, Mu Link's private rooms are all special. We can see the outside clearly from the inside, but the outside can't see inside. Leng Shiqi understood. This wasn't anything special. There were many similar things in his previous life. As for that high platform, it's the phoenix stage. We're in for a treat tonight. Wu Diao chuckled. Hearing Wu Diao keep talking about the phoenix stage, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but be curious. He didn't know what this phoenix stage was. Not long after, 4 women with outstanding appearance, temperament and musical talent walked in. Leng Shiqi and the others also had a rare moment of relaxation. More than 2 hours later, the room suddenly darkened. However, no one panicked. Everyone knew that the phoenix stage was about to begin. Leng Shiqi also looked out with rapt attention, only to see a resonant phoenix cry suddenly resounding from the phoenix stage. Following that, the phantoms of phoenixes and phoenixes spread their wings and soared into the air, crisscrossing in midair. It was truly dazzling. Immediately, the phoenix and phoenix phantoms froze in the sky. 2 figures slowly descended from the sky. One of them was a graceful beauty. When everyone saw her, their breathing couldn't help but quicken. Not to mention that this woman's appearance and figure could be called a stunner. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. Just her pair of purple eyes were extremely seductive. Even if one looked at it, one's soul would be hooked. Even the girls in the Curtain Rain Pavilion were stunned. However, there was only one person in the audience who didn't have such a reaction. That person was Leng Shiqi. When he saw the woman, he almost spat out the tea he just drank. That woman was clearly 9 Leave, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Back then, Leng Shiqi had openly brought 9 Leave to the imperial capital. However, after entering the inner city, 9 Leave had disappeared without a trace. Leng Shiqi didn't stay idle after that. If he wasn't running around, he was in seclusion. So, he didn't know where 9 Leave went or what she was doing. Fortunately, he didn't hear any news of demon beasts. This meant that 9 Leave hadn't been discovered. For Leng Shiqi, this was enough. But he never would have thought that 9 Leave would actually come to the Curtain Rain Pavilion. However, Leng Shiqi thought about it again. This place might be quite suitable for 9 Leave. Legend has it that some demons deliberately came to brothels in order to absorb yang qi. Presumably, 9 Leave was in the Curtain Rain Pavilion because of this. Moreover, with 9 Leave's appearance, she could easily attract young and outstanding men. She could also absorb essence without anyone noticing. It was really a good choice. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. If someone noticed, there was still a chance to find 9 Leave. Leng Shiqi gently rubbed his head. He couldn't control 9 Leave anyway. As long as 9 Leave could protect herself, he was too lazy to care. Today he would just pretend that he didn't see anything. At this time, Wu Diao and the others were a little lost in thought. They didn't notice Leng Shiqi's abnormality. 9 Leave landed on the high platform. She didn't sing or dance. Just a faint smile was enough to charm everyone. At the same time, another figure appeared. From the appearance, this was a great beauty that was not inferior to 9 Leave. The difference was that the other beauty was dressed very plainly, as if she only wore a coat. There was no jewelry on her body. But it was this kind of plain beauty that was even more precious in a place like the Curtain Rain Pavilion. However, Leng Shiqi took a closer look and found that the beauty's chest was flat. He raised his eyebrows and looked at her throat. There was a small bulge there. This was a handsome man with a peerless appearance. Phoenix stage, so that's how it is. Leng Shiqi suddenly understood. What a great phoenix stage. The appearance of the phoenix immediately caused a lot of saliva to be swallowed. Even if these people were rich and had extraordinary status, they couldn't help it when they encountered such a stunning beauty. The handsome man didn't make any extra movements. He just made a seemingly polite gesture and stood with his hands behind his back. When Leng Shiqi saw the gesture, he stood up with a swoosh. Chapter 652. Leng Shiqi's actions immediately woke up Wu Diao and the other 2 who were still in a daze. They regained their senses and clicked their tongues in wonder. Wu Diao even bluntly said, as expected of the phoenix stage. Not to mention that flirtatious woman, just that handsome man is enough to make people drool. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of hobby. He didn't suspect Leng Shiqi's actions. He thought that Leng Shiqi was too shocked. After all, in his impression, Leng Shiqi was a very lecherous person. In reality, the reason Leng Shiqi acted like this was because that handsome man's hand gestures were clearly the code for the Bloodseed plan. This person was the third person who had come to help him. Leng Shiqi frowned slightly. Ink Frost Ghost Man had said that he would send 3 people to help him. When he first arrived in the capital, he had met Xuanhuan and Feng Xiaimo. One of them was his senior martial sister, while the other was the Blood Clothing Pavilion's pavilion master's personal disciple. However, the third person mentioned by Ink Frost Ghost Man had yet to appear. Leng Shiqi had been on the move for a long time, so he had inadvertently forgotten about this matter. Only today did he remember that he had another helper. However, Leng Shiqi felt that it was strange. He had clearly just returned to the capital today, and he had only come to Curtain Link on the spur of the moment. How did Ink Frost Ghost Man know that he would come to Curtain Link? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a scholarly man walked out of Phoenix Stage. He first bowed to everyone before saying, "Honored guests, are you all satisfied with this year's Phoenix Stage?" "Aha, satisfied, very satisfied." A slightly drunk young man slowly glowed with red light as he shouted. "Not bad. This year's 2 beauties on Phoenix Stage are both peerless beauties, rarely seen in my life." "What did you say this year? Just tell us directly." The scholarly man chuckled and said, "It's good that everyone is satisfied. The lady on my right is called 9 Leaf. It's very simple to become her guest. You just need to take out a high-grade Yao core. Whoever has the most precious Yao cores will naturally have a chance to get close to Miss 9 Leaf." As soon as he said this, many people in the crowd were stunned. Every single one of them was filthy rich. If someone were to ask them to take out spirit stones or treasures, every single one of them would be confident enough to do so. But this Miss Julie's condition was actually a Yao core? Actually, Yao cores weren't a very important resource, but the problem was that Yao cores were just too rare. In the entire Starfall continent, only the demonic Miasma mountain range and the northernmost wasteland could be found. Although a part of the demonic Miasma mountain range was within the Thunderblaze dynasty, it was still very far from the imperial capital. The extreme north was located to the north of the Northern Wei Empire. More than 90% of the people in the Thunderfire Empire had never been there in their entire lives, let alone obtain a demonic core. What gave them the biggest headache was that Yao cores were not only rare, but ordinary people wouldn't collect them for no reason. Therefore, there were very few people who could take out Yao cores, and even fewer who could take out high-grade Yao cores. This made many rich young masters stomp their feet in anger. Even if they went to buy Yao cores now, it would be too late. It would be a pity to miss out on this Phoenix Stage and miss Miss Jolie. The scholarly man had already expected everyone's reaction. He continued, "The beauty on my left has a single name, Hua. His condition is that whoever can give him the most beautiful flower in the world will be able to win the heart of the flower beauty." The most beautiful flower in the world? Many of the guests were confused. There was still such a strange condition? In the past, the Phoenix Stage was basically a competition of wealth. Occasionally, there would be competitions of knowledge and strength. But this year, the requirements of the 2 beauties were really strange. Many of the people present had been hanging around the red light district for a long time. They really did have some rare flowers on them. Immediately, some people took out flowers with strange shapes and different colors. The inside of the stage became magnificent. The next segment was similar to an auction. The guests took out the corresponding items according to the requirements of the 2 beauties. Whoever could win the favor of the beauties would be able to get close to them. Wu Diao sighed, I don't have Yao cores or flowers. They really don't give me a chance." Di Chuan also came back to his senses. He knew that he did not have the qualifications to participate, so he simply drank his wine and watched the show. Zhuge Puha had a thoughtful expression. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Leng Shiqi, he knew best why Julie wanted Yao cores. Julie's nature is really hard to change. Only Yao cores can help her recover her cultivation quickly. For her to be able to think of such a method, it can be said that her brain circuit is very strange. However, Leng Shiqi was most interested in the flower beauty. He carefully stared at Hua Mei's face and figure, and even searched through his own memories, but he couldn't find anyone similar to Hua Mei. This meant that Leng Shiqi had never seen this person before. However, the Ink Frost Phantom had said that the 3 helpers he had sent were related to him in some way. Then where was the connection? Leng Shiqi planned to continue observing. At this time, the bidding for Julie was going on outside. There were only 5 or 6 competitors, and only these few people had high-grade Yao cores. In the end, an elegant young master won at the price of several level 6 Yao cores. Then, under everyone's envious gazes, he walked upstairs with Jolie. What happened next was more interesting. Although the flower beauty was a man, there were quite a few people interested in him in a place like the imperial capital. Right now, there was a row of guests holding all kinds of flowers in their hands, offering them to the flower beauty. However, the flower beauty did not even spare them a glance, as if looking at them would dirty his eyes. One of them said anxiously, "Flower beauty, this is a level 7 treasure, beautiful water pear flower. Could it be that it's not as good as your eyes?" The flower beauty was not even willing to acknowledge this person, which made him so angry that he stomped his feet. In the end, he could only leave angrily. After about a quarter of an hour, all the people who had prepared flowers came one after another, but in the end, not a single one of them was favored by the flower beauty. He did not even spare them a glance. Some people began to feel indignant, feeling that the flower beauty was putting on airs. All of a sudden, fresh flowers appeared everywhere in the curtain-range shrine. What was strange was that these fresh flowers were different in the eyes of different people. What everyone saw was the type that they liked the most. A figure arrived in front of the flower beauty. He used his fingers as a sword, and countless petals danced around the flower beauty. In an instant, they formed a huge flower that wrapped around the flower beauty, making him look like a flower fairy. "Does this flower catch the flower beauty's eye?" Leng Shiqi asked calmly. The flower beauty smiled gently. He was clearly a man, but he still gave off a breathtaking feeling. "Young master, please come in." Inside the private room, Wu Diao's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he saw this scene. He said in astonishment, "So Brother Xingji likes this." Chapter 653. Above the Phoenix stage there were 2 unique rooms. Leng Shiqi was currently in one of the rooms, and there was a person standing next to him. That person was no longer the peerless flower beauty from before. Instead, he was a masked man wearing the nether blood robe. There was a picture of flowers blooming under the moonlight on the mask. Seeing this mask, Leng Shiqi knew who this person was. He was one of the 9 bloody gown assassins of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, Hua Luiyue. In Leng Shiqi's impression, Hua Luiyue was not only one of the 9 bloody gown assassins, but he also had the strength of the leader of the 9 bloody gown assassins. The only one who could compete with him was Leng Shiqi's chief master, Wu Xiang. Back then, these 2 were the most outstanding disciples of their generation. Now, they had become independent existences and were strong competitors for the next pavilion master. But because of this, Leng Shiqi secretly frowned. Out of the 3 helpers that Ink Frost arranged for him, 2 of them were competitors for the next pavilion master. Although Wu Xiang was not here, Xuanhuan and Leng Shiqi were both Wu Xiang's disciples. The 2 of them could also represent Wu Xiang. This meant that all the successors were gathered in the imperial capital. Leng Shiqi could not help but wonder what Ink Frost was trying to do. From another perspective, if Hua Luiyue really came to help him, it would give Leng Shiqi a lot of confidence. This person who could be called the leader of the 9 bloody gown assassins was definitely much stronger than ordinary Unity of Heaven and Man experts. There were probably not many below Sky Origin Realm who could be his opponent. Especially since Hua Luiyue was an assassin. If he secretly assassinated, how many people could survive? If there was someone that Leng Shiqi wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Li Jucheng, who had tried to kill him time and time again. But Li Jucheng was one of the 4 great chiefs. Not to mention that there were many experts around him. He himself was at the late stage of Unity of Heaven and Man. Moreover, Li Jucheng had been one of the 4 great chiefs for so many years. He must have many unexpected treasures on him. Killing him was easier said than done. Therefore, even though Li Juecheng was on Leng Shiqi's must-kill list, it would take a long time to kill him. Now Hua Luiyue's appearance gave Leng Shiqi some hope. Disciple greets Lord Hua Luiyue. No matter what Leng Shiqi thought, Hua Luiyue was one of the 9 underworld blood cloak assassins. Her status was much higher than his, so he had to salute her. Hua Luiyue turned her head and said, "You should know why I came to the imperial capital. However, I promised the assistant pavilion head that I would only fight for you once." Leng Shiqi thought that it was rumored that Hua Luiyue was similar to the pavilion head Hateful Blade. She was a closed-door cultivator. This time he did not know what method the Ink Frost Ghost Man used to get Hua Luiyue to come to the imperial capital. Leng Shiqi was satisfied to be able to fight for him once. Without waiting for him to speak, Hua Luiyue took out a light green petal and said, "I will be staying in Minglan for a while. If there is anything, you can contact me through this. In order to not be suspected, you should wait until tomorrow morning before you leave." After she finished speaking, she went to the side and closed her eyes to cultivate. Leng Shiqi touched his nose and sat cross-legged, gradually entering into a state of cultivation. The night passed silently. When Leng Shiqi woke up the next morning, Hua Luiyue was still cultivating and had no intention of seeing him off. Leng Shiqi did not want to be snubbed, so he left. Wu Diao and the others went back last night. The news about him and the flower beauty must have spread soon. Leng Shiqi sighed secretly. Anyway, there were many strange rumors about him now. One more would not be too much. He was too lazy to care. However, before Leng Shiqi left, a purple light flashed in front of his eyes. Immediately, his surroundings changed and he came to a purple fog. Leng Shiqi did not panic because he was familiar with the aura of the purple fog. Sure enough, an enchanting figure walked out. It was Nine Leaf. I sensed your aura last night. I didn't expect you to be gay at such a young age. You really don't learn well. Nine Leaf teased as soon as he appeared. Naturally, Leng Shiqi could not reveal Hualiyu's identity. He could only interrupt. Senior Nine Leaf's presence in Curtain Link is also a surprise to me. Senior must have gained a lot during this period. Nine Leaf licked her lips and said proudly, "What you said is not very nice, but you are right. My cultivation has recovered to the peak of the 5th rank. After I finish refining the monster pill I got last night, I can advance." Oh. Leng Shiqi was really surprised when he heard this. Nine Leaf had barely been in the Imperial City for a year. In such a short time, she had already absorbed the power of the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Leng Shiqi could not help but think to himself, I wonder how many people she has harmed. However, Leng Shiqi's heart moved. This might be good news for him. He immediately cupped his fist and said, "Then I have to congratulate you first. How long will it take for you to advance this time? It might be inappropriate to continue to stay in the Imperial City." Nine Leaf nodded seriously. "This is also why I came to find you. At most half a month, at least 7 or 8 days, I will enter a state of deep sleep. At that time, I will need you to help me preserve my physical body. It will take a long time to advance from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. I estimate that it will take at least 2 years. That is natural." Leng Shiqi smiled, but then he changed the topic. "But I feel that Senior Nine Leaf does not need to go through so much trouble." Nine Leaf's eyelids lifted. "What do you mean?" Leng Shiqi smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out a perfectly round pill. This pill looked simple and unadorned, but when Nine Leaf saw the pill, his eyes suddenly burst out with 2 purple lights. "What pill is this? Why do I feel that this item will be of great help to my advancement?" Nine Leaf asked in surprise. The pill in Leng Shiqi's hand was actually the intermediate advancement pill he bought from the system store. This was specially made for demonic beasts to advance. It could greatly reduce the time it took to advance. For demonic beasts, advancing was good, but they would fall into a deep sleep during this time, which was also the most dangerous time. Even Nine Leaf, a former 7th rank great demonic beast, did not dare to be careless when she recovered. That was why she came to Leng Shiqi for help. If she had this kind of pill, as long as she had enough, she could even complete her advancement in a day. The allure of the advancement pill was simply too great for her. Leng Shiqi said, "This item is called the advancement pill. It is specially prepared for demonic beasts to advance. I think it should be useful to Senior Nine Leaf." Nine Leaf's eyes turned and the corners of her mouth rose. How can I not know what you are thinking? Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Chapter 654. When Leng Shiqi returned to Xingji Pavilion, a man had been waiting for him for a long time. This man was Eunuch Gao. Knowing that Eunuch Gao was here, Leng Shiqi knew that what should come would come sooner or later. Gao Yi died in Dark Thunder Mansion in Western Wilderness City. Eunuch Gao did not blame Yu Ruifeng, which meant that he began to suspect Leng Shiqi. However, since Leng Shiqi had done it, he was prepared. He walked into the hall calmly and saw Eunuch Gao. At this moment, Eunuch Gao's eyes were closed, and there was no expression on his face. Even his aura was faintly discernible. If it weren't for the fact that he was sitting right in front of Leng Shiqi wouldn't even know that Eunuch Gao was here. He could not help thinking, Eunuch Gao's cultivation seems to have improved again. "Master, I pay my respects to you." Leng Shiqi still saluted respectfully on the surface. Eunuch Gao still had his eyes closed. After a short while he said, "You killed Gao Yi, right?" Leng Shiqi immediately showed a look of surprise and said, "Master, I am also very sad that Eunuch Gao Yi died an unnatural death. But his death has nothing to do with me." "Why do you say that?" At this time Eunuch Gao narrowed his eyes and looked at Leng Shiqi with 2 turbid eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes, but Leng Shiqi felt a sense of fear. However, Leng Shiqi still looked straight at Eunuch Gao without any fear. "I want an explanation," Eunuch Gao said in a hoarse voice. Leng Shiqi thought quickly and raised his head. "First of all, when Eunuch Gao Yi died, I was not in Western Wilderness Prefecture, but in the 6 countries of the Western region. In terms of time, it is impossible to kill Gao Yi. Besides, Eunuch Gao Yi was a master at the late stage of Gang Spirit Realm. Although I think my strength is good and I may have a chance to fight him head-on, It is absolutely impossible for me to kill Gao Yi in an instant. He stopped here. He did not say too much or too little. He thought that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. That was enough for him. Eunuch Gao closed his eyes again. Leng Shiqi could not see any of his emotions, nor could he figure out what he was thinking. However, Leng Shiqi wasn't too worried because what he said just now was the truth. Judging from the time, he was not in Western Desolated City at that time. Of course, it could also be said that he had deliberately hidden himself, but no one had any evidence to prove this point. Moreover, the spiritual technique he used to kill Gao Yi was the Vajra finger. This was something that Leng Shiqi had never used in front of outsiders. It could be said that no one in this world other than Tu Deng would recognize it. The result now was that there was no proof. No matter how suspicious Eunuch Gao was, it was only a suspicion. Leng Shiqi was confident that Eunuch Gao would not make things difficult for him based on this suspicion alone. After Gao Yi died, Leng Shiqi was the most outstanding of the young disciples under Eunuch Gao. If Eunuch Gao made things difficult for Leng Shiqi, it would be the same as cutting off one of his arms. Leng Shiqi believed that Eunuch Gao would make the wisest choice. Sure enough, not long after, Eunuch Gao said, "I don't want to look into this matter. Since Gao Yi is dead, then let him be. I will leave the missing power in my hands to you." His intention was none other than to make Leng Shiqi work even harder. Leng Shiqi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This hurdle could be considered to have passed for now. He said, "Sharing master's burdens is a disciple's responsibility. In that case, there is still a task for me tomorrow." Eunuch Gao took the opportunity to say. Leng Shiqi thought that this task came too quickly. "Master, please instruct me. Do you know how many top sects there are in the Thunderfire dynasty?" Eunuch Gao suddenly asked a strange question. Leng Shiqi gave it some thought. More than half of the 36 provinces of the Thunderflame dynasty had top sects, and as far as he knew, there were as many as 19 of them. Eunuch Gao nodded. "That's right. Do you know which ones are the strongest?" Of course, there were differences in strength between the top sections. For example, the Blood Cloak Pavilion was stronger than the Mountain Sea sect. Both of them were stronger than the Thousand Illusionary Sword sect. However, it was hard to say which ones were the strongest. If one looked at the ranking of sects, the strongest was undoubtedly the Sixth Direction spiritual region of the Four Saint spiritual regions. However, the Sixth Direction spiritual region was in a semi-secluded state and rarely had disciples appear. Next would be the 5 extreme sects and the 6 Daos Devil realms. Of the 5 extreme sects, the 10,000 Laws Mysterious sect and the Liuhua Palace were both in the Thunderflame dynasty. The 6 Daos Devil realms only had the Inferno Devil sect. However, why did Eunuch Gao ask this? Just as Leng Shiqi spoke his thoughts, Eunuch Gao asked again, "Then which of these top sects do you think poses the greatest threat to the Thunderfire dynasty?" Eunuch Gao's continuous questions made Leng Shiqi even more confused. However, he knew that Eunuch Gao wouldn't ask questions for no reason. It must have something to do with the next task. From the surface, the 10,000 Laws sect and the Liuhua Palace posed the greatest threat. Leng Shiqi answered. "You're only half right. Actually, the Thunderfire dynasty's greatest threat is the 10,000 Laws sect. The 10,000 Laws sect's people will enter the imperial capital the day after tomorrow. When the time comes, you'll welcome them on behalf of me." Eunuch Gao finally said. 10,000 Laws sect. Leng Shiqi thought about this name and quickly found information about it in his mind. The 10,000 Laws sect was one of the 5 extreme sects in the world sect ranking. This sect was very extreme. All the disciples inside were spirit casters. In other words, only spirit casters had the qualifications to join the 10,000 Laws sect. The 10,000 Laws sect had a long history and had a foundation of at least 10,000 years. However, the number of disciples in the sect wasn't many. Every generation would maintain around 5 to 600. After all, spirit casters were very rare. Furthermore, the 10,000 Laws sect didn't accept all spirit casters. They still had to go through layers of screening. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Although the 10,000 Laws sect didn't have many disciples, every disciple that left the mountain was an existence that could hold their own. If it was a top sect, this wasn't what the Thunderfire dynasty was most afraid of. In any case, the Thunderfire dynasty had more than 10 top sects in their territory and they weren't afraid of anyone. The only thing that the Thunderfire dynasty was very afraid of was the 10,000 Laws sect. This was because the deterrence of spirit casters in war was simply too strong. If the 10,000 Laws sect participated in a certain chaos, those few hundred spirit casters would be enough to destroy an entire army. It was rumored that the inheritors of the 10,000 Laws sect had a large number of terrifying spirit skill, especially some combined formations that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Therefore, the Thunderfire dynasty had always kept a close eye on the 10,000 Laws sect. This time, the 10,000 Laws sect had also sent people to participate in Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet. However, for some reason they were the last to arrive, even later than the other diplomatic groups. However, the 10,000 Laws sect's weight was stronger than the 6 kingdoms of the western region. Eunuch Gao and several other important figures had to go together to welcome them. This wasn't a difficult matter. Leng Shiqi cupped his hands and said, "This disciple understands." Chapter 655. 2 days later, Leng Shiqi arrived at the gate of the imperial capital with his guards. This time, the number of people who came to greet the mysterious sect was also huge. Sun Tiangan, the commander of the patrol guards, came in person. He was an expert of the Sky Origin realm. Even an expert of such status came to greet them in person. Leng Shiqi guessed that the mysterious sect of 10,000 Methods had sent an expert of the Sky Origin realm. In addition to Sun Tiangan, there was another person who had some relationship with Leng Shiqi. That was Lei Mayan, one of the 4 punishment envoys of the Discipline Commission. She was also the backer of the Delta Origi in the Discipline Commission. If Eunuch Gao was also present, his appearance would be really luxurious. From this, it could be seen that the Thunderfire dynasty attached great importance to the mysterious sect of 10,000 Methods. Not long after, a group of about 10 people appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was a gray-haired old man. His complexion was dark and his expression was serious. What was different was that there were 3 mysterious magic beads floating behind him, giving people an unfathomable feeling. He timely whispered in Leng Shiqi's ear, "Sir, this is the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the mysterious sect of 10,000 Methods, Elder Bu. He is an expert of the Sky Origin realm." Leng Shiqi nodded silently. As expected, there was an expert of the Sky Origin realm here. He continued to look behind. Behind Elder Bu there were 2 men and a woman. The 3 of them were young, but each of them had the cultivation of the Gang Spirit realm. They must be the most outstanding disciples of the mysterious sect of 10,000 Methods. However, Leng Shiqi's attention was immediately attracted by the girl. This girl could not be considered a beauty, but she was very sweet. Especially when she smiled, it was even more amiable and lovely. She was very lovable. Of course, Leng Shiqi was not attracted by this. More importantly, he felt a trace of a familiar aura from this girl. However, he could not recall what aura it was. This made him frown unconsciously. He turned around and asked Fei-Chin behind him, "Do you recognize the girl walking in the second row?" Fei-Chin revealed a smile of understanding and secretly gave Leng Shiqi a thumbs up. His lord was no longer satisfied with the beauties of the imperial capital, and had even taken a fancy to the disciples of the 10,000 Laws wonderful sect. He said softly, "My lord, that young girl is called Meng Tiantian. She is an outstanding talent among the younger generation of disciples of the 10,000 Laws wonderful sect. It was said that she had only joined the mysterious 10,000 Arts sect about 3 years ago. Since then her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Her comprehension of spirit arts and illusion arts was also extremely high. She could easily learn many obscure secret arts passed down from ancient times. She shone brilliantly in the 10,000 Laws Mystic Sect's sect competition 2 months ago, consecutively defeating many disciples who had cultivated for a longer time than her, becoming the head seat of the current generation of disciples in one fell swoop. Moreover, she was also accepted as a direct disciple by the Myriad Laws sect master, Myriad Laws Spirit Senior, who had not come out of seclusion for a long time. She was also given a separate cultivation paradise. It could be said that she was in the limelight. This time, she must have come to the imperial capital because the 10,000 Laws wonderful sect wanted her to come out and gain experience. Meng Tiantian, Meng Tiantian? Leng Shiqi repeatedly muttered the young girl's name. He was certain that he had never seen Meng Tiantian before. Even the supercilious eyes did not record her spiritual aura. There was no mistake about this. However, Meng Tiantian gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if there was some kind of unfathomable relationship between them. Just as Leng Shiqi was thinking, the people of the 10,000 Laws wonderful sect had already arrived in front of him. Patrol Commander Sun Tiangan and Punishment Envoy Lei Mayan both came forward to welcome them. Leng Shiqi followed behind them. Although he came as a representative of Eunuch Gao, his status was still that of an inner supervisor, so he could only follow behind. Sun Tiangan smiled at Elder Bu of the 10,000 Laws wonderful sect and said, "Elder Bu, it must have been hard for you to come from afar." Elder Bu also put on a fake smile and said, "It is an honor to be able to attend His Majesty's birthday banquet." These two Sky Origin stage experts didn't seem to be very good with words. However, at their level there was no need to waste words. The two of them only said these two sentences and walked into the inner city of the imperial capital. The process was simple and smooth. Leng Shiqi was happy to see this. Now that this task was over, he could go back. However, when Meng Tiantian walked past Leng Shiqi, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Leng Shiqi. To others she was just looking around curiously, but Leng Shiqi's body suddenly stopped. Immediately his face turned pale. Layers of cold sweat covered his entire body with a schwa sound. Immediately after, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yifeichen was the closest to Leng Shiqi. He immediately noticed his abnormality and hurriedly shouted, "My lord, what happened to you?" Leng Shiqi's body trembled again. He suddenly began to pant violently, as if someone was strangling him to death. His eyes suddenly shrank. In that moment he was attacked by dozens of illusions at the same time. Moreover, so many illusions actually combined to form a huge illusion array. In an instant he was trapped in the illusion array. Although it seemed like only 1 or 2 breaths of time had passed, to Leng Shiqi, he had experienced a fierce battle that wasn't inferior to fighting against someone in the unity of heaven and man stage. If he hadn't already condensed a primordial spirit, he would have been trapped in the illusion array forever and become an idiot for life. Now that Leng Shiqi was awake, he was still scared. He was the clearest about his mental strength. He was certain that his mental strength was not weaker than a spirit caster in the unity of heaven and man stage. Even so, he was still pulled into dozens of illusions. Could it be that Elder Bu, a Xianhuan stage spirit caster, was the only one who could do this? But why would Elder Bu, a Xianhuan stage spirit caster, attack him? He didn't have any enmity with the mysterious 10,000 Arts sect. Today was the first time they had met. Why would they do this? At this time Elder Bu really did stop. He first looked at Leng Shiqi, then at Meng Tiantian. Elder Bu's face immediately tensed up and said, "Nonsense. If this young man's mental strength wasn't so strong, something would have happened. When we return, I will definitely punish you." His words sounded very stiff, but there was no hint of blame in them. He was just saying it. Meng Tiantian stuck out her tongue and giggled. "I saw that his mental strength wasn't bad, so I tested him. Don't mind it." Everyone else didn't understand what was going on, but Leng Shiqi suddenly looked at Meng Tiantian in shock. The one who attacked was Meng Tiantian. How was this possible? Leng Shiqi found it hard to believe. Meng Tiantian's cultivation was the same as his. Even if Meng Tiantian was a genius at cultivating spirit spells, she shouldn't have the mental strength of a Xianhuan stage spirit caster. Moreover, why would Meng Tiantian do this? Was it really just for fun? Leng Shiqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "It's fine." After saying that, he left with Yifeichen and the others. No one noticed that he left early. After all, he was the victim. Leng Shiqi was in a hurry to go back because he wanted to cultivate immediately. Meng Tiantian's actions didn't have a motive. Her appearance made Leng Shiqi even more convinced that there was always someone better than him. If it was a life and death battle, he would have died long ago. Leng Shiqi was confident that he had the strength to fight against someone in the unity of heaven and man stage. However, today he met Meng Tiantian, who could kill him instantly. This gave him a lot of pressure. However, he didn't notice that the illusion character in his spirit sea was blooming with 5 colors. Chapter 656. After returning to the Xingji Pavilion, Leng Shiqi went straight into the secret cultivation room and announced that he was going into seclusion. He did not even care about the position of deputy manager that eunuch Gao had promised him. There were still 7 days until Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet. After the people from the 10,000 Law sect arrived, all the factions and diplomatic groups that were participating in the banquet had already arrived. Unknowingly, a piece of news had spread in the imperial capital. It was that His Majesty was preparing to appoint a crown prince at the banquet. Whichever prince passed the Void Scar Sky's trial would obtain the crown prince's position. There was also news that when the Void Scar Sky opened, the various sects that came to celebrate could also enter. As for the number of people, it would be the same as the number of people attending the banquet. First-rate sects would only have 1 spot, while the top sects would have 3. No one knew who spread this news, but it seemed that in a single night, everyone with some status had received this news. They all tacitly kept their mouths shut. And from this moment on, the imperial capital began to surge with undercurrents. Especially the few princes that had the most hope of obtaining the throne. They all began to vigorously contact and rope in people from the various sections. One must know that the Void Scar Sky only allowed spirit cultivators of the spirit astral realm to enter. And those who could attend Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet were either the upper echelons of the sect or the most outstanding disciples. No matter which one it was, their strength would definitely be at the top of their peers. As long as they could rope in these people, they would be able to increase their strength at the fastest speed. For example, the first Prince Lei Haoyan, the fourth Prince Lei Haoran, and the 13th Prince Lei Haoyan were initially disdainful of Lei Haoqing. But when Lei Haoqing received the support of experts from the Thousand Illusion Sword sect, he could vaguely compete with the three of them. It could be seen that cooperating with spirit cultivators was a shortcut to increasing one's strength. Furthermore, the strongest sects in the world were all gathered in the imperial capital. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. Whoever snatched it first would get it. And from that day onwards, the princes had several conflicts in order to obtain the support of their respective sections. Each conflict was more intense than the last, to the point that they had even injured each other. In addition, there was some enmity between the spirit cultivator sections. It was even more so for the sects that were located in the same province. Therefore, in just a day or two, there were already several intense battles between spirit cultivator sects in the inner city. The patrol guards wanted to interfere, but those sects were backed by princes and princes with high status and power. The patrol guards couldn't do anything about it. However, they could not allow these people to cause trouble. After all, there were still the divisions of the Starfall dynasty, Northern Wei dynasty, and the 6 nations of the western region present. If they did that, wouldn't they become a laughing stock? The patrol guards had no choice but to report this matter to their superiors. However, when the matter reached their superiors, there was no news. The patrolling guards were stunned. From the looks of it, the higher-ups were going to let the princes and the spirit cultivator sects go? Left with no choice, the patrol guards could only go through the motions whenever something happened. In addition to patrolling, this kind of thing also had a part of the responsibility of the Dark Thunder Guards. The patrolling guards didn't care on the surface, but the Dark Thunder Guards still had to investigate in the dark. If it was just a fight between the princes, they wouldn't care. However, if someone used this opportunity to stir up trouble, then don't blame the Dark Thunder Guards for being impolite. And Leng Shiqi didn't participate in these matters. He was still in closed-door cultivation. It was a pity that he guessed that he had only been in closed-door cultivation for 6 days when someone knocked on the door of the secret room. He Fei Chen stood outside the secret room with a strange expression on his face. He was holding a square box in his hand. It was unknown what was inside, but it made him feel like he was holding a hot potato. Leng Shiqi pushed open the door of the secret room and asked, "What's wrong?" There were still 2 days before the birthday banquet. He Fei Chen must have something important to call him in advance. He Fei Chen held up the square box in his hand and said with a strange expression, "Sir, this item was brought over by Steward Gao." "What is this?" Leng Shiqi saw that He Fei Chen's expression was a little strange and asked, "This? Sir, you should take a look at it yourself." He Fei Chen opened his mouth but changed it at the last moment. Leng Shiqi picked up the box and opened the lid to take a look. Inside was an official seal the size of half a palm. He picked up the seal. This thing was silver gray in color, and at the very bottom, there were the words Deputy General Manager's Seal. This thing was the official seal that symbolized the authority of the Dark Thunder Guard's deputy steward. Leng Shiqi's eyes suddenly moved. This was the item that he had obtained after sneaking into the 6 western countries alone and being intercepted by Li Juning. However, Leng Shiqi's heart didn't fluctuate too much because he also understood Eunuch Gao's meaning. A few days ago he explained the matter of Gao Yi to Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao could only say that he didn't have any evidence of Leng Shiqi and didn't mention it for the time being. But this didn't mean that Eunuch Gao would continue to let Leng Shiqi go. Although Eunuch Gao kept his promise and gave Leng Shiqi the identity of deputy steward, Leng Shiqi only got this official seal. According to common sense, the position of deputy steward was not a small matter in the Dark Thunder Guard's headquarters. No matter what, there should be a ceremony or something. At the same time as the deputy steward, he also had a lot of power. For example, he could connect all the affairs and intelligence of a certain state. If there was no Gao Yi, Leng Shiqi should have taken over all the affairs reported by Ningyan County. In addition, the deputy steward had at least several imperial censors under him that could be mobilized. Then the War Thunder Guards would have more guards. It could be said that the power controlled by Leng Shiqi would soar several times in an instant. But now, he had nothing. He only had the identity of deputy steward, and the power in his hands didn't change at all. Leng Shiqi didn't feel much of a ripple in his heart. Before this, he had already expected Eunuch Gao to make things difficult for him. It could also be considered a warning to him. But he didn't expect eunuch Gao to be so ruthless this time and directly make him a commander without an army. This also proved that eunuch Gao was indeed very suspicious of Leng Shiqi. He also secretly said that it was fortunate that he didn't tell eunuch Gao that he was intercepted by Li Juning. Otherwise, if eunuch Gao knew that he could even kill Li Juning, then naturally he could also kill Gao Yi. Since things had reached this point, Leng Shiqi was just going with the flow. Anyway, as long as he had the identity of deputy steward, it was equivalent to having the qualifications to become one of the 4 stewards. Compared to the power of deputy steward, this was what Leng Shiqi valued the most. Leng Shiqi waved his hand to let He Fei Chen leave. He narrowed his eyes slightly and all kinds of things flashed through his mind. Blood Clothing Pavilion, Zhu Lugua, and Dark Thunder Guards. For a moment, he put away the official seal of deputy steward, and a light called ambition flashed in his eyes. It's time to start planning for myself. Chapter 657. 2 days later, the birthday banquet that would affect the entire Thunderfire dynasty and even the entire Starfall continent finally began. The various nobles of the Thunderfire dynasty, the 8 envoys from the Starfall dynasty, Northern Wei dynasty, and the experts from the various sects entered the palace one after another. Leng Shiqi followed behind eunuch Gao. As one of the 4 great generals, eunuch Gao could only bring one person in. Shantazhen also brought Wu Diao, Di Chuan, Zhugapuha, and Delta Origi as well. This was the first time Leng Shiqi had officially entered the Thunderfire dynasty's palace. As far as the eye could see, this place was not very luxurious, but rather grand and majestic. Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet started at noon, and the location was in the palace's courtyard. When Leng Shiqi and the others arrived, the princes had already arrived. Among the many princes present, only the first prince, Lei Haoyin, was dressed in martial attire, looking mighty and domineering. The 4th prince, Lei Haoran, held a folding fan in his hand, looking a little feminine. The 13th prince, Lei Haoyun, had a smile on his face, looking very warm. As for Lei Haoqing, who had been assassinated by Leng Shiqi before, his face was gloomy, and he was probably not in a good mood. In the center of them was a huge dragon throne, which was the throne that every prince yearned for. Along the way, eunuch Gao and the others did not say a word, appearing very quiet. Leng Shiqi also felt that this birthday banquet was definitely not so simple, and that something was going to happen. In the past 2 days, he had also heard about the matter of the Crown Prince and the opening of Void Scar Sky. When he first received the news, he thought that it might have been deliberately released by Lei Qingjun. This kind of extremely secretive news, to be able to know about it in advance, one had to be at least at the level of the 4 great generals. However, these people were all shrewd people, and it was impossible for them to casually mention this matter to outsiders, and even more impossible for the news to spread in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the princes had been causing more and more trouble in the past few days, so how could Lei Qingjun not know? He was just letting them go, but Leng Shiqi could not guess what his goal was, but it should be revealed today. Then he looked at the group of people from the Spirit Cultivator sect. Only a little more than 100 sects had come to participate in the birthday banquet. Among them, only 1 person from the first-rate sects could enter, and 3 people from the top sects could enter. There were more than 200 people in total, but the weakest among them was at Gang Spirit Realm. Among them, there were no less than 30 to 40 people who had achieved one with the heavens, and a few of them were Sky Origin Stage cultivators. These people sat together. Although they couldn't release their cultivation, the aura of spiritual power they unintentionally released made it difficult for ordinary people to approach them. Therefore, the eunuchs and palace maids who received them were all carefully selected. Even the weakest of them had to be at the spirit transformation realm to be able to move around in this group of people. Among these people, Leng Shiqi cared about 2 people the most. One of them was naturally Meng Tiantian from the 10,000 Laws Wondrous sect. A few days ago, Meng Tiantian had caused him to fall into dozens of illusions with a single glance, causing him to be injured. Leng Shiqi was not only afraid of Meng Tiantian, but also very curious about her. He had specially asked people to collect detailed information about Meng Tiantian before, only to find that Meng Tiantian had broken through all the way from the spirit transformation realm to the Gang Spirit realm in just 3 or 4 years. This cultivation speed was much faster than that of Delta Origi. Leng Shiqi's cultivation speed was similar to Meng Tiantian's, but his cultivation speed was so fast that he didn't know how many cheats he had used to get it, and he had exchanged his life for it again and again. What about Meng Tiantian? According to the information, since she joined the 10,000 Laws Wondrous sect, she had almost never left the sect, and only went out to gain experience once or twice. Since she could have such a terrifying cultivation speed, her cultivation talent must belong to the god level. Coupled with the tens of thousands of years of foundation of the 10,000 Laws wondrous sect, it was not impossible. If it was just cultivation, Leng Shiqi was not particularly surprised. What surprised him most was Meng Tiantian's strength. Especially her control of illusion. She could be said to be invincible in the same realm. No, this was no longer invincible in the same realm. Leng Shiqi estimated that Meng Tiantian definitely had the strength to kill a spirit cultivator of the unity of heaven and man stage. Therefore he was very concerned about Meng Tiantian. As for the other person, Leng Shiqi was a little surprised. He had met that person once before. That was one of the 9 Netherworld Blood Cloak assassins he had met in the Bloodkill Hall after coming out of the Blood Mist Island, Leng Yu. At that time, Leng Yu was prepared to accept Leng Shiqi as a disciple, but in the end he was snatched away by Wu Xiang. Leng Shiqi did not expect Leng Yu to be here. Although the Blood Clothing Pavilion was located in the Thunder Flame Dynasty, in his impression, the Blood Clothing Pavilion would not participate in this kind of activity. This time they actually sent someone. Perhaps this was the change that the Blood Clothing Pavilion wanted to make. As one of the 9 Netherworld Blood Cloak assassins of the Blood Clothing Pavilion, Leng Yu's popularity was not very good. At this moment he was sitting alone in the corner. In fact, with his strength and status, even if he sat in the most central seats, there would be no objections. But who asked him to be a member of the Blood Clothing Pavilion? Many of the spirit cultivator sects had died in the hands of the Blood Clothing Pavilion. Although they all tacitly agreed that they needed this hidden sword, it did not mean that they did not resent the Blood Clothing Pavilion. Now that they saw Leng Yu face to face, it was already very good that they could sit here peacefully. The people present came from all over the place. Other than the officials and ministers who were already acquainted with each other and were more talkative, the others were more silent and seemed to have a lot on their minds. After half an hour, the palace gates closed and a royal palanquin slowly came over. It was the royal palanquin of the Thunder Flame Dynasty's emperor, Lei Qingjun. Everyone stood up to welcome him. "Welcome, your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Some of these people knelt down while some only bowed. After all, not everyone was a servant of the Thunder Flame Dynasty. Lei Qingjun walked out with the support of the head steward, Eunuch Du. This was the first time Leng Shiqi saw Lei Qingjun. His face looked very old and there was a sickly look that could not be concealed. Only his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. He was actually not very old. If he was in an ordinary family he would be quite old. But this was a world of spirit cultivators, and he was the emperor of one of the 3 great dynasties. What kind of treasures could he not obtain? So even if he did not have any talent for cultivation, it was not a problem for him to live for more than 100 years. In fact, what caused him to be powerless was that his mind was too exhausted. In the eyes of others, Lei Qingjun was a conservative ruler who did not establish a country in his life. But in his heart, he did not want to be a mediocre ruler who would not be remembered by future generations. That was why he worked so hard. Lei Qingjun sat on the dragon throne and said a simple sentence: "Today is my birthday banquet. But I only want to say one thing, and that is to establish a crown prince." Chapter 658. Most of the people present had known about this long ago, but they still revealed a surprised expression. After all, this was Lei Qingjun's birthday banquet. Not mentioning the birthday banquet but going straight to the main topic, wasn't it a little too fast? The princes all clenched their fists. Their fates would change greatly today. Some might even be able to ascend to the throne and become the person in charge of the 3 dynasties. Of course, they might also become the first target of the new emperor's purge. They would not be able to escape death. This birthday banquet not only determined their fates, but also their lives. Lei Qingjun did not care about the reactions of the crowd. He continued, "Today I will open the Void Scar Sky. The Thunderfire Pearl, the heirloom of the Thunderfire dynasty, is inside. Whoever finds it will be qualified to inherit the throne. In addition, the Dark Thunder Guards, Discipline Commission, Patrol Guards, Dukes, Marquises, the military and spirit cultivator sects can all enter. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter, and the highest cultivation can only be at the spirit astral realm. The Void Scar Sky has not been opened for more than 100 years. What opportunities you can find inside is up to you." Everyone's face lit up with joy. They said in unison, "Thank you, your majesty." After Lei Qingjun said these few words, he appeared to be much more tired. He half reclined on the dragon throne and just looked at everyone. Among everyone, only the envoys of the Starfall dynasty had nothing to do with the matter of the crown prince. They just wanted to watch the show. Suddenly, a person appeared beside Lei Qingjun. That person was dressed in a yellow robe and had a solemn face. From his appearance he looked very similar to Lei Qingjun. As soon as this person appeared, many people exclaimed. It seemed that some people knew his identity but most people did not know him. Leng Shiqi was one of them. He transmitted his voice to eunuch Gao. Master, who is this? I see that His Majesty is quite respectful to him. Eunuch Gao was also surprised. He said, this person is His Majesty's twin brother, the Shoddy Prince. When His Majesty ascended the throne, King Xuezhen was the one who contributed the most. In fact, many people thought that King Xuezhen would be the next emperor. However, he eventually gave the throne to His Majesty and entered the Imperial Worship Hall. The Imperial Hall of Worship is managed by the humble prince. He is a Sky Origin stage cultivator, but he hasn't shown up for decades. I didn't expect that His Majesty would ask him to come out. Leng Shiqi nodded in understanding. Even the person in charge of the Imperial Hall of Worship had come out. This birthday banquet was indeed going to be a big event. He did not believe that Lei Qingjun was only here to select the crown prince. There must be some other purpose. Eunuch Gao continued, the Dark Thunder Guards only have one slot to enter Void Scar Sky. I'll count you in. Thank you, Master. Leng Shiqi thanked Eunuch Gao. At the same time he understood Eunuch Gao's intentions. A few days ago, Eunuch Gao had made him a deputy general manager with no real authority. Now Eunuch Gao had allowed him to enter Void Scar Sky. It was nothing more than a slap in the face and a sweet date. King Xuezhen opened his mouth. His voice sounded very deep. Those who enter Void Scar Sky, please come forward. Eunuch Du said, each prince can bring a maximum of 10 people. The same goes for the Dark Thunder Guards, Discipline Division and Patrol Guards. The Duke's Mansion and the General's Mansion will each send one person. The first-rate sex will send one person, and the top sex will send 3 people. Instantly there was some noise from the crowd. Based on this, there were only about 200 people who could enter Void Scar Sky. This was because many of the spirit cultivator sects had already submitted to the princes. If they entered as the prince's retainers, then they did not have the qualifications to enter. Leng Shiqi also walked forward. Delta Origi stood not far from him. The two of them looked at each other. In that instant they reached a tacit agreement. However, to Leng Shiqi's surprise, Leng Yu of the Blood Clothing Pavilion also stood up. He was a great master of the unity of heaven and man realm. He could not enter Void Scar Sky. Leng Yu's action also attracted many people's attention. However, to everyone's surprise, 2 clouds of black fog suddenly rose from both sides of Leng Yu. Then 2 figures walked out of it. Both of them were wearing the golden-striped blood clothing of the Blood Clothing Pavilion. Obviously, they were golden-striped blood clothing assassins of the Spirit Gang realm. Both of them were wearing masks. One of them had a sparkling jade tree engraved on his mask, while the other's was a shadow. For the people present, golden-striped blood clothing assassins were not rare. What shocked them was, how did these 2 people appear? Don't make a fuss. Elder Bu of the Wonderful Sect said, these 2 people have been here since the beginning. It's just that some mediocre people did not notice them. The Blood Clothing Pavilion's concealment technique is indeed extraordinary. As soon as he said that, many people's faces turned red. However, Elder Bu was a master of the Sky Origin realm, and the Wonderful Sect was one of the most powerful sects in the Thunderflame dynasty. No one dared to confront him, so they could only swallow their anger. Leng Shiqi was also shocked when he saw the 2 people who suddenly appeared. Others might not know them, but he definitely knew the Delta Origi. They were Yushu and Meng Ming. Leng Shiqi did not expect that they had already reached the Spirit Gang realm. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw Meng Ming, he had just broken through the Spirit Aperture realm. They must have had some adventures recently. The reason why Leng Shiqi did not notice them at first was that there were too many people here. He did not activate the supercilious eyes, so he did not notice that they were hiding. This was really a great deterrent, but it would make the Blood Clothing Pavilion more important in the hearts of many sects. Unexpectedly, the 4 people who left the Blood Fog Island together would reunite at Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet. According to the hidden rules of the sects, the Blood Clothing Pavilion was not allowed to participate in this kind of secret realm competition. At first, some people expressed their dissatisfaction, but the emperor of the Thunder Flame dynasty, Lei Qingjun, did not care. The humble king did not refuse, so others could not say anything. After all, the Space Scar Sky was the secret realm of the Thunder Flame dynasty. He could let whoever he wanted in and no one else could stop him. In Leng Shiqi's view, the Blood Clothing Pavilion was just testing the waters this time. As long as there was a precedent, it would not be so difficult to accept in the future. The humble king did not care about this small disturbance. He made a seal with his hands, and spots of golden light appeared in front of him, forming a huge gate. Then he waved his hand, and hundreds of spots flew out and landed on everyone who wanted to enter the space scar sky. This is your life plate. If you die in the space scar sky, the outside world will know, he explained. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. The humble king meant that they could kill people in the space scar sky. But this was Lei Qingjuan's birthday banquet. How could they kill people at the emperor's birthday banquet? What was Lei Qingjuan trying to do? This question lingered in everyone's minds. The attitude of the Starfall dynasty's envoys, who were originally watching a show, began to change. The space scar sky will only be open for 3 days. Everything will be clear in 3 days. Everyone go in. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden gate slowly opened. In an instant, golden light shone, enveloping everyone in front of the gate. In less than a breath's time, the golden light disappeared. At the same time, the 200 or so spirit cultivators disappeared as well. Chapter 659. When Leng Shiqi opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging towards him. From what he could tell, it was at least 10 times stronger than the outside world. Even if he did nothing, cultivating here for 3 days would not be a waste. Leng Shiqi looked around, and all he could see were lush forests and rolling hills. He looked up from a high vantage point, and all he could see was the same. The strangest thing was that there was a crack in the sky that stretched all the way to the horizon. It looked like a broken mirror. He muttered to himself, "Legend has it that Air Scar Sky is about half the size of a province. With only 200 people here, it's not easy to even meet others, let alone find the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl." Leng Shiqi did not forget that the princes were most interested in the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl. However, Lei Qingjun had only said that the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl was in Air Scar Sky. Looking for a pearl in such a large secret realm was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Leng Shiqi did not mind. He had only come here to reap some benefits. The heavenly Thunderfire Pearl had nothing to do with him. He then opened the system map. After the system had been upgraded, the system map's functions had become more powerful. Not only could it show all the landforms of Air Scar Sky, but it could also show places with abnormal spiritual energy. These places either had heaven and earth treasures or they were dangerous. In order to ensure his safety, Leng Shiqi even tried to use the Fate skill and the underworld. He found that both of them could be used in Air Scar Sky. This made him feel relieved. As long as he could use the Fate skill and enter the underworld, he would be invincible. After being ambushed by Li Juning and Meng Tiantian's appearance, Leng Shiqi had become more cautious. However, he did not enter Air Scar Sky to fight with others. He was here to search for treasures. Leng Shiqi opened his pet space. A pink pig jumped out. It was the four-legged metal-swallowing beast. After being fed by the Leng Shiqi for a long time, the four-legged metal-swallowing beast was already a rank 5 monster beast. It could detect treasures within a radius of 100 miles, and the highest it could detect was rank 6 materials. Ever since he had obtained this beast, he hadn't had the chance to use it. Now it finally came in handy. Although there were many natural treasures in Void Scar Sky, it was impossible for them to be found everywhere. With this four-legged metal-swallowing beast, he could go on a rampage and make a fortune. That was good. Leng Shiqi picked up the four-legged metal-swallowing beast and said, "Let's see if there are any treasures nearby." The little beast twitched its nose as if it was smelling something. Then it actually spoke in human language. "Master, there's something good 50 miles north." Leng Shiqi smiled with satisfaction. He found the right direction according to the system map, and with a light step he was 2 miles away. During the time when he returned to the imperial capital and was in seclusion in Xingji Pavilion, he didn't deliberately deduce any spiritual skills. He spent all his time comprehending the state when he killed Li Juning. Now, although he was far from that level, he found that he had an inexplicable sense of intimacy with the earth. He seemed to be able to control the power of the earth invisibly. For example, he didn't use any spiritual skills just now, but the effect he achieved was comparable to a rank 6 body movement spiritual skill. With such speed, Leng Shiqi arrived 50 miles away in a moment. There was a deep cave here. Leng Shiqi opened his eyes and immediately saw a huge breath in it. And judging from the size of the breath's owner, it seemed to be a snake-shaped monster. And it was a rank 5 monster comparable to a master of Gang Spirit Realm. There are still monsters in Void Scar Sky? It must have been deliberately thrown in by the Thunder Flame dynasty to raise them. Leng Shiqi thought to himself. Then he strode into the cave. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the snake-shaped monster rushed straight at him. In terms of speed, it was far beyond the ordinary Gang Spirit Realm. However, this kind of speed was not enough in front of Leng Shiqi. With a thought, a faint yellow light flashed, and the demonic beast was hit by an invisible force and was instantly pressed to the ground. Leng Shiqi saw clearly that it was a green giant python. At this moment, the giant python was pressed down by gravity. Even if it struggled hard, it could only twist its body slightly. Since there is a rank 5 monster guarding here, the treasures in this cave should be of high quality, including you. You are also a good material. Leng Shiqi said lightly. Then a light bloomed behind his head. A mini light golden sword shadow appeared and shot into the giant python's head in a flash. Then, the look in the giant python's eyes quickly disappeared, and even its vitality disappeared. After Leng Shiqi suffered from the backfire of using the law of heaven and earth and was sneak attacked by Meng Tiantian, his spiritual strength had improved a lot. He was now able to condense the sword of primordial spirit. Generally speaking, only spiritual casters in the middle and late stages of oneness of heaven and men could have such strong spiritual strength. The giant python died just like that. Thinking back to when Leng Shiqi was in the demonic miasma mountain range, a rank 3 demonic beast almost took his life. But now he could casually kill a rank 5 demonic beast. But he didn't feel anything in his heart, as if he had just done a very ordinary thing. He put away the giant python's body. He didn't kill it with the sword of primordial spirit to show off his skills. Besides, there was no one else here. He was actually afraid of damaging the giant python's body. The value of a complete corpse like this would be much higher. Then Leng Shiqi walked to the deepest part of the cave. There was a short bamboo here. The bamboo was pure black, and there was a faint demonic aura around it. Leng Shiqi raised his eyebrows. Could this be a rank 6 material, weeping soul magic bamboo? This is an excellent material for refining demonic weapons. Not bad, not bad. He carefully moved the weeping soul magic bamboo into the system space. Then he took out a few spiritual stones and fed them to the 4-legged metal swallowing beast. Little thing, so you're quite capable. The little beast proudly raised its little head like a human and didn't forget to chew on the spirit stones with a crunching sound. Come, let's continue. Just like that, Leng Shiqi brought the 4-legged metal swallowing beast to plunder all kinds of treasures in Air-Scar Sky. In just half a day he had obtained many rank 6 treasures. Could be said that he made a lot of money. During this period he hadn't met anyone else. After all, the number of people who came in to cultivate was too small. Even if he wanted to meet someone, it was not easy. After more than 2 hours, Leng Shiqi arrived at the next treasure place. But from afar he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power from a fight. The treasure here had been discovered and started to fight for it. Leng Shiqi opened his eyes. His expression immediately darkened. In his perception, there were 5 spirit astral realm masters besieging 2 spirit cultivators at the first level of spirit astral realm several miles away. Those 2 were Yushu and Meng Ming. Chapter 660. 7 gang spirit realm experts were fighting fiercely beside a sacred tree emitting pure blue spiritual power. 2 of them were wearing the same blood-red clothes. They were Yushu and Meng Ming, who came with Leng Yu. Out of the other 5, 3 of them were also wearing aqua-blue robes, while the other 2 were dressed in luxurious attire. The 5 people were in the early, middle and late stages of gang spirit realm. Obviously they had the upper hand in the battle. After all, Yushu and Meng Ming were just in the early stages of gang spirit realm. Even if they were strong, it was difficult for them to face 5 gang spirit realm experts. What was more, in Leng Shiqi's view, Yushu and Meng Ming were both practicing assassination. Now they were surrounded by so many people. 6 years ago, several elders of our Yanxue sect were killed by the killers of your Blood Cloak Pavilion. You have been hiding, but now you dare to show up. Today I will avenge your elders. The dark and thin middle-aged man said angrily. Yanxue sect was one of the top 9 sects in the world. There were 2 Sky Origin Realm experts in the sect, which was famous in the region. 6 years ago, Yanxue sect led a group of young disciples out of the mountain for experience. As a result, 1 Heavenman Realm expert and 3 Gang Spirit Realm experts were assassinated by the killers of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Yushu's mouth was not idle even as he fought. Oh, you're blaming me for not being as skilled as others? What's more, it was someone else who wanted to kill your elders. Why go against the Blood Cloak Pavilion? Nonsense. You killed them. It's natural for you to pay with your life. Then aren't you afraid of offending the Blood Cloak Pavilion and killing the disciples of Yanxue sect every day? Yushu broke their joint attack with 1 strike and continued. Ah, this is Air-Scar Sky. Who knows how you died? Ha ha ha. Yushu also laughed wildly. Well said. I'll say the same to you. In the next moment, Yushu's eyes were suddenly tainted by a thick black color, leaving only a hellish darkness in his eyes. He held the spirit saber in his hand, and the spirit light of the saber suddenly shrank. Even the aura of Yushu's entire body became still. Yushu stared straight at the dark-skinned man. He actually felt as if he was being solidified by death. For some reason, a great sense of despair suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He clearly had the upper hand in terms of numbers and strength. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for him to kill these two blood-clothing pavilion assassins and avenge his master. But it was so inexplicable that his situation seemed to have been reversed. He was always on the edge of the cliff, and if he wasn't careful, he would fall into the abyss and die without a burial place. In the face of death, despair instantly spread throughout his entire body. The black skinny man's body instantly stiffened. Yushu coldly smiled. Even though he was wearing a mask, one could still see the cold smile on his face. Immediately, a saber light flashed and the black skinny man was directly cut into two halves. Strangely, those who were fighting stopped at the same time. The four gang spirit realm experts were all shocked. Especially the remaining two Xianxia sect disciples, their faces were full of astonishment. They were fighting well just now. How could they be killed in the blink of an eye? How could the blood-clothing pavilion disciples be so strong? Junior brother Shui. Go to hell. The two flew into a rage and hit out their palms at the same time. Instantly, gang spirits swept over like huge waves as if to tear Yushu into pieces. At this time, Xiongming moved his body, and the black air around him soared into the sky. Several huge ghost shadows walked out of the black air, each of which had the strength of spiritual aperture realm. As soon as the ghost shadows appeared, they fearlessly entangled the four people. Four gang spirit realm experts. It was a piece of cake to break the ghost shadows. The ghost shadows that rushed to the Xianxia sect disciples were swallowed by the wave palm force before they even got close to them. However, they didn't notice that Xiongming's figure had disappeared. At the same time, Yushu also turned around and ran away. His breath was rapidly weakening as if he had lost a lot of his spiritual power. Seeing this, the Xianxia sect disciples hurried to catch up with him, but they didn't know that Xiongming had appeared behind them like a ghost. A pair of ferocious fist blades appeared on his arms, and the fist blades were like two evil ghosts opening their mouths and rushing forward. The two Xianxia sect disciples also noticed the abnormality behind them. They waved their arms and huge waves rolled back, destroying Xiongming's figure in an instant. The blood-clothing pavilion is just SOSO. Seeing that Xiongming was killed so easily, the two people who were shocked by Yushu also felt relieved. After all, they were all disciples of top sects, and one of them was killed when they were outnumbered, which was a great blow to the Xianxia sect's face. Now that they had killed one of them, the other one was also struggling at death's door. As long as they killed these two blood-clothing pavilion disciples, the Xianxia sect's face would not be disgraced. Watch out. At this moment, the other two experts in luxurious robes suddenly shouted. The Xianxia sect disciples heard it, but before they could react, the two sharp blades had already pierced through one of their hearts. The person spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained the remnants of his heart. Then he slowly fell to the ground with endless unwillingness. Behind him, Xiongming, who had clearly been submerged by the huge wave, was standing there. The fist blades on his arms had all sunk into the person's back. However, Xiongming could not help but gasp for breath. Obviously, he had used up a lot of his energy. Whether it was Yushu or Xiongming, they were in a state of exhaustion. However, the remaining three people did not continue to rush forward. This was because an emotion called fear had appeared in their hearts. Especially the baleful aura and killing intent emanating from Yushu and Mengming's bodies, it was terrifying. Two people who had just entered the gang spirit realm had not only survived the siege of 5 gang spirit realm experts, but also killed 2 Xianxia sect disciples with horrible methods. Was this the strength of the blood-clothing pavilion disciples? However, the Xianxia sect was also a top sect. Why was the strength gap between its disciples so huge? The last Xianxia sect disciple was a middle-aged man with a goat horn beard. He said in a trembling voice, "Huan Marquis Seek Marquis, these two people are already at the end of their lives. Help me kill them and the Xianxia sect will definitely reward you handsomely." It turned out that the two people were both dukes and marquis of the Thunder Flame dynasty. Well? Huan Marquis and Seek Marquis both hesitated. Seeing this, the goat-horned man panicked. He hurriedly said, "As long as you kill these two people of the blood-clothing pavilion, we will give all our resources to you two dukes and marquis. And we will report to Martial Uncle that the Xianxia sect will owe you a favor." Huayan Marquis and Sikh Marquis looked at each other. They were both tempted. For them, resources were not the most important thing. As a top sect, the favor of the Yanshui sect was absolutely valuable. Especially when the imperial power was about to be handed over, if they had the support of a top sect, they could basically continue to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. The two immediately showed their evil faces and walked towards Yushu and Xiongming with murderous intent. Motherf *Ker, I didn't provoke anyone. How unlucky. But I did drag two of them down with me, so it's not a loss. Don't you think so? Yushu chuckled. Xiongming retreated to his side, crossing his arms and saying nothing. Seeing that the two people stopped running, the goat-horned man and his two companions thought that they had given up resistance. But unexpectedly, a person had quietly appeared. Chapter 661. Outside of Void Scar Sky in the Imperial Palace, hundreds of people were sitting in a circle, staring at the jade tablets. These jade tablets were connected to the life tablets of the cultivators who entered Void Scar Sky. If someone died in Void Scar Sky, then his jade tablet outside would be destroyed. In the first few hours, there was no movement from the jade tablets, which was expected by everyone. Although the cultivators who entered had some grudges and had their own standpoints, the main task this time was to find the Heavenly Thunderfire bead. Before they found the exact location of the Heavenly Thunderfire bead, they would not fight to the death. However, a soft sound suddenly slapped them hard in the face. The sound was very soft, but in everyone's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder on the ground. Everyone looked at the place where the life tablets were. One of them had broken into several pieces. A little eunuch hurriedly ran over and picked it up, then shouted, "Shui Yinping of the Evolving Water Sect, fallen." Bus. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise from the crowd. Someone from the Evolving Water Sect is dead? This is a top sect. Any disciple in the sect is extremely strong. How could they die like this? Could it be that the Evolving Water Sect has sided with some prince? No, as far as I know, the Evolving Water Sect has not been roped in by any prince. They do not want to get involved in the fight for the throne. That's strange. There was also someone who had a good relationship with the Evolving Water Sect who said, "Let's contact the leader of the Evolving Water Sect, and let him be mentally prepared." However, as soon as this person finished speaking, another jade tablet on the other side actually shattered. And the location was right next to the one just now. The little eunuch had not gone far, his footsteps paused and he turned back with a look of astonishment. He said, "Zhang Zhong of the Evolving Water Sect, fallen." The originally noisy voices quieted down instantly, many people were surprised and even more were frowning. The Evolving Water Sect was a top sect, but two of their disciples had died in succession. What kind of danger did they encounter in Void Scar Sky? There were also some people who didn't get along with Yanshui sect who snickered secretly. There were many disciples in Gang Spirit Realm and Yanshui sect, but those who were sent to attend the birthday banquet were definitely the ones with the greatest potential. Two of them died at once, which was a great loss for Yanshui sect. The crowd continued to discuss and speculate about what had happened to the people of the Evolving Water sect. However, they were interrupted by three crisp sounds at the same time. Another person died. This time, the little eunuch simply did not leave, because one of the three broken jade tablets was still with him. Du Bang, Huayan Marquis and Sikh Marquis from the Yanshui sect are dead. As soon as he said that, the crowd finally couldn't care less about the rules and exploded. The three disciples of the Evolving Water sect had been completely annihilated, and even the two dukes of the Thunderflame dynasty had perished. The key point was that the three of them had died at the same time. Things couldn't be so coincidental, unless someone had killed them at the same time. However, the people who entered Void Scar Sky were all in Gang Spirit Realm, who had the strength to kill three people. Some people also thought that many people had joined hands to kill them, and that Marquis Huayan and Marquis Sikh had secretly taken refuge with some prince. Maybe they had encountered a deadly enemy. The strange thing was that the Evolving Water sect didn't take refuge with any prince, so why were they killed? Wasn't the one who killed them not afraid of the revenge of the Evolving Water sect? Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a top sect. Just when the crowd was thinking nonsense in Void Scar Sky, Lung Shichi skillfully picked up the mustard seed bracelets of the 5 dead people, and said lightly, "Long time no see." Tut tut tut. Yushu walked back and forth around Lung Shichi, and his eyes were full of surprise. Brother Lung is indeed Brother Lung. His strength is still so abnormal, and he killed 3 Gang Spirit Realm cultivators without any hesitation. Only a few words popped out of his mouth, "You are getting stronger and stronger." Just now, the two of them had risked their lives to kill 2 of the 5 people. They seemed to be very strong, but they also consumed a lot of energy, so they really had the power to kill. But as soon as Leng Shiqi appeared, he waved his hand and the sword chi filled the sky, and then waved his hand to burn the world. In just a few breaths, the remaining goateed man, Marquis Huayan and Marquis Seek, were all dead. Leng Shiqi's strength was far behind Yushu and Meng Shiqi. They had also tried their best to practice, and they had just broken through the gang spirit realm after a lot of training, but they were still far behind Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi knew what they were thinking. He looked at the two of them and asked in a serious tone, "Both of you should have your own blood seed plan, right?" Yushu said bluntly, "Yes, the blood-clothed pavilion put me in the ultimate saber hall of the 8 Baron Weapons Doctrine, but I kept a low profile there, so I didn't come to the birthday party with them. I went to the Purgatory Devil sect." Meng Shiqi said briefly. This kind of thing was supposed to be strictly confidential, and even the people who were also involved in the blood seed plan could not easily say it. But the two of them said it without hesitation, which made Leng Shiqi more certain of his idea. He asked tentatively, "Then do you really want to complete the so-called blood seed plan for the blood-clothed pavilion?" Yushu and Meng Shiqi looked at each other. They were both very smart, and they immediately understood the meaning of Leng Shiqi's words. "Humph." Yushu snorted, "The blood-clothed pavilion erased our memories and threw us into the blood fog island to fend for ourselves. No matter how much compensation they give us later, I won't have any sense of belonging. In their eyes we're just tools." Meng Shiqi did not say anything but nodded in agreement. "Good." Leng Shiqi said in a deep voice, "Since we have the same idea, then I am here to invite you to join my organization. Currently, my organization only consists of Delta Origi and myself, as well as 2 masters from the 6 Western Kingdoms. This is not a sect, but an organization for everyone to take what they need." Yushu immediately laughed and said, "Ha, Brother Leng, you are finally willing to stand up. I will join without hesitation. The 4 of us fought our way out of the Bloodfog Island, so we have to make something out of it, not be a spy. By the way, have you given your organization a name? How about we call it the Blood-Clothed 4? Leng Shiqi's eyes twitched. He ignored Yushu and looked at Meng Shiqi. Meng Shiqi seemed to be hesitating. He said, "I have a condition." "Say it." "I want to be stronger." Both Leng Shiqi and Yushu could sense Meng Ming's strong thirst for power as soon as he said those words. Leng Shiqi thought that he still had a huge amount of resources, and he could use the system shop. It was not a big problem to help Meng Shiqi increase his strength, so he said, "Okay." Meng Shiqi also said, "Okay." Chapter 662. After receiving Hengming's reply, Leng Shiqi smiled knowingly. Yushu and Hengming were already on his list of Underworld members. The first condition for Underworld's next upgrade was to recruit 3 members, and he had already found 2 of them. As for the third, he planned to choose between Di Chuan and Wu Diao, but he still hadn't decided which one to choose. Following which, Leng Shiqi used the territory system to plant Underworld imprints on Yushu and Hengming. He then said, "Our organization is called Underworld. I can take you to Underworld right now to have a look." "Right now?" Yushu was confused. "But we're still in Void Scar Sky. How do we get there?" Leng Shiqi reached out with his spiritual power and enveloped the 2 of them. "Don't resist." Following which, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared from Void Scar Sky. In the next instant, the 3 of them arrived at Underworld. Upon entering Underworld, Yushu and Hengming were both stunned. Setting aside Underworld's terrain and appearance, the most prominent feeling in Underworld was the omnipresent ghostly aura and ghostly aura. The 2 of them also cultivated bloodthirsty energy and ghostly aura, so they had the most profound experience. What kind of secret realm is this? Not only is it extremely strange, but it can also open Underworld's secret realm in Void Scar Sky. This is simply unheard of. Yushu said in disbelief. Even the usually taciturn Hengming said in surprise, "The aura here is even denser and purer than the ghostly aura that Master Black Frost cultivates. If I cultivate here, I'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Hearing their words, Leng Shiqi thought to himself. Only now did he realize that Underworld's environment was indeed very suitable for demonic cultivators. Moreover, if Hengming and Leng Shiqi cultivated in Underworld while he moved around outside, wouldn't that mean that he could hide people in the dark? In particular, Underworld's uniqueness allowed it to open other secret realms at will. For example, for this trip to Void Scar Sky, if there were more members of Underworld, he could completely ignore the rules of the Thunderflame dynasty and bring in even more experts. Of course, this matter had to be kept a secret and could not be discovered by others. Another example was that in the future he could go into battle alone and release a large group of experts at the crucial moment to catch them off guard. While Leng Shiqi was deep in thought, two huge clouds of black gas suddenly erupted from Fengdu City at the peak of the underworld. Even the entire underworld trembled slightly. Two streams of energy flowed like black rivers, flowing toward Yushu and Hengming. At the same time, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Conferred the title of King Qingguangyu. Conferred the title of King of Equality Ming. Leng Shiqi's expression stiffened. He had seen such things before, and that was when Tu Deng was conferred the title of Xidigarba after entering the underworld. This time, Yushu and Hengming were also conferred the titles of King Qingguang and King Pingdeng of the 10 Kings of Hell. This was definitely a great benefit for them. Unfortunately, Leng Shiqi did not know what the benefits were. It must be something like an inheritance. What made Leng Shiqi even more speechless was that why did he not receive any inheritance? He was clearly the emperor of Fengdu, the master of the underworld. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi really wanted to cry. He could only console himself with the excuse that his status was too high, and the underworld's level was too low. At this time, he also realized that there were some differences between their inheritance and Tu Deng's. Tu Deng did not last long at that time and he quickly regained consciousness. However, Yushu and Hengming both subconsciously sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. It seemed that they still needed some time. Leng Shiqi pondered for a moment. In any case, they already went through a fierce battle and did not have much spiritual power left. They can slowly accept the inheritance here. Then he called Li Gui and Sound Gui to watch over them and report to him as soon as they woke up. He was really curious about what they would receive. After leaving the underworld, Leng Shiqi appeared in Air Scar Sky again, still at the place where he entered the underworld. As soon as he appeared, he opened his supercilious eyes. There was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles, so he was relieved. Then he walked to the side of the divine tree that was emitting blue spiritual light. This was also the reason why the few of them met and fought. This is the water-drenched flower tree. Leng Shiqi barely recognized this item and was slightly shocked. This water-drenched flower tree was a rare treasure. Its trunk, branches, and leaves were all excellent materials for refining 7th-level water attribute spiritual weapons. Moreover, this tree would bear a water-drenched flower fruit every 100 years. Even if it was directly swallowed, it could greatly increase the cultivation of a spirit astral realm cultivator. If it was refined into a pill, the effect would be even better. However, Leng Shiqi only found a blue fruit the size of a fingernail on the tree. It was obviously not ripe yet. If he dug up this tree and did not cultivate it in time, it would not live for long. It would be a pity to just use it as a material for refining weapons. After all, Leng Shiqi was also very interested in the water-drenched flower fruit. No one could resist the increase in cultivation. Thus, he moved the water-drenched flower tree into the system space. Everything here was in a state of static time. He would think of a way to cultivate it after he got out. If he could really produce a water-drenched flower fruit in a short period of time, then his cultivation would improve greatly. In the end, he wiped away all traces of the battle and continued to search for treasures with the 4-legged metal-swallowing beast. One after another, rare materials and treasures fell into his pocket. He was very satisfied, but the others were not like that. Void Scar Sky was so big and there were so few people. It was too difficult to find a single bead. Thus, when the princes entered Air Scar Sky, they all used secret techniques to gather together as quickly as possible and then searched through every nook and cranny. When they started searching, they also came across many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, none of them fought for these treasures because these treasures couldn't even be compared to the throne of the emperor. Although these people did not care much about the heavenly treasures, it did not mean that they would get along peacefully. The conflicts and hatred between the princes and the sects were very deep. They also knew that before they found the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl, there was no need to fight to the death. However, they could not avoid a certain amount of conflict. In the outside world, the jade tablets began to shatter. Including the 5 that had died at the beginning, more than 20 people had died. These people were all the top disciples of the various sects, or the geniuses that had been nurtured by the Thunderfire dynasty. Every time one of them died, it would cause some people to feel heartache. 20 hours had passed since Space Scar Sky had opened, and Leng Shiqi's search for treasures was unexpectedly interrupted. This was because he had discovered a very strange place within Space Scar Sky. At this moment he was standing under a black cloud. And within the black cloud, there was a ghost castle that was faintly discernible. Chapter 663. Leng Shiqi was not the only one who came here. Before him there were already 3 groups of people here. Leng Shiqi looked over. One side was led by the fourth prince, Lei Haoran, and had a total of more than 20 people. The other side was led by the ninth prince, Lei Haoqing, and there were only a dozen people behind him. As for the third side, rather than calling it a group of people, it was better to call it a group of people. There were spirit cultivators from all sides in this group. The discipline division, the Dark Thunder Guards, the military, the marquis and individual spirit cultivator sects were all present. They had the largest number of people, about 40 of them. However, these people did not gather together. Instead, they were scattered in twos and threes. Among this group of people, Leng Shiqi only recognized 2 or 3 people, and one of them was Delta Origi. Delta Origi was dressed in a red dress and stood proudly, like an incomparably gorgeous blood-colored rose with sharp thorns. From time to time, some gazes would fall on her, especially the white-faced scholar standing beside her, who was saying something with a face full of eagerness. Other than Delta Origi, there were also 2 spirit cultivators dressed in the Dark Thunder Guard's uniform. Leng Shiqi could only say that he had some impression of them. He had seen them a few times, but he could not remember their names. He could only vaguely remember that they seemed to be Manager Hai's subordinates. However, the 2 of them recognized Leng Shiqi. The older middle-aged man shouted, "Lord Lu, I am the eunuch Li Gang. This is Gong Lianghui. Greetings, Lord." Leng Shiqi had already become the deputy director. Although Eunuch Gao did not announce this matter in public, the appointment of the deputy director of the Dark Thunder Guard's headquarters could not be hidden. Basically, all the Dark Thunder Guards already knew about it. Not to mention whether or not others were dissatisfied or had some criticism in their hearts, in front of outsiders, they still had to give face. Leng Shiqi walked towards Li Gang and Gong Lianghui. Most of the others also looked at Leng Shiqi. Not many of them knew the Leng Shiqi, but Li Gang and Gong Lianghui were both supervisors. The only person who could be addressed as Lord by the supervisors was the deputy chief. Everyone felt it a little incredible that this unknown guy in the middle stage of Gang Spirit Realm should be one of the 36 deputy directors of the Dark Thunder Guard. In other people's impression, not to mention the deputy supervisor, even most of the inner supervisor's cultivation base was at the unity of heaven and man realm. Only those with great potential and background could become the inner supervisor in Gang Spirit Realm. But they had never heard of a deputy director in Gang Spirit Realm. The fourth prince, Lei Haoran, turned and asked, "Who is this Lu Xingji?" The man in a long gown behind him replied, "Your Highness, this man is Manager Gao's disciple. He has great potential and strength. A year ago, he was the one who attacked the Thunder Destruction Alliance and the Sky Crane Gang in Shantai County. Some time ago, he also escorted the envoys of the Starfall Dynasty and the 6 countries of the Western region to the imperial capital. During the period, there were no accidents, so he won the trust of Manager Gao. I just got the news that he has been promoted to the deputy chief. But he only has the title of deputy chief, and has no relative rights. Presumably, Manager Gao doesn't want him to be too conspicuous." Lei Haoran's eyes showed that he was thinking. He sneered softly and said, "So it was him. He helped Lei Haoga, that good-for-nothing, so that he could make a name for himself in Shantai County. Speaking of which, Lei Haoga was self-aware and didn't come to father's birthday banquet this time. Otherwise, with his little power, he would have been eliminated long ago. But since Lu Xingji can be the deputy chief, it means that he has some real skills. We can try to win him over. If he doesn't know how to appreciate our kindness, humph." Before Lei Haoga was driven out of the imperial capital, the 2 of them were not on good terms. Later on, Lei Haoga hid in Shantai County and had a hard time, which made Lei Haoran very happy. But Leng Shiqi's trip to Shantai County had made Lei Haoga's reputation soar. He had also made a good show in front of Lei Qingjun, and his power grew stronger and stronger. Therefore, Lei Haoran and Leng Shiqi were not happy with each other. As for Lei Haoqing, he would never have thought that the assassin who tried to assassinate him would walk past him right in front of his eyes. When Leng Shiqi passed by Delta Origi, he glanced at the pale-faced scholar and quietly transmitted his voice to Delta Origi, "Pursuer." Yes. Delta Origi's proud voice also transmitted its voice. He is the disciple of the Discipline Commission's Grand Commander Yun Xingxing. He is already half a step into the realm of oneness of heaven and man. His future is limitless. There's nothing good about a pretty boy. But he's still better than some people with special hobbies. Leng Shiqi. Fine, he couldn't explain what happened between him and Hua Luyue. He walked over to Li Gang and Gong Lianghui. The 3 of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. Leng Shiqi then asked, "You two, do you know what is in the sky?" The 2 princes are not looking for the heavenly thunderfire pearl but are staying here. Could it be that the heavenly thunderfire pearl is here? Li Gang said flatteringly, Lord Lu, you may not know, but the castle in the clouds here is the ruins of the Cloud House Demon Palace, one of the 6 demonic realms from 1,000 years ago. When the Thunderfire dynasty was first established, the Cloud House Demon Palace did not know what was good for them and stood against the dynasty. In the end, it was destroyed. The ruins of the Cloud House Demon Palace were placed in Void Scar Sky for future generations to slowly explore. Now, no one knows where the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl is. The Cloud House Demon Palace could be said to be one of the most precious places in Void Scar Sky. The heavenly Thunderfire Pearl might be placed here. Unfortunately, the Cloud House Demon Palace is not a place that anyone can easily enter. Lord Lu, you can see that the black fog around the castle is irregular. Only when the black fog is at its weakest can you force your way in. Of course, if you have the key, you can enter at any time. Key? Lung Shiqi asked in confusion. That's right. Although it's called a key, it's actually the token of a high-grade disciple of the Cloud House Demon Palace. More accurately, it's a key as long as it's made of the same material. After all, the Cloud House Demon Palace has been destroyed for more than 1,000 years. Those tokens have long been lost. Some of them have been taken away and refined into other things. I heard that the 13th prince obtained a key not long ago. Lung Shiqi nodded. No wonder Lei Haoran and Lei Haoqing were here. It was possible that the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl was in the Cloud House Demon Palace. However, the latter half of Li Gang's words reminded him of something. Not long after he arrived in the imperial capital, he had participated in an auction held by the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion. It was at that auction that he obtained the wondrous fish and water pleasure technique and met his senior sister Xuanhuan. He remembered that the last item of that auction was a 6th-level spiritual weapon, the life-reaping demon spear. At that time, everyone was puzzled as to why the 13th prince, Lei Haoyun, would spend so many spiritual stones to buy a 6th-level spiritual weapon. It turned out that the life-reaping demon spear was the key to entering the Cloud House Demon Palace. It seemed that Lei Haoyun had been prepared since then. As the saying goes, people can't be nagged. At this moment, Lei Haoyun walked over with more than 20 Gang Spirit Realm experts. 4th brother, 9th brother, what a coincidence. Chapter 664. Lei Haoyun's arrival made the situation even more tense. Originally, there were only 2 competitors and Lei Haoqing was weaker than Lei Haoran, so he wasn't too worried. However, Lei Haoyun was also here, and his numbers were only slightly less than Lei Haoran's. He was already a great threat to Lei Haoran. Also, just as Li Gang had said, Lei Haoyun had the key to enter the demonic Cloud Palace. He didn't need to wait at all and could directly open the entrance and bring people in. In this way, Lei Haoyun had a huge advantage. If the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl was really inside, then it would be very bad. I have to stop Lei Haoyun, Lei Haoran said resolutely. Lei Haoqing had the same idea. The reason why he had been so calm was because he knew that his power couldn't compare to Lei Haoran's, but it didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to fight. There was a prerequisite, and that was that everyone had to enter the demonic Cloud Palace together. Lei Haoyun's appearance was equivalent to breaking this balance. Who asked him to have the key? Lei Haoqing immediately looked at Lei Haoran, and they quickly made a decision through their eyes. The 2 of them took a step forward at the same time, faintly blocking Lei Haoyun's path. Royal brothers, what is the meaning of this? Lei Haoyun said with a smile. Cut the crap. Lei Haoqing didn't give him any face. You are indeed powerful, to secretly find out that the life-stealing demon spear is the key to enter the demonic Cloud Palace. Presumably, you already knew that Royal Father would open the Void Scar Sky. Royal Father is indeed too biased towards you. However, don't think that you can easily enter the demonic Cloud Palace today. Lei Haoran said leisurely, 13th brother, you have always been concealing your strength, and you should know best that we still haven't found the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl, so there is no need for us to die. 9th brother and I together have twice as many people as you. Listen to 4th brother's advice and retreat. Lei Haoyun shook his head as if he didn't care about the threat in Lei Haoran's words. The possibility that the heavenly Thunderfire Pearl is in the demonic Cloud Palace is not low. I cannot give up. Even if you 2 royal brothers are here, you can't change my decision. Then you want to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Lei Haoqing snorted coldly. Lei Haoyun clasped his hands behind his back. He did not put Lei Haoqing in his eyes at all. Then let's try. You. Lei Haoqing was instantly enraged, but he didn't act rashly. He always felt that Lei Haoyun was so arrogant because he was prepared. Lei Haoyun clearly knew that his strength was no match for the combined strength of the 2 of them, yet he was still so domineering. Could it be that he really had some sort of trump card? As a result, the scene was in a stalemate. The spirit cultivators of the three sides slowly stepped forward, and the battle of only 100 gang spirit realm masters could break out at any time. However, no one made the first move. They were all unusually cautious. Meanwhile, Leng Shiqi was secretly laughing. He transmitted his voice to the Delta Origi. "Why don't you guess why Lei Haoyun is so confident?" Delta Origi pondered. "Could it be that one of us is one of his men?" No. Leng Shiqi shook his head. "Actually, Lei Haoyun isn't even here." "What did you say?" Delta Origi did not seem to believe Leng Shiqi. Lei Haoyun was clearly standing in front of everyone. His aura, voice, and appearance were all undoubtedly Lei Haoyun. How could he not be here? Leng Shiqi said, "There will be a good show later. Let's wait and see." Time passed little by little. Just as everyone was confronting each other, on the other side, a man secretly ran to the bottom of the Cloud Tower Demon Palace. He held a dark magic spear in his hand. As the tip of the spear was raised, a strange rhythm spread out and connected with the black fog around the Cloud Tower Demon Palace. In a few breaths, the man manipulated the black fog to form a small entrance. The black fog stirred and attracted everyone's attention at once. When Lei Haoran and Lei Haoqing saw the man holding the magic spear, they were extremely surprised. Because that man was the 13th prince, Lei Haoyun. How could it be? Then who is this man? The two turned their heads and saw that Lei Haoyun and more than 20 gang spirit realm cultivators, who had just been arguing with them, had disappeared like bubbles in the water. It turned out that these figures were all fake. They were all fooled. Even though they didn't know what secret treasure or secret method Lei Haoyun used, this trick was really clever. The Cloud Tower Demon Palace was not big or small, and it was more than 10 miles in radius. It was impossible for them to stop Lei Haoyun from their current position. But it was hard for them to accept that Lei Haoyun led people into the Cloud Tower Demon Palace first. "Your Highness, look, the black fog has become much thinner." The man next to Lei Haoran suddenly shouted. Lei Haoran quickly looked up and found that because Lei Haoyun had condensed a portal, the black fog in other places had become thinner, which meant that they could forcibly break through the black fog and enter the Cloud Tower Demon Palace. "Aha, Lei Haoyun, you didn't expect that. In the end it was all for us." Lei Haoran changed his usual feminine image and laughed wildly. "Lei Haoqing, let's work together to break through the black fog and enter the Cloud Tower Demon Palace together. No matter whether the Heavenly Thunderfire Pearl is inside or not, who will get it, it will depend on our own ability." Lei Haoqing did not hesitate. He knew very well that even if the black fog was thinner, it was difficult for him to break through the black fog with his own strength. It was indeed a good choice to continue to work with Lei Haoran. "Well, let's go in together." Then only 50 gang spirit realm experts from both sides gathered together, ready to use their strongest strength to forcibly break through the black fog. As for the remaining scattered spirit cultivators, they had the same idea. Most of them were neutral people. After all, whether it was the Discipline Commission or the Dark Thunder Guards, they must maintain absolute neutrality, at least on the surface. Although they didn't care much about whether the Heavenly Thunderfire Pearl was here or not, the treasures in the Cloud Tower Demon Palace made them very interested and wanted to go in and explore. In fact, Leng Shiqi had quietly opened the supercilious eyes and seen through Lei Haoyun's trick, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Just when Lei Haoyun secretly stirred the black fog with the life-stealing demon refining spear to open the door, a spiritual weapon in Leng Shiqi's storage bracelet suddenly trembled a few times. Leng Shiqi took it out with some doubts. It was the inky jade sword that he hadn't used for a long time. Since he got the blood shadow sword from Di Chuan, he hadn't used the inky jade sword for some time because the blood shadow sword was more suitable for him. When the inky jade sword appeared, Leng Shiqi felt that the sword had something to do with the black fog in the sky. He held the inky jade sword and had the ability to control the black fog. He didn't show it on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. The inky jade sword is also a key.
Chapter 2576. The beginning of fame. The owner of the appraisal pavilion glanced at Yi Xian in astonishment. Although he could not appraise the effect of the restriction, he could tell that it was not simple. But now, Yi Xian actually used 100 divine origin stones as the starting bid. He couldn't see through Yi Xian. But since Yi Xian said so, then it was settled. The next day, just as Yi Xian had expected, he didn't offer a good price for his restrictions. It didn't even cause the slightest reaction. However, it was bought by someone for 101 origin divine stones. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, on the fifth day, many people came to the auction house and asked if there were any restrictions on the auction. It could be said that the person in charge of the auction house did not even understand what was going on. Because the base price of Yi Xian's restriction was very low, it did not attract the attention of the auction house. However, in just a few days, hundreds of people had inquired about it. It was hard for the auction house not to notice this. As it turned out, the person who had bought Yi Xian's restriction had originally intended for a duel to the death. It could be said that he did not have much confidence in winning. This was a battle that had already been decided. At that time, many of his friends and companions had already given up hope. However, because this duel was something that the two of them had agreed on, this duel of life and death could be said to have been decided long ago. That person had already used all his strength, but he still lost, and lost miserably. However, at the very last moment, he activated the restriction that he had obtained. The moment the restriction appeared, its might shocked everyone. The battle that followed was without suspense. This person spared his opponent's life because after all, his opponent had also been prepared to let him go. Of course, what attracted everyone's attention was not the battle itself, but the mysterious restriction that changed the outcome of the battle. Only after asking around did he learn that he had obtained the restriction from an auction. Moreover, he had only spent 101 origin divine crystals. When the news spread, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. In particular, those who had personally witnessed the battle rushed to the auction without any hesitation. However, Yi Xian's restrictions became famous because of a life-or-death duel. The auction house had never expected such a result. They were looking for Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could auction off a few more restrictions. After all, Yi Xian had said that he would be auctioning again next month. However, they couldn't find Yi Xian at all. For a month, the person in charge of the auction house was extremely anxious and worried every day. They were worried that Yi Xian would not come again. After all, the restrictions in Yi Xian's hands were clearly no less effective than those of the Azure Dragon Gang's treasure trading company. In that case, Yi Xian didn't have to auction it at their auction house. At this moment, the pavilion master of the appraisal pavilion, who was originally in charge of receiving Yi Xian, was incomparably regretful. After all, back then, it could be said that he was neither cold nor warm to Yi Xian. If he was given another chance, then he would definitely be incomparably respectful to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only wait now. Fortunately, Yi Xian still came over. It was completely different from the last time. This time, as soon as Yi Xian entered the auction house, a waiter immediately came over to welcome him. He respectfully led Yi Xian towards the auction house and didn't even need to appraise him. This was due to their jealousy and trust of Yi Xian. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian was qualified for them to treat him with such respect. A restriction master wasn't determined by one's realm. A slightly stronger restriction master was something that could only be found by chance. However, Yi Xian didn't want to interact with them. He left behind the restrictions and left. In this way, 3 restrictions were auctioned off consecutively for 3 months. Yi Xian earned more than 10,000 origin divine crystals, but more importantly, it had an impact on the auction house and the treasure trading company. It could be said that the auction house's business was unprecedentedly good during this period. There were even many people. Even if they didn't buy anything, they would still stay at the auction house and wait for the restrictions to be auctioned off. On the other hand, the treasure trading company was a bit miserable. The treasure trading company's signature was the annual restriction auction. But now, the auction house would auction off a restriction every month. Moreover, its effect was no less than that of the treasure trading company. Therefore, in a short period of time, many of the original customers of the treasure trading company had rushed to the auction house. The Azure Dragon Gang's leader was furious. He knew very well who had done all this. Not to mention that Elder Jean had been kidnapped by Yi Xian. Every time Yi Xian went to the auction house, he didn't hide his appearance at all. Therefore, it was difficult for the Azure Dragon Gang's leader to not know. However, even if he knew, what could he do? If he knew, the city lord would know as well. The city lord was very happy at this moment. His auction house had been suppressed by the treasure trading company, which made him very unhappy. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would come up with a new trick today and directly suppress the treasure trading company. The city lord didn't care where Yi Xian got these restrictions, because in the city lord's heart, Yi Xian would be subdued by him sooner or later. However, could the Azure Dragon Gang's leader really hold back? Although it seemed like he hadn't done anything, in fact, he was ready to do it himself. For 3 consecutive months, Yi Xian had accumulated tens of thousands of origin divine crystals. It was time for him to increase his cultivation level. On this day, Yi Xian took out all the resources and origin divine crystals he had accumulated and directly started devouring. In an instant, countless resources turned into experience points and flowed into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the long-awaited system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification, host has broken through. Current level is 3rd Great Superior Divine Emperor. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The speed of increasing his cultivation level seemed to be getting more and more difficult. That was more than 10,000 origin divine crystals. Even if the quality of these origin divine crystals was slightly lower, they were still origin divine crystals. He didn't expect that he would only break through 2 levels. However, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed at all. Yi Xian clearly knew that this was only the accumulation of 3 months. Increasing his cultivation level by 2 levels in 3 months was already considered an extremely terrifying speed. In that case, what was there for Yi Xian to be dissatisfied with? Just as Yi Xian was thinking, the old housekeeper's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Master, there is a guest outside the door. How should we deal with him? Yi Xian didn't think too much about this old housekeeper. After all, the old housekeeper had the strength and status. He couldn't go against the city lord's orders at all. Therefore, Yi Xian often turned a blind eye and let the old housekeeper report his matters to the city lord. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little confused when he heard that someone was requesting to see him. Yi Xian didn't seem to have many friends on the 1st level. The people he knew were also very limited. Then, who was it that wanted to see him? Chapter 2577. Butterfly Love Pavilion, you are. Yi Xian looked at the person outside the door and asked curiously. Are you young Master Yi Xian? Yes, I am. Young Master Yi Xian, my master invites you to the Butterfly Love Pavilion for a gathering. This is a letter from my master. My master said that it is up to you whether you want to go or not. However, my master will be waiting for you at the Butterfly Love Pavilion tomorrow. After saying that, the person walked out without hesitation. Butterfly Love Pavilion. What is this place? And who is this person who sent me a letter? Yi Xian was puzzled in his heart. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on with this sudden post. Yi Xian turned around and saw the old steward looking at the letter in his hand in shock. Does he know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Yi Xian asked the old steward. Thawed. Yi Xian did not expect the old steward to kneel on the ground and not dare to say a word. Yi Xian was very surprised. However, since the old steward did not want to say anything, he could not be bothered to ask further. As long as there was such a place, Yi Xian did not believe that he would not be able to find out. Yi Xian walked out of the door and prepared to deliver the restriction that was going to be auctioned this month to the auction house. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. As he took out the restriction, Yi Xian asked casually, "Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion, Pavilion Master?" Thawed. The same reaction. The Pavilion Master of the appraisal pavilion at the auction house immediately knelt on the ground. He was so frightened that he did not dare to say a word. This time, Yi Xian was shocked. What was so special about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why did these people have such a reaction? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, but his heart was filled with anger. He refused to believe that no one could tell him where the Butterfly Love Pavilion was. Yi Xian walked to the auction house's appraisal hall and took out a seal. He then asked, "This seal will belong to whoever can answer one of my questions." As soon as he said this, not only were the people who were also preparing to auction their items, but even the appraisers were extremely tempted. What does young master want to ask? As long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything. Because Yi Xian had never concealed his identity, many people knew that he was the one who had auctioned off these restrictions. Therefore, he would not have the slightest doubt about the things he took out. Alright, my question is very simple. It's just a place name. If anyone can tell me where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is, then this restriction will belong to them. Thump, thump, with the exception of Yi Xian, everyone fell to their knees in an instant. Furthermore, no one dared to make a single sound. What was going on? This time, Yi Xian's heart could not calm down. What was going on? Why were these people reacting so strongly? What kind of place was the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why were these people so shocked just by hearing the name? However, just as Yi Xian was about to speak again, a figure appeared in the auction house. He had appeared without a sound. Yi Xian looked over and saw that it was the kid who had delivered the invitation. "I'm very sorry, young Master Yi Xian. It's my dereliction of duty. I forgot to tell you where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is. Why don't I take you there?" That person's tone was still indifferent, but Yi Xian could clearly see his fear. Clearly, his dereliction of duty was enough to cost him his life. Even if it was only because he had not told Yi Xian how to get to the Butterfly Love Pavilion immediately. Yi Xian was already very curious about the Butterfly Love Pavilion. After all, if a mere name could frighten these people to such an extent, one could only imagine that the Butterfly Love Pavilion was not a simple place. One had to know that these people did not have much of a reaction when they heard the name of the city lord. This meant that the person who lived in the Butterfly Love Pavilion was even more frightening than the city lord. "Alright, you lead the way." Yi Xian nodded and followed behind that person as they walked forward. Not too long later, Yi Xian walked into a chain of teleportation portals. Yi Xian could feel that he had been teleported several times. A chain of teleportation portals was a special kind of teleportation portals. These portals followed a certain pattern and were made up of dozens of portals. If any of the portals made a mistake, they would not be able to reach their final destination. This Butterfly Love Pavilion was really well hidden. However, when Yi Xian really arrived at the destination, he was very surprised. This was because this so-called Butterfly Love Pavilion did not look special at all. There was a pavilion built in the middle of a lake. There was nothing special about this pavilion except for the colorful butterflies fluttering around it. This was the Butterfly Love Pavilion. The Butterfly Love Pavilion that was feared by countless people. Yi Xian wanted to see what was so special about this Butterfly Love Pavilion. A small boat rowed over. The young girl on the boat respectfully waited for Yi Xian to get on the boat before continuing to row forward. It could be said that Yi Xian would be able to cross such a small distance in one step. However, since the owner of this place had made such arrangements, Yi Xian could not refuse. Soon, the small boat arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. From the outside, this island did not look big, and neither did the pavilion. However, when Yi Xian stepped on it, he realized that this was actually an overlapping space. The interior was actually quite large. Pairs of young girls in white robes were walking around, taking care of the flowers and colorful butterflies. This made this place seem very peaceful and easygoing. No one came to guide Yi Xian. It was as if no one would care about Yi Xian once he arrived here. However, Yi Xian still quickly walked forward. A long flight of stairs made entirely of a rare type of jade and a large hall made of countless special resources. This was the main hall of the Butterfly Love Pavilion. A faint floral fragrance filled this place. It was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. When Yi Xian walked into the hall, he discovered that there was a woman sitting in the middle of the hall. An extremely beautiful woman. "Senior brother, you are here." "Senior brother." Yi Xian was very surprised. He did not seem to have a junior sister. Why did the owner of the Butterfly Love Pavilion call him senior brother? "Who are you?" Yi Xian looked up and asked the girl directly. "I am called Dai Lian." "Senior brother, please take a seat. May I ask which sovereign's disciple you are?" Dai Lian had a faint smile on her face. However, the aura she unconsciously exuded was enough to shock Yi Xian. This guy's strength was absolutely incomparably daunting. However, Yi Xian did not understand the meaning behind this title of senior brother, so he did not answer. Unexpectedly, when Dai Lian saw that Yi Xian didn't reply, she wasn't the slightest bit angry. Instead, she nonchalantly said, "Since senior brother isn't willing to say, then junior sister won't ask too much. However, I wonder why senior brother came to participate in the trial and went to this world. Secondary realm. What's that?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. Dai Lian paused, then said, "When senior brother came to participate in the trial, did your master not tell you that the origin secret realm is divided into a primary realm and a secondary realm? Our trial is naturally a primary realm. Senior brother, you are in a secondary realm." Primary realm. Secondary realm. In an instant, Yi Xian understood Dai Lian's identity. This woman was actually also a disciple of the Guardian Trials. However, she was a true trial disciple, unlike Yi Xian, who was only half a trial disciple. No wonder people were so afraid when they heard Dai Lian Xian's name. This girl was the true master of the origin secret realm. Chapter 2578. First encounter with the Guardians. Because Yi Xian had stayed in the secondary realm before, he knew better than anyone how powerful the Guardians were. There were only 12 of them, but the entire origin secret realm was a training ground for them to train their disciples. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful they were. Of course, this also showed how powerful the Guardians' enemies, the Keepers of Order, and the mysterious ruler of chaos, were. Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't speaking, Dai Lian thought that Yi Xian was thinking about something else, so she continued, "Since senior brother is also a participant, then there's no need for you to stay in the secondary realm. It's fine to go for a walk in the secondary realm once in a while, but staying there for too long is a waste of time. After all, our training time is limited. If we don't complete the training within the time limit, then we can only be eliminated." After hearing Dai Lian's words, Yi Xian finally reacted. He nodded slightly, but didn't know what to say. However, at this time, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification: Host has discovered the ultimate mission of the celestial realm, seal the ruler. Mission requirements: Host must become a true guardian within 1,000 years, then seal the divine ruler. If the mission fails, Host will be obliterated. The sudden notification caused Yi Xian to be shocked once again. An obliteration level mission. This was an obliterated mission. Obliterating people was a mission that Yi Xian had to do his best to complete. Because a mission of this level wouldn't give Yi Xian any choice. If he failed, there was only one path, and that was death. Indifferent. What shocked Yi Xian the most wasn't the obliterated mission. It was the ultimate mission. Why was this mission called the ultimate mission of the celestial realm? Could it be that the divine ruler was the strongest person in the entire celestial realm? All of this had happened too suddenly. It was so sudden that Yi Xian couldn't react. In the past, no matter what kind of mission it was, Yi Xian would at least be prepared. But this time, Yi Xian wasn't prepared at all. The mission this time had come too suddenly and was too shocking. Yi Xian frowned, but he was already in a daze. Was it because Yi Xian's strength had increased too quickly that he had triggered this ultimate mission? Or was it because Yi Xian accidentally entered the origin mystic realm that triggered this ultimate mission? Yi Xian had no choice but to think. This was because Yi Xian had two identities when he entered the origin mystic realm. The first was the half-baked Guardian Trial Challenger title obtained from the God Emperor's inheritance. The other was the 10,000-year trial qualification that he had obtained from the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine. It was obvious that although these were two trials, the difference in level was like heaven and earth turning on its head. If Yi Xian hadn't triggered the Guardian Trial Challenger title and hadn't initiated the Origin Mystic Realm trial, perhaps Yi Xian could have gone through thousands of years of trial in that subrealm and broken through the 999 levels of the Origin Mystic Realm, thus triggering this ultimate mission. However, perhaps because Yi Xian had contacted the Guardians in advance, or because Dai Lian had found Yi Xian. Therefore, she had skipped the subrealm trial that the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine had given to Yi Xian and entered the terrifying Origin Mystic Realm trial. Given Yi Xian's current strength, entering the Origin Mystic Realm trial and entering the Guardian Trial Challenger was a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian. Not to mention anything else, just this Dai Lian in front of Yi Xian was unimaginably strong. Yi Xian couldn't see clearly what kind of strength this Dai Lian possessed, so he couldn't tell. Because even if Yi Xian used the system to detect it, it would only get a result. The target's realm was too high to detect. The meaning was obvious. Dai Lian's realm far surpassed Yi Xian's, so much so that Yi Xian couldn't detect it. Although Yi Xian didn't know why Dai Lian called him senior brother, there were too many things that he couldn't explain, so this one didn't make much of a difference. Yi Xian plopped down on the stone bench, but his mind was constantly thinking. There were too many unknowns that Yi Xian had to find the answers to. Dai Lian didn't seem to see Yi Xian's confusion at all. It turned out that Dai Lian was indeed a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he hadn't been a Guardian Trial Challenger for long, so he hadn't been in the Origin Mystic Realm for long. And when Yi Xian saw the Guardian, he was confused. The Guardian was also confused about Yi Xian's identity. From Yi Xian's body, the Guardian could feel the aura of a challenger from a long time ago. That aura allowed the Guardian to confirm that Yi Xian was a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he was a lost disciple. Due to the uniqueness of the Guardians, they didn't have many disciples, and every one of them was a precious talent. Therefore, the Guardians would always take care of their disciples. But even so, lost disciples would occasionally appear. The so-called lost disciples didn't know what their mission was, and didn't know how noble their identity was. The Guardians faced the Sovereign of Consciousness, that terrifying and powerful existence, the highest existence in the entire God realm. At the same time, the Guardians had to face the Guardians of Order, as well as others like the Alliance. Especially the Guardians of Order. It could be said that the Guardians of Order were constantly searching for the Guardians' disciples. The Guardians of Order weren't as strong as the Guardians, so they would do everything in their power to kill every Guardian Trial Challenger. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would cause them to deviate from their original path. Add to that the Sovereign of God's secret manipulations, and every now and then, a Guardian Trial Challenger would fall midway, or lose their way. Yi Xian's situation just so happened to fit the criteria for a lost disciple. Yi Xian had the ancient aura of a trial challenger, but the aura of a Guardian Trial Challenger wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. No matter how strong you were, even if you were the Sovereign of God, you might be able to kill a Guardian Trial Challenger, but you wouldn't be able to replicate this unique aura. This was a special existence created by the Guardians using a secret technique, and it wasn't something that others could imagine. After confirming Yi Xian's ancient Guardian aura, the Guardian found Dai Lian. What happened next was only natural. The root of everything was that Yi Xian had gone to meet the guardian. Or rather, the root of everything was the Azure Dragon Gang's enmity towards Yi Xian. Chapter 2579. Terrifying conjecture. Yi Xian pondered these questions in his heart, but there was only one conclusion. Since he had already triggered the ultimate mission, he could only do his best to complete it. After all, this was an obliterating mission. Junior sister, may I ask, what exactly do we have to do to pass the trial? Yi Xian lifted his head and asked Dai Lian directly. Only Dai Lian could answer his questions now. Senior brother, you don't even know this. Alright, then junior sister, please tell senior brother about our trial. Dai Lian looked at Yi Xian, smiled, and began her explanation. As Dai Lian explained, Yi Xian finally understood what the Guardian trial was all about. The Guardian trial could be said to be relatively simple, but it was by no means simple. The Guardian trial was a process of repair against time. Every 100 years, every trial taker would face a random tribulation. This tribulation was directly released by the Source Secret Realm, and could not be controlled by any power. The tribulation would naturally be adjusted according to the target's cultivation level. No one knew what the tribulation was like. Only those who experienced it would know. The Origin Source Secret Realm was originally provided for these trial takers. It could be said that this tribulation was the same. If they encountered the most direct tribulation of divine lightning and wildfire, they would be the luckiest. For the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, they only needed to use their cultivation level to withstand the baptism of the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation to succeed. But other than the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, there were other trial takers, such as exploration of unknown lands, subworld trials, border missions, and so on. These trial takers were all automatically created by the Source Secret Realm, and there was no way to control them. For example, exploration of unknown lands. The name sounded ordinary, but in reality, it was a mysterious space created by the Source Secret Realm. Everything inside was randomly generated by the Source Secret Realm. Originally, such a place was completely sealed off, and there was no way to interact with the outside world. But trial takers were different. The Source Secret Realm would send these mysterious spaces to the trial takers through a mysterious force of law. Once they entered, the trial would begin. If they couldn't fight their way out, only death awaited them. There was also the subworld experience, which could be said to be an extremely dangerous mission. The title of Guardian Trial Taker was usually high and mighty. It could be said that no one dared to provoke them. Everyone in the secondary realm could only worship them. However, if a trial taker entered the secondary world to train, they would become the target of everyone in the secondary world. The Origin Secret Realm existed for the sole purpose of training. Everyone in the subrealms was only there to serve as a foil. Thus, once a secondary realm's power was activated, not only would a portion of that disciple's cultivation be sealed, but they would also be challenged repeatedly by the Source Realm. The Origin Source Mystic Realm seemed to have its own thoughts. It was clearly a mystic realm, a huge place, but it could always derive a series of changes according to the needs. There were so many of these changes that it could be said that if a cultivator triggered one, what awaited them was a chain reaction. Yi Xian silently listened to all of this, but he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Could it be that everything he had experienced was actually a result of the Origin Source Mystic Realm? Perhaps the moment Yi Xian entered the Origin Source Mystic Realm, the faint trial taker aura on him had been captured by the Origin Source Mystic Realm. Then, according to Yi Xian's actual situation, the Origin Source Mystic Realm had evolved. Was that why Yi Xian had come to the Butterfly Love Pavilion at this moment and learned so much? Yi Xian didn't know if his guess was correct. After all, Yi Xian didn't even know what was so special about the Origin Source Mystic Realm. A mystic realm that had the ability to evolve its own test seemed so inconceivable no matter how he looked at it. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of a possibility. It was something he didn't dare to think about, but it was extremely possible. Could the origin source mystic realm be like Yi Xian's devour space? Could it be the mental space of a super powerhouse? Why was there a difference between a secondary realm and a primary realm? Didn't Yi Xian's devour space also have a distinction between an ordinary space and an ancient zither space? Why would the origin source mystic realm make changes according to the trial taker's needs? While Yi Xian was in the devouring space, he could control everything according to his will. Wouldn't it be easy for him to train a person in the devouring space? Was that really the case? Yi Xian didn't know, but he knew that this wasn't impossible. Yi Xian had the devour space, and there were countless living beings in the devour space. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that his guess wasn't completely impossible. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt his hair stand on end. If that was really the case, then how strong was that person? Furthermore, Yi Xian felt like he was constantly being watched by a pair of eyes. Everything he did, and even everything he was about to face, seemed to be a script written by the owner of those eyes. As for Yi Xian, regardless of whether he was willing or not, he could only follow this script. Perhaps the only thing he could do was win against this script. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's own guess. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. Even though Yi Xian knew his identity, he still refused Dai Lian's invitation and didn't stay in Dai Lian's pavilion. Instead, he returned to the secondary realm. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he hoped that everything would have a beginning and an end. In the secondary realm, Yi Xian still had some matters to settle, so he had to return. No matter if it was the people who tried to assassinate him or the city lord, Yi Xian still needed to deal with them. Of course, the most important thing was that Luo and the other two girls were in the secondary realm. Even if Yi Xian wanted to go to the primary realm, he would at least bring the three girls along. However, Yi Xian's greatest gain from this meeting with Dai Lian was that he didn't know the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm. He also didn't know that he was a trial taker. Most importantly, Yi Xian knew the difference in strength between the primary realm and the secondary realm. In the primary realm, there were also the Supreme Celestial Lord, Supreme Celestial King, Supreme Celestial Emperor, and Supreme Celestial Emperor. However, the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm was that the primary realm didn't have grades. In other words, for example, the Supreme Celestial Lord was only divided into 3 grades. In other words, the power of the primary realm was absolute suppression. Even a difference of 1 grade was an insurmountable gap. The primary realm suppression was much more direct than the secondary realms. Chapter 2580. An unimaginable opportunity. The first test of a trial challenger was about mastering source strength. Only by successfully mastering at least one source strength of law could one be called a true trial challenger. From then on, the journey of the trial could be considered to have begun. Yi Xian had the status of a trial taker, but he didn't have the strength to back it up. There was only one realm above the paramount divine emperor, and it was also the only one that existed. That was the God Ruler. The God Ruler should have been a realm, but it had long since become synonymous with a person. When the God Ruler was mentioned, people only thought of the God Ruler himself, not the other realms. Among the inexplicable laws, there was a rule that stated that there could only ever be one God Ruler in each realm. The God Ruler controlled everything in his realm. If he wanted to, he could destroy the realm at any time. No one knew just how powerful the ruler was. Were there really only 12 protectors? Why were there so many keepers of order, but only 12 guardians? The fundamental reason was because of their battles with the God Ruler. Yi Xian had heard many rumors about the God Ruler from Dai Lian. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure, but Yi Xian felt that it was very likely. It was said that the Guardians had been an incomparably powerful force, but because they'd fought the God Ruler time and time again, they'd fallen to their current state. The core of the Guardians' philosophy was to protect the God realm. they couldn't allow the god ruler to succeed in his plan to destroy the god realm. After returning from Dai Lian Xian, Yi Xian looked at the 999 levels of the Origin secret realm. He didn't seem to feel the slightest fear no matter how he looked at it. This was just a trial ground for the Guardians, a place for trial takers like him to train. Who cared if he was the city lord? He was nothing more than a foil. In that case, why should he be so restrained? Why should he think twice before doing anything? Staying in the Yi Manor was also to prove his talent and gain the city lord's approval. Yi Xian was Yi Xian. What did he need to prove to anyone? This time, Yi Xian did not return to the Yi residence. Instead, he walked out. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian walked out of the city, he immediately felt a few gazes on him. It seemed that these people who were monitoring Yi Xian were becoming bolder and bolder. They actually dared to monitor him at such a close distance? Was it really impossible for him to find out? Or did he really think that he was that easy to bully? Yi Xian smirked. Didn't you want to spy on me? Then, I'll let you have a taste of my power. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light entered the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet. In an instant, a strange force spread out with Yi Xian as the center. Didn't you want to spy on me? In that case, I'll let you suffer a little first. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, his figure moved and he immediately charged forward. Sure enough, when they saw Yi Xian suddenly accelerate, the people who were tailing Yi Xian also sped up and chased after him. However, when they arrived at that area, the ground suddenly exploded as if it was boiling. The energy that Yi Xian had just injected was not a restriction or an array. It was just a few talismans. The function of the talismans was to explode. When these people entered the area, Yi Xian did not hesitate to detonate the talismans. Perhaps it was true that detonating the talismans now would not have much of an effect. After all, the power of the talismans alone would not be able to do anything to these people. However, Yi Xian did not intend to kill them. The power of the talisman's explosion was just to buy some time for Yi Xian. The sudden attack naturally caused these people to be slightly stunned. It was inevitable that they would be delayed for a while. However, this small amount of time was enough for Yi Xian to shake off their pursuit. Originally, Yi Xian had wanted to search for Luo and the others. However, when he arrived at their residence, he did not find them. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use a secret voice transmission technique to ask. However, he learned that Luo and the other two women had discovered a mysterious place and were preparing to enter to explore it. Yi Xian's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately stopped the three women and rushed over. Yi Xian had already suspected that there was a power writing his script. His every action in the Origin mystic realm was being watched by a pair of eyes. However, Yi Xian seemed to be even more certain of this feeling now. The three women did not go out often. Even if they did, they would not wander too far away. There were basically no Origin beasts in this area. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this mysterious place was suspicious. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop in the slightest as he quickly converged with the three girls. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what that pair of eyes wanted him to do or what it wanted to do to the people around him. In just a moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the three women's location. However, Yi Xian would never have imagined that the three women had indeed not left. However, they had already discovered the secret of that mysterious place. Treasure chests. Rows and rows of treasure chests. There were probably more than 10,000 of them. There were so many boxes. Who put them here? Why had no one discovered them after so long? Master, a few days ago, we coincidentally sensed a mysterious aura emanating from underground, so we've been paying attention to this place. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from here, and when we arrived here, this place was constantly emitting brilliant lights. That's right, young master. We followed your instructions and did not move recklessly. However, as the lights dissipated, these chests appeared. We do not know what these chests are or what they are used for. Luo and Fian spoke first. Yi Xian nodded. However, his gaze was fixed on the chests. System, detect these chests. I want to see what is inside. Following Yi Xian's command, the system's notification sounded. One had to know that during the system's weakened period, detection would consume a lot of energy. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to play it safe. Ding! System notification, the target is made of special materials. You cannot see through the items inside. Cannot see through them. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the divine wood swordsman appeared. Go and see what is inside. The God Slayer was already suspended in midair. Yi Xian was also holding the heavenly bow in his hand. If there was something bad in those chests, Yi Xian would have no choice but to destroy them. The divine wood swordsman quickly arrived beside those chests. Then, they directly opened one of the chests. Rays of light were emitted in an instant. However, Luo exclaimed, "It's actually an origin stone." Chapter 2581. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studio System Recovery also reward source stones. What were those? Luo, do you know about these things? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Yes, young master. Although these source stones don't have the same effects as origin divine crystals, they are still many times better than spirit stones. When I was controlled by the Order Enforcers, they provided me with these source stones continuously. That's how I was able to increase my cultivation base so quickly. Was this a gift from the heavens? Yi Xian frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this situation was very strange. Divine Wood Sword servants, open a few more boxes to take a look. Yi Xian continued to give orders. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, the Divine Wood Sword servants opened 6 boxes in succession. All of them were filled to the brim with source stones. However, just as the Divine Wood Sword servants were about to open the 7th box, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't look at them. These are all source stones and some other cultivation resources. Since you are a trial disciple of my protector and have not received any resources for such a long time, then these resources will be your compensation. Remember, the trial has already begun. Quickly increase your cultivation base. Once you reach the Supreme Divine Lord grade, you will leave the secondary realm. This voice seemed to come from all directions, yet it also seemed to only appear in Yi Xian's ears. In an instant, Yi Xian actually felt his hair stand on end. What kind of cultivation base did the person who spoke have? It was just a sentence, yet it was able to make Yi Xian feel such immense pressure. This voice appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly, as if it had never appeared. However, at least Yi Xian now knew why these things had appeared here. They were actually for him. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never would have thought that so many origin stones would cause him to be on tenterhooks, but they were all things that were given to him. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, he collected half of the boxes. As for the remaining half, they were naturally left for Luo and the others. Since these things are all for me, then there's no need for us to be polite. Each of you can take some as cultivation resources and strive to break through to the highest Divine Lord realm as soon as possible. The 3 women nodded. Although Luo was already a Supreme Divine Lord, this was still a gift from Yi Xian, so he would naturally accept it. System, can these resources help you recover? Ding! System notification, you only need 1/3 of it to recover. Alright, since that's the case, you should absorb the energy and recover quickly. Yi Xian told the system. These source stones were indeed hard to come by. However, to Yi Xian, their biggest use was to make it easier for him to repair the system. After all, a large part of Yi Xian's power came from the system. If the system could not be restored, then Yi Xian would not be able to unleash his full power. At this moment, Yi Xian would naturally let the system absorb the energy from these source stones so that it could quickly recover. Following Yi Xian's command, the source stones turned into energy and were absorbed by the system. However, this process was only known to Yi Xian. Others would not be able to see the changes in Yi Xian's universe ring. Although there weren't as many guardians as there were order enforcers, there were still benefits to having fewer people. For example, the origin stones that Yi Xian had received were probably enough for over 100 order enforcers or even more to use. As Yi Xian walked back, he waited for the system notification. Only when the system was fully restored would Yi Xian's power be able to increase for a long time. Finally, the system notification came. This time, it brought Yi Xian a pleasant surprise. Ding! System notification, system energy is sufficient. Repair complete. Ding! System notification, system energy is sufficient. Upgrade conditions met. System upgrade automatically activated. Ding! System upgrade in progress, this was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had never expected that the system would not only be restored but also upgraded. The benefits of the system upgrade went without saying. Yi Xian was filled with anticipation. He didn't know what kind of unexpected benefits the system upgrade would bring him this time. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't even devour the source stones. This was because Yi Xian wanted to wait until the system upgrade was complete before he could see how to use the source stones. Just as Yi Xian was filled with anticipation, the system notification finally sounded. Ding! System notification, system upgrade complete. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for completing the unique hidden mission. The system is broken and rebuilt. You have obtained the unique gift pack. Ding! System notification, system upgrade complete. System store updated. System mission rewards more detailed. System database updated. A series of notifications rang out continuously. It was the long-awaited system notification. During this period of time when the system was weak, only Yi Xian himself knew how difficult it was to endure. Fortunately, the system had finally recovered. That meant that Yi Xian could once again activate the berserk mode to increase his strength. The system notifications continued for a long time, but they were mostly about the details of the upgrade. As for the reward, there was only one, and that was the unique hidden mission, broken and rebuilt. The unique super reward, the unique gift pack. Just by hearing this name, Yi Xian knew that he would definitely receive a generous reward this time. System, open the unique gift pack. Ding! System notification, the host has successfully opened the unique gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 limitless flip gift packs. 1 realm upgrade lucky draw, 1 limitless equipment level lucky draw, 1 sword attendant gift pack. Limitless flip gift pack. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What kind of gift pack was this? Even if Yi Xian hadn't received other gift packs before, at least he knew what they were used for based on their names. However, this limitless flip gift pack was something that Yi Xian couldn't understand. System, what is the use of this limitless flip gift pack? How do I use it? Ding! System notification, unlimited gift packs. Every time the host opens one, as long as the host receives a reward, the host can continue to open them until there is no more gift left. Please note that the number of gift packs can be expanded without limit. However, the more the host receives, the lower the chance of winning. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He still didn't quite understand, but since there were 3 limitless flip gift packs, he might as well open one and take a look. System, open an infinite reversal gift pack first. As Yi Xian's name was mentioned, an exquisite gift bag appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually tapped the gift bag and it immediately opened. Chapter 2582. Time of drawing. The reverse scale armor was an armor forged from the reverse scales of a divine dragon. Its defensive power was incomparably strong. It did not seem to be of much use. Although it was made from the mystical dragon's reverse scale, it only had defensive capabilities. It was completely useless to Yi Xian. Yi Xian casually tossed it into his xianhuan ring and looked at the other 2 twice-flipped gift bags. Ding! Host, please make your choice. This time, you can only choose one out of the 2 packages. Out of the 2 packages, only one has a reward. Yi Xian nodded his head, then casually opened another gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 divine pill of origin and 3 second flip gift packs. The divine origin pill could help the host comprehend the origin energy faster. This thing was not bad. After all, Yi Xian really needed to understand the power of the origin. Although most people only started to comprehend the power of the origin of laws after they became supreme Sir Gods, it was also because of this that if Yi Xian had comprehended the power of the origin of laws at the godly emperor realm, the effect would definitely be much better. Moreover, the last time he comprehended the primal chaos seal, Yi Xian was only a step away from grasping the origin of laws. With this divine origin pill, it would naturally be very useful. So this time, it was a choice of one of the 3. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host, please make your choice. This time, you have to choose one out of 3. Out of the 3 packages, only one package has a reward. 1 out of 3. 1/3 chance. However, the probability was still very high. Yi Xian looked at them for a long time, but the 3 gift bags were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. As such, Yi Xian could only choose based on luck. System, I choose the middle one. Ding! System notification, the host has chosen the correct gift package. The lucky draw is over. Not selected. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. System, give me another gift pack. It could be said that flipping the gift pack was quite interesting. Of course, other than the fact that it was interesting, the most important thing was that the things he could open were really unknown. Compared to the other gift packs, which could only be used once, the flip gift pack could be used multiple times as long as one was lucky. After all, theoretically speaking, the flip gift pack could be used indefinitely. After all, he would definitely have a gift bag with a reward every time. As long as he could obtain the reward, he could continue to receive gift bags. Therefore, in theory, the flip gift pack could be obtained without limit. Moreover, from the looks of the rewards, it seemed that the rewards in the flip gift pack would not be small. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Hailstone Divine Needle. Congratulations to host for obtaining 2 flip gift packs. Very quickly, the 3 gift bags were opened by Yi Xian. However, although the rewards were not bad, there was nothing suitable for Yi Xian. It wasn't that the flip gift pack was bad, but Yi Xian's luck wasn't that good this time. This was because Yi Xian didn't choose the last 2 gift bags on his second try. Therefore, he could only blame his bad luck. However, Yi Xian wasn't depressed. After all, the real highlight was just beginning. The flip gift pack was just an appetizer. Realm. A magic treasure with no upper limit. A random sword servant. These were the 3 items that Yi Xian valued the most. System, open the realm gift pack. This was a good item that could directly increase Yi Xian's realm. How could Yi Xian not be excited? Ding! System notification. Rewards are being drawn. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 special level up elixirs. Ding! System notification. The level up elixir can directly increase the host's realm by 1. It can be used under any circumstances. Ding! System notification. The level up elixir can only increase the host's realm to the highest level, the God Emperor realm. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood the benefits of the elixir. It was specially used for breaking through realms. In order to level up from the God Emperor realm to the Supreme God realm, one needed to have a preliminary understanding of an origin source law. However, if Yi Xian didn't have a preliminary understanding of an origin source law, then the level up elixir could forcibly increase Yi Xian's realm and allow him to gain a random comprehension of an origin source law. By the same logic, when a Supreme God Emperor realm broke through to the Supreme God King realm, Yi Xian could also use the level up elixir to break through the barrier. It could be said that these 3 level up elixirs were more useful than directly increasing Yi Xian's realm by 3 levels. Yi Xian carefully put the 3 elixirs into his xuanhuan ring. Now wasn't the time to use them. Useful things should be saved for when they were needed. System, open the random sword servant gift bag. It was indeed time for Yi Xian's sword servant to change. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Chaos Sword Servant. The Chaos Sword Servant was a special sword servant formed by the Chaos Law. This sword servant was immune to all law power attacks. At the same time, it had extremely strong physical attacks. Immune to all law powers. That was right. The Chaos Law itself was used to repair the chaotic laws. It was normal for this sword servant formed by the Chaos Law to be immune to all law power attacks. However, Yi Xian was stunned. This was because he couldn't see the Chaos Sword Servant at all. Even when he used his divine consciousness to sense it, he couldn't sense where the Chaos Sword Servant was. This Chaos Sword Servant had the unique talent of absolute concealment. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to be discovered. It was needless to say that such a sword servant would be very useful. There was still one last gift pack, and that was the Limitless Equipment gift pack. The unlimited equipment bag meant that there was no limit to the quality of the items. Even if Yi Xian got an ultimate divine weapon, it wasn't impossible. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, there was only one chance. It would be a lie to say that Yi Xian wasn't nervous. Yi Xian calmed himself down and looked at the bag in front of him. In the end, he chose to open it. System, open the unlimited equipment bag. Yi Xian silently waited for the result. It could be said that at this moment, Yi Xian was extremely excited and nervous. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the boundless. What was that? Yi Xian was stunned. What was the boundless? This was a magic weapon? When Yi Xian held the boundless in his hand, he realized that it was just a ball of light. Yi Xian admitted that this light was very mysterious. However, what was the use of this light? System, quick, explain to me what the use of this boundless is. Ding! System notification. The boundless is a singularity. With the boundless, there are infinite possibilities. The host can integrate the boundless into the devouring space. This way, the devouring space can truly become a complete world, no different from the outside world. Chapter 2583. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios blocking the way was courting death. Legend had it that when the world was first born, it was just a small singularity. As the singularity expanded, the chaotic laws inside gave birth to the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. The 4 ultimate divine artifacts continued to perfect the chaos and expand. Thus, the first god ruler was born. The first god ruler was extremely powerful and created countless strong people. These strong people worked hard and finally created the god realm and countless secret realms today. Could it be that Yi Xian was holding such an existence in his hands now? Yi Xian was holding a world in his hands now. Yi Xian was extremely shocked, but he also knew that although this thing sounded very powerful, it was not very useful to him. After all, it would take hundreds of millions of years for the realmless to grow. Fortunately, at least the realmless could be used to perfect the devouring space. The devouring space had always been incomplete, especially the power of the laws, which was even more lacking. Now that the realmless had appeared, it could grow into a complete world. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the realmless entered the devouring space. And this time, the lucky draw finally came to an end. Yi Xian did not delay and walked towards the first level of the city. This time, he wanted to completely resolve all the grievances in the first level. It was time for the Azure Dragon Gang to disappear. Since they dared to assassinate Yi Xian several times, then Yi Xian could also destroy them. Because the next time he left, Yi Xian would go to the main realm and begin his true trial as a guardian. However, before Yi Xian returned to the city, he first met the Azure Dragon Gang. It turned out that the Azure Dragon Gang leader had been very uneasy when he heard that Yi Xian was going to die Lian Xian. Die Lian Xian was a taboo existence. He was worried that Yi Xian would know the people there. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Yi Xian was only a celestial arch after all. How could he know the people of Dai Lian Xian? However, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was still afraid. If Yi Xian really knew someone from Disc Love Pavilion, then he would be the one to die. Therefore, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang brought his men to look for Yi Xian, hoping to kill him in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was extremely fast. How could he possibly find him? Unable to find him, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang had no choice but to leave behind enough men. At the same time, he issued a kill order to Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian was found, he would be killed without question. Therefore, when Yi Xian had just reached the edge of the city, he was already blocked by people. Yes, this is the Yi Xian. There shouldn't be any mistake. Both the appearance and the realm match. Then what are we waiting for? Send out the signal and gather everyone to kill him. The gang leader has already given the order that we'd rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let Yi Xian go. Alright, let's do it. As soon as the order was given, the few members of the Azure Dragon Gang who were originally wandering around attacked Yi Xian without distinguishing between right and wrong. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the defenseless Yi Xian was directly sent flying. Because this attack did not threaten Yi Xian's life, the system did not activate its automatic defense. As for Yi Xian himself, he had never thought that he would be ambushed here, so naturally, he was not prepared in the slightest. That was why these people's sneak attack had succeeded. With a loud bang, Yi Xian directly crashed into a large mountain. It could be said that this attack had left Yi Xian a little dazed. Damn it, who dares to sneak an attack on me? Do you have a death wish? Yi Xian was furious. If it were anyone else, they would be furious if they were attacked for no reason. Unfortunately, these people from the Azure Dragon Gang did not take Yi Xian seriously at all. Even when they heard Yi Xian's words, they ignored Yi Xian and launched a new round of attacks. More than a dozen members of the Azure Dragon Gang rushed towards Yi Xian from all directions. Damn it, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Yi Xian also lost his temper. He had been walking his own path, but these people just had to sneak an attack on him. They did not even say a word. Did they really think that Yi Xian was a pushover? Wei Jintian, kill them for me. At Yi Xian's command, the God-slayer immediately flew out. The two God-slayer swords arrived in front of those people in an instant. Pfft! A sword pierced through the heart. Before one of the Azure Dragon gang members could understand what had happened, he was shocked to find that his divine spark had been shattered. These were just ordinary members of the Azure Dragon gang, so they were not very strong. Most of them were only inferior celestial emperors. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. The God-slayer continued to move. Everywhere it went, it left a trail of blood. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Azure Dragon gang were killed. However, this was only the beginning of their deaths. Just as Yi Xian finished off these people, more people gathered in the distance. Among these people, there were members of the Azure Dragon gang, as well as affiliated forces of the Azure Dragon gang. Of course, there were also people who rushed over for the high reward of killing Yi Xian. In an instant, thousands of people appeared in the sky and on the ground. It really is Yi Xian. As long as we kill him, the Azure Dragon gang will reward us handsomely. Don't fight with me. This Yi Xian, I want to kill him with my own hands. Charge! Kill Yi Xian and earn the reward money. The first to rush over were not the members of the Azure Dragon gang, but these people who had gone crazy for the Origin Divine Crystal. Hundreds of people didn't care about so much as they charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. Hearing these people's roars, Yi Xian knew where they came from. Since you want to die, fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared. The God-slayer immediately burst into a ball of light. In an instant, it divided into thousands of swords and fell down like raindrops. Boom! 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 Pft! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. One move, just one move, and Yi Xian killed hundreds of people. Although these hundreds of people were not very strong, they were still hundreds of fresh lives. In an instant, there was no sound from the Azure Dragon gang's camp. Everyone looked at the corpses, which were still bleeding, in shock. They felt their scalps go numb. Kill! Damn it, kill that guy! Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, more people rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at those people silently and raised his hand indifferently. I'm not a murderous person, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 2584. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The terrifying mantra of the 6 paths. Following Yi Xian's words, many of the people who had been charging at Yi Xian suddenly fell to the ground. When the people next to him checked, they realized that his divine spark had already shattered. Die! 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 Every time Yi Xian pointed in a direction, a large number of people would die. Most importantly, no one knew what kind of attack had caused these people to fall. The people who had been charging forward excitedly a moment ago all stopped in their tracks. They were scared. They were scared from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know what had happened. Yi Xian hadn't done anything. All he had done was raise his hand, and so many people had died. A sense of panic and helplessness spread in the hearts of the people. What kind of existence were they facing? Why? Why didn't he need to do anything? He only needed to point his finger, and the people there would die. Retreat. When the first person retreated, even more people retreated in panic. This time, hundreds of people had charged forward, but more than half of them had remained in the path of the charge. Most importantly, no one knew how they had died. Apart from the fact that their divine spark had shattered, no one could see anything strange. What kind of power could be so terrifying? What kind of mystique could be so strange? Yi Xian stopped what he was doing. Using the mantra of the 6 paths so many times had taken a toll on Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. These people had obviously been bewitched by the Azure Dragon Gang. Yi Xian really didn't want to kill them, but if he didn't make them feel fear, they wouldn't know what fear was. Only by making them feel fear would they stop. Even if he had to kill, Yi Xian hoped that the people he killed were all from the Azure Dragon Gang. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the mantra of the 6 paths. Ding! System notification. The mantra of the 6 paths has been successfully upgraded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6 paths of truth. The 6 paths of truth contain the death character formula, injury character formula, extermination character formula, Tao character formula, destruction character formula, and seal character formula. The 3 words death, injury, and destroy had the same effect as before. The only thing that had changed was the 3 words destroy and seal. But at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to check the effects of these 3 words because Yi Xian wanted to prove it with actual combat. At this moment, seeing that these wandering people had been defeated by Yi Xian twice, the Azure Dragon Gang finally made their move. At this moment, one of the Azure Dragon Gang's elders was leading over 100 Azure Dragon Gang members to attack Yi Xian. Saber light and sword shadows filled the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless attacks. These attacks were incomparably fast. At the same time, they were also extremely ferocious. It was as if he wanted to completely suppress Yi Xian in one move. Yi Xian looked up at the countless attacks in front of him and said indifferently, "Mantra of the 6 paths, destroy." Pfft. When he said this, Yi Xian actually spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that the pressure of using the 6 paths of truth was too great. Even if Yi Xian could use it, he would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, this mouthful of blood was the best proof. However, how powerful was the destruction character formula? Following Yi Xian's voice, the mysterious power had already been activated. At the beginning, it seemed like nothing had happened. The attacks continued to rush towards Yi Xian, and the Azure Dragon Gang members didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Disappeared. Everything had disappeared. It was silent, as if this was how it was supposed to be. The countless attacks all disappeared. As for the people from the Azure Dragon Gang, they also disappeared. However, there were some attentive people who discovered that the color of that area had changed. It was a faint red. Blood red. That area had been completely destroyed by Yi Xian's words. Everything had been decomposed into its most primitive state. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably loud explosion rang out. Along with this loud sound, a wave of air suddenly exploded. It turned out that it wasn't that there was no sound, but that the attack had been too powerful. Therefore, the sound of the attack had been suppressed and had only burst out at this moment. The powerful wave of air made many people feel as if they couldn't stand properly. However, the most important thing was the smell of blood in the air. There were hundreds of people. Those hundreds of Azure Dragon Gang members had all been turned into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? Why was it so strange and powerful? Some of the more timid people were so frightened that they fell to the ground, their faces extremely pale. At this moment, even Yi Xian was rather shocked. He hadn't expected that the upgraded mantra of the 6 paths would be so powerful. It had only been a word, but it had actually cleared out all the enemies within a certain range. If there was anyone who could survive this attack, then it could only be that elder. However, at this moment, the elder of the Azure Dragon Gang was also extremely frightened. Just now, he had instinctively sensed that there was an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura ahead, so he had stopped moving forward. However, he now realized that his stop had actually saved his life. Furthermore, even though he hadn't been at the core of the attack, he was still in an extremely miserable state. At this moment, blood was continuously flowing out of the elder's body. Just now, an extremely terrifying attractive force had suddenly appeared. Even though he had been extremely careful, he still hadn't been able to avoid the aftershock of the attack. That attractive force had seemed as if it was going to suck him into an unknown abyss. If not for the fact that this elder was at the very least a lower Supreme Divine Lord Realm cultivation base, he would likely have long fallen by now. At this moment, the elder stood silently in his original spot. Only after coming into such close contact with death would one know how much one feared death. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the people in front of him. He was waiting for the arrival of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. This was because Yi Xian believed that since the Azure Dragon Gang leader was determined to kill him, he would definitely not send these small fries to their deaths. Although Yi Xian hadn't broken through to the Supreme Divine Lord level yet, he was no longer a mere godly venerate like when he had first entered the Origin Source Secret Realm. Yi Xian was waiting for the main character to appear. Of course, if these people didn't know what was good for them, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing them. There was no sound. Only a gentle breeze could be heard. Chapter 2585. Chapter 2585. Chapter 2585. The Chaos Sword unleashed its power. Some people still wanted to charge at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian merely glanced in that direction and they broke out in cold sweat. Up until now, Yi Xian had not made a move at all. He had only waved his hand and hundreds of people had fallen. Who would dare to provoke such a powerful force? Yi Xian was waiting, silently waiting. As for those thousands of people, they only dared to wait with Yi Xian. Finally, the people Yi Xian was waiting for arrived. However, what made Yi Xian frown was that this time, it was not just the Azure Dragon Gang leader who had come, but the city lord as well. It seemed that all the powerful fighters on the first level had gathered here. Yi Xian frowned. If he really faced so many powerful fighters, Yi Xian had no chance of winning. However, Yi Xian could not retreat now. He wanted to see what these people were up to. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was the first to step forward. He frowned as he looked at the severed limbs all over the ground. Did you kill them? The Azure Dragon Gang leader raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. His voice was filled with anger. However, anyone could see that his anger was just an act. All of this had been arranged by him. Moreover, the people who had died were just ordinary gang members. The Azure Dragon Gang leader had no reason to be so angry. Unless, of course, his anger was to find an excuse for himself. In fact, the Azure Dragon Gang's leader, the city lord, and the others had a gathering when Yi Xian went to play with the Butterfly Love Pavilion. At that gathering, there was only one topic to discuss, and that was Yi Xian. According to their thinking, if Yi Xian was really related to the Butterfly Love Pavilion, then this matter would be a little tricky. Therefore, it was not only the Azure Dragon Gang leader who wanted to kill Yi Xian, but also the city lord. The Butterfly Love Pavilion was a place that they did not dare to provoke. However, at the same time, the Butterfly Love Pavilion had never interfered with their affairs. Therefore, it was like a tacit agreement. There was almost no interaction between the two parties. At this moment, they speculated that Yi Xian's appearance was because Yi Xian wanted to use the Butterfly Love Pavilion's influence to harm the first level, snatching their benefits. Therefore, when the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang proposed to kill Yi Xian, all of them immediately agreed. Even those who did not agree chose to acquiesce. Because in their hearts, as long as Yi Xian did not die, he would definitely become a great disaster. At this moment, the leader of the Emptiness Gang took the initiative to speak. Naturally, the others did not speak up. Yi Xian looked at the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and said indifferently, "So what? Didn't you want my life? I'm right here. Just come and get it. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang frowned. He couldn't figure out what exactly Yi Xian wanted to do. After all, Yi Xian's current behavior was indeed a little strange. Brat, do you want to die? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. What are you all standing around for? Charge together and kill him. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang roared. He did not make a move himself, but he ordered the ordinary gang members around him to do so. This was because the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was worried that Yi Xian might have made some preparations. In his opinion, even though Yi Xian was already a superior celestial emperor, he still did not have the qualifications to challenge him. Therefore, he naturally felt that Yi Xian might have some kind of helper. At this moment, he ordered the ordinary gang members to all charge together. His goal was to investigate Yi Xian's background and find out whether Yi Xian really had any kind of backup. However, what surprised the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was that no one carried out his orders. In the past, these gang members would immediately move when they heard his orders. However, today, not a single one of them moved. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was very surprised. One had to know that the Azure Dragon Gang had always been a tyrant. They had never seen anyone afraid of trouble. Perhaps this Yi Xian was indeed a little strange, but he should not have made his people fear him. Therefore, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang narrowed his eyes at his subordinates and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Many of the Azure Dragon Gang members' legs were trembling. Of course, they knew their leader's methods. If they disobeyed his orders, they would end up in a terrible state. However, after witnessing Yi Xian's strangeness with their own eyes, how could they dare to act rashly? At this moment, these gang members were caught in a dilemma. On one hand, there was the incomparably strange Yi Xian, and on the other hand, there was their leader. It was indeed difficult for them to choose. Do you want to die? The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang roared suddenly. This was the first time someone had disobeyed his orders. Moreover, it was not just one or two people, but almost everyone present. Hearing the leader's anger, an elder standing behind the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang immediately shouted, "Follow me and kill. Kill Yi Xian. The leader will reward you handsomely." In groups of 2s and 3s, there were indeed a few gang members who followed him. Although they were very full, they still followed him. However, there were more people who did not move at all. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang furrowed his brows. He did not know why his gang members dared to disobey his orders. However, he soon understood. Yi Xian's current target was the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, the city lord, and the others. Why would Yi Xian care about these gang members? With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Swordsman had already rushed out. The Chaos Swordsman had the ability to be absolutely invisible. It was not something that the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and the others could see through. Therefore, at this moment, what they saw was an extremely strange scene. They saw that the heads of those who rushed toward Yi Xian were all chopped off. Most importantly, the protective divine light on their bodies did not ripple at all. In front of them were all kinds of offensive divine powers. However, it was this incomparably strange scene that caused everyone's heads to disappear without a trace. No one knew what had happened, but once again, the gang leaders felt what it meant to be afraid. At this moment, a gang member cautiously walked up to the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and softly told him what had happened to them. This time, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was not only frowning, but his face was full of dark clouds. Could it be that the Love Butterfly Pavilion had already made a move to help the gang leader? The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was not the only one who thought so. Everyone was thinking so. After all, this was too strange. As long as someone rushed toward Yi Xian, they would either die immediately or turn into a bloody mist. This time, even their heads disappeared without a trace. This made it difficult for them to understand what had happened. For a moment, none of the powerhouses, including the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, dared to make a move because they were also afraid. The Love Butterfly Pavilion gave them too much pressure. So much so that they did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 2586. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation and Absolute Victory. The mayor, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His words were acknowledged by the crowd. Indeed, if he was really from the Butterfly Love Pavilion, he would not have hidden himself like this. Let me go and meet this kid. I want to see what he has up his sleeve. Suddenly, an old man stepped out from behind the mayor. He was an elite of the lower supreme divine state. It could be said that he had the power to kill Yi Xian. As he spoke, he charged towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not move at all. He just watched quietly. This was because Yi Xian knew that as long as the Chaos Swordsman was not exposed, none of them would be a match for the Chaos Swordsman. The Chaos Swordsman's ability to hide and its special ability to be immune to all laws gave it an unimaginable strength. Unless one could detect it and put up a defense, no one would be able to survive the sneak attack of the Chaos Swordsman. After all, most people relied on the protection of the laws. However, the Chaos Swordsman was immune to all laws. Wouldn't that mean that these people were defenseless against the Chaos Swordsman? Trying to defend against the Chaos Swordsman's attack with just their physical body. It was almost impossible because the Chaos Swordsman had another special characteristic, which was its powerful physical attack. The terrifying Chaos Swordsman could be said to be invincible as long as he was not detected. Such a powerful existence could only be created by the system. After all, everyone cultivated the power of the laws. How could anyone be immune to the power of the laws? Purely cultivating the power of physical attacks. The old man charged towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he didn't take more than a few steps before collapsing. This time, he was so close that his blood almost splattered on the Green Dragon Gang leader and the others. The strange aura had also spread to these elites. At this moment, these elites finally understood why the Green Dragon Gang members did not dare to step forward. It was too scary, too strange. Perhaps death was not too likely. At the very least, there were many people here who were not afraid of death. However, the key was that they did not even know how they died, and they were already dead. This was somewhat terrifying. At that moment, weren't those people exactly like that? Even when they died, they didn't understand why they died. As for those who were still alive, how could they not be afraid? Damn it! Who are you? Come out! The city lord let out a furious roar as an incomparably powerful force immediately erupted from his body. This power turned into a ray of light and quickly spread out in all directions. This light was a divine ability that the city lord was quite proud of. This was because not only did the light possess powerful offensive capabilities, but it could also be combined with divine sense. Wherever the light passed, no life aura could escape the city lord's senses. However, this time around, the city lord had failed. It was not that the light did not cover the Chaos Swordsman. It was because the Chaos Swordsmen were not affected by the light at all. When the light swept across the Chaos Swordsman, the mayor could only feel that it was as lifeless as a piece of rock. Pest! Beside the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, an elder who was standing side by side with him suddenly had his head chopped off and sent flying. One had to know that the elder was still watching Yi Xian a moment ago and was completely unprepared. Who would have thought that in the next moment, he would be killed? This time, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was scared out of his wits. After all, at such a close distance, one of his elders died just like that. However, he did not notice it at all. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. Suddenly, Yi Xian, who had not moved at all until now, moved. Step by step, he walked towards the Azure Dragon Gang leader and the others. Yi Xian knew that if he went over now, no one would dare to do anything to him. Of course, if there was anyone, the Chaos Swordsmen would immediately kill them. It could be said that as long as the Chaos Swordsmen were not discovered, the lives of these people were all in the hands of Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian willed it, no matter if it was the Azure Dragon Gang leader or the city lord, they would all die without a doubt. Yi Xian walked forward step by step, but it was as if he was stepping on the hearts of these people. It could be said that these people were extremely nervous. This was because Yi Xian's methods were too strange. This was because Yi Xian's strength was unquestionable. No one dared to use their cultivation realm to measure Yi Xian's strength. This was because Yi Xian's strength could not be measured by cultivation realm. One had to know that they did not even see Yi Xian make a move, but so many people had already died. Among them, there was no lack of powerful elders. Therefore, everyone knew that Yi Xian had a mysterious power protecting him. In other words, Yi Xian had a mysterious method that could kill any one of them. "You, what do you want?" The Azure Dragon Gang leader was extremely nervous. His whole body was shining with all kinds of defensive lights, but he did not know that the Chaos Swordsmen were right beside him, even within his defensive lights. Killing him was just a thought from Yi Xian. "You tell me, what do I want?" Yi Xian looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader and asked calmly. "This is not the first time you have attacked me, right? Back then, you were the one who sent Elder Jean to assassinate me, right? And today, you have gathered so many experts and your subordinates. If you are not here to kill me, are you here to welcome me?" Yi Xian looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader indifferently. "Today, this guy must die. Kid, I admit that your methods are impressive, but don't forget that we have so many experts here. Do you want to fight against so many of us by yourself?" The Azure Dragon Gang leader mustered up his courage and said to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Experts? Why don't I see any experts?" Following Yi Xian's words, the Azure Dragon Gang leader felt as if a gust of wind blew past him. However, after a while, there was a burst of sound beside him. When he turned around to look, he discovered that all the elders belonging to the Azure Dragon Gang had actually died at this moment. Yi Xian waved his hand and the countless interspatial rings flew towards him. After a while, Yi Xian took them. When he did all this, Yi Xian was so casual. He did not even have the slightest precaution. "The experts you are talking about, are you referring to those corpses?" After taking the interspatial rings, Yi Xian turned around and said to the Azure Dragon Gang leader. The Azure Dragon Gang leader felt as if his whole body was cold. It was because he was frightened by Yi Xian. Because at this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader realized that it would be easy for Yi Xian to kill him. Chapter 2587. Beheading and subduing the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader wanted to beg for mercy. However, he had been a gang leader for a long time. He couldn't open his mouth to beg for mercy. Therefore, he only asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Yi Xian looked at the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader and laughed loudly. "What do I want to do? I should be the one asking you that. Or rather, whatever you want to do to me, I'll do the same to you." I have never wanted to do anything to you." The Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader was afraid. The words that came out of his mouth were clearly lacking in confidence. As for the city lord and the others, they were also incomparably afraid. It was too terrifying. It was difficult for them not to be afraid of that scene. More than a dozen supreme divine lords had their heads cut off by a mysterious power at the same time. How could they not be afraid of such a scene? In fact, at their level, even if their heads were chopped off, even if their bodies were crushed into powder, as long as their divine souls were still there, as long as their divine cores were not crushed, there was a way to resurrect them. However, this mysterious power had actually destroyed their divine souls and crushed their divine cores at the same time as it chopped off their divine cores. How could they not be afraid of such a terrifying and strange power? Suddenly, one of the experts turned around and tried to escape. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, his head actually fell from his body. Only the headless corpse continued to move forward a bit. Did I say you could leave? Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the people in the city lord's direction. His tone was filled with inviolable dominance. No one answered because no one dared to speak. However, Yi Xian only glanced at them once more before continuing to look at the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader. I'll give you two choices. Shatter your own divine core. That way, you can avoid some pain. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, his words were so cruel. Shatter his own divine core. Who would be able to bear to do that? Yi Xian, don't go too far. Although I admit that your methods are impressive, if I, Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. It was the arm of the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, who was protected by layers of divine light, directly separated from his body. If you what? Go on, it's fine. I have a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader mockingly. It seemed like this guy didn't understand the situation. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to threaten Yi Xian. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang endured the pain of losing his arm, but he didn't dare to say another word. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he spoke or not, Yi Xian was determined not to let him off the hook today. It seems that you want me to make a move. Well then, enjoy your journey of death. Following Yi Sun's words, the other arm of the Azure Dragon Gang leader was separated from his body. What followed was countless attacks. None of these attacks were fatal. They merely left a wound on the Azure Dragon Gang's leader's body. However, it was precisely because of this that the physical pain, as well as the panic in his mind, became even more terrifying. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader's face was incomparably distorted. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack Yi Xian. In fact, when he had lost his first arm, he had already launched several attacks at Yi Xian. However, the strange thing was that his attacks seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. They simply couldn't reach Yi Xian's side. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his hand. What was he trying to do? Many people were thinking this in their hearts. The Azure Dragon Gang leader was even more alarmed. This was because he knew that if Yi Xian was going to make a move, it would definitely be directed at him. Sure enough, Yi Xian's target was the Azure Dragon Gang leader. At this moment, the gang leader of the Azure Dragon Gang sensed a mysterious power that was constantly trying to extract his godhead. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was as if a hand was trying to pull his heart out while he was still alive. However, this force was targeting the divine spark of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. Divine spark stripping. This was the divine spark stripping technique that Yi Xian possessed. However, Yi Xian had never used it before. Today, Yi Xian was going to strip the divine spark of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. The Azure Dragon Gang leader was terrified, but he was powerless. Although the divine spark was his, how could he control it? However, no one knew. It was as if the divine spark was a part of his body, but that was all there was to it. This divine spark couldn't be said to be under the control of its master. Amidst the Azure Dragon Gang leader's panic, his divine spark was actually being extracted by Yi Xian while he was still alive. Only the Azure Dragon Gang leader himself knew how it felt to see his own divine spark being stripped away with his own eyes. As the divine spark was stripped away, the various forces that had been circling the Azure Dragon Gang leader gradually disappeared. A moment later, he fell toward the ground. Of course, the moment he came into contact with the ground, he would die. No, no. No. Yi Xian, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. The Azure Dragon Gang leader cursed loudly. Unfortunately, this was all he could do. After all, whether Yi Xian would die a horrible death was still unknown, but he definitely wouldn't die a horrible death. Then, it's your turn now. City Lord, you've been sending people to monitor me. What do you want from me? Yi Xian didn't feel as much enmity towards the City Lord as he did towards the Azure Dragon Gang leader. After all, the City Lord hadn't done anything excessive to Yi Xian. In fact, he had even helped Yi Xian in the past. However, Yi Xian still had to subdue the City Lord. If Yi Xian left the secondary realm and went to the primary realm, then Yi Xian would be most worried about the safety of Luo and the others. Yi Xian, I admit that I've treated you well. Don't tell me that you want to kill me as well today. The City Lord looked at Yi Xian. Although the City Lord had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he wasn't as impulsive and brainless as the Azure Dragon Gang leader. Moreover, the City Lord didn't think that he had done anything to harm Yi Xian. Of course, today was an exception. In fact, when he came here today, he already wanted to kill Yi Xian. No, the City Lord has misunderstood. Of course, I won't kill you. Hand over your quintessence fragment. I may need to leave for a while, so I need you to protect a few people for me. When I return, I will naturally return your quintessence fragment to you. Yi Xian said indifferently. This was Yi Xian's objective. Indeed, the City Lord hadn't done anything to harm Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had to temporarily obtain the City Lord's quintessence fragment for the sake of Luo and the others. The City Lord frowned. However, did he have a choice? In the City Lord's mind, if Yi Xian could easily strip the Azure Dragon Gang leader of his quintessence fragment, then it wasn't impossible for him to strip the City Lord of his quintessence fragment. Alright, I agree. Chapter 2588. The ruler awakens. The City Lord handed over his quintessence shard without any hesitation. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and collected the quintessence shard. He then said, at this point, I don't want to hide anything anymore. I won't be staying in this lower realm for long. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have friends here, perhaps I would have left long ago. I've tolerated your little tricks from before. However, I didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gang to mobilize people to attack me this time. Therefore, I can't tolerate it anymore. From today onwards, I think it's time for the City Lord of the First Layer to change. Since you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion, you should also know that the primary realm isn't a place you can provoke. Behave yourselves. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Yi Xian's tone was extremely calm, but in the ears of those experts, it was like muffled thunder. At their level, they naturally knew what Yi Xian was talking about when he said the main realm and the secondary realm. They also understood that the primary realm was an existence they couldn't reach. It could be said that no matter how high their cultivation was, to the people of the primary realm, they were nothing more than existences that could be obliterated at will. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian could kill them so easily even though his cultivation was so much lower than theirs. They regretted provoking Yi Xian. One had to know that if they could establish a relationship with the people of the primary realm, the benefits they could obtain would be unimaginable. They didn't expect that they wouldn't cherish the opportunity that was placed in front of them. It could be said that there was no need to say anything more about what happened next. After settling Luo, Meili, and Fian down, Yi Xian headed straight for the primary realm. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the City Lord and the others couldn't do anything to Luo, Meili, and Meili. In addition, the three of them had a large amount of origin divine crystals in their hands. Therefore, their strength naturally increased very quickly. It wouldn't be long before they could rapidly increase their cultivation, so naturally, they had nothing to fear. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the primary realm, he was shocked to find that there was no battle at all. The so-called trial was actually supported by countless resources. All they had to do was complete their cultivation within a set time limit. It could be said that to Yi Xian, this wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. The guardians were different from the order enforcers. The number of guardians was small, but they possessed a lot of resources. Thus, when Yi Xian arrived at the main realm. However, he was surprised to find that there was not much to do at all. The resources were almost limitless. Of course, for Yi Xian. After all, he had relied on devouring to increase his cultivation. After all, he was of. Only after arriving at the main realm did Yi Xian find out that there weren't many protectors. Including him, there were only a total of 100 people. Of these 100 people, only 12 would be chosen to become protectors. The others would become the followers of these protectors. 12 out of 100 people was a very low probability, but compared to the other forces, this probability was very high. Most importantly, the guardians were focused on nurturing them. Even if they didn't pass the selection, they would still be very powerful. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had been thinking of ways to obtain resources. Whether it was to train or to exchange for origin divine crystals from others, his goal was to obtain origin divine crystals as quickly as possible. Yi Xian hadn't stepped out of the primary realm in 500 years. Of course, he had also obtained a lot of rewards. My lord, this is your quota for this month. Please accept it. A puppet came to Yi Xian's cave abode. Unlike the others, Yi Xian chose a cave and opened up his cave abode. Puppets were very popular in the primary realm. After all, the primary realm only had those 100 guardians, 12 guardians, and less than 1,000 servants. Therefore, most of the time, the puppets were the ones doing the work. Yi Xian had also made some puppets to serve him. This puppet was one of them. Yi Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 origin divine crystals were all devoured by him. He had waited for a month for this opportunity to devour. Of course, he had obtained a lot of benefits. Ding! System notification, host has broken through. Current cultivation level, low-level supreme god. Did he break through to the low-level supreme god? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. That was because the low-level supreme god represented the completion of the trial. There was no such thing as grades in the primary realm. Every realm was only divided into 3 grades. As for the inferior supreme god emperor, that was the minimum requirement to pass the trial. 500 years of seclusion was finally over. It was dry and boring. However, the rewards were bountiful. Yi Xian walked outside. This time, he was going to the Peak of Glory. The Peak of Glory was the name of a large hole. That was the headquarters of the Guardians. In fact, 100 years ago, the Peak of Glory had issued a full mobilization order. The Divine Ruler had awakened. However, for an existence of the Divine Ruler's level, awakening was a long process. The Guardians had always been monitoring the Divine Ruler. However, that was all they could do. Before the Divine Ruler fully awoke, there was an absolute defense around him. No power could break through it. Unless they could gather all 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to gather all 4 ultimate divine artifacts? Perhaps only Yi Xian had a chance now. As Yi Xian's strength increased, he discovered that there was a mysterious power in his body. This power was left behind by the primal chaos seal. Through this mysterious power, Yi Xian could form an inexplicable connection with the primal chaos seal. Moreover, as Yi Xian's strength increased, this connection became more and more obvious. Although Yi Xian didn't know why this was happening, or how it was useful to him, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. The power left behind by the primal chaos seal wasn't something Yi Xian could control. Yi Xian quickly arrived at the Peak of Glory. However, he discovered that there was something different about the place today. In the past, the 12 protectors were usually stationed in different areas, and it was very difficult for them to gather together. However, today, not only were the 12 protectors gathered, but even the best of the challengers were gathered here. Clearly, something was going to happen this time. As expected, as soon as Yi Xian walked in, he heard the sounds of conversation coming from inside. The divine ruler has awakened. Can I just sit here and wait for death? No. The divine ruler has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. We're no match for him at all. Besides, the keepers of order have already submitted to him. If we attack, we'll only be killed. Chapter 2589. The creator's sovereign Yi Xian listened in from the outside, only to discover that the 12 protectors were divided. Some felt that they should fight to the death with the sovereign. Others felt that they were no match for the sovereign. Yi Xian silently listened. In any case, he already knew the habits of these guardians. These guardians would always argue before they decided on anything. Once one side received enough support, then all of them would unconditionally obey the unified order. As expected, 3 days later, the side that decided to go to war won. Those who had opposed immediately began to plan how and where to fight. Although Yi Xian had already become a protector, he wasn't an official protector. After all, there were only 12 protectors. As for the others, they could only be considered backups. The protectors were extremely efficient. When they decided to fight, they would fight. Once they reached a consensus, they would attack without hesitation. Everyone, including Yi Xian, received the order to go to war at the same time. When Yi Xian saw the sovereign for the first time, he finally understood how terrifying he was. Ignoring everything else, just the sheer size of the sovereign was enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Yi Xian and the others were currently traversing the void. Beneath their feet was the vast God realm. Not far from them were the source secret realms. In fact, Yi Xian could even see specks of secret realms. As it turned out, those originally mysterious and unfathomable secret realms that couldn't be located at all, once one's strength reached the level of Supreme God Emperor and truly grasped the power of laws, one would discover that they were actually fixed when looking at them from the void. It was only because of the power of laws that one couldn't find their location and location. Without grasping the power of laws, it was very difficult to see all of this. Yi Xian had already grasped the power of laws. He didn't borrow them, but directly controlled them. Generally speaking, only one law controller could exist at a time for each law controller. That was why there were so few paramount god emperors. Becoming a sovereign meant gaining the approval of all the laws. At the same time, one could use all of the laws. In fact, one could even strip a law controller of their status. The sovereign of God was invincible. This was practically everyone's consensus before this because they were the rulers of this world. However, when the sovereign of God wanted to destroy the world, then even if they couldn't, they had to. At this moment, there were over 10,000 people floating around the God sovereign. They were the keepers of order. As for the guardians, there were only a few dozen of them. The disparity in strength was so great that even Yi Xian did not know how this battle would end. However, everyone knew that this was the final battle. If they lost, then everything would be destroyed. Even if it was Yi Xian, it was bound to be a calamity. No one said anything because there was no need to. Suddenly, the 12 guardians summoned their own Dharma treasures. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, 3 of them summoned Primal Chaos Seal. Not much, this was just an imitation, not the real Primal Chaos Seal. All of a sudden, Yi Xian seemed to understand something. The reason why there were only 12 guardians, and why there would only be 12 forever, was probably because of these 12 treasures. These treasures should all be imitations of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Because they were not the real ultimate divine artifacts, they had only prepared 3 sets. However, even if they were imitations of the ultimate divine artifacts, they were definitely refined from the essence of heaven and earth. Having 3 sets was already the limit. Attack! Suddenly, a voice rang out. All of a sudden, over 1,000 keepers of order rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Each of these keepers of order had incomparably powerful strength. Even the weakest one had the cultivation of a supreme divine emperor. With such terrifying strength, it could be said that without the might of Dharma treasures, the mere 12 guardians would not be a match for them at all. However, at this moment, the Dharma treasures in the guardians' hands erupted with a bright light. This light was extremely bright and quickly condensed into a light screen that rushed toward the keepers of order. Without a sound, the keepers of order had already disappeared into nothingness. This terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Die! Suddenly, a powerhouse among the keepers of order attacked. He suddenly waved his hand, and a corner of a world smashed toward the guardians. A world! Yi Xian could even clearly see the panic and helplessness of the people in that world. However, this world did indeed have a complete structure of laws. In other words, this attack was actually a complete set of laws attack. Unfortunately, even so, it was completely useless. Because the 12 Dharma treasures borrowed the power of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Back down! Suddenly, a voice rang out from the unseen world. This voice instantly transmitted through the 9 heavens. Even the people in the secret realms looked up in surprise and doubtfully checked the source of the voice. In front of Yi Xian's eyes, a strange change was occurring. From the void, from the countless secret realms, and from the divine realm, streaks of starlight were being drawn out and rapidly condensed. The ruler of God. The ruler's avatar. The ruler of God did not have a physical body. He only had a core of light like a fog. However, he could transform into any form and freely travel through any world. At this moment, he was summoning all the clones he had left behind in the world. These clones were left behind when he traveled the world. At the same time, they were also his scattered power. Yi Xian looked on in shock. It could be said that the ruler of God's power shocked him to the core. Suddenly, the mysterious power in Yi Xian's body began to stir, as if it wanted to break free of Yi Xian's body. What was going on? Yi Xian knew this mysterious power was left behind by the seal of chaos, but why was it acting so strangely? Ding! Warning! Warning! The host's body is being modified by an unknown power. Ding! Warning! Warning! The system has lost control of the host's body. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host has been determined to be dead. Executing the ultimate destruction plan. Ding! Plan cancelled. The host's body has been detected. What was going on? Yi Xian listened to the system's notifications in a daze. Just now, Yi Xian hadn't done anything. In fact, it could even be said that he hadn't felt anything. Yet the system was giving him a bunch of baffling notifications. What was going on? Suddenly, the ruler of God's voice rang out beside him. You are a creator. What was going on? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a string of unfamiliar memories appear in his mind. It was a person, a giant, and at the same time, a woman. She had roamed the world, carefully taking care of everything. He had modified all life, bestowing them with spirituality. Those pairs of scarlet eyes, those people, beasts, and creatures that had only known how to kill by instinct, finally gained consciousness and began to cultivate. Chapter 2590. The final chapter of the God World. This battle had lasted for 300 million years. Everything in the world had been destroyed, and only the sovereign and this woman remained. The sovereign of God was on his last breath, as if he might die at any moment. Suddenly, the woman looked back at the world she'd destroyed. She turned to look at the sovereign of God, stopped all battle, and sighed helplessly. She'd stripped the sovereign of God of half of his power and rebuilt the world. As for herself, she transformed into one of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. These memories fused into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian was astonished, alarmed, helpless, and terrified. Yi Xian was puzzled, confused, innocent, and resolute. It turned out that the origin of the world hid such a secret. No wonder the sovereign of God had fallen despite being the sovereign of God. This was because the sovereign of God had lost half of his power. Only when that power returned to the sovereign of God could he be considered a true sovereign. No wonder the sovereign of God wanted to destroy everything. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. Unfortunately, he'd been so anxious that he'd forgotten the existence of the sovereign of creation. Although the sovereign of creation had lost most of her power, she still had the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Was this how it all started? Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Only now did he truly understand the origin of this world. You actually obtained the sovereign's power. I'm going to kill you. Boom. Suddenly, a new world formed around Yi Xian. This wasn't an illusion, but a real world. At the same time, countless people charged at Yi Xian. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. But at the same time, Yi Xian sensed that he'd lost all of his power. Deprive. This was the sovereign of God's power. But at this moment, Yi Xian sensed a new power rapidly emerging from his body. It was the power of creation. This was the unique power of creation formed by the fusion of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. This power required the support of anything in order to give birth to everything. Crumble. The world crumbled, and everything vanished. Around Yi Xian, the 4 ultimate divine artifacts were rapidly coalescing. No. Impossible. The sovereign of creation disappeared long ago. Why did you appear? The 4 ultimate divine weapons quickly condensed, and a moment later, they condensed into an extremely beautiful woman. It could be said that any creature who saw him would find it hard to extricate themselves. However, the woman smiled as she looked at Yi Xian, then charged towards the god ruler. Light suddenly burst out. However, when the light disappeared, so did the god's sovereign and the creator's sovereign. That's it. Yi Xian had never imagined that the battle he had prepared for would end in such an inexplicable manner. Could it be that the sovereign lord of the gods had been destroyed? Everyone was stunned. No one could react. The current situation was too strange. Look, someone shouted in surprise, because they had discovered that streaks of light were continuously rushing towards Yi Xian from beside Yi Xian. It was the power of laws, the power of countless laws. The law was recognizing Yi Xian. No, it was more accurate to say that the creator and the power of law were acknowledging the creator. This was because Yi Xian's body still contained remnants of the sovereign's power. Disappeared. Everything was about to disappear. It was as if Yi Xian's body had disappeared along with it. All Yi Xian possessed was his will, the will to control everything. No. Suddenly, Yi Xian realized that the laws in his body weren't complete. They seemed to be missing quite a bit. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the air. As expected, the godly sovereign hadn't disappeared. Light gathered once more, and the godly sovereign reappeared. Damn it! That wretched creator sovereign, how dare he deprive me of my power? Deprive him of his power. Yi Xian suddenly realized that his power had come from the godly sovereign. No wonder his power wasn't complete, because a portion of it was still in the godly sovereign's body. Looking at the 4 ultimate divine weapons around him, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. This was because this creator sovereign, whom he'd only met once, had given him such a great opportunity, only to immediately disappear. In fact, perhaps the creator sovereign had already planned to do this from the moment he'd discovered Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had a complete constitution of laws. Such a physique was not something that everyone possessed. Perhaps, from the first time he'd encountered Yi Xian in the forbidden land of chaos, he'd already planned everything. Damn it, you deserve to die. Be destroyed. Suddenly, the godly sovereign roared at Yi Xian. At the same time, everything around Yi Xian began to rapidly disintegrate. Even the quasi-guardian next to him transformed into specks of light and vanished. What terrifying power! Yi Xian was shocked to discover that everything around him was rapidly disintegrating. Space was shattering, time was shattering, everything was rapidly disintegrating. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his hand. Everything around him was restored in an instant. Destruction and restoration. Yi Xian and the godly sovereign each wielded two extremes of power. In other words, while the godly sovereign could destroy everything, Yi Xian could restore everything. However, there seemed to be no limit to this kind of battle. In truth, if this battle continued, there would be no outcome. Yi Xian's mind raced. Seal. How exactly could he seal this guy? Suddenly, Yi Xian glanced at the four ultimate divine weapons. Since the creator sovereign had left them behind, they should have their uses. Yi Xian searched through his memories. Finally, he found a vague memory in the depths of his mind. This memory didn't belong to Yi Xian, but it clearly contained the ultimate secret of the six-syllable mantra and the four ultimate divine weapons. The Seal of Eternity. Yi Xian looked up at the godly sovereign, thinking of the hegemon of eternity. Could it be that the hegemon of eternity knew everything about him and had even led him here? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? A physique of laws and the six-syllable mantra. It seemed that all of this was tailor-made for Yi Xian to use the Seal of Eternity. Yi Xian turned to look at someone in the distance. It was an old man, the one who'd brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun divine realm. He was Mimu's master. However, Yi Xian wasn't looking at him because of the man, but because of his bloodline. Boiling sacrifice. This guy had a special bloodline, but in Yi Xian's eyes, he was only useful as a sacrifice. It was as if half of everything had already been arranged. Yes, it was destiny. Destiny wasn't a power of law. Like luck, it was ephemeral and unpredictable, but it seemed to exist. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was strangely calm. He seemed to sense a special realm, a realm of transcendence. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian extracted the old man's blood. The blood quickly coalesced into rays of light in the air. These rays of light converged into a formation, and Yi Xian continued to channel power into it. It was only a moment, but it also seemed like an eternity. All of a sudden, the formation disappeared. However, the divine ruler was shocked to discover that all of his power had been sealed away. The Seal of Eternity, the Seal of Eternity. This was the essence of the Seal of Eternity. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from him. The strength that Yi Xian had displayed was too terrifying. What are you trying to do? The divine ruler was stunned. He was an eternal ruler, but today he'd fallen into a forbidden zone where death was certain. He hated the creator of the universe. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hated the creator, there was nothing he could do. You can go to hell now. Yi Xian raised his hand and brought the God-Slayer down. Boom! Countless profound energies surged toward Yi Xian. Everyone, no matter where they were, felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down on them. In the divine realm, countless mystic realms and creatures of the void prostrated themselves on the ground. It was because they had a new master. This new master was Yi Xian. Chapter 2591. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Starry Sky Devouring System. Ding. The host has killed the ruler of the heavenly realm. The devouring key is rewarded. The system can be upgraded. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The ruler of the heavenly realm was dead. He had inherited the power of the ruler of the heavenly realm, so he was the new ruler of the heavenly realm. Between heaven and earth, he was the ruler. No one could compete with him, so he did not have to worry about anything. He could directly upgrade the system. Ding! The system is upgrading. The current progress is 1%. Yi Xian checked the progress and found that the upgrade was estimated to take 1 day. This was like a snap of the fingers for him. Ding! The system is upgrading. The current progress is 100%. The system upgrade is complete. The host has obtained the Starry Sky Devouring System. The Starry Sky Devouring System. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that the heavenly realm was not the end. Just as he thought, he would go to outer space, which was the heavenly realm beyond. At the same time, he also knew why the system had malfunctioned when he ascended to the heavenly realm from the immortal realm. There was a reason. The devouring system is a product of the third race in the universe, the human race. It is used to select human talents and distribute them throughout the universe. They did this because there is a great crisis in the universe. The first race in the universe, the Tianji clan, was created for the human race. Later, they gained intelligence and betrayed the human race. They called themselves the Tianji clan and opposed the human race. They were determined to destroy the human race and unify the universe. Left with no choice, the human race and the other races in the universe established the Wanluo Federation to fight against the Tianji clan. After finding out about this, Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. It turned out that he had obtained the devouring system for a reason. He was chosen by the human race in the universe. To be precise, he was chosen by a member of the Tianji clan called D-Air. D-Air was a robot invented by the first person of the human race, Xingbo. At the same time, D-Air had a robot brother called D-E. It was D-Air who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human talents with potential. D-E, on the other hand, killed his own creator, Xingbo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan. And declared that he would destroy the human race and unify the universe. To put it simply, the mechanical race of the myriad Luo Federation and the number one race of the universe, the Heaven's Legacy race, were of the same origin. After understanding all this, Yi Xian felt that the God realm was too insignificant, like a drop of water in the vast ocean. Then, he continued to learn about the history of the universe. In the universe, the smallest unit was a planet, followed by a galaxy, star field, astral boundary, universe, and so on. The continent Yi Xian was standing on was a planet. It was divided into 9 levels of heaven, and the God realm was on the 9th level. Further up was the heavens beyond heaven, which was the universe. When he had ascended to the God realm from the immortal realm, the reason why the devouring system had suddenly malfunctioned and entered a semi-shielded state was because the 9th heaven of the God realm was very close to the outland. If he did not enter a semi-shielded state, he might be detected by the Heaven's Legacy race and be obliterated along with the planet. Ding! The realm has been updated. Host, please take a look. At this moment, the system prompted again. Realm update. Yi Xian hurriedly checked. He had inherited the ruler of gods and was now a ruler of gods. But now, the system showed that he was only a first-order planetary core. Above the planetary core were meteors, satellites, planets, stars, and so on. Yi Xian had some understanding of this. He had transmigrated, so he was familiar with it. The Earth was a planet, the Moon was a satellite orbiting the Earth, and the Sun was a star. Who would have thought that the realms of the universe were divided in this way? But that was not important. What Yi Xian cared about was the Myriad Luo Federation. The human race of the universe had established the Myriad Luo Federation with the other races of the universe to fight against the first race of the universe, the Heaven's Legacy race. The Myriad Luo Federation was divided into two camps. One was technology, and the other was cultivation. The technology camp was led by the Everlasting Dynasty. They mainly used technology to build a country. They used mechas and warships to engage in interstellar battles. They also used gene cultivation fluids to improve the human body. That was why they called themselves New Humans. For example, Yi Xian was now called the ruler of gods, but that was just a name for a realm. Gods were actually just humans who had reached a certain level of strength. As for the cultivation camp, it was led by the 10 Ju celestial palaces. That was to say, they were like Yi Xian's current cultivation method. However, they were no longer cultivating reality. Instead, they were cultivating a higher level of stars. That was why they could also be called cultivators. It was just that they had not forgotten their roots, so they called themselves cultivators. Those powerful cultivators could even dismantle warships with their bare hands and split planets with their swords. However, at that moment, the system gave him another notification. Ding! The host's planet has not been verified by the Federation. The system rewards the host with the title of Interstellar Traveler. Please head to the nearest planet, Sky River Star, for verification. Otherwise, this ownerless planet may be discovered by other interstellar travelers. Ding! The system has automatically created a Federation identity card for the host. Ding! The system recommends that the host become an interstellar mercenary. Hearing this, Yi Xian checked and found that his current identity was that of a native of Heavenly River Planet. As long as he went to Heavenly River Planet to conduct a planet survey and certification, this planet would be under his name. As long as he applied for closed management, foreign interstellar travelers would not be able to enter. If others were to verify first, this planet would no longer belong to him. At that time, those interstellar travelers could do whatever they wanted here. This was Yi Xian's home. He would not allow such a thing to happen. At that moment, he flew all the way up. Not long after, he broke through the planet's protective layer. At that moment, Yi Xian was deep in outer space, which was also known as sky beyond heaven. The interstellar traveler title could reduce the probability of encountering a cosmic space rift. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be sucked into a cosmic space rift and then crushed. Outer space was extremely unstable. There were a large number of cosmic space rifts. The interstellar traveler title reduced the probability of Yi Xian encountering a cosmic space rift. It was said that those powerful cultivators could also use magic treasures and the like to carry out interstellar travel. Some people could even carry a cosmic space rift with their bodies. At that moment, Yi Xian looked at the planet below him. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. He checked the system and found that the system recommended him to arrive at Sky River Star within a year for verification. A year was nothing to him now. However, he also found a system notification saying that if he wanted to carry out interstellar travel, he had to empty the Devour space. Otherwise, the Devour space might collapse. In other words, those people in the Devour space had to be released. Not a single thing could be left behind. At the same time, those cultivation techniques, magic treasures, bloodlines, and so on would be emptied. Even the flow of the Devour space would be the same as the universe. Although he was now in sky beyond heaven, he was still within the range of this planet. Therefore, it was not considered interstellar travel. This planet is divided into 9 heavens. Let's call it 9 Heaven Star. As for interstellar travel, let's wait for a while. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he told his family and friends the good news. Then, he released everyone in the Devour space to the heavenly realm. While he was at it, he married Meili and Fian. Of course, he did not forget Luoluo. Luoluo had followed him from the first heaven. She had been with him for countless years. Naturally, he would not forget her. Now, Yi Xian had a total of 5 wives. They were Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Luoluo, Meili, and Fian. It was a pity that his Devour space could not take anyone or anything with him. 1 month later. It's time to leave and carry out the planetary survey certification. I have to do it as soon as possible. It would be troublesome if someone discovered me first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He said goodbye to everyone and returned to sky beyond heaven. Last time, he did not leave the 9 heaven star. Therefore, it did not count as interstellar travel. Chapter 2592. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Burial Star Field Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As Yi Xian left the 9 heaven star for interstellar travel, the starry sky devouring system in his body was reset once again. After the reset, the system's ultimate mission was triggered: destroy the number 1 race in the universe, the Tianji race. Yi Xian now had some understanding of the Tianji race. In the entire galaxy, the Tianji race occupied a vast area in the first universe and was currently the number 1 overlord in the galaxy. As for the human race, due to their large population, they now occupied the 3rd universe. In the 3rd and 2nd universes, as well as the other small universes, there were many other races in the universe. The 9 heaven star technique, which was currently at the lowest level, was only one of the most common cultivation techniques in the Wanluo Federation, which was jointly established by the human race in the 3rd universe and the other races in the other universes. Moreover, in the gift bag he received from the reset of the starry sky devouring system, there were only 3 ordinary treasures: the streamer star armor, the heavenly star sword, and the flying star shuttle. Other than that, there was only one that had become the system's currency, the source of devouring. Although Yi Xian still had the system's hand of devouring and the force devouring skill, in his current situation, he could not rely on these 2 skills. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting in the small battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle. He had set the self-propelling mode so that the Flying Star Shuttle would take him to the Sky River Star in this star field. Yi Xian had already sunk into deep thought. He was thinking about how to use the resources he had at hand to open up the situation as soon as possible. First of all, he had to verify the ownership of the 9 heaven star. This was the most important thing for Yi Xian to do now that he was on his way to the Sky River Star. As for what to do after that, the system suggested that Yi Xian register as an interstellar mercenary while he was on his way to the Sky River Star. He had the title of Interstellar Traveler, which was unique to the system and also an advantage for Yi Xian. In the boundless galaxy, there were all sorts of resources and opportunities. However, during interstellar travel, the chances of encountering spatial rifts were also very high. Compared to other interstellar mercenaries, Yi Xian's title as an interstellar traveler reduced his risk in this aspect to the minimum. However, what truly prompted Yi Xian to accept the system's suggestion and decide to register as an official interstellar mercenary after going to Heavenly River Planet was another matter. That was the acquisition of the interstellar bloodline. There were many kinds of starry sky bloodlines in the devouring system exchange shop, but he only had one, the source of devouring, which was a currency in the system. He couldn't exchange anything good with it. With the starry sky bloodline, one's strength would increase even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian was determined to win. In addition to exchanging from the system, he had another way, which was to obtain the inheritance from some of the ferocious beasts in the starry sky outside the system. This kind of starry sky bloodline obtained from the outside world would also be recognized by the system. After successfully obtaining the inheritance, this bloodline inheritance would also be accepted by the system, and there would be a possibility of growth and advancement in the future. After becoming an interstellar mercenary, Yi Xian would have to enter the vast starry sky to hunt for all kinds of ferocious beast materials or find some minerals. These things could be used to exchange for the source of devouring with the system. In addition to exchanging with the starry sky devouring system in his body, he could also exchange for other items with the organizations on some of the base planets of the Wanluo Federation. For example, there was a special organization in the Alliance's office hall on the Sky River planet that dealt with all these. In addition, in the vast starry sky, in addition to the Alliance's thousands of races, there were many more wild ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were the source of the starry sky bloodline. Of course, there were different types of ferocious beasts, and there were good and bad bloodlines. Generally speaking, even the average ferocious beast's bloodline couldn't be exchanged with just a little source of devouring from the system or the Wanluo Federation. If Yi Xian was rich, it wouldn't matter, but now that he was short of money, the best way for him to obtain the bloodline of the Starry Sky bloodline was to go to the Starry Sky and find the ferocious beasts himself. This was very difficult, and the success rate was even lower. However, Yi Xian had overcome many obstacles along the way, so this was not a problem for him. After making up his mind, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that he hadn't reached the Sky River planet and began to look at the universe star map and the flying star shuttle. After he registered as an interstellar mercenary, he would go to the star region. First of all, the location of the Sky River planet in the vast starry sky. The Sky River planet was located in the third universe, which was occupied by the human race. The human race in the third universe had established the Wanluo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the first race in the universe, the Tianji race. There were two camps in the Wanluo Federation. One was technology, and the other was cultivation. The technology camp was led by the Immortal Dynasty, and the cultivation camp was led by the Tenju Heavenly Palace. The Immortal Dynasty and the Tenju Heavenly Palace were two major forces, but each occupied half of the starry sky in the third universe. The Sky River planet was located in the middle of these two forces. In this central mezzanine zone, there was a dark void of the universe. This void was called the domain of the buried meteorites. It was said that the wormholes that led to the first universe and other universes, such as the second, were all in the depths of the domain of the buried meteorites. It was safe to say that once a full-scale war broke out between the first universe and the third universe, the domain of the buried meteorites, where the wormholes were located, would become the front line of the war. A large number of experts from the second universe and other universes, who had formed the Wanluo Federation with the human race, would arrive at the domain of the buried meteorites through wormholes first. Of course, there were no large-scale wars between the races in the various universes at the moment, so the domain of the buried meteorites was still peaceful. However, since the wormholes that connected the several universes were located in the depths of the domain of the buried meteorites, even in peaceful times, this domain of the buried meteorites was the most complicated place. Almost all the experts of the various races in the universe would enter this domain of the buried meteorites. Occasionally, one could even see some Heavenly Legacy race members secretly sneaking in. The reason for this was that the domain of the buried meteorites was actually a graveyard of stars, where countless stars had perished. The domain of the buried meteorites wasn't a black hole, but it was between the normal void and a black hole. It was a kind of gray domain of the universe. Almost all the stars that had entered the period of death had been drawn into this domain of the buried meteorites, just like how a black hole would absorb and devour everything. In fact, this gray domain of the buried meteorites was a black hole that was slowly forming. Since it hadn't formed yet, both the experts of the various races in the universe and the various fierce beasts in the universe could enter it to hunt for the abundant resources inside, as well as the star core origins of those dead stars. Yi Xian was currently at the first grade of the star core realm, which was the lowest level of the starry sky grade. These star core origins would be very useful for his cultivation. While he was deducing, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! We have arrived at the Sky River planet. Chapter 2593. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The owner of the Nine Heavens Starin edition, the Sky River Star, was not only huge, but it also gave Yi Xian a dreamy feeling. The gigantic celestial body also had an atmosphere that enveloped the celestial body. However, on this atmosphere, one could vaguely see a large number of nodes flashing with light. Clearly, this was both an atmosphere and an array formation. When needed, it had defensive capabilities. This was within the scope of the cultivation civilization. But in fact, the Sky River Star was not just a planet where the cultivation civilization flourished, because Yi Xian saw several huge star docks outside the atmosphere. They were similar to the docks and ports in the ocean, but they were docked by interstellar battleships. Of course, the interstellar battleships in sight were not small battleships like the Flying Star shuttle owned by Yi Xian. They were all supergiants. Right now, these giant interstellar battleships were docked at the star docks opened up in the atmosphere of the Nine Heavens Star Array, waiting to enter the inner part of the star. Obviously, no one could enter the other areas of the array formation's atmosphere. If they entered by mistake, they might trigger a reaction from the array formation, which would lead to the arrival of patrolling soldiers. Yi Xian put away the Flying Star shuttle immediately. The system automatically helped him to create a citizen of the Xuanhuan Federation. In fact, there was no such thing as an identity token. Instead, he just needed to use an iris scan to verify his identity. Yi Xian landed on one of the star docks. The star docks were very large. A huge platform had been built in the void outside the atmosphere, which was divided into two sides. One side was the dock area. Those large battleships could not enter the Sky River Star, so they could dock at the star docks outside. They had to pay rent. This showed the advantages of using small battleships. They were similar to magic treasures that could be stored inside one's body, and they could save on docking fees. Of course, large battleships could also be stored inside one's body, but that was not something an ordinary starry sky cultivator could do. After Yi Xian landed on the platform, he walked straight to the personnel passage on the other side. There were many people queuing up. In addition to ordinary people, there were all kinds of strange life forms. Yi Xian even observed one of them secretly for a long time, but he could not find which part of the head was and which part of the butt was. However, the aura emanating from his body was very strong, so he did not dare to examine him too closely for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. The Myriad Luo Federation was obviously very powerful. Whether it was the cultivation civilization or the technological civilization, they had all developed to an extremely high level. They even had the ability to combine the two. After lining up behind Yi Xian, a certain instrument in front of him only flashed with a light. It scanned his eyes and then let him go. After entering the atmosphere, what appeared before them was an even more dreamy world. Since they had already entered the starry era, it was obvious that the buildings on Heavenly River Planet weren't limited to just land. Yi Xian saw that there were also tunnels that led to the bottom of the sea in the vast ocean. At the same time, other than the land, there were also some large cities in the sky that were similar to the city in the sky. In the atmosphere of Heavenly River Planet, there were a large number of small shuttles operating. It was a dazzling sight. Although he was very curious and interested, Yi Xian did not intend to explore this interstellar city that he had seen for the first time since entering the starry sky. This was because he was now a pauper. He only had a little bit of devouring source, which was used as the currency of the starry sky devouring system. The currency of the Myriad Luo Federation was the star coin, and he did not have a single one. The star coin was actually a kind of crystal. It was the crystal left after the energy of the star core was drained. Although the energy of the star core in these crystals had been depleted, they were still from the core of the star and could slowly absorb the free energy of the universe and store it inside. It could be said that they still had a certain value. Therefore, The residue of the star core was collected by the myriad Luo Federation and polished into the standard size of a pigeon egg to be used as currency. Of course, the star core was also divided into different grades. After the energy was depleted, the remaining crystals would be of different colors. The darker the color, the faster the speed at which the free energy of the universe was extracted and stored. Therefore, even if they were polished into the same standard shape, their value would be different. They were divided into 7 types: white, orange, cyan, green, red, blue, and purple. 10 white coins were equal to 1 orange coin, 10 orange coins were equal to 1 cyan coin, and so on. In the end, 1 purple coin was equal to 1,000,000 white coins. It was said that there were 2 types of star coins above the purple coin. One was black, and the other was 9-colored. 1 black coin was equal to 10 purple coins, which was 10,000,000 white coins. 1 9-colored coin was equal to 100 purple coins, which was 100,000,000 white coins. Yi Xian had decided to enter the graveyard star field as a star mark mercenary. In addition to obtaining the bloodline of the star beasts and hunting materials, his other purpose was to find the star core in the core of the dead star and devour its energy to improve his cultivation. After that, he could recycle the remaining crystals to the myriad Luo Federation and exchange them for star coins. These star coins would be the universal currency of any planet in the myriad Luo Federation in the future. They were indispensable, and the more the better. After entering the atmosphere of the Sky River star, the starlight level devouring system in his body had automatically connected with the internal network of the planet. This connection was silent and would not be discovered by the core of the planet. This was another advantage that Yi Xian had over the other interstellar masters. Almost as soon as he set foot on the planet, he could use the devouring system in his body to search for information about the services on the planet. Soon, he found the location of the Sky River Federation office. It was a huge building suspended in the air above the vast sea of the Sky River star. Whether it was registering for the star exploration rights, registering as an interstellar mercenary of the myriad Luo Federation, or many other things, everything was done on this platform. There were many figures shuttling back and forth on the platform. Since the Sky River star was located at the periphery of the graveyard star field, the myriad Luo Federation masters, except for the human race, could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, registering as an interstellar mercenary and owning the star exploration rights did not require any star coins. Otherwise, given Yi Xian's current situation of being penniless, he would not have been able to complete either of these 2 tasks. After a while, Yi Xian lined up in front of 2 huge windows and completed both of these tasks. As expected of the Star Age, the number of people working at the windows was extraordinary. More than 90% of the staff at the windows were advanced humanoid robots. When Yi Xian exited from the second window, the devouring system in his body beeped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the owner of the 9 heavenly stars. Hint: as the host's abilities improve, there will be a chance to absorb the 9 heavenly stars into the devouring system in the future. Chapter 2594. Federation rankings. Hearing the notification from the devouring system, Yi Xian finally realized that the so-called interstellar mercenary status was actually tied to his Federation status. There was no physical token, which made things much more convenient. As for the points function of the virtual soldier ownership token, he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now that he heard about it, his interest was piqued and he quickly checked the system in his body. The so-called Federation points referred to the contribution points made by the citizens of the Wan Luo Federation to the Federation. It existed for life and could be accumulated. Currently, Yi Xian's Federation points were 0, 0. These were 2 numbers. The 0 in front was the official point value. It would continue to accumulate and wouldn't clear out. The 0 in the brackets was the value that had already been exchanged. It would accumulate as the points were used. For example, if the value was 1000, 200, then it meant that you had contributed a total of 1,000 contribution points to the Myriad Luo Federation. However, of these 1,000 contribution points, 200 points had already been used up by you. That's right, these contribution points could be used to exchange for items in all the Federation's planets and cities. Every planet's Federation Affairs office had a special department. It was said that even some heaven-defying materials, treasures, techniques, bloodlines, and the like could be exchanged. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough Federation points. This Federation point system wasn't unique to the human race's interstellar mercenaries. Instead, all citizens of the Wan Luo Federation could go to a special window to activate this Federation contribution point system. In addition to the human race, the Wan Luo Federation also had a large number of other races in the universe. This Federation contribution point system was universal. In other words, as long as you had enough points, you could use it whether you were in the human race's territory or the territory of other races in the universe. As long as the other party belonged to the Wan Luo Federation. Of course, in order to activate this Federation contribution point system, you first had to have enough strength. First Order Starcore was the minimum requirement. Whether it was the human race or the other races in the universe, many citizens didn't have this strength and didn't qualify. That was because the source of this point system was limited to the enemies of the Myriad Luo Federation, in other words, the first Cosmos Heavenly Legacy race. Only when you exterminated a member of the Heaven's Legacy race or their subordinate race, or when you obtained special materials or minerals that were extremely important to the battle between the Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race would the system automatically give you points. Of course, each method had a different standard of scoring. If you killed an official member of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might get 100 federal contribution points, but if you killed an existence of a slave race that was a vassal of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might only get 10 or 1 points. Similarly, if you only obtained a piece of special ore and handed it over to the Federation Affairs Office, the contribution points awarded could be as high as 1,000, or even 10,000 points. Since there was a Federation contribution point system, there would naturally be a contribution point ranking. This virtual Federation contribution point ranking could be found on any terminal of the Myriad Luo Federation's member races. Yi Xian checked it out and was immediately shocked. This Federation contribution point ranking was divided into 3 categories: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to 100th place with the highest contribution points. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. It was needless to say how many people there were in the second cosmos, but there were also other races in the other cosmos. This base number was simply unbelievable. However, the Sky, Earth, and Human rankings only had a total of 10,000 people. These 10,000 people had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Sky ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for the latecomers to replace them. Yi Xian looked at the last few people on the Human ranking. All of them had more than 100,000 contribution points, and their cultivation levels were all above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation levels were all question marks. As for the 100 people on the Sky ranking, their cultivation levels were also all question marks. This was obviously a deliberate cover-up. In the starry sky environment, the cultivation levels were very different. Many people could not see through all the cultivation levels. However, Yi Xian, thanks to the devouring system in his body, was able to see through all this even though he was the weakest core realm. However, even if it was the devouring system, in terms of starry sky level cultivation, Yi Xian was still the first few that had been unsealed. They were core realm, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. It was said that these were only the top 8 out of the 15 normal starry sky realms. After the 15 normal starry sky realms, it was said that there were some advanced starry sky realms who could really be considered strong in the starry sky. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about this at the moment. At this moment, he was the weakest first-order core star state expert among the 8 known star state experts. The weakest star state experts on the ranking list of young masters were all in the black hole state. It was safe to say that he was still a long way away from reaching the ranking list. Of course, the criteria for getting on the Federation contribution list was only based on the number of contribution points the Federation had. It had nothing to do with one's strength. However, if one wanted to obtain a large number of contribution points, would it be possible without a corresponding strength? Even Yi Xian had not thought about this. Neither had the AI robot who registered him as an interstellar mercenary. She definitely did not realize that not long after, the first Federation powerhouse to get on the human ranking list with a cultivation level below the black hole realm had already been born in her hands. This interstellar mercenary serial number was easy to remember, the 131488080. After taking care of the 2 urgent matters at hand, Yi Xian did not stay on the Sky River planet any longer. He immediately returned to the vast void outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere through the Star Docks portal. The devouring system in his body had automatically downloaded a star map of the graveyard star field. Although the Sky River planet was located in the graveyard star field, it was at the outermost edge. If he wanted to explore this star field and obtain materials from the dire beasts and various useful minerals, he would have to go deeper. Yi Xian took out the flying star shuttle and immediately rushed into the boundless gray void in front of him. A whole month passed by quickly. At first, the flying star shuttle could occasionally see a few battleships passing by in the void. However, in the past 10 days or so, he had not seen any life forms. Not to mention battleships, he had not even seen a single dire beast, which was said to be the most common in this vast and boundless graveyard star field. Just as Yi Xian was speechless, the system's notification finally sounded again. Chapter 2595. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a double loss. Bloodline, elementary. Value, rare. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was overjoyed. The elementary bloodline meant that this ferocious beast was most likely still in its infancy. If Yi Xian could capture it and use the devouring system to devour it, the bloodline he would obtain would be extremely complete. Value, rare meant that this ferocious beast's bloodline was the type that could continue to grow. The 2 words, rare, were enough to show how rare this ferocious beast was. Of course, what surprised Yi Xian even more was that this ferocious beast was actually the Star Devourer, or Star Beast for short. In the vast universe, there were thousands of races. Many of them weren't even fleshly life forms. For example, Yi Xian had learned from the devouring system that there was a mineral life form whose true form was actually a mysterious crystal. However, even this fleshly crystal life form was actually a member of the Myriad Federation. On the contrary, many of the ferocious beasts in the universe with flesh and blood were excluded from the Federation. No matter how strong they were just prey. The most fundamental reason for this was intelligence. The only standard to distinguish and measure the ferocious beasts in the universe was intelligence. Even a crystal life form could be considered a higher life form as long as its intelligence was developed to a certain standard. However, the ferocious beasts, no matter how strong they were, had limited intelligence and could only be hunted down by higher life forms. In the vast universe, there were countless types of ferocious beasts with incomplete intelligence. The Star Devourer was one of the more precious ferocious beasts, especially in the domain of the buried meteorites. To put it bluntly, the domain of the buried meteorites was a huge black hole that was forming in the universe. A large number of stars were being pulled into this special star field that was heading toward destruction. Furthermore, even a star that was emitting light and heat would be affected by the general trend of this vast star field after it was pulled into the domain of the buried meteorites. It would rapidly dim and begin to die. This kind of star wasn't like the stars in the outer space. They didn't have the terrifying light and heat that people couldn't get close to. However, they weren't really dead stars. Because they were affected by the general situation of this star area, they dimmed quickly in a short time. Deep inside their cores, there was still a large amount of star core origin. Therefore, it would have great value. Moreover, it would be very convenient and fast to excavate this value. There were many such stars in the domain of the buried domain. That was why this wondrous domain had attracted so many powerful experts from the Federation. Even powerful experts from the Heavenly Fortune race's subordinate races would secretly come to this place, along with powerful experts from the Heavenly Fortune race's subordinate races. However, most of the stars in the domain of the buried falling were dead stars whose cores had already been drained of the origin of star. These dead stars were the same as the other valuable stars. If one didn't go deep into the core of the star, they wouldn't know how much star core essence was left in the star core, or rather, whether it still existed. However, if he were to attempt to enter the depths of the core of every star he encountered, it would be extremely tiring. However, the Star Devourer's bloodlines could solve this problem. The reason why the Space Devourer beasts were called star beasts was because they fed on the star core origin of stars throughout their lives. Every Space Devourer beast had to consume a large amount of star core origin in order to evolve their bloodline and grow their bodies. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the aura of star core essence. Like sharks in the sea, they were especially sensitive to the smell of blood. It was safe to say that if he could raise a star beast or possess a star beast's bloodline, he would have a much easier time searching for the origin of star cores in the domain of the graveyard of the domain of the falling stars. It was definitely more efficient than getting twice the result with half the effort. Star core essence had many uses and was very valuable. For ordinary experts of the Federation, they could either trade it for other items or absorb its energy. Then, they could return the star core essence that had been drained of its energy to the Myriad Federation so that they could polish it into standard forms and use it as the Federation's currency. Yi Xian was currently at the star core state. When he was at the star core state, devouring star core essence was the most helpful for improving his cultivation base. The speed at which he improved his cultivation base was the fastest, much faster than any other kind of energy. In other words, what Yi Xian needed the most right now was star core essence, and this star devourer was obviously a large amount of star core essence right in front of him. Star devourers were very rare to begin with, and a young one was even rarer. This time, Yi Xian couldn't miss it no matter what. Lock on. Hunt immediately. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately replied. Soon, a red dot appeared on the system's star chart. It wasn't very far from Yi Xian's current position, and the system couldn't detect it even if it was too far away. With a specific direction, Yi Xian immediately activated the flying star shuttle and rushed over as fast as he could. This kind of star devourer was something that could only be encountered by chance. It could only be said that he was lucky to have encountered it. Just in case, he had to hunt it as soon as possible. Fortunately, it was only a young beast, so it shouldn't be very strong. Yi Xian used the system's devouring hand, so his chances of successfully hunting it were still very high. If it really didn't work, he still had the devouring hand, but his chances of success were slightly lower. If the devouring hand couldn't capture it, it meant that the beast was obviously very strong. Even if he tried to forcibly devour it, it would be a little difficult. Soon, a green ferocious beast about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Its aura was very restrained, and it was floating in the void of the galaxy. In front of it was a small pile of red crystals. Star core essence. Seeing this pile of red crystals, Yi Xian's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. The currency of the Xuanluo Federation, star coins, was made from the remaining crystals of star core essence that had been depleted of energy. They were divided into 7 colors: white, orange, cyan, green, red, blue, and purple. The star coins made from red star core essence were also red in color. One star core essence was equivalent to 10,000 white coins. The volume of a star coin was only the size of a thumb, but the small pile of red star core essence in front of him, even if the consumption during the polishing process was taken into account, could be made into at least 10,000 red star coins. This was 100 million white coins, the same value as 10 black coins, or 1 9-colored coin. But this was not the most important thing. What was more important was that this pile of red star core essence clearly still contained the energy of the star core essence. Otherwise, this star devourer wouldn't have taken an interest in it and carefully approached it step by step. Bait. This word flashed in Yi Xian's mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Who was so generous that they didn't hesitate to use so many red star core essences to lure this star devourer beast? Encountering Yi Xian, this was clearly a situation where they were about to lose the bait after the bait. Chapter 2596. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Escape, Devouring Hand. Amidst his shock, Yi Xian's heart wildly jumped. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly activated the devouring hand and swallowed the starry sky devouring beast and the small pile of red star cores into his body. Then, he turned around and fled without looking back. No matter how far away the astral devouring beast was, its attention would definitely be on him. The moment Yi Xian made his move, the other party would know. He had to escape immediately. What? Someone in the Wanluo Federation dares to steal from me. This is outrageous. Almost at the same time Yi Xian made his move, a young man in a warship exclaimed in disbelief. Then, in the empty void in the distance, a small warship slowly appeared. Although the size of this warship was not large, about the same as Yi Xian's flying star shuttle, its grade was obviously much higher. This could be seen from the fact that the warship's hull had a concealment array. In the Star Age, the technological civilization and the cultivation civilization were neck and neck. Most of the time, there was no distinction between them. Even warships were the same. This kind of top-notch product of the technological civilization had long applied the arrays of the cultivation civilization. The arrays engraved on the inside and outside of the warship were generally used in 3 ways: attack, defense, or speed. Although it wasn't that there weren't any warships that were specially branded with such concealment arrays, they were generally important warships of the Federation. There was only one explanation for a private warship to be branded with such an array: too many star coins. Obviously, the young man who owned this small battleship must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words earlier, and he wouldn't have casually tossed out a pile of red grade star core origins to capture a young star devourer. But now, all of this had been taken advantage of by Yi Xian. In fact, before he made his move, Yi Xian had already foreseen the consequences. But even so, even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Cultivation was originally a struggle against the heavens. There weren't many chances for a pie to fall from the sky. If he didn't properly grasp it, even Yi Xian himself would feel that he was a failure. No matter who you are, this young master will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You won't be able to escape. When he heard the angry roar behind him, Yi Xian subconsciously turned around to take a look. Only then did he discover that in the empty void, a battleship had appeared out of nowhere. The oval-shaped light shield on the surface of the battleship was actually flashing with the light of array patterns. This was clearly a high-grade battleship engraved with array patterns. Even the flying star shuttle that the devouring system gave to Yi Xian as a gift did not have any runes on it. However, the flying star shuttle's unique feature was its speed. Although it could not be compared with higher-grade warships, there were very few warships of the same grade that could surpass it in terms of speed. After all, he had just entered the starry sky. In order to protect the host, the devouring system would not be stingy with escaping items. Damn it! You can't get away. seeing that Yi Xian had summoned the flying star shuttle and dashed into the depths of the graveyard in a streak of brightness, the young man in the small battleship behind him gnashed his teeth in fury. His face twisted hideously, he boosted the battleship with all his strength and chased after him. He had a lot of battleships. He even had the strategic-level giant starships. He also had several battleships of each type that had been engraved with arrays in terms of speed, defense, attack, and so on. As it happened, in order to capture the Space Devourer, the only battleship he had brought with him was the Hidden Dust warship that had been specially enhanced with a top-level concealment array. Even the sensitive senses of the ferocious beasts could not detect the slightest trace of the Hidden Dust warship. The small, inconspicuous battleship of the young man, on the other hand, was as fast as his Hidden Dust warship that had been engraved with arrays despite its old-fashioned appearance. As the two of them were chasing each other, the distance between them could not be shortened at all. The situation infuriated the young man in the Hidden Dust warship. He roared from time to time, and the killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. The two battleships, one in front and one behind, soon rushed into the depths of the graveyard and went deeper and deeper. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first 2 days were fine. The distance between the two battleships barely changed. But on the third day, Yi Xian clearly noticed that the battleship behind him was getting closer and closer. The enemy had used some unknown method to significantly increase the speed of his battleship. If this continued, the Flying Star shuttle would be caught within 3 days at most. Yi Xian's strength was currently at the first level of the Star Core realm. In the Starry Sky realm, he belonged to the lowest level. He didn't think that the guy chasing after him was the same as him, belonging to the lowest level of cultivation. In other words, once the enemy caught up with him, Yi Xian would be faced with a real life-or-death crisis. Faster, faster, under the threat of life and death, Yi Xian could be said to be extremely nervous. He even started to mutter to himself. He was urging the devouring system in his body to hurry up. From the moment the devourer of stars was hunted down, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had started to extract and devour the beast's bloodline. This process was obviously very long. 3 days had passed, and it was still not over. This process consumed the system's energy, so Yi Xian could not spare time to absorb the small pile of red-level core energies. That was why he was so anxious, since it seemed that he could not escape. The most important thing for Yi Xian now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Even if it was only from the first level to the second level of the Star Core, for him, Yi Xian's chances of survival would greatly increase in the upcoming battle with the pursuers from the battleship behind him. Just as Yi Xian was feeling anxious, the devouring system in his body finally completed the purification of the bloodline of the infant devourer of stars. Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious great devourer of stars bloodline. Do you wish to absorb it? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately responded, absorb it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious great devourer of stars bloodline. Grade, primary. This bloodline belongs to the growth type bloodline. Evolution requirement: devour the bloodline of the same kind of devourer of stars and continuously purify the bloodline to increase its grade. Bloodline specialty: extremely sensitive to the aura of core energies. Within a certain range, it can sense the aura of all core energies. Sensing range increases with the bloodline grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the fusion of the precious great devourer of stars bloodline. Chapter 2597. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Terrifying Star Beast Bloodline. It was obvious that the red star core origin that the system had sensed was actually the small pile of star core origin that Yi Xian had absorbed when he had absorbed the Star Devourer Star Beast. Star core origin was the main source of energy used to increase one's strength after breaking through to the starry sky grade. However, the effect might not be as good later on. If one wanted to advance, they would need better things. However, for Yi Xian, who was at the lowest level of the star core grade, the effect of the star core origin was definitely the best. If there really was something good, given his current strength, he would definitely be able to devour it because of the devouring system. However, the efficiency of the absorption and utilization would obviously be greatly reduced. This reduction did not refer to the effect, but to the speed at which it would take effect. However, for Yi Xian, who was currently in danger, advancing immediately was exactly what he needed. The faster the better. The battleship behind them was getting closer and closer, therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately issued an order to the system. Absorb now, full speed. Ding. Red star core origin discovered. Absorbing now. Progress 1. Progress 30, ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm, level 2 star core grade. Absorbing red star core origin, progress 50. Progress 70, ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm, level 3 star core grade. Ding. Absorption of red star core origin completed. As the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Although he had been certain that this small pile of red star core origin would be able to successfully advance his realm, even Yi Xian had not expected that this small pile of red star core origin would contain so much energy that it would allow him to advance his realm level twice in a row. In just a short span of 10 breaths, his cultivation had advanced from level 1 star core grade to level 3 star core grade. Although he'd only just entered the 3rd level of the star core, the incomparably powerful feeling that Yi Xian had captured from within his body caused him to suddenly feel as if he'd been reborn. It was simply too wonderful. To cultivators, the advancement of their cultivation, even if it was just a small advancement, was like entering a whole new world. Moreover, the refreshing feeling of making successive breakthroughs in a short period of 10 breaths and advancing 2 small levels in one go was something that couldn't be described with words unless one experienced it personally. It could be said that the current Yi Xian felt like a completely new person. His self-confidence was firmer than ever. However, this was only the beginning. The real surprise was still to come. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing over the successive breakthroughs in his cultivation, the notification from the devouring system that had just stopped ringing in his mind suddenly rang out once more. Ding! Space devouring beast bloodline activated. The bloodlines are fusing. Congratulations to the host for perfectly integrating the starry sky devouring beast bloodline. Ding! Bloodline talent activated. He had caught the aura of the star core origin. Position, front right. Grade, cyan, medium, quantity, Federation's measurement method, 1 square meter. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. Position, straight ahead. Grade, orange, high. Quantity, Federation's measurement method, 5 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. Position, front left. Grade, green, low. Quantity, Federation's measurement method, 3 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. After the bloodline of the star-devouring beast was extracted by the devouring system and successfully integrated into Yi Xian's body, the devouring system automatically activated the bloodline talent of the star core origin that Yi Xian had just fused with. It immediately captured a large amount of aura of the star core origin from the vast expanse of space around them. Following that, the monotonous and mechanical notification continuously rang out in Yi Xian's mind. All of this happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was caught off guard. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. As far as the eye could see, he could see a large number of stars through the porthole of the flying star shuttle. These stars were of various sizes, but without exception, they were all dim and lifeless. Even if one used their divine sense to explore and sweep through them, they would not be able to detect any difference between them. It was obvious that some of these stars still had some star core origins in their inner star cores. However, most of the star core origin in the center of these stars had already been depleted. The only way for ordinary cultivators to collect this kind of star core origin was to break through the surface of these stars and go all the way to the center of the star. At that time, they would either obtain some star core origin that still contained energy or a small pile of depleted star core origin that could only be recycled to the Xuanhuan Federation and turned into raw materials for the Federation standard star coins. If the star core origin crystals were above the red level, they would still be of some value. However, if the star core origin crystals were below the red level, their value would not be enough to make up for the energy required to go from the surface of the star to the center of the star. It was simply not enough to make ends meet. But now, Yi Xian didn't need to get close to these stars at all. Within a certain range, he only needed to activate the bloodline of the universe devourer that he had just fused with. The effect was as if he had activated an ultimate detection radar that specifically targeted the star core origin. Not only could he instantly determine whether the star core origin still contained energy in the center of a star, but he could also determine the quality and quantity of the star core origin. In this case, Yi Xian could choose to excavate the star core origin based on the data he had obtained. He could give up on the star core origin crystals that were too few in quantity or quality. He would only choose the star cores that were of high quality and abundant. In this sense, the bloodline talent of the universe devourer, which was its sensitive detection ability for the star core origin crystals, was simply terrifying. With this bloodline, Yi Xian could obtain as many star core origins as he wanted. With this bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation level would undoubtedly soar like a rocket. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Yi Xian could successfully shake off the tail that had been following him closely for the past 3 days. Or rather, he could directly kill the tail. Otherwise, even if he was pleasantly surprised to find a star with a large amount of purple star core origin crystals, he could only sigh helplessly. He would not be able to obtain the star core origin crystals even if he wanted to. When he realized this, a murderous glint flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. After gritting his teeth, he immediately stopped the flying star shuttle. Chapter 2598. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans and forceful devour. As the flying star shuttle came to a stop, Yi Xian stepped out of the battleship and put the shuttle away with a wave of his hand. At this moment, he was standing in the void of the Milky Way without any concealment. He was expressionless as he faced the small battleship that was chasing after him at high speed. Seeing that Yi Xian did not intend to run anymore, the small battleship behind him slowed down. Then, with a flash of light, an elegant man in a moon-white robe appeared in the void of the Milky Way. However, in order to prevent any tricks, this person did not put away the small battleship that was enchanted with a concealment formation. This person had a red face and white teeth. His appearance seemed to be quite extraordinary, but the light in his eyes was obviously a little erratic. Coupled with his pale complexion, there was a hint of sickness. With a single glance, it was obvious that his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Because of this, his cultivation was not very high. He was only at the 4th order core realm, which was the same as Yi Xian, but 1 order higher. Judging from the fact that this person was able to own such a small warship that was engraved with a concealment formation and a small pile of red-level star core origins, this kind of extravagance indicated that his identity and origin were obviously extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of this reason that, with his identity as a young master, he naturally had no interest in cultivation. Being able to reach the 4th order core realm at such a young age was probably due to the accumulation of all kinds of treasures. Although the opponent's cultivation was 1 order higher, Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief after seeing this. It was only one order higher. How could a flower in a greenhouse like this fill the gap between him and Yi Xian, an expert who had grown up killing all the way? If the opponent was one order higher, Yi Xian would probably turn around and run for his life. However, it was only one order higher than him. It was really negligible. Unfortunately, the opponent obviously did not have this kind of awareness. At this moment, after his figure appeared, he briefly checked Yi Xian's cultivation aura. A disdainful sneer appeared on his pale face. No wonder you suddenly stopped without fear. It turns out that you hid your cultivation. Unfortunately, you are only at the third order core realm. You will still die if you encounter this young master. Speaking of this, the white-robed man's face suddenly sank. He scolded sternly, "You are really the first person in the Wanluo Federation who dares to steal from this young master. Seeing that you are courageous in seeking death, hand over the devouring space beast and this young master will give you a complete corpse." In other words, what the opponent was clearly only devouring star was devouring realm core. As for the small pile of red order core origin, he did not even mention it. Was way. Obviously, he did not care. Sure enough, he was rich. Yi Xian secretly sighed, then spread out his hands, his face full of helplessness. To be honest, that devouring star has been used up by me. Including that pile of red order core origin. If I want to return it, I will definitely not be able to. What? Used it? You didn't treat it as meat, did you? Damn it. Do you know how precious a young space-devouring beast is? This young master searched half of the Wanluo Federation and only accidentally found one. After following it for 2 whole years, you actually treated it as meat? The white-robed man was furious, his eyes bursting with killing intent. After roaring a few words, he immediately reacted, "No. That pile of red order core origin contains a huge amount of energy. Even this young master can't absorb it all in a short period of time. How can you do it in just 3 days? You are lying. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I really can't return it. Also, I didn't know that they had an owner. At most, I will return it to you in the future." Yi Xian's face once again showed a helpless expression. He frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience. "You dare to trick me?" The white-robed man was furious and suddenly roared, "You are courting death." Meteor sword, slash. Shio. A red brilliance flashed. As the white-robed man roared, the red brilliance expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a wide broadsword the size of a door. With a strong pressure, it was as fast as a meteor, slashing toward Yi Xian. The latter's eyelids twitched wildly. This white-robed man's attack was indeed extraordinary. The red broadsword's level was obviously not low. With Yi Xian's current core origin cultivation, there was no way he could defend against it. It was impossible for him to even turn around and escape. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than this red broadsword that was not low level. Danger instantly descended. For Yi Xian, the only solution now was devouring hand. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the devouring system's devouring hand skill. In an instant, a huge phantom palm appeared and grabbed at the red broadsword that was slashing toward him. Rip! In the next instant, a slight sound like silk being torn was heard. The phantom palm was actually split open by the red broadsword. Its momentum was unstoppable, and it was still whistling toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. As expected, its level was not low. It was beyond the range of the devouring hand. If that was the case, he could only try by force. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian quickly said in his mind, "Devouring system, forcibly collect." Shio! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The phantom palm that was split open by the red broadsword spun around. The originally split palm closed as it spun, and it seemed to become more solid. Then, it reached out and grabbed at the red broadsword as if it was taking something out of a bag. It wrapped around the red broadsword and entered Yi Xian's body. After a forceful attempt, Yi Xian finally succeeded. However, the price that Yi Xian paid was not small. He felt that the devouring system in his body was being consumed. What? You actually took this young master's meteor sword? What kind of method is this? The white-robed man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. As he spoke, he suddenly gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. You took this young master's magic weapon, so this young master will take you. Demon refining pot, take. Rumble, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly erupted without any warning. With a wave of the white-robed man's hand, a green light shot out from his palm and turned into a simple and unadorned long-mouthed flat pot. It seemed to be filled with endless thunder. The rumbling sound came from this long-mouthed flat pot. A heart-palpitating pressure spread out, instantly enveloping a large area of the Star River void. The level of this magic weapon was actually higher than the red broadsword from before. As soon as it appeared, it gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. It was also at this time that the white-robed man's sneer came again. This pot is called demon refining. It can absorb all things in the world. Even if one's cultivation is high enough, it can also absorb stars. Although this young master has not refined it yet, it is easy for this young master to take a little ant like you, not refined yet? Chapter 2599. Translator, trans and editor, trans and a huge gain. Since it had not been refined, it was equivalent to an item without an owner. No matter how high the grade of the devil refining pot was, it would be easier for the devouring hand to collect it than the red broadsword. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and roared, devouring hand. Heavenly star sword. Slash. The huge illusory palm shadow appeared again. This time, Yi Xian did not activate the forcible collection ability, but he still easily collected the devil refining pot. The powerful pressure in the galaxy was instantly gone, and even the rumbling of thunder completely disappeared. In addition, the huge illusory palm shadow, under the control of Yi Xian, took the opportunity to grab the small warship that had not been collected by the white-robed man. When it was successfully collected, the heavenly star sword that was shot out turned into a ray of light. After circling one round, it suddenly slashed at the back of the white-robed man's neck. What? This is impossible. The white-robed man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of shock. In the end, he stomped his feet and roared in the air, "You are definitely not a third-order planetary core warrior. Damn it, you actually concealed your cultivation. Liar. Bandit. Give me back my devouring beast, give me back my meteor sword, give me back my devil refining pot. Heavens, and this young master's dust concealment warship, you damn bandit." He did not know, but after calculating, the white-robed man realized that he had unknowingly been robbed of many good things by the other party. With his status in the Wanluo Federation, especially in the human race, he had always been the one who took a fancy to other people's things. Then, he would either forcibly take them or scheme to extort them. When had he ever been robbed like this? Monstrous anger surged in his heart. At this moment, the white-robed man went berserk. He completely ignored the heavenly star sword that was slashing at his neck. It was as if he did not feel it at all. It was naturally impossible that he did not feel it. The reason why he did not pay attention to it was because his entire mind was shrouded by a monstrous anger. He did not have time to care about anything else. On the other hand, it was because the aura and power of the heavenly star sword that he felt could not shake him at all. There was no need to pay attention to it at all. With his status, he naturally had no lack of powerful defensive treasures. The white-robed man wasn't alone in his search for the Star Devourer in the domain of the buried meteorite. He had even brought a huge fleet of guards with him. However, he had left the fleet by himself a few months ago. While searching for the Star Devourer, he had accidentally discovered the Star Devourer that he had been tracking for 2 years. Fearing that the Star Devourer would escape, he decided to track it down alone. However, even though he came in a hurry and did not bring many treasures with him, there were a few defensive treasures that he never left his body. As the heavenly star sword slashed down, one of the defensive treasures in the white-robed man's body was automatically activated, releasing a layer of glazed light that completely covered his body. Ding! The heavenly star sword made a crisp sound when it hit the glazed light shield. Not only did it not shake it at all, but the colorful light of the glazed light shield didn't even ripple. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. With the other party's previous actions, he probably had quite a few defensive treasures on him as well. Now that he had casually activated one of them, he was already at a loss for what to do. From the looks of it, it was impossible to kill this person today. Since there was no hope to kill him and he had gained a lot of benefits, it was time to escape. This man's small battleship had been taken away by Yi Xian with the Devourer's hand. He should not be able to catch up with him. Yi Xian glanced at his opponent coldly and put away the heavenly star sword. Without saying anything, he activated the flying star shuttle and turned around to leave. Liar! Robber! This young master will not let you go. Behind him, the white-robed man's roar of grief and indignation could be faintly heard. However, he didn't take out another battleship to chase after Yi Xian. Obviously, this man didn't have any other small battleships. Facing Yi Xian, who had activated the flying star shuttle and left, he could only sigh. With a flash of light, the flying star shuttle cut through the void and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. This young master will remember your face. I will not let you go. In the Wan Luo Federation, especially in the human race, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. With a touch of madness and coldness in his eyes, the white-robed man turned around and dashed in a certain direction. His guard fleet was not far ahead. Even if he traveled through the void with his physical body, it would take him at most 2 or 3 months to meet up with them. At that time, he would use the power of the entire fleet to search for that robber. Even if he had to turn the entire graveyard domain upside down, he would find that damn robber. One day later, in the depths of the graveyard domain, Yi Xian controlled the flying star shuttle to land on an enormous planet in front of him. He decided to stay here for a while. On the one hand, he wanted to clean up his harvest. On the other hand, when he was approaching this enormous planet, the bloodline talent of the Star Devourer beast had given him a hint that there was not only a considerable amount of red-grade star core origin in the core of this planet. There was even a small amount of blue-grade star core origin that was half a foot long. Putting aside the black and 9-colored star core origin, among the 7 types of star core origin, white, orange, green, red, blue, and violet, the red-grade star core origin was already of the highest quality, and the blue-grade star core origin was only below the violet grade. Even if it was only a small amount of star core origin, Yi Xian wouldn't miss it easily. Not to mention that there was also a large amount of red-grade star core origin that was half a foot long mixed with a small amount of blue-grade star core origin. Anyone would be tempted by such a fortune. After putting away the flying star shuttle, Yi Xian found a large valley on the back side of this enormous planet. After setting up a restrictive formation, he started to clean up his harvest. In addition to the Starry Sky Devourer and a small pile of red-level planetary core origins, he also obtained a small battleship named Hidden Dust, an offensive magic weapon, the Red Broadsword, and the lianya flask that could make thunder roar. The pot was named Demon Purification Pot. According to the words of the white-robed man, it must be a space-type magical treasure that contained a certain amount of space. Not only could it be used to store things, but it could also take living things into it and refine them. As for the thunderous noises it made when it was activated, it meant that in addition to the above-mentioned auxiliary functions, it was also a multifunctional magical treasure that could be used to attack. It was really a rare treasure. Right now, Yi Xian's cultivation was limited. If he wanted to survive in this strange domain of the fallen stars, he would have to rely on magical treasures and other external forces. Therefore, he decided to refine all of the treasures he had obtained and turn them into a part of his overall battle prowess as soon as possible. Chapter 2600. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin activating the fusion system. Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered 9 heaven star essence. Do you wish to activate the fusion system? The star core source was not surprising. That white-robed man could casually throw out a small pile of red-grade star core source to lure the devourer of stars. It would be strange if he did not have other star core source in stock in his concealment warship. But what was this 9 heaven star essence? Could it be that it was also found in the concealment warship? This was not surprising. With the other party's wealth, his status was obviously not ordinary. He was most likely a descendant of one of the core leaders of the human race in the Xuanhuan Federation. Since that was the case, it was natural for him to have something as good as the 9 heaven star essence that even Yi Xian had never heard of. But this item could actually activate the fusion system of the devourer system. This was definitely a good item. Although the fusion system had not been activated yet and the system was waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he was not very clear about the specific functions of the system. But just the word fusion was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately ordered the devourer system to devour the 9 heaven star essence. At the same time, he immediately ordered the fusion system to be activated. As for the star core source that the system had given in the concealment warship, Yi Xian checked it and found that there were not many of them. Moreover, they were all green and green grade 3 or 4 star core source. They were much worse than the grade 5 red grade star core source. It seemed that even the white-robed man did not have many level 5 red planetary core origins, or rather, he did not have many with him. Previously, in order to trap the starry sky devourer, he had taken out all the level 5 red planetary core origins he had. Of course, in the end, it was still Yi Xian who benefited. Ding! Congratulations to host. The fusion system has been activated. Ding! Discovered treasures that can be fused. Flying Star Shuttle and Concealment Warship, Star Sword and Meteor Sword. Do you wish to fuse them? As the devourer system's prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. Then, a huge sense of surprise quietly rose in his heart. Treasures of the same type could fuse with each other. There was no doubt about it. After all, the system had already given him a specific notification. He now had a total of 4 items that he could fuse with. In other words, these 4 treasures could be fused into 2 items. They were the Flying Star Shuttle, the Concealment Ship, the Heavenly Star Sword, and the Meteor Sword, which was the Red Broadsword. The former belonged to the category of small warships, while the latter belonged to the category of sword-type magical equipment. Previously, Yi Xian had been worried that the white-robed man would not have a chance to use this rare warship that was engraved with a concealment array, given his status and position in the myriad Luo Federation, especially among the human race. This was because once he took it out, his identity would definitely be exposed. Now that he had the fusion system, this problem was obviously solved. Regardless of whether it was the Flying Star Shuttle and the Concealment Ship, or the Heavenly Star Sword and the Meteor Sword, after the fusion, they would not be the same as before. In this way, even if Yi Xian took them out and used them at will, he would not be afraid of being recognized immediately. After some consideration, Yi Xian immediately issued the command to confirm the fusion to the system. He originally thought that after he confirmed the fusion, the Devourer system would quickly and successfully fuse the two warships and the two sword-type attack magical equipment. Who would have thought that the result would disappoint Yi Xian? Ding. Fusion confirmed. Ding. Discovered green level 3 star core origin, absorbing. Ding. Discovered green level 4 star core origin, absorbing. Ding. Warning. Insufficient fusion energy, please provide more. Yi Xian was suddenly stunned. Then, he checked the two small piles of green and green star core origin in the concealment ship. As expected, he found that the energy inside had disappeared. It was obvious that the Devourer system had automatically absorbed it. Now, they were only two small piles of green and green star core crystals respectively. At most, they would be recycled to the Hall of Affairs of the Wanluo Federation in exchange for some standard star coins. In other words, this newly activated fusion system required energy for every fusion. This energy could be from other resources, but the star core origin was also a type that could be used. However, only a small pile of level 3 green and level 4 green star core origin was obviously not enough to support two fusions. More energy was needed. Yi Xian immediately thought of the treasure in the depths of the huge planet under his feet. A small pile of level 6 blue star core origin that was half a foot in size. A small pile of level 5 red star core origin that was 1 foot in size. These were level 5 and level 6 high-grade goods. It should be enough, right? If that was not enough, then this newly activated fusion system would be too disappointing. Just fusing the Flying Star shuttle and the concealment ship required such a huge amount of fusion energy. What about in the future? When Yi Xian grew up and needed to fuse higher-grade treasures, wouldn't he be at a loss? No matter what, he would first obtain the level 5 and level 6 high-grade star core origin and hand it over to the system to try it out. This planet was huge. From the surface all the way to the core of the planet, one would need to break through all the obstacles along the way. In fact, it was not an easy task. However, Yi Xian clearly knew that there was indeed a star core origin in the planet's core. Furthermore, it was a high-quality level 5 red and level 6 blue star core origin. No matter how difficult the excavation process was, he would definitely not be lacking in motivation. Immediately, he leaped into the deepest part of the abyss and took out the heavenly star sword. He spun it in front of him at an extremely fast speed, turning it into a sharp object like a drill bit, and pushed it all the way down. At the same time, on the other side of this huge black planet, a huge warship had just decelerated and was slowly descending toward the planet's surface. The appearance of this warship was a little special. It did not look like a battleship, but more like a large engineering ship. Of course, this kind of engineering ship was referring to the exploration and excavation of planets. In this graveyard space zone, there were indeed such exploration and excavation ships. Their goal was to search for the star core origin in the cores of planets. Compared to Yi Xian's actions of activating his magic treasure by himself and exhausting his xianxia to dig down, not only were they more professional, they were also a group of explorers. Even their excavation speed was completely incomparable to that of Yi Xian's. After all, even a specialized exploration and excavation ship had been sent here, and a large one at that. At this moment, in the main control room of the exploration and excavation ship, more than 10 figures were standing in front of a big screen. There were both men and women among them, and their cultivation was different. All of them were in the 9th level of the core state. Chapter 2601. Sky River Planet's bounty. After the decision was made, the exploration and excavation work quickly began. This enormous excavation ship looked huge, but in fact, the ship only carried the 13 people in the main control room. An engineering ship like this was basically automated. Even if there were some maintenance work that required manpower, it was usually done by the ship's robots. Since the myriad Luo Federation's science and technology faction could keep pace with the powerful cultivation faction, it was obvious how advanced the Federation's science and technology was. The excavation site chosen by the excavation spaceship was also a deep and wide canyon. After the spaceship slowly landed, four huge mechanical arms extended from the bottom of the spaceship and firmly gripped the bed to stabilize the spaceship after the excavation began. Soon, a retractable door opened in the center of the lower part of the ship, and a huge special alloy drill bit stretched out. After it touched the ground of the canyon, it quickly began to rotate at high speed. For a moment, sand and stone flew everywhere, and a huge roar sounded. Even in the main control room of the ship, which had excellent sound insulation, the noise could be heard clearly. This roar lasted for about a day. Because the planet being excavated below was relatively large, even with the speed of this large professional excavation ship, it was impossible for the drill bit to reach the central planet's core in a short time. Damn it, it's this annoying noise again. I've been having a migraine lately. Among the 13 figures in the main control room, a young human woman with an extremely hot figure and an enchanting face raised her hand and rubbed her temples. Then, she lazily sat down on the sofa next to her, but her eyes swept over to the bald, middle-aged man who was standing in front of the big screen and staring intently at the drill bit that had already drilled into the ground. Then, she said, "Boss, if we really have a good harvest today, shouldn't we return to the ship?" After 7 days of listening to the drill bit noise, Lilith really couldn't stand it anymore. "I really missed the dreamy resort at the bottom of the Sky River planet." Seeing that the bald man didn't respond, Lilith curled her lips. She raised her right hand and pressed a few buttons on a metal bracelet on her left wrist. Buzz! A faint sound came out, and in front of her, a virtual 5-dimensional 3-dimensional screen appeared in an instant. The metal bracelet on her left hand was actually a personal computer. Through the star sector-level network system of this large excavation ship, she could connect to the public network of Sky River Star. Of course, you have to have the authority to enter the gateway. And this authority was the official citizenship of the Wan Luo Federation. Lilith obviously missed the dreamy scenery of the holiday area at the bottom of the Sky River planet. At this time, the scene displayed on the 5-dimensional virtual screen in front of her was the scene of the holiday area at the bottom of the sea. The colorful glow of fireflies enveloped Lilith, turning the area around her into a 5-dimensional virtual world. She felt like she was wandering in an undersea resort. Although there was no real sensation, the visual enjoyment was not bad at all. In the boring life of exploration work, this was indeed the best way to relax and release stress. Everyone was obviously used to it. None of the other 12 people in the main control room had the intention of turning their heads to look at them. Heavens, a reward of 10 billion star coins. Where the hell did this guy come from? Isn't this too extravagant? Suddenly, Lilith's exclamation rang out. This time, it finally attracted the attention of the other 12 people in the main control room. Even the bald, middle-aged man who had been standing in front of the big screen and watching the drill down turned his head to look in shock. 10 billion star coins was not a small amount. Although the excavation starship was large in size, it would take at least half a year for it to earn 10 billion star coins. After deducting the cost of wear and tear and maintenance, there would only be a few 100 million star coins left after the dividends were distributed to everyone. Of course, the 10 billion star coins here referred to white coins. At this time, Lilith had already exited the virtual scenery of Sky River Star's undersea resort. A wanted poster with pictures and text appeared on the personal terminal in front of her. It was actually issued by the ruling authorities of Sky River Star. 10 billion star coins was just the amount of the reward. As for the reason, it was because of the space pirates. There was a simple portrait on the bounty warrant. It was 60% similar to Yi Xian, but it didn't have a name or any specific identity information. On the other hand, the crime was extremely detailed. Below the words on the bounty warrant, there were even two pictures. They were the dust concealment ship and the meteor sword. As for the pot-shaped magical equipment named Demon Purge, it was not listed. Obviously, its level was not low. It was not appropriate for it to appear on the wanted poster, in case someone coveted it. Robbers in the Graveyard Star Zone are not people you and I can afford to offend. Even if we do earn 10 billion star coins, we won't be alive to spend them. Just go to sleep. The bald, middle-aged man glanced at the wanted poster and turned to look at the big screen again. The others were stunned. A touch of disappointment appeared on their faces, but no one said anything. As mentioned before, although the Graveyard Star Zone was in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, it was in a gray area between the technology camp and the cultivation camp. There were two sides to this vast star zone. One was the Sky River Star, which belonged to the technology camp, and the other was the Purple Heaven Star, which belonged to the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, which belonged to the cultivation camp. Bai Xian was the white-robed man, whose full name was Bai Shirley. On this side of the Graveyard Star Zone, he was absolutely a person who could do whatever he wanted, because his grandfather, Bai Jingjun, was the leader of the Sky River Star. In the technology camp of the Myriad Luo Federation, there were 3 empires and hundreds of small countries. The Sky River Star was one of them. Bai Jingjun had 1 star, so he could be considered an existence similar to that of a feudal official. Moreover, he had always been very protective of his people. How could someone who dared to rob his grandson on this side of the Graveyard Star Zone be an ordinary person? A day passed in the blink of an eye. The huge drill had already drilled through the passage to the core of the star under their feet. There were only a few hundred meters left. This section had to be accurately drilled through manually, otherwise the core would be damaged. Now that the drill was retracting, the 13 people in the main control room were all excited. Although there were still a few hundred meters to go, they were able to probe the situation in the center of the planet. They found a 1-foot square level 5 red planet core and a half-foot square level 6 blue planet core. These were all high-grade goods that could be worth a lot of money. As usual, Lilith, Ho San, and Hong Wu, the 3 of you come with me. The rest of you stay here. After that, the bald middle-aged man turned around and left the main control room. Behind him, the other 3 people immediately followed. Their mission was to wait for the drill to exit, then follow the tunnel to the core of the stellar core and retrieve the stellar core's origin that had been detected. Chapter 2602. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He slipped away on his own. Yi Xian finally heard the system beep in his head after an entire day's worth of sleepless nights. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the star core origin. Do you wish to collect it? This meant that he was now very close to the center of the massive star core. He was so close that the devouring system in his body could directly collect the star core origin. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to collect the star core origin. Then, the system beep sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a high-grade star core origin. The level 5 red star core origin is 1 foot square. The level 6 blue star core origin is half a foot square. Ding! System beep. Do you wish to absorb the star core origin and continue the fusion? Absorb. Continue the fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Although he was originally determined to obtain the star core origin within this star, before this, Yi Xian was still fusing with the 4 treasures. It was only because of the lack of fusion energy that he stopped. Now that he had obtained the energy, he naturally had to continue. Ding! Beginning to absorb the star core origin. Absorption complete. Ding! System beep. Beginning the fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beep sounded in his head again, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. Then, he subconsciously checked the remaining star core origin. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that although the 4 treasures were fusing at the same time, which was equivalent to 2 separate fusions, the fusion energy consumption was not very high. Apart from the ones that had been absorbed by the system previously, the 2 high-grade star core origins that he had just obtained were only half of the level 5 red star core origin, which was half a foot square. As for the level 6 blue star core origin, which was half a foot square, it had not been touched at all. Xian was completely able to accept this level of energy consumption. However, of course, this was only the first time these 4 treasures had been fused. If he were to fuse other treasures into them in the future, it would be equivalent to a second fusion. Those who had played online games knew that the more equipment was fused, the greater the success rate and consumables would be. It was unknown whether the same situation would happen to the fusion system that had just been activated by the devouring system. Xian decided that he would try it as soon as he obtained a suitable treasure in the future. Now that the fusion of the 4 star core origin translation, Xian translation, there was no reason for him to stay. Anyway, there was still plenty of star core origin. And of the star core origin. Especially the level 6 blue star core origin. The level star core origin. The star origin, that blue star origin. The star origin, blue star to star translation origin star translation origin translation underscore translation, of Yi translation. To Yi level to translation to level. The Yi star was. If it was the same level 5 red star core origin, this half a foot square might not be enough for him to advance from level 3 to level 4 star core origin. However, it was hard to say what would happen to the level 6 blue star core origin. After all, its quality was 1 level higher. Xian leaped up and quickly flew to the planet's surface. He decided to find a secluded place on this planet for seclusion and absorb all the star core origins in his possession. He would try his best to increase his strength before searching for new star core origins. At the same time, just 100 meters away from where Xian had just stood, the 4 powerhouses from the large engineering ship were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had clearly seen the 2 small piles of star core origins. But just as they were about to collect them, they mysteriously disappeared. To be more precise, they turned into a ray of light and drilled into the rock formation on the opposite side. Bandits. They are definitely bandits. How could the star core origins grow legs and run away on their own? After being stunned for a few seconds, the bald man jumped up and roared. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it. A sword-shaped magic weapon emitting a green glow flew out of his hand and touched the rock formation as if it was cutting tofu. It quickly pushed forward. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. A straight tunnel appeared in front of the 4 powerhouses, making them gasp. What the bald man said just now was just a guess, but now, everything was confirmed. The star core origin that had been reflected in his eyes just now had indeed been forcibly snatched by someone from 100 meters away from the rock formation. This method was simply unbelievable. Could it be the guy who stole by Shirley's star core origin? Lilith's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately said, according to the arrest warrant, this guy also stole one of White Scoundrel's astral devourers. This kind of astral beast always feeds on astral core sources. Maybe it has some kind of talent that allows it to directly devour astral core sources from 100 meters away. Otherwise, wouldn't it collapse a planet every time it eats? That's right. This kind of unbridled method is very similar. Damn it, he actually dared to steal from me, Baldy Sue. Brilliance flashed in the bald man's eyes. He immediately turned on the communication system and gave an order to the people who were guarding the large engineering ship on the surface of the planet. Contact the Heavenly River planet immediately. Tell them that we have found the wretched space pirate who just stole a bunch of our star core origins. send the coordinates to them directly and ask for the Federation's backup. After that, the bald man's body shook, and he ascended along the tunnel in front of him. Let's go after him. In the boundless sea of stars, not far away from the enormous planet where the large excavation starship was located, an enormous fleet was sailing. The fleet had 10 warships in total, all of which were large, planetary warships. Also, the emblem of the Thousand Luo Federation was painted on the hull of the warships, indicating that they were all official warships. Inside the control room of the flagship at the center of the fleet, Bai Shirley, the white-robed man, was staring at the big screen in front of him gloomily. After Yi Xian escaped that day, he had crossed the void with his physical body and met up with the fleet of the Federation that was sent by the Changbai army on the Heavenly River planet to protect him. Then, he contacted the Heavenly River planet and issued the wanted poster. In the meantime, he had chased after Yi Xian all the way. It was a pity that he hadn't received any feedback until now. The graveyard space zone was simply too large. Even though too many experts of the Federation had entered it, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the bold space pirate in such a short time. At this moment, Bai Shirley couldn't have been more frustrated. He had always been on a rampage in the Heavenly River planet, and he had never suffered such a loss before. He couldn't have felt more frustrated. Right then, a major of the fleet next to him shouted in surprise, "Master Bai, we have news. The guy is on a dead planet not far away. He has just stolen a batch of star core origins from an exploration team. Damn it, he's really got guts. How dare he steal from us?" Chapter 2603. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Star Cannons. Bombardment. Planet-level warships were the entry-level warships of the Immortal Dynasty military of the Myriad Luo Federation Science and Technology faction. Each of them was 1,000 meters long and was equipped with star cannons. At this moment, 10 planet-level Federation warships surrounded a huge black planet. Not even a fly could escape. On the surface of the planet, Baldy Su, Lilith, and the other two had returned to the large warship. They had chased after Yi Xian along the tunnel on the opposite side, but they did not find him until they reached the surface of the planet. In the end, they had no choice but to return. Of course, there was another reason for this. Baldy Su was worried that the other party's cultivation was too high. After all, that was the person who dared to attack by ruffian in this star field. Since they had already reported to Sky River Planet, there was no need to fight to the death with the other party. The Federation fleet of Sky River Planet would arrive soon. When that time came, as long as they caught that space pirate, not only would they recover the stolen planet core origin, but they would also be rewarded with 10 billion star coins. Boss, the Federation's fleet of the Sky River Planet has arrived. They have surrounded the entire planet. There are a total of 10 planetary military warships. Judging from the speed of their arrival, the one in charge of this fleet is probably White Scoundrel. He has been searching this star field all along. Retracting his gaze from the big screen, a member who stayed behind turned to look at Baldy Su and reported the news of the arrival of the 10 planet-level warships. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. 10 planet-level military warships equipped with star cannons. A ferocious smile appeared on Baldy Su's face. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not stay here any longer. Take off immediately and meet up with the fleet above. The rest is up to them. We just have to wait for the reward." At the same time, in the vast space above the planet. As soon as the 10 warships surrounded the black planet, Bai Shirley, who was in the flagship central control room, immediately gave the order to attack. "Everyone, fire the star cannons and force that kid out." But, a major standing next to him hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Young Master Bai, that large engineering ship is still inside. It seems to be taking off. It should be coming to join us." They were the ones who reported that kid's whereabouts. In other words, it was fine for them to open fire, but they had to wait for the engineering ship to come up first. They had also contributed. Bastard, it's just a crappy engineering ship. So what if you blow it up? Is it more important than my face? Is it more important than Xing Chang's face? Bai Shirley immediately roared, since they are all meritorious subjects, then let's see this through to the end. Can't they sacrifice their lives for the Federation? What if that brat is hiding in the engineering ship and waiting for the ship to come up? If he suddenly rushes out, we won't even be able to catch up. That made sense. All the officers in the central control room were speechless. The order to fire was immediately given. The full name of the star cannon was the Star Destroyer Cannon. It was said to be able to shatter a planet. Of course, the star cannons on the entry-level planetary-level Federation military warships could only shatter a group of relatively large meteors that they encountered during interstellar travel. For such a huge planet below, it was absolutely impossible to shatter it with star cannons. However, if 10 star cannons were to fire at the same time, it was possible to blow the entire planet up. A deafening roar rang out, and the 10 warships that surrounded the Black Star each fired a 10-meter thick energy beam at the same time, blasting the Black Star below at the same time. At present, the massive engineering ship had just left the surface. The 13 people in the ship's central control room were all aghast at the sudden sight. Then, as Baldy Sue's cursing bellowed, the few people controlling the engineering ship finally came to their senses and hurriedly changed the command, landing the engineering ship on the planet's surface once more. Although staying here like this was still an abyss of suffering, at least it was better than flying up and being blown to pieces by the enemy's star cannons, right? This kind of engineering ship could not be equipped with an energy shield. They did not have the financial resources to do so. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. That bastard by Shirley is really a hooligan. He's really a jerk. After the engineering ship landed again, Baldy Sue, as the captain, immediately gave the order to abandon the ship. Staying on the ship would make them live targets. Since Bai Shirley had already fired the cannons, there was obviously no way he would let them leave. This was to silence them. Instead of staying on the ship, it was better to find a place to hide on this planet. Perhaps they would still have a chance of survival. The group of 13 people packed up their important belongings and then hurriedly left the engineering ship, disappearing into the depths of a large canyon on the planet's surface. At this moment, Yi Xian was in seclusion in a cave on the other side of the planet. The bloodline of the astral devourer was indeed not simple. Coupled with the ability of the devouring system, the speed at which he absorbed the astral core origins was simply astonishing. In such a short time, in less than half a day, the remaining 2 small piles of level 5 red astral core origins and level 6 blue astral core origins had all been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. Just as he ended his seclusion and opened his eyes, the system notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. Current level, level 4 astral core state. Sure enough, even with the same amount of level 5 red astral core origins and a small pile of level 6 blue astral core origins, Yi Xian had only leveled up by a small amount this time. It would only get more and more difficult in the future. He was a little depressed at the thought of this. Fortunately, he now had the bloodline talent of the astral devourer, so he did not have to worry too much about the source of the astral core origins. Rumble. Boom. The entire planet suddenly shook violently, and at the same time, there was a large number of loud rumbles, which made Yi Xian, who had just gotten up and was about to leave, tremble. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. Extending his consciousness, he quickly discovered the 10 Federation warships that surrounded the planet. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately came to a realization. Without a doubt, the white-robed man had caught up, and this time, he had brought an entire fleet with him. For some reason, he was certain that he was on this planet, and the cannons on the ship were firing at the same time. This was the rhythm of forcing him out. What went wrong? Could it be that there was a tracking imprint in the treasures that were previously collected? Frowning, Yi Xian began to think, but he quickly dismissed this possibility. All the treasures were collected through the devouring system. If there really was such a tracking imprint, it was impossible for the system not to detect it. Whatever, the enemy's warship cannons are firing non-stop. If I don't rush out, I'll die in the end. Chapter 2604. Opportunity for the second fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the hidden star shuttle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the Xuanhuan sword. As Yi Xian took the initiative to check on the integration of the system, the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind. Without a doubt, both fusions were successful. His flying star shuttle had merged with the concealment ship to form a new concealment star shuttle. Since it was still a shuttle, it meant that the speed of the previous flying star shuttle had been inherited. At the same time, the word concealment in the name of this new warship meant that the perfect concealment formation on the white-robed man's concealment ship had also been transplanted. These were the advantages and specialties of the two warships in the first place. Since it was a fusion, it was naturally a combination of the strong and the strong. It was impossible to keep something that was of little value. Similarly, Yi Xian's heavenly star sword and the door-like red broadsword, the heavenly meteor sword, had also merged into the current heavenly meteor sword. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to check this sword. His attention was immediately attracted by the newly merged hidden starship. The concealment starship was still a small battleship. It basically retained the streamlined shape of the previous flying star shuttle, but its surface was slightly modified and became more complex. Of course, the concealment array was also engraved on it. However, this kind of engraving array would only appear when it was activated and deactivated. Under normal circumstances, it would not be visible. The biggest difference was the internal structure and decoration. The previous flying star shuttles were mainly practical, but the concealment starship was a luxury item. Now, all the luxurious decorations were inherited from the concealment starship. However, this was not what Yi Xian cared about. What he cared about the most was the speed of this concealed star shuttle. Right now, the entire Black Star was surrounded by 10 planet-level battleships. If he wanted to escape, it was possible for him to rely on the perfect concealment formation of the star concealment shuttle. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk. If he was discovered, he could only escape. In that case, the speed of the star concealment shuttle was very important. In fact, speed alone wasn't enough, because no matter how fast you were, you wouldn't be able to outrun the star cannon beam of the Planetary State Federation's battleship. It would be great if there was a higher-level energy shield system, but that was just wishful thinking. Neither Yi Xian's flying star shuttle nor the white-robed man's concealment warship had such an energy shield. No matter how powerful the fusion system was, it was impossible for it to appear out of thin air. The Planetary-class Federation battleships were the entry-level standard battleships used by the 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Information about their performance and firepower could be found on the official website of the Federation military, so it was not a secret. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly found out the speed of their interstellar travel through the devouring system. Comparing it with the hidden starship that had just been successfully integrated, he suddenly felt depressed. Although the difference in speed was not that great, it was still a difference. Since that was the case, once the concealment array was useless, then Yi Xian would undoubtedly be in great danger. Without an energy shield and unable to match the speed of his opponent, there was no way he could survive. At this moment, Yi Xian's extended divine sense unexpectedly captured a small battleship. It was actually the kind of advanced battleship that had an energy shield. Moreover, this small advanced battleship was not high up in the sky, but on the surface of this black planet, not too far away from Yi Xian's hiding place. It seemed to be in a hurry and in a sorry state as it steered towards a dry trench. A second fusion. Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This battleship was obviously faster than the Flying Star shuttle. This was normal. After all, it was an advanced battleship with an energy shield, so its speed was naturally not much slower. If he could snatch this battleship, if he carried out another fusion, then the current hidden starship would be upgraded for the second time. Not only would it have an energy shield, but its speed would also be greatly increased. The Flying Star shuttle was just a simple battleship that was equivalent to a means of transportation. The only thing it pursued was speed. Even the white-robed man's hidden starship did not have an attack system. Since this advanced battleship even had an energy shield, it most likely did not lack an attack system. If it did, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise for Yi Xian. Soon, even the abandoned large excavation ship on the other side of the planet fell into the detection of Yi Xian's divine sense. His face immediately darkened. Obviously, it was the people on this large excavation ship that exposed his whereabouts. The small advanced battleship just now had flown in the direction of the large excavation ship, so it was most likely them. In fact, this was indeed the case. This small advanced battleship belonged to Baldy Su. As a veteran and professional treasure hunter, Baldy Su had wandered the graveyard domain for many years. The star coins he had accumulated were enough for him to buy a small advanced battleship with an attack system and an energy shield. At present, the 13 crew members, including Lilith, were all on his god of fortune. Since this battleship had an energy shield, their chances of survival were very high. However, no one knew when the 10 Federation battleships would leave. In order to save energy on the energy shield, they had to find a safe place to hide first. Yi Xian immediately activated the hidden starship and concealed all of its presence. As if it was invisible, it quickly chased after the battleship. The battleship was not very fast, so the hidden starship caught up with it without much effort. Then, it followed behind from a distance. The devouring hand could forcibly seize this battleship, but it would have to wait until everyone in the battleship came out. Otherwise, the success rate of the capture would be too low. It could be said that it was close to none. It was obviously impossible for the other party to hide in the battleship all the time. That would consume too much energy. At this time, the most important thing was to conserve energy. No one knew if they would have to fight a protracted battle on this planet. The white-robed man would never give up so easily. Since the other party could leak his whereabouts, they must know about the grudge between him and the white-robed man. Therefore, they should know more about this than Yi Xian. What Yi Xian needed to do was to immediately take action and forcibly seize the battleship when the other party found a suitable hiding place and all of them came out of the battleship. This opportunity came quickly. The battleship in front of him stopped at the deepest part of the dry trench. Then, Yi Xian saw figures coming out of the battleship one after another. The last to come out was a bald, brawny man. After him, no one else came out. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and he immediately activated the devouring hand's capture skill. In the next moment, just as the bald man raised his hand and was about to put away the battleship suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian did not show up at all, and the hidden starship was not exposed either. After the battleship was in his hands, he quickly fled. My God of Fortune! Why did it suddenly disappear? Chapter 2605. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Hidden God all-round battleship. Without waiting for him to return to his previous closed-door cultivation location, Yi Xian immediately checked the God of Fortune that he'd just snatched. The surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian's blood was boiling. Although the name of this battleship was very old-fashioned, its level was definitely not for show. It had both attack and defense. Not only did it have an energy shield, it even had an attack system. There was a star cannon at the front and back of the battleship, which was the standard battleship cannon equipped on the Federation's planet-level battleships. It could directly destroy a small meteor. It seemed that the bald man had spent a lot of star coins to build this small advanced battleship. Miners were indeed rich people. This could be seen from the large pile of star core sources in one of the cabins of the God of Fortune. The only pity was that these star core sources were all level 1 white or level 2 orange, with only a small amount of level 4 green and level 5 red. As for level 6 blue, there was not a single piece. However, the advantage was that there was a large amount. According to Yi Xian's estimation, it should be enough to fuse this battleship with his hidden star ship a second time. Right now, his hidden star ship was already very good in terms of sailing speed, and it also had a rare concealment array. If it could successfully fuse with the God of Fortune a second time, then the new battleship would not only be able to hide, but its speed would also be higher. What was even rarer was that it also had high-quality attack systems such as an energy shield and star cannon. This was simply a perfect all-round battleship. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian impatient. Very quickly, Yi Xian returned to his previous closed-door cultivation location, while the star cannons of the 10 battleships outside continued to rumble and explode. Fortunately, this black star was too large, so it wouldn't be completely shattered in a short period of time. However, Yi Xian did not have much time. He had to complete the second fusion as soon as possible. Ding! Discovered hidden star ship. Discovered God of Fortune. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered star core sources. Do you want to absorb energy? Following the notification from the devouring system, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse with it. The system did not continue to ask for instructions on how to absorb the energy from the fusion and directly took it from the God of Fortune's cabin. Although the grade of this pile of star core sources was not high, there was a lot of them. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he collected all of them, he would most likely be able to advance from his current 4th grade star core level to 5th grade star core level. But that was useless. It couldn't solve the crisis in front of them. Ding! Fusion energy absorption complete. Beginning fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beeped again, Yi Xian checked the star core origin that had been thrown out of the God of Fortune's cabin by the fusion system. The result made him smile bitterly. Although the small mountain of star core origin had not been completely used up, more than 90% of it had been used up. The star core origin that had been absorbed had been reduced to pure star core crystals. Apart from recycling them to the Federation's Affairs Department in exchange for star coins, there was basically no other use for them. The fusion progress was very slow. Yi Xian had nothing to do, so he also absorbed the remaining star core origin. Unfortunately, the result was not suspenseful at all. He was still a 4th grade star core level. The further he advanced, the more star core origin energy he would need to advance by a small level. Time passed slowly. The 10 large planetary-grade battleships in the sky had been pouring down their cannons. The entire huge black planet was shrouded in the noisy smoke and dust. One volley of cannons was enough to crush 10 star core origin energy beams. What about hundreds of volleys of cannons? The surface of the entire planet had become full of craters. This kind of continuous powerful bombardment caused the entire planet to constantly quake. Under the violent shaking, some abysses and trenches collapsed one after another. Even some huge mountains collapsed. Yi Xian's hiding place was deep within the planet, close to the core region. Now, it was affected quite a bit. This made him very worried. This huge black planet would not be able to hold on for much longer. After a full 4 hours, the fusion was finally over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the all-round advanced grade battleship Soul Concealment Shuttle. At this moment, when the system beeped again, Yi Xian felt his whole body relax. It was as if he had heard the sound of nature. His 108,000 pores were blowing out cold air, and he felt like he was floating all round. And it was an advanced grade battleship. Even the name of the Soul Concealment Shuttle was very pleasing to the ear. All of this could be said to be perfect. Of course, the Soul Concealment Shuttle was still a small battleship. Its exterior still retained the streamlined shape of the Flying Star grade battleship, but the surface of the ship had some additional equipment. These were probably accessories for the star cannons and energy shield system. As for the interior, there were some changes compared to before. There was more space. Now, even if 20 people entered the inner cabin at the same time, it could still fit inside. Yi Xian immediately checked the various attributes of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. In terms of speed, it had indeed increased by a large margin. Compared to the standard planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military, it was already slightly faster. All of this made Yi Xian very satisfied. The only thing that made him a little dumbfounded was the 2 star cannons and the energy shield system on the ship. If they needed to be activated, they would need energy, and this energy was also from the star core origin. At this point, Yi Xian finally understood why the bald man had piled so much low-grade star core origin in the God of Fortune cabin. After all this time, it was not even a safe. The star core origin was provided for the God of Fortune to activate the energy shield and to fire the star cannons. But now, the last bit of star core origin had been used up by Yi Xian out of boredom while waiting for the results of the fusion. And this huge black star had just been excavated. No matter what, there could not be any star core origin left in the center of the star core. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. It was fine that the star cannons could not be used, but the energy shield was a life-saving thing. It had to be prepared with energy that could be activated temporarily. After all, although the Soul Concealment Shuttle was slightly faster than the 10 planetary-grade Federation battleships, how could it be faster than the energy beam of the star cannons? If the enemy fired a shot without the energy shield, it would definitely be over. In his depression, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the bald man he had stolen from the God of Fortune. As a professional miner, and the low-grade star core origin that was thrown into the God of Fortune as a reserve energy source can be piled up into a small mountain. Then, how could he not have a level 5 red star core origin or higher? Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes immediately lit up. Although he also felt that it was a little too much to always rob the same person, who asked this guy to leak his whereabouts. The trouble in front of him was all caused by him. It seemed that for the sake of the God of Fortune and the high-quality star core origin that was about to be obtained, he could just not be calculative and let him live. Chapter 2606. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If you want to live, you have to pay. High up in the sky, in the central control room of the 10 planetary Federation military battleships. The white-robed man, by Shirley, was staring at the big screen in front of him with a gloomy expression. What was displayed on the screen was the situation of the black star below. The surface of the entire star was now covered in dust, but the star cannons of the 10 battleships were still firing at the same time. It was estimated that the ground below had been completely plowed, but the distance from completely blasting the entire star into cosmic dust was still far away. More importantly, even if they could do that, the energy consumption of the 10 battleships would not be able to keep up. The energy beams of the star cannons did not shoot out of thin air. Every shot represented a large amount of the planet's core source energy. Although Bai Shirley's grandfather, Bai Jingjun, was the governor of the Heavenly River Star, there was another big shot on the Heavenly River Star. That was the commander-in-chief of the Tianqin Empire's military station there, a major general named Xiao Long. The Wanluo Federation was huge. The Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction and the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction each occupied half of the territory of Universe 3. There were 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Xianxia Nation was a small country under one of the empires. The Heavenly River Star, on the other hand, was just an administrative planet in the star field controlled by the Heavenly Dust Nation. The reason why Bai Jingjun could become the leader of a planet on planet Tianhe was because he had a good son, Bai Shirley's father. This person held a position on the capital planet of Tianxia Nation. Even so, Bai Jingjun was not the only one who had the final say on planet Tianhe. The Federation system had always been separated between the military and government. Bai Jingjun was the administrative leader, while Zhao Long was the military's leader on planet Tianhe. Zhao Long's family was also on the capital planet of Tianxia Nation. He had a strong background and did not seem to get along with Bai Shirley's father. Hence, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long only seemed to be harmonious on the surface. However, although the military power was in Zhao Long's hands, as the leader of a planet, Bai Jingjun had the right to deploy some battleships as guards. The total amount of battleships he could deploy was 50 planetary states and 3 star states. The 10 ships that Bai Shirley brought out were part of the 50 planetary ships allocated to Bai Jingjun by the Sky River planet's military. Even though these warships were for Bai Jingjun to use, they were still part of the military. If they used up too much energy, even Bai Jingjun would not be able to explain himself, let alone Bai Shirley. Zhao Long would most likely take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if these 10 battleships had the ability to completely destroy the enormous planet below, Bai Shirley did not dare to expend so much energy. Furthermore, it was very difficult to do so with 10 star cannons firing at the same time. That brat definitely won't dare to show his face. He should be hiding in the depths of the planet. Maybe he has already been crushed into meat paste by the collapsed rocks. Gritting his teeth, Bai Shirley continued in a deep voice, "Give the order. Once the star cannons are done firing, dispatch 10 small landing ships. This young master will personally go down and find that brat's body. I hope that the starry sky-devouring beast is fine." The row of officers standing behind had been anxious for a long time. When they heard that they no longer needed to expend energy, they looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although they felt that it was a little too risky to let Bai Shirley personally go down to search, in order to prevent this guy from staying in the central control room, if the order was given again, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. As such, they hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. 10 small landing ships quickly flew out from the central flagship's rear cabin and headed towards the planet below. Bai Shirley was in the cabin of one of the spaceships. These small landing ships were about the same size as Yi Xian's Spirit Concealment Shuttle. They were both a dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters long. However, although they had attack systems, they did not have energy shields. As for the concealment array engraved on the ship's body, that was even more out of the question. Moreover, their attack systems were not very powerful. At least, they did not have the 2-star cannons installed on the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. Therefore, no matter how one compared them, these 10 small landing ships were far inferior to Yi Xian's Spirit Concealment Shuttle. If Bai Shirley had known that Yi Xian actually had such a perfect all-around warship, he definitely would not have dared to leave the central flagship so easily. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. This also meant that Bai Shirley was destined to never return from this trip. On the planet's surface, in the deepest part of the thick and dry trench, Baldy Su, Lilith, Hongwu, and the rest of the 13 were currently holed up in a natural rock cave deep in the trench with bitter expressions. The inexplicable disappearance of the god of fortune cast the entire team into a dark cloud. Although the other 12 people, such as Lilith and Hongwu, each had a small warship, they were far inferior to Baldy Su's god of fortune. Not to mention the weapon systems, their private warships did not even have energy shields. In the face of this kind of bombardment from the star cannons, they would die if they ventured out. At this moment, as the bombardment of the star cannon stopped, the entire enormous planet became quiet. Lilith raised her head and glanced in the direction of the entrance of the cave. She said suspiciously, "The commotion outside seems to have stopped. Did that white scoundrel leave? That's impossible. It's not like you don't know how precious the universe devourer is. Not to mention the matter of face, white scoundrel would never give up so easily just to take back this beast." The bald man shook his head slowly, with bad luck all over his face. "If my guess is correct, they must have sent a small landing ship to search for him. After such a long bombardment, the surface of the entire planet must have been plowed. Nobody can guarantee that the wretched space pirate is not dead yet." "I don't think so. Boss, the strange disappearance of your god of fortune is most likely the work of that space pirate. That guy is too evil." On the side, Hongwu took over the conversation. At the same time, a perplexed look appeared on his face. "However, it's one thing to lose the star core origins, but now even the god of fortune has mysteriously disappeared. Could that universe devourer be able to directly devour a warship? I've never heard of it. Now is not the time to think about these things." Baldy Sue waved his hand and sighed again. "The landing ship sent by White Scoundrel will find us very soon. By then, he will most likely kill us. Therefore, even if this cave does not collapse, we can't stay any longer. Now that the bombardment has temporarily stopped, it should have been the best opportunity to escape, but the god of fortune has been lost. Not to mention the energy shield, none of your private warships are fast enough to catch my eyes. There is no way you can escape the pursuit of the 10 planetary warships. It seems that we are really doomed this time. In fact, you do have one last chance." Chapter 2607. Ancient Cultivator's Cave. "Who is it? Who's there? Get out here." As Yi Xian's voice abruptly rang out, the 13 people in the cave immediately became alert. At the same time as they shouted, their divine senses immediately swept out. A few of them even directly activated their artifacts, ready to attack. Unfortunately, under the sweep of their divine senses, there was nothing at the entrance and outside of the cave. There was not even a trace of abnormal spatial fluctuations, causing the people in the cave to suspect that they had just been hallucinating. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. "If you dawdle any longer, I'm going to leave. However, that Bai you mentioned seems to be coming this way. Since he's a hoodlum, even if you inform him, the possibility of him silencing you is still very high." "It's you. You're that space pirate." Baldy Sue finally reacted, and his expression became extremely ugly. "Hand over my god of fortune. It's fine that you stole our planet core source, but you must return the god of fortune. Otherwise, this matter will not be over." "What is the god of fortune?" "A warship. Do you think that I would need your god of fortune when I have a warship that even has a concealment array engraved on it?" Yi Xian's cold laughter rang out. "As for the planet core source, I was indeed the one who took it. However, it was originally an object without an owner. You can explore and excavate it, so why can't I? In the end, it fell into my hands, which only shows that your skills are inferior and you were slower than me. Is there a problem with that?" His words rendered the 13 people in the cave speechless. Yi Xian's words were indeed reasonable regarding the matter of the planet core source. They had no words to refute him. As for the god of fortune, this warship even had such a perfect concealment array engraved on it, so its level was obvious. Was there a need to be greedy for the god of fortune? It should be known that although the human race in the myriad Luo Federation was divided into the cultivation camp and the technological camp, and the two camps cooperated very closely with each other, even in the cultivation camp, this kind of array master was in existence with a transcendent status. It was definitely expensive to ask them to engrave an array on a warship. Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to hire anyone. Under such circumstances, when there was an opportunity, most people would engrave speed or attack-type formations. Even if it was a defensive formation, it was still better than a concealment formation. The other party's warship even had a concealment array, so how could the rest be lacking? Besides, since he had admitted to the star core origin, there was no reason not to admit to the god of fortune. Thinking like this, even Baldy Sue didn't dare to be sure. After all, his god of fortune had disappeared in a very strange manner. There was no trace of it at all. Originally, I saw Bai Ruo coming down to search for me, so I took the opportunity to leave. I passed by and overheard your conversation, so I wanted to do a small business deal. Just as Baldy Sue and the others were hesitating, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. This time, it sounded like he was really going to leave. But it seems like you guys aren't interested. Fine, I'll take my leave first. I don't want to waste too much time. If I get caught by that white scoundrel, I'll be in trouble. Step on it. Baldy Sue was really anxious this time. He gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Okay, it's a deal. We'll pay a little. When you're outside the encirclement, deliberately reveal yourself and help us lure the white scoundrel away from the warship outside. With the level of your warship, I'm sure its speed won't be slow. Doing this won't put you in any danger. We'll go all out and gamble on your character. That's right. Actually, I'm a businessman. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about doing a small business deal at a time like this. Businessmen value their promises. This is credibility. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Hearing this, the 13 people in the cave almost simultaneously twitched their mouths. They had only heard of businessmen valuing profits. What the hell was a businessman valuing promises? Credibility. Right now, they didn't even know who you were or what you looked like. What did that have to do with credibility? Even so, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Of course, the most important thing was that Baldy Sue believed in the power of Yi Xian's warship. Since he wouldn't be in any danger, he would lend a hand. As long as his character wasn't too bad, he would still do it. At that moment, the other 12 people, including Baldy Sue, each took out a small pile of star core origins, and none of them were low-level goods. A small portion of them were level 5 red, while the majority were level 4 green. Only Lilith, who was at the side, frowned and did not move. Are you guys trying to dismiss a beggar? Could it be that my life is only worth this much? At least 10 times. Also, there seems to be someone who hasn't paid, right? That's making things difficult for me. 10 times. You might as well rob. No, he's robbing from the start. This is clearly a blatant robbery. He's a space pirate to begin with, okay? It'd be strange if he didn't rob. Everyone, just admit it. Our lives are more important. These guys had followed Baldy Sue in the mining of star cores for many years. In fact, every one of them was quite wealthy. The situation was urgent at the moment, and they could tell from the probing just now that Yi Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. Therefore, after complaining for a while, they still took out some star core origins one after another. Although the quantity was about the same as before, the quality was one level higher. Most of them were level 5 red, and there was even a small portion of them that were level 6 blue. Including the star core origins that they had taken out earlier, the total amount had already exceeded what Yi Xian had obtained from the center of this black planet. It was quite a haul. However, this time, the ones who took out the star core origins were still the 12 people, including Baldy Sue. Only Lilith still didn't move. Even if we're going to the undersea dreamy resort on the Sky River planet, 2 adult tickets are enough to bring a child along for free. We've already bought 12 tickets. Handsome, why don't you just waive my ticket? A pleading expression appeared on Lilith's face. I've lost everything I've gained this time. I can't even take out a single star core origin. If you really want it, then you have to take me with you. I know of an ancient cultivator's immortals cave on a certain planet. I found it when I explored it last time, but I didn't tell anyone. How about we split the loot in half? That's the cave abode of a cultivator from the cultivation camp. The treasures inside are definitely enough to buy my life. In fact, the last part of her speech was the most important part. Baldy Sue and the others' eyelids twitched when they heard this, fearing that Yi Xian would refuse on the spot. However, after Lilith finished speaking, the outside of the cave fell silent. After a while, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. The cave abode of a powerhouse from the cultivation camp. This is quite a good fortune, but you better not lie to me. Otherwise, I promise you'll regret it. No way, no way. Chapter 2608. Translator, Transan Editor, Transcendant insult my intelligence. Ding. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Collect it immediately. Following Yi Xian's response, the devouring system was immediately activated. The 12 small piles of star core source in the cave immediately turned into 12 faint rays of light and shot out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. During this process, a few of the 13 people in the cave almost couldn't hold themselves back from directly attacking. After all, he had already taken out his own magic treasures. With just a thought, he would be able to chase after the faint light formed from the 12 piles of star cores and find Yi Xian's location. But it was useless. The other party's warship was so high-end that they couldn't blast open the energy shield with their magical weapons. In the end, they would even offend the other party and lose their chance to live. Therefore, in the end, several people, including Baldy Sue, gritted their teeth and endured it. You can come over now, but only you. After collecting the star core source, Yi Xian was completely relieved, but he didn't leave. Instead, he spoke again. Obviously, he was talking about Lilith. The latter exchanged a look with Baldy Sue and nodded imperceptibly. She thought that everything was done flawlessly, but she didn't know that Yi Xian had seen everything clearly in the soul concealment shuttle. Therefore, the sneer on his face grew thicker. Originally, Yi Xian really planned to show his face in the distant starry sky after breaking out of the encirclement of the 10 planetary-level warships. It could also be considered as saving the lives of these guys. After all, with the current speed of the Soul Concealment Shuttle, the 10 planetary-level warships couldn't catch up at all. Even if they fired star cannons, the star core source that the Soul Concealment Shuttle had just obtained was enough to support its energy shield for a long time. There was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, these guys were courting death, so they couldn't blame him for it. Although Lilith was a delicate beauty, in fact, her cultivation strength was second only to Baldy Sue among the 13 people. She had already reached the 6th order star core. This could be seen from the fact that Baldy Sue brought 3 people away from the warship, one of which was her. As for the latter, he was at the 7th order. It was true that she did not have a single star core origin on her, but if Yi Xian did not relent, she could have borrowed it from someone else, but she did not. Instead, he had found an excuse to sneak into Yi Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. This was a clear indication of his intentions. The girl was a complete cultivation maniac. Every time she came out for a mining operation, she would basically trade all the planetary core essences she obtained with other people for high-quality planetary core essences. Then, when the large mining ship was searching for the next target planet, she would collect them all. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb star sources at such a speed. Otherwise, as long as they had enough star core sources, wouldn't their cultivation soar like a rocket? The reason why Lilith could absorb the star core origin so quickly was because she had saved up a lot of star coins and exchanged them for a bloodline at the Heavenly River Star Federation's Hall of Affairs. Of course, that bloodline was very rare and could not be exchanged for with star coins. At that time, she had also picked up a good bargain. Lilith and Baldy Sue were now gambling. They were gambling that Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Lilith's. If that was the case, as long as Lilith entered the other party's warship, they would have a chance to kill the other party and seize the warship. Rather than betting their lives on the other party's character, they were more inclined to bet on their own luck. The reason why they chose Lilith over the stronger Baldy Sue was obviously because she was a woman, and she was young and beautiful, which could make the other party lower their guard as much as possible. At this moment, as Lilith walked toward the entrance of the cave, the spirit concealment shuttle, which had been operating the concealment array, finally revealed its appearance after a hazy halo dispersed. The 12 people in the cave immediately gasped, and a greedy light shot out from their eyes. From the smooth lines, one could tell at a glance that the speed was incredibly fast. There were also the star cannons and energy shields on the exterior of the warship, which silently told of its powerful defense and attack power. More importantly, the concealment array engraved on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle would appear in a short period of time every time it was activated and deactivated. This was the case right now. The large number of obscure and mysterious runes that covered the entire exterior of the warship almost dazzled the eyes of the people in the cave. After all, it was a warship that had gone through 2 fusions. Whether it was its appearance or its true strength, it was absolutely first class. Even Baldy Sue sighed in his heart. Now, he really believed that his god of fortune was not taken by the other party. If the other party had such a top-grade warship, why would they care about his god of fortune, which was at most an advanced light warship? In fact, Lilith, who was walking step by step toward the spirit concealment shuttle, was the most shocked at this moment. The warship in front of her was simply a fantasy, and she dreamed of having it. If not for the fact that she had not seen the owner of the warship and could not determine the other party's cultivation and strength, she would have wanted to make a move now. Soon, a door-like passage appeared on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle, but no one appeared. Lilith did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed in. Hum. There was a slight sound of the concealment array being activated. A halo flashed, and the streamlined body of the warship disappeared again. Even when using the divine perception to sweep back and forth, there was no trace of any aura. Even when it started the thrusters and flew away quickly, there was not the slightest trace of sound leaked out. All of it was absorbed by the concealment array. After a full 3 minutes, Baldy Sue walked to the entrance of the cave with a suspicious look on his face. He looked left and right and muttered to himself, already, gone. F***ck. There is no movement at all. This top-grade warship, I must get my hands on it. At the same time, in an area more than 100 miles away from this cave in the depths of the trench, the spirit concealment shuttle was silently but extremely quickly sailing. There were many cabins in the warship. Yi Xian was in the main control room, and Lilith was imprisoned in a cabin at the stern of the warship at this moment. As the owner of the spirit concealment shuttle, Yi Xian could control any part of the entire warship at will. Right now, Lilith was imprisoned by him. Yi Xian could not let her see his appearance. From the moment he learned the true identity of the white-robed man, even Bai Shirley had been set as a must-kill target by him. The other party had not returned to the Sky River Star, so he could only draw a rough picture of Yi Xian's appearance from his memory. But once he returned to the Sky River Star, he would definitely be able to find Yi Xian through certain channels from the Federation Citizen Identity Database of the Sky River Star. Therefore, Bai Shirley must die, and Lilith would not have a chance to see Yi Xian's true appearance. Suppressing her anger, Lilith tried her best to make her tone sound as delicate as possible. Handsome, aren't you being too careful? It is very rude to treat a beauty with such an attitude. Chapter 2609. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing the white scoundrel. Lilith's expression immediately changed. She suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if she'd boarded a pirate ship. What do you mean? Literally. Yi Xian's voice was still transmitted through the cabin's sound transmission system. Also, I can tell you the truth. My cultivation realm is indeed lower than yours. I'm only at Star Core Realm level 4. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance in this warship because I won't meet you at all. Handsome, I admit that I did have the intention to steal this warship from the start, but that was all because Baldy Sue forced me to do it. This time, Lilith was completely flustered. The other party had made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the other party still wanted to meet her. However, he'd clearly seen through her and Baldy Sue's plan, so why had he still pushed the boat along with the current and let her onto the warship? Could it be? Lilith seemed to see hope again at this thought. Her tone became gentle again. Handsome, you're not thinking of locking me up here as a sex slave, are you? I admit that I was wrong before, but I won't do such a thing. Alright, I promise you that I'll take you to that ancient cultivator's abode. After that, we'll go our separate ways and we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? This was clearly a retreat in order to advance. Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha, this time, please don't insult your own intelligence, okay? Lilith, 10 Federation military landing ships were cruising around the planet at low altitudes. Because there was still a thick layer of dust floating on the planet's surface due to the previous carpet bombing, the 10 landing ships all turned on their shipboard searchlights, one at the bow and one at the bottom of the hull. These searchlights had a strong penetrating power. Even in the thick dust environment, they could still illuminate everything on the planet's surface. But at the same time, because of these searchlights, the positions of the 10 landing ships were like fireflies in the night sky. They were incomparably clear even from a distance. Right now, the deity concealment shuttle was silently approaching the location of these 10 landing ships. Lilith saw everything clearly through the porthole of the warship that was also deployed with arrays. An ominous premonition floated in her heart. Lilith's voice even trembled a little. Handsome, you. Did you get the wrong direction? We should fly upwards and rush out of the blockade of those 10 planetary-level battleships, then run far away before showing our faces or something. You're going the wrong way. That's right, I'll send you off first, and then I'll leave. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll lure these guys away, then I'll definitely do it. Yi Xian's words revealed a trace of strangeness. However, since you guys added some ingredients for me on the surface, then under the premise of luring these guys away, I naturally have to return the favor. Oh right, do you have a personal warship? Yes, yes, yes. What's wrong? Whoa. Handsome, can we not play anymore? Why are you not playing anymore? Didn't you want to play? I also think it's quite fun. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, let's play slowly. Oh right, get your personal warship ready. It'll come in handy when we run for our lives later. Wah, Lilith was so scared that her face turned pale. A sobbing sound came from the microphone. It was unknown whether it was real or not, but Yi Xian ignored it and turned off the microphone. He had indeed decided to throw Lilith out, but not because of the anger in his heart, but because he wanted to kill by surely. Originally, if Lilith and Baldy Sue did not have any devious thoughts, Yi Xian would have helped them lure the enemy away before looking for an opportunity to make his move. After all, his deity concealment shuttle was now faster than the 10 planetary-level battleships, and it had energy shields and star cannons. More importantly, it could hide perfectly. Hanging behind the enemy's fleet, as long as Bai Shirley walked out of the warship, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. But now, since Lilith and Baldy Sue were courting death, it was obviously easier for Yi Xian to kill Bai Shirley. Soon, the deity concealment shuttle quietly arrived at the area where the 10 landing ships were. Then, with a thought from Yi Xian, the hatch opened automatically. A gentle force pushed Lilith, who was still pleading, out. Throughout the entire process, the concealment array of the deity concealment shuttle did not change at all. There was no trace of it at all. It was as if Lilith had directly teleported there. After doing all this, Yi Xian urged the deity concealment shuttle to retreat to a distance and began to order the star cannons on the ship to start charging. Of course, the energy shield system also began to charge. Yi Xian did not keep a single piece of the pile of star core origins that he had just snatched. They were all piled up in the energy room of the deity concealment shuttle. As for the resources needed to increase his level of cultivation, after he finished dealing with Bai Shirley and left this planet, it was really not difficult for him to obtain a large amount of star core origins with the innate ability of the Star Devourer in his body. Lilith was a living person, so she was quickly discovered. She had just taken out her private warship, but before she could jump in, the 10 landing ships surrounded her from all directions. 10 scorching light beams converged and shone on Lilith. She immediately closed her eyes and could not open them at all. She was so scared that she almost peed in her pants. She was really afraid that the other party would not say anything and directly launch such a cannon. But obviously, Bai Shirley would not do that. Seeing a living person all of a sudden, although it was very likely that he was just a miner on the large engineering starship, they were the ones who discovered the wretched space pirate first after all. Chances were that they had some clues that were related to him. Therefore, Bai Shirley immediately gave the order to keep her alive. Moreover, he directly walked out of a landing ship. His figure slowly descended and approached Lilith. Behind him were 2 Federation major officers with a planetary corps rank 7. The reason why he was so careless was that no matter whether it was the space pirate's warship or the concealment shuttle that he had stolen, there was no weapon system on it. No matter how powerful that space pirate was, even if he had concealed his cultivation at that time, he was at most core level 5 or 6. He was followed by 2 core level 7 cultivators, so nothing would happen to him. This was the opportunity that Yi Xian had been waiting for. He had predicted that Bai Shirley would appear and ask Lilith as soon as he saw her. Of course, Yi Xian would not give Lilith a chance to speak. However, Lilith suddenly realized this at this moment. Her face instantly turned pale as she screamed hoarsely, "Don't come over, don't come over, I don't want to die." Right now, in her eyes, Bai Shirley was the god of pestilence who was about to take her life. The latter's face immediately darkened. He obviously did not realize that something was wrong and thought that Lilith was afraid that he would kill her. Chapter 26:10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Space Oscillator, Boom. Boom, a 10-meter thick pillar of scorching white energy suddenly appeared in the void without warning. Along the way, it reduced all the dust floating in the air to nothingness and arrived in front of them almost instantly, enveloping Bai Shirley, Lilith, and the 2 Federation majors behind the former. In an instant, the 4 of them were reduced to ashes. However, the God Concealment Shuttle Star Cannon energy beam was not over yet and continued to blast forward. Under the impact, the landing ship that Bai Shirley had just stepped out of was instantly pierced through, producing a huge explosion. In an instant, flames soared into the sky as the landing ship turned into a huge fireball and crashed to the ground. Just a single shot had destroyed a landing ship. At the same time, there were 4 powerhouses, including Bai Shirley. Among the latter, there were even 2 level 7 Star Core Realm powerhouses. However, under the attack of the Star Cannon energy beam, they were still reduced to ashes, not leaving behind a single hair. In the distance, Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Now that even Bai Shirley was dead, there was no one who had seen his true appearance. Even if he returned to Sky River Planet, Yi Xian did not have to worry at all. Although Bai Shirley had left behind a portrait that was 60 to 70% similar to his original appearance, there were so many Federation citizens on Sky River Planet that there were many who looked alike. Yi Xian only needed to disguise himself a little and it would be foolproof. However, although his worries had been resolved, the trouble in front of him was clearly not over yet. Almost at the same instant that the God Concealment Shuttle Star Cannon energy beam blasted out, the other 9 landing ships in the surroundings had also blasted out smaller energy beams one after another, sweeping toward Yi Xian. They intertwined in the air, forming a bright net of light beams, which was quite a sight to behold. However, Yi Xian immediately urged the God Concealment Shuttle to change its position. At this moment, he was no longer within the range of the intertwining energy beams. It was only now that he realized how advanced the concealment array that Bai Shirley had engraved on the God Concealment Shuttle's hull was. Before the shot was fired, Yi Xian was still worried that the launch of the star cannon would affect the concealment array of the God Concealment Shuttle, causing its hull to be revealed. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. From this alone, one could see how advanced the concealment array was. The remaining 9 landing ships were not equipped with star cannons. They were not at all. The energy beams fired from star cannon had a diameter of 10 meters, but the diameters of these small energy cannons were only about half a meter or so. Star cannons were only about half a meter. Were. Even if the stars even if the God Concealment Shuttle, translation, the God Concealment Shuttle. On the other hand, the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky were also equipped with star cannons. The energy beams fired from them were also 10 meters in diameter. Even if the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle could withstand 1 or 2 of the attacks, the amount of star core energy consumed to defend against such attacks was obviously very frightening. Yi Xian did not have a lot of star core energy to replenish the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle. He was not sure if it would be enough for the energy shield to withstand a few shots. Therefore, to him, the most important thing right now was to escape. Bai Shirley was already dead. He was not in the mood to be entangled with the 9 landing ships. Following Yi Xian's thought, the God Concealment Shuttle turned around. After circling a little, it quickly shot into the sky. The direction it was facing was the gap between the flagship of the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky and another battleship. The planet below was so huge that even if the 10 battleships could surround it, the gap between the 2 battleships was obviously very wide. Under the circumstances where the God Concealment Shuttle was not exposed, it was entirely possible for it to rush out directly. Like a fish that had broken through a net, as long as this layer of defense was broken through, there would be a wide open sky. At the same time, in the central flagship of the 10 battleships in the sky, a major with a pale face roared like thunder. Everyone in the flagship's central control room saw the scene that happened on the surface of the planet clearly through the big screen. The destruction of a landing ship and the death of 2 low-level Federation officers was already enough for them to drink a pot of wine when they returned. Now, even Bai Shirley had been blasted into smithereens. This matter was simply too shocking. It was obvious that they had to bear the anger of both Bai Jingjun and Heavenly River Planet's military commander, Zhao Long, at the same time. Whether or not they could survive was another matter altogether. At this moment, the crisis of life and death had already caused the face of the Major to turn ferocious. He stomped his feet and cursed while issuing orders. "Kill him. You must kill him. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Damn it, even Bai Shirley is dead. It's over this time. Activate the space oscillator, no matter the energy consumption, activate all 10 battleships, form a space oscillation net, and force that guy's hidden battleship out. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? I didn't expect that there would be a second person here besides Bai Shirley who engraved a concealment array on a private small battleship. If not, how could we be so careless? Damn it, this is too extravagant. Isn't it just a private small battleship? In addition to the engraving of a concealment array, there are actually star cannons. This is simply asking for our lives. Wang, As the Major complained with despair and exasperation, the flagship under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and a low buzzing sound that was low but at a very fast frequency was heard. In fact, the 9 battleships in the other directions also did the same. This was the sign that the space oscillator had been activated and began to work. This kind of device can't be equipped on small and medium-sized battleships because it consumes too much energy, and because it produces a vibration effect against space. It also has a certain impact on the hull itself. Only strong large battleships can be equipped with it. At this time, the 10 entry-level large battleships activated the space oscillator at the same time regardless of the energy consumption. In an instant, an invisible net was constructed above this huge black planet. This net covered the entire space above the planet, causing it to tremble violently. Although the body of the hidden god shuttle was engraved with a concealment array, it had a special effect against this kind of space oscillation. In the next moment, the hidden god shuttle, which had just rushed to the gap between the 2 battleships at an extremely fast speed, revealed the shape of the battleship without any suspense. It was captured by the 10 planet-level battleships and was immediately locked on. Fire! 10 battleships, fire the star cannons. Turn him into ashes. Roar! With a crazy and ruthless light in his eyes, the Major in the flagship's control room stared closely at the hidden god shuttle that appeared on the big screen in front of him. He gritted his teeth and issued the order to attack. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly hit Yi Xian's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. He suddenly roared, "Turn off the energy shield, ignore the defense, break through at full speed." Chapter 26:11. Chapter 26:11, Chapter 26:11 Tianhe Star Turbulence Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian's ears were filled with this kind of high-frequency low buzzing sound. The entire god concealment shuttle seemed to be placed on a platform that was vibrating at high speed. The hull of the shuttle continued to vibrate, which was caused by the strange power of the space oscillator. It directly affected the speed of the god concealment shuttle, allowing the star cannons of the 10 planetary-level warships to have the possibility of locking onto the shuttle. And at this time, Yi Xian's order was to turn off the energy shield, disregard the defense, and break out at full speed. This was a gamble with his life on the line. Even if the energy shield was not turned off, it could not withstand the bombardment of the 10 star cannons' energy beams at the same time. It would eventually be destroyed. And turning on the energy shield would consume a part of the energy, which would more or less affect the speed of the god concealment shuttle. After weighing the 2 options, Yi Xian made a choice at the risk of his life. Either throw everything aside and break out with speed, or if he could not break out of this space oscillation area, the final result would be the destruction of the shuttle and the death of the passengers. Xiao! 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 It was as if the sound of the scorching white energy beams could be heard as the 10 star cannons' energy beams converged at the same time. At the same time, the energy shield that enveloped the god concealment shuttle disappeared in an instant. What accompanied it was that the shuttle, which seemed to have fallen into a swamp, suddenly rushed upwards. This was a sign of the instantaneous increase in speed. It was this sudden rush that allowed the god concealment shuttle, which was trapped in this high-frequency space oscillation area, to break free with a whoosh. It rushed out of the large oscillation net and entered the normal universe void outside the net. It was also at this time that the 10 terrifying star cannons' energy beams came rumbling, all landing on the position where the god concealment shuttle was at half an instant ago. The terrifying energy exploded, actually tearing apart that small area of space that was vibrating at high frequency, forming a void black hole with a radius of a few miles. The endless suction force of the black hole came, and a large amount of floating dust was drawn in. It was directly swallowed. At this time, the god concealment shuttle that had rushed out of the encirclement had activated its energy shield again under the command of Yi Xian. Then, with a speed that surpassed that of the 10 planetary-level warships, it instantly rushed into the void of the galaxy in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ran away. It actually ran away. We are finished, quick. Hurry and evacuate, the space collapsed, this black hole will gradually expand and eventually swallow everything. Immediately report to the Tianhe star, we are in big trouble. In the flagship's main command, the star level warship. After he gritted his teeth and cursed, he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. Because of this, what he had to face is. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order at all. In the next second after the formation of this miniature void black hole, the other planetary-level warships in the surroundings had already activated their maximum speed and retreated into the distance at the same time, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. A black hole would swallow everything, and once a black hole was formed, it was very difficult to repair it. Of course, a single beam of energy from a star cannon couldn't break open the void of the galaxy. In fact, the probability of 10 or even 100 beams of energy from a star cannon working together was very small. However, it just so happened that the only point of convergence of these 10 star cannons was under the influence of the space oscillator. As such, the probability of this happening was greatly increased. It could only be said that these guys were unlucky. Even if the probability of a black hole was increased, it might not necessarily appear. However, this time, they had hit the jackpot. This black hole had clearly appeared. The entire vast and boundless domain of the graveyard had originally been a huge black hole that was slowly forming. Now, a real black hole had suddenly appeared in this unformed black hole. Although it was very small, its current area was almost like a sesame seed in the ocean compared to the entire domain of the graveyard of stars. However, it had appeared after all. As time passed, the entire domain of the graveyard of stars would be affected. It was just that no one could say for sure what kind of effect it would have. Even Yi Xian, who had already escaped, had never expected that his forced escape would leave behind such a huge hidden danger, which would affect the entire domain of the graveyard of stars at some point in the future, and even Universe 3, where the myriad Luo Federation was located. The 10 starships soon left, but this enormous black star didn't calm down. Instead, the storm raged even more fiercely. A powerful suction force was constantly emitting from the miniature black hole, which was about a mile in diameter. It slowly sucked in the surrounding void and the floating dust on the surface of the planet below, and then devoured it. The sky above the black star had already turned into a land of death. When this scene was witnessed by Baldy Sue and the others, who had just walked out of the cave in the depths of the dry trench, they opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze at the same time, as if they had made an agreement. They didn't know about the deaths of Lilith and Bai Shirley, nor did they know that the 10 starships had fired at the same time. Therefore, they couldn't understand how this miniature black hole had appeared in the sky. However, there was one thing they all understood, which was that something big was going to happen on the Heavenly River planet this time. This was a black hole. A real black hole had appeared in the domain of the graveyard of stars. In fact, before the 10 starships of the Federation returned, the entire Heavenly River planet was in an uproar while they were still on their way back. The death of Bai Shirley wasn't a big deal, but the miniature black hole was a matter of great importance. The major on the flagship didn't dare to hide it, so he contacted the Heavenly River planet and reported it as it was. The officials of the Heavenly River planet didn't dare to hide it either. They published it on the internal Skynet of the Heavenly River planet as soon as possible, and reported it to Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the garrison on the Heavenly River planet. At this moment, in the official residence of the Heavenly River planet's Heavenly River City in the northern region of the Heavenly River planet, Bai Jingjuan's thunderous roars were echoing incessantly. Good-for-nothings. Trash. A bunch of bastards. My good grandson is gone, just like that. Goddamn space pirates, Bai Jingjun, will never let this go. I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately. I want to talk to Jiaheng. His son is gone. At the same time, in a huge starry city above the vast ocean in the eastern region of the Heavenly River Planet, Xiaolong, the commander of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's army, was in the same state as Bai Jingjun. At this moment, he was so angry that he was laughing. A black hole. A black hole. Ha ha ha. This is too big. Who would have thought that a real black hole would appear in the domain of the graveyard of stars? Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately and report it to the military headquarters. Tell them that I'm here to kill those good-for-nothings with my own hands. Chapter 26:12. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studio Star Core Level 5 in the Federation's military, 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was only an entry-level battleship. A 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered the main battleship of a small country. The Sky River Star Federation's military was also equipped with a stellar-class battleship. One of them was allocated to Bai Jingjun to act as his bodyguard. As for the other 99 stellar-class battleships, the Major General of the Sky River Star Federation's military was in the hands of Xiaolong. Of course, in the Sky River Star Federation's military, the 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was not the most advanced. There was also a 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. It was no longer in the shape of a traditional battleship. Instead, it was shaped like a beehive. This kind of 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered a small one. In the capital, Tianjin Star, there was an even larger one. However, in the Sky River Star, other than the 99 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships, there were only 2 of them. Usually, they would not be deployed because the energy consumption was too terrifying. The Sky River Star Federation's military did not have such a 10,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. Following Xiaolong's orders, 20 stellar-class Federation battleships flew out of the Sky River Star and quickly rushed to the area where the incident occurred. This powerful fleet would immediately seal off the area where the miniature black hole appeared to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. At the same time, they would wait for the experts from Tianjin Star to resolve this matter. At the same time, the Sky River Star's planetary-class battleship, Bai Jingjun, also spread the news of Yi Xian's arrest through various channels. This time, it was no longer an official arrest warrant. After all, even Bai Jingjun had to keep a low profile after causing such a big trouble. However, this time, the bounty on the wanted poster issued by the black market had increased tenfold from the previous 10 billion star coins to a terrifying 100 billion star coins. As the news spread, a large number of interstellar mercenaries and Federation powerhouses swarmed out of the Sky River Star and rushed to the depths of the Graveyard Star region. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. Yi Xian didn't stop for even a second after that enormous black star had escaped. He drove the God-concealing shuttle at full speed, traveling day and night through the vast void of the domain of the buried meteorite for 5 days straight. Only when he felt that he was far enough away from that non-stellar region did Yi Xian stop. Although he didn't know about the miniature black hole, just the death of Bai Shirley was enough for Heavenly River Star to not let this matter rest. As a result, when Yi Xian, who was fleeing all the way, found some planets that were worth excavating along the way, he clenched his teeth and forcefully endured it, directly ignoring it. However, now that he was in a safe zone, exploring the stars and excavating the star core origin immediately became his top priority. Not only did the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's energy module need it, but he also needed it urgently for himself. There was a limit to the speed at which an ordinary powerhouse could absorb the star core origin, but Yi Xian had the Astral Devourer and the Devouring System, so this limit was basically reduced to the extreme. As long as he had enough star core sources, his strength would be able to continuously rise. Bai Shirley's death caused the sense of danger in Yi Xian's heart to grow even stronger. He had to grow up as soon as possible. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Yi Xian believed that one day, the truth of Bai Shirley's death would be uncovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin, level 4 green, 1 foot square. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin, level 3 green, half a foot square. The stellar region in front of him was quite barren. Yi Xian had only encountered a small private warship on his way here, and after arriving here, there was nothing in the vast void except for a large number of stars of varying sizes and cosmic dust. However, although it was barren, the stars in this stellar region did not disappoint Yi Xian. He had simply controlled the soul concealment shuttle to wander around casually when the notifications of the devouring system continuously rang out in his mind. It was the system that had captured the aura of the star core origin within these stars through the innate ability of the star-devouring beast that he had already fused with. Although most of the notifications did not attract Yi Xian's attention, because the star core origin in the center of the stars was too little, or the level was too low, so he did not care. However, there were some stars that had a considerable amount of star core origin. For example, there was a star that was so small that it was almost like a meteor. The core of the star core contained a level 6 blue star core that was a foot long. To the current Yi Xian, this was simply a pleasant surprise. In the following time, Yi Xian went all out and excavated this stellar region for 3 whole days. The amount of star core origin he had collected was enough to fill up a cabin in the Hidden Soul Shuttle, and all of them were level 3 green star core origin and above. Among them, the best quality was even level 7 purple star core origin. However, there was not much of this level 7 purple star core origin, only about a quarter of a foot square, which made Yi Xian feel quite regretful. After 3 days, Ling Yi decided to stop the excavation. For safety reasons, he decided to absorb this pile of star core origin first and improve his cultivation strength before doing anything else. As there were many stars in this stellar region that had been excavated by him, it was no longer safe. Therefore, Ling Yi drove the Hidden Soul Shuttle and left this stellar region. He found a secluded and inconspicuous star in another stellar region that was 1 day's journey away and landed there. After choosing a place to cultivate in seclusion, Ling Yi restrained his aura and ordered the system to absorb the star core origin in the cabin. Of course, before the order was issued, Yi Xian had already sorted out the star core origin that almost filled the entire cabin. The level 7 purple star core origin that was about a quarter of a foot square and the level 6 blue star core origin that was about a foot square were stored in another cabin. He planned to use such high-quality goods when he reached the level 6 star core realm so that he could use them more efficiently. The rest of the star core origin was level 5 red star core origin and below, which was suitable for Yi Xian at the moment. However, he did not absorb all of them. He stuffed about a third of them into the energy cabin of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. The star core origin in the energy cabin was not to be absorbed immediately. The energy of the star core origin that was thrown in would be absorbed when it was idle and then stored in the energy core of the Hidden Soul Shuttle. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid of too much. As for the empty star core crystals that had been absorbed, they would automatically be moved out of a small cabin on the side. This time, the seclusion lasted for 2 whole days. When there was only about 2 feet square of level 3 blue star core origin left in the cabin that was used to absorb the star core origin, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 26:13. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Rich. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the notification from the devouring system, ending his seclusion. He first sensed the power of the 5th order core stage and was delighted to find that it was indeed much stronger. However, when he scanned the cabin of the soul concealment shuttle with his consciousness, he realized that the small mountain of star core origins had been reduced to a small pile of level 3 cyan star core origins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was only at the 5th order core stage, yet he needed such a large amount of star core origins to break through. What about the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order? As for the meteor stage after the core stage, there was no need to even mention it. It seemed that he would have to spend most of his energy on mining star core origins in the future. When he realized this, Yi Xian realized how lucky he was to have encountered a young star devourer as soon as he entered the astral world. He knew that the star devourer was very precious, otherwise, the devouring system would not have evaluated its bloodline as rare grade. However, Yi Xian had not realized the importance of star core origins and how difficult it was to extract them, so he did not have a strong feeling about it. It was only now that he finally understood. Although there were many star beasts in the vast universe, there were not many whose bloodlines could be extracted. Among them, the star devourer was definitely ranked at the top. The star devourer was even rarer. Even if one encountered one, if it was already an adult, its bloodline could not be extracted, so it was useless. This was also the reason why an existence like Bai Shirley would be so crazy after encountering a young space devourer. He did not hesitate to leave the guard fleet alone and pay a huge price to capture it. If Yi Xian had not obtained the star devourer, his cultivation level would still be stagnant at the first order core stage. Even the soul concealment shuttle would not be a dream. However, even if he had the star devourer's bloodline, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. First of all, the various auxiliary systems of the devouring system needed to be activated. Some special treasures and resources must be obtained, such as the activation of the devouring system. In addition, even if it was an activated devouring system, the amount of fusion energy required to fuse with a treasure was already quite a large expenditure. It wasn't even lower than the amount of fusion energy required to increase Yi Xian's own strength. His spirit concealment shuttle had already appeared on the surveillance screens of the 10 planetary-level warships. As long as it appeared in front of others, his identity would be immediately exposed. Therefore, for Yi Xian, the next thing he had to do was to find a suitable small warship and fuse it 3 more times to change the external characteristics of the spirit concealment shuttle. Not to mention a suitable small warship, just the amount of star core origin required for 3 fusions was bound to be substantial. In other words, Yi Xian needed a large amount of planetary core origin for his own cultivation. On the other hand, the newly activated fusion system also needed a large amount of planetary core origin. Under such circumstances, even though he had the star devourer's bloodline, which was extremely sensitive to planetary core origin and could easily detect its aura, Yi Xian still felt the pressure on his shoulders very heavy. In such a short period of time, I have already broken through from level 1 to level 5. It is really inconvenient for me to continue breaking through crazily. It takes time to stabilize my cultivation. Otherwise, if my foundation is not stable, it will affect my future achievements. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, I'll use the next period of time to excavate the source of the star core. For the 3rd fusion of the God Concealment Shuttle, as well as the next breakthrough in cultivation, mining. Crazily mining. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian jumped into the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. With a thought, he flew up from the planet where he had been in seclusion and once again rushed toward the depths of the graveyard star zone. Along the way, the devouring system's notification rang in his mind from time to time, but Yi Xian ignored it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 3 cyan, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 2 orange, half a foot square. These were all low-level goods below level 4, which could no longer satisfy Yi Xian's needs, let alone arouse his interest. In Yi Xian's opinion, all of this was natural. However, if this matter were to spread to the ears of the other interstellar mercenaries or cultivators of the Heavenly River Star, they would probably instantly overturn a large amount of vinegar jars. For them, a level 2 orange planetary core origin that was half a foot square was definitely a big gain, but Yi Xian didn't care about it at all. In fact, the more important reason was that the system's notification sounds were very scattered in his mind. Often, they would only ring again when he was far away in the void. With the experience of mining planetary core origin in the void before, Yi Xian had already discovered that areas with a large amount of planetary core origin, or high-level planetary core origin, usually had a very high proportion of planetary core origin in the central core of all the stars in the star zone. If one looked at a large number of stars and only sensed a few of them contained planetary core origin, then this star zone would basically not have much to gain, so it was not worth staying in. 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, Yi Xian had not stopped because he had not found an area with a relatively high density of stars containing planetary core origin that could be mined. When even he was getting a little impatient, a pleasant surprise finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 6 blue, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 7 purple, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 9, 9 colored, weak reserve. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. He even forgot to stop controlling the hidden soul shuttle immediately. It was only when the system's notifications in his mind gradually faded away and he was far away from the star zone that he reacted with a jolt and hurriedly turned around. Forget about the level 4 green origin, even the level 6 blue origin was 2 feet square. Yi Xian had never seen such a large level 6 blue planetary core origin before. This color, the level 7 purple origin, was half a foot square, and there was even the legendary level 9 9 colored. Although the reserve was weak, this was a 9-colored planetary core origin. The fact that there was a level 9 9-colored planetary core origin in this place was already a problem. More importantly, when Yi Xian passed by this star zone, the system's notifications rang in his mind one after another almost without pause. There was a limit to how far the astral devourer could sense the aura of planetary core origin. The continuous notifications could only mean that in this star zone, the proportion of stars with planetary core origin in the center of the star zone was extremely high.
Capítulo 1. Identidades equivocadas, no soy un ladrón. Dentro del dormitorio del Centro de Asistencia Social, una niña de 9 años se enfrentó a las sospechas de todos, con los ojos enrojecidos. Tenía un par de ojos grandes y llorosos y estaba radiantemente hermosa. Sin embargo, su cuerpo parecía frágil debido a la desnutrición. Al ver que todos la miraban con desdén y odio, se sintió ofendida y ahogada. Ese jade, es mío. Yo, no soy un ladrón. Mi mamá me dejó eso. ¿Entonces lo que estás diciendo es que robé tus cosas? Frente a ella había una niña de aproximadamente su edad. Inclinando la cabeza, la niña la miró fríamente antes de girarse para sonreír inocentemente a los otros niños. Comparada con ella, la niña parecía dulce y orgullosa, como si fuera una princesita elevada y colmada del amor de todos. Tan pronto como habló, los niños que los rodeaban inmediatamente salieron en su defensa. Obviamente estás mintiendo, ¿por qué Rower robaría tus cosas? Bien. Eso es imposible. ¿Cómo es Rower un ladrón? Claramente fuiste tú quien robó su cosa. Ante todas sus condenas y preguntas, la niña no supo dar explicaciones convincentes para defenderse. Absolutamente agraviada, se frotó los ojos con amargura y rompió a llorar. Ese es realmente mi jade. Devolvérsela. Rower la miró con regocijo y se volvió para hablar con todos. Todos, está claro, Xiaoxi es el ladrón, no juegues más con ella, los ladrones son malos. Varios niños asintieron vigorosamente con la cabeza. Escuchemos a la princesa Rower. Ignórala en el futuro. Es una ladrona. Ella es una ladrona. Xiaoxi es una chica mala. Robar las cosas de Rower, la culpa es tuya. Los niños rieron a carcajadas mientras se dispersaban. Sola, la niña se apoyó contra una pared. Contuvo las lágrimas mientras miraba las espaldas de los otros niños, apretando con fuerza los puños. Una fila de hombres vestidos con trajes negros se alinearon frente a la oficina del director. Un anciano de aspecto enérgico, de más de 50 años, estaba sentado con severidad en un sofá. El conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas que vestía realzaba su comportamiento respetable, y bajo las sombras de sus cejas había un aire de furia. Puede que esté envejeciendo y su apariencia sea un poco envejecida, pero por sus hermosos rasgos faciales, aún se puede imaginar lo impresionante que se veía durante su mejor momento. El director trajo un montón de documentos, se los mostró cuidadosamente al anciano y se los ofreció respetuosamente. Señor Mu, estos son los niños que llegaron al centro de asistencia social el año pasado. Toda su información está aquí. Por favor, échale un vistazo. El anciano extendió la mano para coger los documentos, repasó algunos de ellos y luego frunció el ceño. El asistente a su lado vio su expresión y levantó la cabeza para sonreírle al director y le preguntó: «Ese niño tiene entre 8 y 9 años. Puedo preguntar, de los que fueron admitidos el año pasado, ¿cuántos cumplen con esta condición?». El director repasó brevemente sus recuerdos y rápidamente respondió: «Por favor, espere un momento». El anciano continuó hojeando los documentos, pero sus ojos estaban fijos en un retrato familiar. De repente extendió la mano y señaló: «Déjame ver a esta chica». El director se quedó atónito antes de asentir apresuradamente. «Entiendo. Haré los arreglos necesarios para que ella se reúna contigo rápidamente». Hizo una llamada y, poco después, un profesor trajo a una niña. Rower se paró diligentemente frente al anciano, con las manos en la espalda y el pecho hinchado. Sonriendo de oreja a oreja, dijo: «Abuelo, encantado de conocerte. Soy Rower». El anciano la miró inexpresivamente y examinó cuidadosamente cada centímetro de su rostro. Sus ojos se entrecerraron lentamente mientras la miraba oscura y sombríamente. Rower arrugó las cejas con curiosidad. El rostro de aspecto feroz y el comportamiento severo de este anciano la asustaron un poco. Justo cuando retrocedía unos pasos, vio que de repente él le hacía un gesto. «Venir. Deja que el abuelo te mire bien». «Bueno». Rower, vacilante, dio 2 pasos hacia adelante. El anciano la tomó suavemente por los hombros y la observó de cerca. A pesar de la compatibilidad de edad, todavía sentía que ni su apariencia ni sus rasgos faciales eran similares a los de esa persona. Su visión se movió lentamente hacia abajo hasta que aterrizó en el jade cerca de su clavícula. El anciano levantó el trozo de jade y preguntó en voz baja: «¿Este jade?». Rower se puso rígido por un momento antes de sonreír dulcemente. «Este jade me lo dio mi madre». El anciano entrecerró levemente los ojos. Su asistente rápidamente se dio cuenta de la situación. Rápidamente sacó otro trozo de jade de un maletín y se lo pasó. Se juntaron las 2 piezas de jade y encajaron perfectamente. Las manos del anciano se estremecieron levemente. Al presenciar esto, el asistente entendió sus intenciones y se acercó al director. Le murmuró algunas palabras antes de sacar un cheque con una gran cantidad del maletín y entregárselo. El director lo aceptó con una sonrisa. Una hilera de lujosas limusinas negras estaba estacionada en la entrada del centro de asistencia social. Una chica de aspecto desolado trepó por las barandillas de hierro negro en la distancia. Con ojos apagados, observó a Rower seguir a un grupo de hombres de traje y entrar en un Bentley extendido. En el momento en que las puertas del vehículo se cerraron, Rower fríamente dirigió su mirada hacia ella. Casualmente, sus vistas chocaron. Rower le sonrió con picardía antes de que las ventanillas del auto se subieran y los vehículos se alejaran en la distancia. Así, la vida de 2 niños dio un giro inesperado. Capítulo 4. Incapaz de soportar su todo, bajó la cabeza e, ignorando su inquietud y miedo, rozó con sus delgados labios la línea de su mandíbula, haciéndola temblar profusamente. Su cuerpo se volvió más sensible a su invasión. La respiración de Yun Sisi se volvió irregular. Inconscientemente, ella extendió la mano y agarró sus grandes manos para intentar detener su invasión. El hombre parecía haber percibido sus pensamientos. Agarrando sus manos, las ató con facilidad y las levantó por encima de su cabeza. Estaba aún más asustada. Su corazón se resistía constantemente, pero fue en vano. Todo su cuerpo temblaba de miedo absoluto, pero no tenía forma de rechazarlo. Xuanhuan encogió los hombros en un intento de esquivarlo, pero no sabía que el contacto involuntario hizo que la temperatura corporal del hombre aumentara y se volviera hirviendo. El hombre aspiró una bocanada de aire frío. De hecho, casi perdió el control. Esta chica era realmente muy atractiva. No podía creer que casi se perdió. Xuanhuan se sorprendió por el movimiento demasiado íntimo y trató de encoger aún más sus hombros. Ella instintivamente lo apartó. «No». Él ignoró su pequeña resistencia. Exclamó Xuanhuan. Retorciéndose inconscientemente, ella incesantemente apartó su pecho. Sin embargo, él simplemente la agarró por las muñecas con fuerza. Para evitar que ella se resistiera más, se quitó lo último que encontró en su camino. Xuanhuan se quedó sin aliento cuando se dio cuenta de lo que estaba a punto de suceder. Ella trató de rechazar su toque mientras su cuerpo se hundía continuamente. Como deseaba poder esconderse en un mundo donde él no podía entrar. Su dominio parecía haberla asustado mucho. «No, no». «¿No?» Muyace se sintió insatisfecha con su resistencia. Él levantó lentamente los ojos y le sostuvo la barbilla con la mano. Bajo la tenue luz de la luna, sus ojos bajaron para mirar su rostro tímido. Preguntó fríamente, «¿Qué? ¿No quieres esto?» Xuanhuan se tensó y frunció los labios. Él entrecerró los ojos y le frotó los labios sin piedad con el pulgar. «Mujer, sabes lo que tienes que hacer viniendo aquí, ¿verdad?» Su expresión de repente se endureció mientras su cuerpo temblaba continuamente. No estaba segura de si era por el dolor o por el miedo a su insensibilidad. Permaneciendo en silencio durante mucho tiempo, su voz casi ronca dejó escapar sollozos entrecortados. «Yo sé». «Entonces, ¿todavía necesitas que te diga qué hacer?» Sus cejas rectas se movieron cuando su voz helada preguntó esto. Xuanhuan se mordió el labio inferior con fuerza mientras sus ojos se llenaban de lágrimas. Luego sintió un hilo de humedad fluyendo hacia la hendidura de sus labios y su boca se llenó con un sabor amargo. Sabía que simplemente se regían por el contrato. No tenían una relación entre ellos, por lo que cualquier forma de intimidad estaba establecida por el contrato y nada más. Aún así, pase lo que pase, ella no iba a soportar esta humillación. Muyace le dedicó una sonrisa fría. No tenía intención de darle más tiempo para que se acostumbrara a él. Le ató las manos y las empujó hasta la coronilla. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron en una sonrisa casi cruel. «Tu boca, ábrela». La expresión facial de Xuanhuan gradualmente se fue entumeciendo. Luego cerró lentamente los ojos con desesperación. Sus brazos rodearon sus hombros con dificultad y hundió la cara en su cuello. En ese momento, supo que ya había cruzado a las profundidades del pecado. El hombre estaba satisfecho con su rendición y abruptamente profundizó de un solo golpe. Romper esa capa de límite fue una sensación tan vívida. Apretando los dientes, Xuanhuan aguantó. Su voz era ronca. Inhaló el aire fresco mientras intentaba soportar el dolor insoportable. Su cuerpo se puso rígido como una piedra y ya no podía moverse. Fue un chorro de algo desconocido y extraño, como si la estuviera destrozando. En ese instante, su visión casi se volvió negra y casi se desmaya por el dolor. Su todo era demasiado para que ella pudiera soportarlo. Capítulo 5. Él realmente la besó. No tenía tiempo para preocuparse por su dolor, ya que, en este momento, solo la deseaba descaradamente. Para él, esto fue solo una sesión íntima. A ningún hombre le gustaría perder el tiempo en esto, especialmente cuando se trata de una mujer por la que no sienten nada. ¿Ser compasivo con ella? Él era su empleador. Incluso le dio una generosa recompensa. Este dolor era algo con lo que ella debería lidiar. Ese dolor, junto con los agravios y las dificultades que tuvo que soportar, fluyó incontrolablemente con sus lágrimas. Ella exclamó una vez por el dolor, sus ojos se pusieron completamente rojos, pero se mordió obstinadamente el labio inferior y se esforzó por no mostrar su lado débil. Sin embargo, ella fue realmente incapaz de soportar una invasión tan violenta. Jadeó pesadamente hasta que ya no pudo contenerlo y rompió en sollozos intermitentes. Al final se derrumbó como un gatito perdido. El hombre era como un emperador de sangre fría, robándola todo hasta el punto de la crueldad. El dolor ilimitado que sentía era como las implacables olas del océano, mientras se ahogaba, flotaba y se hundía continuamente. Dejándose llevar lentamente, poco a poco se fue alejando. Estiró los dedos para alcanzar algo, pero no había nada a lo que pudiera agarrarse. Todo frente a ella era negro y su mente estaba en un estado de confusión. Se ajustan perfectamente entre sí. El sudor calentó sus cuerpos. Muyace hundió los dedos en su cabello. Solo se sentía codicioso por más. Ella le imploró con la mente nublada. Durante su excitación, de repente sintió una bocanada de humedad cálida en su cuello. Levantó un poco los ojos, solo para verla mordiéndose el labio y gimiendo por el dolor agonizante. El rostro de Muyace se puso rígido. Mirando el pequeño rostro que lo estaba soportando, inconscientemente bajó la cabeza y chasqueó los labios de ella con los suyos. La punta de su lengua entró en su caverna y capturó a la pequeña serpiente que había dentro. Lo hizo girar con el suyo y se ahogó en todos sus sollozos. Para él un beso era un tabú. Besarse significaba que estaban mutuamente enamorados. Nunca antes había besado a una mujer porque, a sus ojos, sus labios estaban sucios. Las mujeres que se quedaban a su alrededor siempre eran miembros de la alta sociedad, hijas de familias adineradas o celebridades, y él nunca había tocado ninguna de esas mariposas. Sin embargo, no sabía por qué, pero en realidad besó a este. Para ser exactos, ella fue la primera. Nunca había imaginado que la sensación de un beso pudiera ser tan deliciosa. Muyace entrecerró ligeramente los ojos y se apretó contra ella. Desde dentro de una represión sofocante, apagó su sed furiosa con veneno. Sobre la cama había sentimientos tiernos y románticos. Se hundieron en el éxtasis. En la oscuridad, Xuanhuan abrió los ojos. El trozo de seda roja sobre sus ojos estaba totalmente empapado de sudor frío. Escuchó el sonido del agua de la ducha corriendo desde el baño. Ella empujó levemente su cuerpo, pero un dolor agudo emanó de sus dedos. Resultó ser de cuando estaban teniendo su sesión íntima, sus dedos se aferraron a los extremos de la cama. Sus uñas se rompieron por todo el agarre que había estado haciendo y se hundieron en las puntas de sus dedos. Fingió estar tranquila para consolarse. Todo había terminado. Todo había terminado. Con suerte, solo esta vez fue suficiente para dejarla embarazada. Tuvo que esperar hasta dar a luz a su hijo. Después, pudo conseguir el dinero e irse, volviendo a su vida normal. Ya era pasada la medianoche. Muyace se dio una ducha y se puso una ropa. Su figura alta y ancha estaba en la habitación y era abrumadora. Sus ojos permanecieron impasibles. Bajo la luz de la luna, la mujer se acurrucó entre las sábanas blancas y siguió jadeando. En su suave cuerpo había rastros de su brutalidad. El charco de sangre en la cama se extendió como una flor sangrienta en flor. Una visión espantosa. Xuanhuan yacía inmóvil en la cama, de espaldas a él. Su cuerpo, que estaba acurrucado, temblaba y estaba rígido como una piedra. Él la miró, su cabello suave y sedoso, descuidado y completamente empapado de sudor, desordenado en el borde de una almohada. Él le dio una mirada fría y se quedó allí inmóvil por un momento antes de girarse para irse. Capítulo 6. Su humillación y vergüenza estallido. Al escuchar el frío sonido de la puerta cerrándose, se abrazó los hombros y sintió los aterradores moretones en sus muñecas. Tenía los ojos hinchados, pero no se atrevía a soltar ni el más mínimo grito, aunque fuera solo un gemido. Poco después, escuchó el sonido del motor de un automóvil arrancando proveniente del exterior. El vehículo se fue alejando, cada vez más, hasta que el sonido del motor amainó. Al darse cuenta de su partida, no pudo soportarlo más. Inmediatamente cerró los ojos y sollozó con todo su corazón. En esta desconocida villa costera, ella entregó su pureza por completo a un hombre desconocido. Antes, se preguntaba por qué él la elegiría. Después de pensarlo un poco, concluyó que debido a su identidad como plebeya no podría luchar por los derechos de custodia del niño en el futuro. No sabía si esto era correcto y durante cuánto tiempo debería ocultárselo a su padre. La situación de su familia la había acorralado y estaba fuera de control, pero no se arrepentía, para ser precisos, no estaba en posición de arrepentirse. Para una persona que luchaba por llegar a fin de mes, esto llamado orgullo era demasiado lujo, y también era su única salida. Además, como hija adoptiva, durante los últimos años, su padre siempre la había tratado como si fuera su propia carne y sangre. A pesar de que a su madre adoptiva y a su hermana no les agradaba, no le faltaba nada en la vida. Por lo tanto, ella ya estaba muy agradecida por esto. Ahora que la crisis financiera había dejado a su familia en una situación desesperada, tenía que devolverles su amabilidad de alguna manera. No quería pensar en nada más por ahora. Muyace nunca sabría que esta noche había dejado tantas cicatrices eternas en su vida y, más aún, nunca sabría de sus futuras interacciones con esta mujer. Amanecer. Los rayos del sol de la mañana. Yun Sisi se sentó con cuidado en la cama y lentamente se quitó el trozo de seda roja que cubría sus ojos. Se cubrió con las sábanas blancas como la nieve y caminó hacia la ventana para abrir las cortinas. Sin embargo, los rayos del sol no pudieron brillar en su corazón. Desde afuera se oyeron pasos apresurados. La puerta se abrió de par en par. Sorprendido, Yun Sisi se dio la vuelta, solo para ver a una dama digna y glamorosa entrar y acercarse a ella con cara de enojo. A su lado caminaba obedientemente la secretaria con la que había firmado el contrato de subrogación. La dama dio un paso hacia ella. Inmóvil, con aspecto altivo y poderoso, la examinó de pies a cabeza con disgusto. Una vez que puso sus ojos en el chupetón en su cuerpo, se congeló. Yun Sisi cubrió ansiosamente su cuerpo con la manta con más fuerza, pero no pudo ocultar esa marca de amor en su cuello. Los celos y la ira picaron sus ojos. Ella habló con furia. ¿Tú eres? ¿Eres esa madre sustituta? Yun Sisi tragó saliva. Sí, y tú eres, tortazo. La respuesta que recibió fue una fuerte bofetada en la cara. Perra descarada. Tú. ¿Cómo te atreves? ¿Cómo te atreves? La dama se agarró el cabello con rabia mientras su rostro perdía el color. No creas que al dar a luz a su bebé, puedes usar esto para ganar estatus. Déjame advertirte, soy su prometida legítima y tú eres solo una madre sustituta. Ni se te ocurra codiciar algo que no es tuyo, ¿entiendes? Yun Sisi estaba asombrado. Ella habló perpleja. Firmé el contrato y tengo claras las cláusulas. Conozco mi lugar. ¿Podrías, por favor? Qué bueno que lo entiendas. Su pecho se hinchó mientras hablaba. Aunque sabía, en el fondo, que si fuera fértil, esta chica nunca vendría a darle a luz al sucesor de la familia Mu. Sin embargo, una vez que recordó que estaban enredados en las sábanas durante toda una noche, no pudo evitar ponerse celosa. Capítulo 7. Ella está embarazada. Será mejor que quedes embarazada solo por esta vez, ni creas que te volverá a tocar. Dijo con amargura y se alejó. Yun Sisi cayó al suelo y su espíritu abandonó su cuerpo. La secretaria la ayudó apresuradamente a levantarse. ¿Levantarse? El suelo está frío. Tu salud es importante. 2 meses después. En el hospital privado de la familia Mu, la secretaria consiguió el informe del examen. 7 semanas de embarazo. Su condición era estable. Era un par de gemelos idénticos. Sacó su teléfono e informó de todo al asistente de Muyace. Yun Sisi salió de la sala de examen. El informe del examen no le preocupaba. Ahora era como una marioneta de madera bajo el control de cualquiera. En cualquier caso, ella simplemente hizo lo que se suponía que debía hacer y estuvo de acuerdo con todo lo que habían preparado. No necesitaba preocuparse por nada más. La secretaria se acercó a ella. Dándole una leve sonrisa, la consoló. Señorita Yun, su condición ahora es muy estable. No te pongas demasiado nervioso. Jaja. No tienes que preocuparte por nada más. Quédese en la villa para cuidar a los bebés durante estos meses. Si tiene alguna solicitud, no dude en hacérmelo saber. Yun Sisi levantó la vista y murmuró, quiero ver a mi padre. Hace 2 meses, simplemente dejó una nota sin despedirse. Debe estar preocupado por ella. La secretaria se puso tensa. Esto, el jefe ha indicado que tienes prohibido salir. Solo quiero ver a mi padre una vez. No tengo otras solicitudes. ¿Ni siquiera puedes hacer esto? Ante la mirada suplicante de Yun Sisi, la secretaria finalmente cedió. Está bien. Originalmente, esto fue algo difícil para ella de decidir. Según el contrato, a Yun Sisi se le prohibió salir al aire libre. Sin embargo, al mirar a esta pobre niña, que se había convertido en madre sustituta a una edad tan temprana, pensó que debía tener algunas dificultades en casa. Así, sin el consentimiento del director general, concertó una cita para reunirse con su padre. Quedaron en encontrarse en un café del centro de la ciudad. Tan pronto como el padre de Yun Sisi recibió el mensaje, se dirigió apresuradamente hacia allí y llegó 30 minutos antes de la hora estipulada. Se sentó en la habitación privada, removiéndose inquieto en su asiento. Después de que ella se fue sin despedirse, él estaba tan preocupado por ella que pasó muchas noches sin dormir, peleando y dando vueltas en la cama. Su esposa incluso se burlaba con frecuencia de ella por ser una perra ingrata y desalmada en su cara, como si se hubiera escapado de casa con un cabrón al azar. Su familia se estaba desmoronando. Mientras la familia estaba en una situación desesperada, el padre no sabía de su paradero. Aunque cuando misteriosamente ganó $1 millón más en su cuenta bancaria al día siguiente, instintivamente lo vinculó con su desaparición. Incluso pensó que le podría haber pasado algo malo. De hecho, Yun Sisi no era su hija biológica. Ella fue adoptada involuntariamente por él en un centro de asistencia social hace 10 años. De hecho, tuvo una hija biológica. A la familia Yun le iba bien en ese momento y, al ver que Yun Sisi era una niña inteligente y sensata, decidió adoptarla. Nunca pensó que después de adoptarla, su esposa y su hija biológica estarían fuertemente en su contra. Al principio no le importó. Pensando en la sensatez de la niña, pensó que eventualmente obtendría el consentimiento de su esposa e hija. Sin embargo, se había equivocado. Por lo general, estaba demasiado ocupado para preocuparse por las pequeñas cosas que sucedían en casa. Sin embargo, como padre, ¿cómo podría no saber que su esposa y su hija la acosaron durante su ausencia? Yun Sisi era de hecho un niño inteligente. Incluso si sufrió a manos de su esposa e hija, nunca se quejó con él ni una sola vez. Por lo tanto, realmente se sintió culpable hacia ella. De hecho, su familia originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. Capítulo 8. La vida de Yun Sisi. De hecho, la familia de Yun Yecheng originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. La empresa operaba bajo una pérdida constante. A muchos accionistas se les habían retirado sus inversiones. Al ver que la empresa estaba a punto de quebrar, su esposa señaló con el dedo a Yun Sisi y la culpó por ello. Esto se debió a que, apenas el año anterior, él gastó voluntariamente el dinero originalmente reservado para inversiones para enviarla a estudiar a una prestigiosa escuela secundaria basada en dormitorios, para estar lejos de este hogar insignificante. En opinión de su esposa, si no hubiera sido por este movimiento particular suyo en aquel entonces, la empresa no se habría visto afectada por la crisis económica y la familia Yun no habría caído en tal estado. Este asunto provocó muchas discusiones acaloradas en el hogar. Cuando Yun Sisi regresó a casa durante las vacaciones, la pareja de madre e hija cerró las puertas y la golpeó mientras él estaba fuera. Debido a esto, casi sucumbió a un infarto. Ardiendo de ansiedad, vio que alguien, la secretaria, abría la puerta y que Yun Sisi entraba lentamente. Al ver a su padre, sus pupilas temblaron ligeramente. Se le nublaron los ojos pero se recuperó rápidamente. Su padre rápidamente se levantó y miró a la secretaria con escepticismo. Al comprender la situación, rápidamente se despidió y les cerró la puerta. Sí. Se acercó a ella con expresión inquieta. La tomó por los hombros y la examinó de pies a cabeza. ¿Dónde has estado estos últimos 2 meses? ¿Sabías lo preocupado que estuve todo este tiempo? Sintiéndose avergonzada, ella lo miró. Solo habían pasado 2 meses, pero todo su cabello ya era de un tono gris y las líneas de su rostro eran más prominentes. Estuvo preocupado por ella durante muchos días. Resolviendo la montaña de documentos acumulados en la empresa y buscándola en su tiempo libre, dividió su atención entre ella y la empresa. Había trabajado demasiado. Papá, no te preocupes por mí. Estoy bastante bien, aseguró Yun Sisi. Ella lo ayudó a sentarse antes de preguntar, ¿cómo está la empresa? ¿Depositaste esa suma de dinero? Fue directo al grano. Yun Sisi estaba atónito, sin saber cómo responderle. Estuvo nerviosa por un momento antes de disfrazarse rápidamente. Él sostuvo el dorso de su mano con fuerza. Oh, niña. Dime la verdad. No me mientas. No hagas que me preocupe por ti otra vez, ¿de acuerdo? De repente pensó en algo terrible. Sentándose derecho, se apresuró a preguntar, ¿hiciste algo tonto? Al ver su cabeza baja y no decir nada, trató de encontrar pistas en su rostro, pero fue en vano. Procedió a señalar hacia la puerta con sospecha. ¿Quién era esa señora hace un momento? Yun Sisi permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, con una voz tan suave como el zumbido de un insecto, confesó, yo me he convertido en una madre sustituta. De repente la habitación quedó en un silencio sepulcral. Sus pupilas se contrajeron mientras la miraba con incredulidad. ¿Tú? ¿Cómo pudiste, papá? Cuando su voz se apagó, escuchó un sonido ensordecedor. Golpear. Le había dado una bofetada en su ira. Su rostro se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza detrás de la bofetada. Aturdida, se tocó las ardientes mejillas mientras lo escuchaba preguntarle con furia, ¿por qué tienes que degradarte así? ¿Ser madre sustituta es algo que puedes hacer? Ella todavía era muy joven, en una edad floreciente, pero en realidad fue a convertirse en madre sustituta. ¿Sabía que esto arruinaría su vida? A sus ojos, como padre, ¿era realmente inútil hasta el punto de no poder proteger a su hija? No tocaré ni un centavo de este dinero. Yo, Yun Yecheng, no necesito llegar a tal punto. Cuando terminó de hablar, se levantó enojado de su asiento y salió de la habitación. Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza, estupefacta, y agarró con fuerza el dobladillo de su ropa. Capítulo 9. Parto prematuro 6 meses después. Yun Sisi estuvo acompañada por la secretaria para procesar sus papeles para reanudar sus estudios en su universidad. En el camino, de repente sintió un dolor agudo en el vientre que no cedía. En vilo durante los últimos meses, Yun Sisi inesperadamente entró en trabajo de parto prematuro. No llegaron a tiempo al hospital privado de la familia Mu, por lo que la secretaria la llevó apresuradamente a un hospital ginecológico de la ciudad y con calma realizó los procedimientos necesarios. Yun Sisi yacía en la cama, con el rostro terriblemente pálido. Cuando levantó la vista, la luz de una lámpara incandescente parpadeaba constantemente ante sus ojos. Bajo un dolor tremendo, empezó a sudar frío. Después de 8 meses de embarazo, finalmente iba a ser liberada. La secretaria la acompañó hacia la sala de partos, dándole constantemente palabras de aliento. Señorita Yun, no tenga miedo. Tú y los niños estaréis bien, esperaré afuera por las buenas noticias. Gracias. Yun Sisi cerró los ojos cuando la empujaron hacia la sala de partos y las puertas se cerraron detrás de ellos. El director del hospital conocía a Yun Yecheng. Al enterarse de que quien estaba a punto de dar a luz era Yun Sisi, el médico lo contactó de inmediato. Yun Yecheng corrió al hospital después de recibir el mensaje y esperó con impaciencia fuera de la sala de partos. 4 horas más tarde, se escuchó un gemido resonante desde la habitación. Es un bebé sano. La enfermera colocó al bebé en una incubadora y lo envió a la sala infantil para recién nacidos. A Yun Yecheng no le importaba el bebé. Caminó de un lado a otro y miró frenéticamente a su alrededor fuera de la sala de partos. La secretaria caminó hacia la guardería. Inspeccionando al recién nacido desde el otro lado de la ventana de cristal, se volvió para preguntar, ¿qué pasa con el otro? La enfermera respondió disculpándose, lo sentimos muchísimo. Al ser un parto prematuro, el más joven está demasiado débil. Cuando salió ya no respiraba. El rostro de la secretaria se puso rígido por la sorpresa y preguntó, ¿no hay esperanza? La enfermera habló con franqueza. Sí. Estaba decepcionada, pero no podía hacer nada al respecto. Bien. Por favor, ocúpese de ese niño en consecuencia. Cuando terminó de hablar con la enfermera, levantó su teléfono para comunicarse con algunos de su gente y enviar una ambulancia. Tenía la intención de trasladar al recién nacido al hospital privado de la familia Mu. Antes de irse, llenó un cheque y se lo pasó a Yun Yecheng. Ella habló cortésmente: «Señor Yun. Su hija ha sufrido durante estos últimos meses. Este es el pago restante. Por favor, acéptalo». Aturdido, Yun Yecheng recibió el cheque de ella. Entonces la secretaria se fue apresuradamente. Dentro de la sala de partos, Yun Sisi se quedó sin energía y se desmayó. La enfermera se acercó a ella y estaba a punto de atender al bebé que había nacido muerto. Sin embargo, justo cuando lo levantaba, notó algo extraño. Sus pupilas temblaron y su expresión cambió drásticamente. Corrió frenéticamente hacia el médico con el bebé. «Doctor». 6 años después. Pasó el tiempo. Los años y los meses pasaron en un instante. Dentro de la bulliciosa multitud en una tienda departamental, Yun Sisi, que empujaba un carrito, miraba ansiosamente a su alrededor de un lado a otro. Sus pasos fueron apresurados. Simplemente fue a la sección de artículos básicos diarios para tomar algo. Sin embargo, cuando miró hacia atrás, él ya no estaba y no lo encontraba por ningún lado. Al pasar por la sección de juguetes, redujo el paso y examinó toda el área. De repente, vio una pequeña figura. Yun Sisi se encogió de hombros antes de suspirar impotente. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron y se rió para sí misma. Luego empujó el carro en esa dirección y se inclinó detrás de la figura. Un niño pequeño estaba parado frente a un estante, con los ojos fijos en un auto de carreras con control remoto bellamente envuelto. Parecía muy joven, de unos 5 o 6 años. Llevaba un uniforme escolar limpio que era un poco grande para su delgada figura. Cabello suave, sedoso, negro azabache, piel de jade, un rostro juvenil con rasgos exquisitos y mejillas sonrosadas. Era un chico bastante encantador. Poseía un par de ojos grandes y brillantes, que a veces brillaban, claros y hermosos. Sus ojos hundidos estaban enmarcados por pestañas espesas y rizadas que estaban ligeramente levantadas como 2 plumas de un fénix negro. Sus orbes negros eran claros y libres de impurezas. Este joven encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. Capítulo 10. Pequeño tú este joven encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. $150, demasiado caro. La voz juvenil tenía un tono grave que era algo inconsistente con su edad. Parecía un anciano, la forma en que frunció el ceño mientras comenzaba a contar con los dedos. Luego suspiró angustiado y sus hombros cayeron, como si estuviera en un mundo de oscuridad. Yun Sisi se rió impotente ante su comportamiento abatido, pero su corazón estaba un poco amargado. Ella frunció los labios y extendió la mano para tocarle el hombro. El niño, sorprendido, se dio la vuelta. Al darse cuenta de que era ella, su rostro se puso de un extraño tono rojo. «Mami. Mami te buscó durante tanto tiempo, ¿no te pidió mami que me siguieras obedientemente y que no corrieras?» Yun Sisi fingió estar enojado y el niño claramente se sintió más culpable. Su pequeña mano se aferró con cuidado a su cuello. Con las pestañas ligeramente caídas, parpadeaba incesantemente con los ojos muy abiertos mientras murmuraba: «Mami, no te enojes. No volverás a correr más. Querida, tú. Ella se arrodilló y lo abrazó. «¿Qué estás mirando?» Instintivamente señalaste el auto de carreras, pero, como si hubiera pensado en algo, rápidamente retrajo sus deditos. Luego levantó el rostro y fingió desinterés. «Mami, tú solo estás mirando y realmente no lo quieres». Podría haber dicho esto, pero sus ojos nunca abandonaron ese hermoso auto de carreras a control remoto. Lo han delatado por completo. Su expresión se volvió fría. Todavía era muy joven, pero había aprendido a hablar en contra de sus deseos. Ella sabía que él realmente lo quería, pero estaba tratando de ayudarla a ahorrar. Por eso estaba poniendo una fachada dura. Este niño fue absolutamente un amor desde que nació. Ella se rió y le acarició la cabecita. Se levantó y se dirigió al mostrador, indicando el coche de carreras al cajero. Fijaste la vista en el juguete antes de mirar a Sisi nuevamente. Como si hubiera adivinado lo que estaba a punto de suceder, sus ojos se iluminaron e irradiaron emoción. Corrió hacia el mostrador y miró con nostalgia el juguete bellamente empaquetado que ahora estaba en manos del cajero, sin apartar la mirada ni una sola vez. El cajero colocó el auto de carreras en el mostrador para escanear su código de barras. El niño colocó su mano sobre el mostrador y con entusiasmo se cernió sobre el borde de puntillas, su pequeño rostro mostrando una expresión de satisfacción. Sisi lo siguió. Al mirar su brillante sonrisa, ella quedó visiblemente conmovida. Si ni siquiera podía conceder el pequeño deseo de su hijo, entonces no merecía ser llamada buena madre. Todos estos años le había debido demasiado a este niño. Hace 6 años, para ese hombre, ella dio a luz gemelos. Como eran bebés prematuros, cuando nacieron ambos estaban bastante débiles. La situación de Ti era peor. Cuando todavía estaban en su útero, el hermano de Yoyo había consumido demasiada nutrición, como resultado, Yoyo no respiraba cuando nació. Su padre le dijo que tan pronto como el mayor salió, lo llevaron inmediatamente a la sala de recién nacidos, poco después, lo trasladaron a otro hospital. Al mismo tiempo, la enfermera que había dado a luz a sus bebés hizo un descubrimiento inesperado. Tú, quien fue proclamado muerto al nacer, tenías un rastro de aliento débil. Capítulo 11. Tú eres su amor. Después de una serie de tratamientos médicos de emergencia, el recién nacido finalmente fue rescatado del borde de la muerte. Sin embargo, su constitución física era demasiado débil y siempre padecía enfermedades. Su pobre hijo también quedó huérfano de padre desde su nacimiento. Para compensar esto, ella lo adoraba con todas sus fuerzas. Ella le dio todo el amor que tenía en ella. Esto fue para hacerle entender que incluso sin un padre, la cantidad de amor que recibió solo podría ser mayor. Por lo tanto, ella le dio el nombre de Tianyo. Si bien agradeció al cielo por haberla bendecido con él, también deseó que él pudiera crecer sano. En cuanto a Muyace, su padre la ayudó a ocultarle la verdad. Su padre tenía una relación bastante buena con el director de ese hospital, y el hombre iba en contra de su ética profesional, ayudándolos a falsificar los registros del hospital. Por lo tanto, Muyace no sabía que el segundo bebé había sobrevivido y Yoyo pudo quedarse con ella en lugar de que también se lo quitaran. Si el hombre supiera de la existencia de Yoyo, definitivamente se lo alejaría de ella. No podía imaginar lo desesperada que estaría por eso. Después de dar a luz, regresó a la universidad para continuar sus estudios. Al final, la empresa de su padre fracasó, y más tarde, él se declaró en quiebra ante el tribunal. Ese hombre sí cumplió su promesa. Después de que ella le dio a luz un hijo, él le pagó una suma superior a la remuneración acordada. Fue verdaderamente generoso. Esto también alivió gran parte de sus cargas y la sustancial cantidad de dinero ayudó más o menos a pagar las deudas de su padre. Después del cierre de la empresa, Yun Yecheng trabajó desde cero. Sin embargo, ya estaba envejeciendo y, habiendo pasado por el punto más bajo de su vida, estaba atado a demasiadas cosas a su alrededor. Hacía mucho que había perdido la pelea en él. No estaba dispuesto a volver a trabajar demasiado y pasar dificultades. Su madre adoptiva, Lin, se despojó del esplendor y se arrepintió de haberse casado con el viejo inútil Yun Yecheng. Originalmente era ama de casa, pero debido a las limitaciones de la vida, tuvo que salir y hacer trabajos ocasionales. Sin embargo, debido a su vida anterior de comodidad, desarrolló el hábito de ser quisquillosa, por lo tanto, a menudo fue despedida de sus trabajos. Reprendida por otros en el trabajo, Lin expresó su enojo contra Yun Sisi y su hijo. Yun Na, su hermana menor adoptiva, tuvo un rendimiento académico no tan estelar. Sus resultados en la escuela secundaria no la calificaron para la universidad, por lo que tuvo que conformarse con inscribirse en una escuela vocacional. Sin embargo, su actitud mandona a menudo la llevaba a algunos problemas. Casi con regularidad, un puñado de matones turbios llamaban a su puerta. Después de su graduación, holgazaneó aún más. Tenía una gran ambición pero ninguna capacidad real para respaldarla. Incapaz de conseguir ningún trabajo, se quedó en casa y se juntaba con esos matones inútiles día tras día. En la actualidad, toda la familia dependía de los míseros ingresos de su padre, pero Yunna a menudo se portaba mal, frecuentaba clubes nocturnos y terminaba en muchos problemas. Cuando nació Yuyo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yunna se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Capítulo 12. Hermanos separados. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yunna se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Al salir de los grandes almacenes, los dos quedaron expuestos al sol abrasador del exterior. El pequeño sostenía un juguete en la mano mientras la seguía, sus pasos se volvían gradualmente más pesados. Ya era mediados de verano. Salieron de un ambiente refrescante hace apenas unos momentos, por lo que no pudo adaptarse rápidamente al calor sofocante. Levantaste su carita y gritaste suavemente, «¿Mami?» Yun Sisi se dio la vuelta. Ella notó que todo su rostro estaba rojo brillante, sus ojos y cejas caídos con cansancio. Ella frunció el ceño preocupada. «¿Qué pasa? ¿Tú? ¿No te encuentras bien?» Las cejas de Yo-Yo se arrugaron. Extendió sus manos hacia ella y dijo tímidamente, «Mami, ¿hace calor?» «Hace calor. Ya no puedes caminar. ¿Acuestas? ¿Acuestas?» Yun Sisi quedó atónita por sus palabras y no pudo evitar sonreír mientras se inclinaba. Cuando viste esto, sus ojos se curvaron felizmente. Sacó la lengua en broma y saltó sobre sus hombros. Yun Sisi lo abrazó firmemente y se puso de pie. Satisfecho, Yo-Yo se aferró a sus hombros, su pequeño rostro presionando hacia ella. Con tono afectuoso preguntó, «Mami, ¿estás cansada?» «Por supuesto». Espera hasta que crezcas y entonces serás tú quien cargue a mami. Xianxia sonrió. Está bien, tú eres realmente el pequeño y considerado amorcito de mamá. El niño levantó su rostro del tamaño de la palma de su mano y preguntó con una mirada en blanco. Mami, ¿qué es un cariño? Es una persona muy reconfortante, una persona que hace que la gente se sienta cálida. Oh. Entonces, solo serás cálido con mamá y con nadie más. Dulcemente redondeaste sus labios rosados, tomaste su rostro y ¡guau! Dio un chasquido en sus labios. La madre y el hijo se golpearon la cabeza entre risas y abandonaron alegremente el lugar. Un Lincoln alargado estacionado silenciosamente al borde de la carretera. El Lincoln tenía una carrocería aerodinámica y de color completamente negro. Desde su ventana se podía ver un rostro joven pero frío y atractivo. El niño yacía perezosamente en el asiento de cuero genuino, con una mano debajo de la mejilla. Parecía tener unos 6 años, pero su rostro tenía una mirada madura y distante que era incompatible con su edad. Observó inexpresivamente la alegre escena de Xianxia y Yo-Yo a través de la ventana. Mirando por debajo de su fino flequillo, algo se agitó dentro de él y su visión se enfocó. La pareja se alejó cada vez más. Inexplicablemente, una extraña emoción surgió del fondo de su corazón mientras miraba las espaldas de la madre y el hijo. Era algo que no se podía explicar. Le dolía un poco el corazón. Fue amargo y un poco amargo. Poco después, sintió una sensación de soledad. Capítulo 13. Siempre tan despreocupado, entrecerró levemente los ojos. Cuando ya no pudo ver a la pareja madre-hijo, instantáneamente los colgó para ocultar la soledad que brevemente apareció en ellos. Volviendo a concentrarse en la computadora portátil en su regazo, miró su tarea a medio terminar. Se sintió algo molesto y decidió apagar la computadora portátil. Un hombre de mediana edad vestido con traje abrió con cuidado la puerta trasera del Lincoln ampliado y mostró el postre que había comprado para el niño. Joven maestro, tu postre. El mayordomo desenvolvió con cuidado el envoltorio y le pasó el pastel junto con un tenedor. El niño los recibió con indiferencia. Mirando el delicioso postre, la escena del rostro sonriente del niño mientras abrazaba su juguete todavía aparecía en su mente. De repente, no tenía apetito. No comer. Dejó el postre a un lado y ordenó fríamente, vamos. El mayordomo, el tío Yao, lo miró fijamente sin comprender. Procedió a limpiar y tirar el pastel no consumido a un bote de basura junto a la carretera y abordó el vehículo. El vehículo se alejó. Cayó la noche. El grupo Mu. La oficina del director ejecutivo, CEO. Entrando a la vista había accesorios lujosos, elegantes y con estilo, extravagantes hasta la médula. Un hombre estaba quieto junto a la ventana, su figura vigorosa, alta y esbelta. Con una imponente altura de 1,89 metros, su presencia era dominante. Miró inexpresivamente a lo lejos, al bullicioso paisaje nocturno de la ciudad, con el ceño ligeramente fruncido y ojos distantes. Mubanrou abrió lentamente la puerta y vio la figura parada en silencio junto a la ventana francesa. Las comisuras de su boca formaron un suave arco. Este hombre tenía el poder más alto en el grupo Mu. Era hijo del presidente de un conglomerado, el director ejecutivo de un imperio, Muyace de la familia Mu y su prometido. Puede que aún no hayan celebrado una ceremonia de boda, pero ella ya era de nombre la joven amante de la familia Mu. Su futura boda definitivamente sería grandiosa y magnífica, la mayor sensación del siglo. Este hombre también fue una sensación dentro de la clase alta de la sociedad. Muchas jóvenes de familias conocidas se sintieron atraídas por él. Cuando recordó los titulares de hoy sobre los rumores de citas entre Muyace y una diva, Mubanrou estaba locamente celosa. A los ojos de un extraño, ella era la futura joven amante del grupo Mu. ¿Quién sabría que Muyace y ella eran solo marido y mujer de nombre pero no en realidad? Este hombre fue extremadamente frío con ella. Esto la puso en una situación extremadamente incómoda. Mubanrou colocó su bolso ligeramente sobre el sofá y caminó con cautela hacia su trasero. Extendió los brazos para abrazar suavemente su cuerpo en forma y apoyó el rostro en su espalda ancha y fuerte. Sus ojos recuperaron el foco. Inclinó la cara mientras mantenía la compostura. Bajo las frías luces, su contorno facial era prominente y sus rasgos bien definidos eran una obra maestra. Tenía unas cejas bonitas y una mandíbula atractiva. La mejor parte de su rostro eran sus ojos seductores, hundidos, almendrados y con pupilas tan oscuras como una obsidiana, que podían sacudir el corazón y el alma de muchos. Este era un hombre guapo y maduro. Su belleza no era solo algo superficial. Aunque su rostro frío parecía joven, desprendía el aura innata de un emperador, altivo y dominante, naturalmente perfecto. Parecía imponente con cada movimiento que hacía, al igual que los emperadores y señores supremos por encima de las masas en la antigüedad. Con un movimiento de su mano, podía dictarlo todo. Solo por su presencia, uno sabría que era un hombre que había desafiado muchas tormentas, un hombre de naturaleza fría. El abuelo me dejó venir a preguntarte, ¿volverás a la residencia Mu mañana por la noche? Sus cejas se movieron ligeramente y una voz indiferente salió de sus labios. No. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿C? ¿Te molesté? Capítulo 14. Prometida solo de nombre. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿C? ¿Te molesté? A pesar de que ella iba a ser su esposa, incluso si ya era la joven amante legítima de la familia Mu, al enfrentarse a este hombre insondable, todavía tenía que cuidar cada uno de sus movimientos. A pesar de haber crecido con él, sintió que nunca había entrado realmente en su corazón. Su compromiso la llevó a pensar una vez más que era la mujer más afortunada del mundo. Amaba profundamente a este hombre, pero, irónicamente, nunca lo entendió del todo. Aunque era su futuro marido, por lo general no se preocupaba por ella. Él era así incluso en su primer encuentro. En realidad, él era así con todos. Era dominante, orgulloso e insensible. Ella nunca lo había visto ser afectuoso con nadie, excepto con Yichen, claro está. Solo frente a Yichen ocultaría su aura dominante. Los delgados labios de Muyace estaban ligeramente torcidos. Su voz helada tenía un matiz de ternura cuando respondió, no. Mu Banrou sonrió un poco y se regocijó por dentro por su leve preocupación, sus ojos rebosaban de inmenso amor. Ella lentamente se acercó a él, con los brazos extendidos seductoramente, se colgó íntimamente de sus hombros. Su voluptuoso cuerpo se acercó seductoramente a su pecho. Se acercó poco a poco a su atractivo rostro con los ojos entrecerrados y envió un beso hacia sus delgados y atractivos labios. Los ojos rasgados de Muyace la miraron fijamente. Apartando su rostro de un golpe, su beso aterrizó en su mandíbula. Atónita, Mu Banrou arqueó las cejas y miró hacia arriba, solo para verlo mirando con indiferencia a otra parte. Las comisuras de sus labios se fruncieron amargamente. Ella se rió de sí misma en silencio. Sí, ¿cómo podría olvidarlo? Aunque iban a ser marido y mujer, sus labios siempre fueron una zona prohibida. A nadie se le permitía tocarlos. Los dos simplemente actuaban según las circunstancias y estaban juntos simplemente por formalidad, no tenía excepciones para otras mujeres. Mu Banrou estaba muy enojado. Ella tomó su rostro con ambas manos mientras las lágrimas brotaban de sus ojos por el resentimiento. C. ¿Me amas? Contéstame honestamente. ¿Realmente me amas o simplemente estás siguiendo los deseos de tu abuelo? ¿Estás tratando nuestro matrimonio como una orden? A pesar de que ella lo mantuvo todo el tiempo, la noticia de que él salía con otra mujer en una revista hoy todavía la enojaba y entristecía. No podía soportar verlo, un hombre divino en su corazón, ser compartido por otro. No hubo ningún cambio de emoción en la conducta tranquila de Muyace, todavía hacía tanto frío como la nieve. No sabía por qué sus pensamientos estaban en el proyecto de desarrollo de 100.000 millones de yuanes en lugar de en Mu Banrou, que estaba frente a él. Mu Banrou se indignó e intentó besarlo por segunda vez. Sin esfuerzo giró la cara y la esquivó, alejándola lejos. Banrou, deja de perder el tiempo. Mu Banrou dejó escapar una risa amarga, su corazón algo triste. Ella ya sabía que él la esquivaría, pero todavía le dolía. Nunca la había besado ni a ella ni a ninguna otra mujer. El joven maestro de la capital, Mu, tenía un corazón de piedra. Había muchas mujeres a su alrededor que se sentían atraídas por él, pero ninguna de ellas era especial. Incluso ella, su prometida legítima, la mujer más cercana a él, nunca tuvo una excepción. ¿Realmente la amaba o la trataba como un consuelo a su soledad? Quizás ni siquiera fue eso. ¿Estaba siquiera dispuesto a actuar con ella? Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso, si este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Capítulo 15. Después de todo, no eres mi hijo. Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso y este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Si él la amaba, ¿por qué no le permitiría besarlo y ni siquiera decirle, «te amo»? Sin embargo, ella lo amaba, de manera casi servil, por lo que lo soportó, se rindió y lo aceptó todo. Era noble, orgulloso y arrogante. Era el príncipe heredero del grupo Mu. A pesar de que el abuelo Mu la adoraba profundamente, este hombre simplemente estaba fuera de su alcance. Así se consoló, quién sabe cuántas veces. Se dijo a sí misma que era la prometida de la familia Mu. Ella, en el futuro, iba a ser la joven amante de la familia Mu. En unos meses se llevaría a cabo su ceremonia de compromiso, por lo que no debería armar un escándalo. Ella debería estar satisfecha con eso. Desafortunadamente, ella era codiciosa. Ella no solo lo deseaba de esa manera, deseaba su corazón aún más. Mu Banrou sonrió un poco amargamente y habló en voz baja. «Realmente quieres estar conmigo, ¿verdad?» El corazón de Muyace estaba en otra parte, y la expresión confusa de la mujer simplemente pasó por sus ojos. Al darse cuenta de que estaba perdido en sus pensamientos, Mu Banrou no pudo evitar agarrarse aún más fuerte a su cuello. «¿Realmente me amas? Respóndeme». Muyace apartó al persistente Mu Banrou y regresó al frente de su escritorio, hablando con voz tibia. «Banrou, no seas obstinado». Bajó los ojos con frialdad. Su voz era profunda y sin emociones, como si estuviera apaciguando a un niño que tenía una rabieta. ¿Pero cuando alguna vez tuvo una rabieta? Mu Banrou era un niño que el abuelo Mu había adoptado en la familia Mu hace 10 años. La llevó a Muyace y los comprometió. Mu era una familia rica y poderosa de gran importancia. Y Mu Banrou lo era aún más, la niña de los ojos del abuelo Mu. Ella era noble y reservada. Ella amaba a Muyace, pero él no la amaba a ella. Este matrimonio, para él, una persona nacida en una familia adinerada, era innecesario. Simplemente estaba obedeciendo los deseos de su abuelo. Según su personalidad, las mujeres eran cosas de las que podía prescindir. No eran una necesidad. El matrimonio era solo algo para mantener feliz a su abuelo. Era una forma de contrato disfrazado. Su compromiso con Mu Banrou no fue una excepción. Era solo una moneda de cambio. Las ramas colaterales de la familia Mu estaban tomando medidas lentamente, muchos de ellos estaban observando su posición. Simplemente estaba usando este matrimonio como trampolín para expandir el territorio del imperio Mu. ¿Amar? Esta palabra era demasiado lujo para él. ¿Qué fue el amor? ¿Fueron esas personas de la alta sociedad de la clase alta que lo adulaban, persiguiendo fama y riqueza? ¿Fue el voluntarioso y arrogante Mu Banrou? ¿Fueron los modelos y artistas sin experiencia que querían ser famosos? En este mundo de deseos materiales, el dinero y los deseos se entrelazan. ¿Quién hablaría todavía de amor? Aparte de su madre, nunca había amado a ninguna otra mujer. El parentesco y el amor estaban fuera de su alcance. Era apático, frío y mantenía su mundo cerrado. En la industria empresarial, podía causar conmoción con un movimiento de la mano. Su forma de hacer las cosas era fría y firme. En privado, uno podría negociar acuerdos con él, pero nunca se les podría ocurrir entrar en su corazón. ¿Hablando de amor? ¡Qué broma! De repente sonó el teléfono que estaba sobre su mesa. Mu Banrou respondió la llamada por él y escuchó un mensaje de voz desde el escritorio de la secretaria. Director, el joven maestro ha llegado. Se escuchó una serie de pasos más allá de la puerta. Poco después, se abrió la puerta de la oficina y apareció una cabecita. «¡Papá!». El pequeño vio que Muyace no estaba ocupado, así que entró. Al darse cuenta de la presencia de Mubanrou, un matiz de inquietud se extendió por su rostro al instante. Él la llamó rotundamente, «Mami». Al ver esto, Mubanrou se sintió algo incómodo. No sabía por qué no era cercana a este pequeño a pesar de ser su mamá. Quizás fue porque él no era de su carne y sangre. Sin esta conexión de sangre, su relación, por supuesto, no era tan unida como la de madres e hijos reales. Capítulo 16. Su amor, que es difícil de conseguir. El pequeño era muy sensible. Además de Muyace, era bastante distante con todos los demás. Era como su padre la mayor parte del tiempo. Realmente fueron sacados del mismo molde. Su pequeño rostro siempre estuvo impasible. Era taciturno y serio, como un adulto. Era como si no fuera un niño de su edad. Era extremadamente maduro. Cuando tenía 3 o 4 años, Muyace lo acompañaba a menudo. Era como un pequeño demonio, travieso y siempre le encantó hacer bromas. A menudo se burlaba de las criadas de la residencia Mu, un pequeño antepasado totalmente hedonista. Sin embargo, durante los últimos 2 años, el trabajo en Mu Group se volvió más arduo y Muyace estaba muy ocupada y siempre ausente. Sin su padre que lo acompañara, el pequeño poco a poco se volvió más solitario y tranquilo día a día. Al final, ya casi no hablaba. A veces, al mirar su pequeño rostro, Mubanrou no podía evitar recordar al joven Muyace. También era así de frío y distante con todos. Solo frente a Muyace mostraría más o menos una naturaleza única de los niños. En cualquier caso, todavía era un niño. Por lo tanto, a veces actuaba como un malcriado y hacía algunas cosas malas para llamar la atención de su padre. Muyace, por supuesto, lo adoraba y lo mimaba muchísimo. Así, frente a él, el pequeño Yichen parecía audaz. Mubanrou recobró el sentido. Ella sonrió y lo saludó con la mano. «Yichen, ven aquí». El pequeño Yichen la miró. Dio unos pasos hacia ella pero finalmente se detuvo. Parecía muy reacio mientras miraba hacia su padre. Muyace se dio la vuelta y, cuando vio al niño, la frialdad de su rostro disminuyó un poco. Se sentó en el sofá y sus grandes manos acariciaron ligeramente sus largas piernas. Cuando el pequeño Yichen vio eso, sus ojos se curvaron hacia arriba y corrió hacia su lado. Una comisura de los labios de Muyace ascendió y levantó al niño para que se sentara en su regazo. Los rasgos faciales del pequeño Yichen se parecían en gran medida a los suyos, pero, bajo la sombra de sus cejas, era digno y gentil, nada como su frialdad. Más bien esa chica tímida, de hace 6 años. Sus ojos se tensaron un poco. Durante muchas noches, esa apariencia hermosa y fuera de este mundo aparecía de alguna manera en su mente. Debajo de su cuerpo, su rostro a veces era tímido, a veces nervioso y a veces hundido. Esa chica era la persona más hermosa que había visto. Todavía tenía que saborearla un poco más, y esa chica de repente desapareció de su mundo. Hace 6 años, debido a un parto prematuro, cuando nació el pequeño Yichen, su cuerpo estaba muy débil. Al saber que el otro niño no se salvó, se lamentó hasta cierto punto. Siempre pensó que su corazón ya estaba duro como el hielo. Como a su abuelo le encantaban los niños, decidió cumplir su anhelado deseo y buscó una mujer joven para la maternidad subrogada. Sin embargo, nunca esperó salvar solo a uno de sus hijos. Siempre se sintió arrepentido y culpable por esto, por lo que adoraba al pequeño Yichen más que a cualquier otra cosa. El pequeño Yichen creció sano bajo su cuidado. Sin embargo, no era cercano a Mubanrou. El niño era inocente por naturaleza, pero tenía espíritu. Normalmente, en la residencia Mubanrou también adoraría al pequeño Yichen, incluso tratándolo como si fuera suyo. Sin embargo, cuando estaba a solas con Mu Yichen, su mirada sobre él solo estaba llena de celos y malicia. Se odiaba a sí misma por ser infértil. Como este niño no era de su carne y hueso, ¿cuánto podría realmente cuidar de él? Como resultado, la pequeña Yichen se mostró distante con ella desde una edad temprana. «Papá, quiero jugar con un auto de carreras a control remoto». «¿Coche de carreras a control remoto?». Muyace frunció el ceño. «¿No te has cansado de eso? ¿Por qué quieres volver a jugar con uno? Solo quiero jugar con él. El pequeño Yichen hizo un puchero. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Capítulo 17. El tu sensible. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Papá, no solo tienes que comprarme uno, sino que también tienes que jugar conmigo. El pequeño Yichen se dejó caer en sus brazos y saboreó con avidez el momento de calidez entre ellos. Mu Banrou, que estaba silenciosamente a un lado, estaba algo aturdido. Por alguna razón desconocida, tenía la ilusión de que, pase lo que pase, no podría entrar en el mundo de esta pareja de padre e hijo. El viernes por la noche, Yun Sisi trajo a Youyou de regreso a la casa Yun. Al principio, Yun Yecheng estaba en contra de que ella y Youyou se mudaran, pero, entendiendo sus circunstancias y conociendo sus dificultades, se conformó con que ella visitara la casa una vez a la semana para acompañarlo a cenar. A pesar de que Yun Sisi sentía un poco de miedo, no había otra manera de solucionar esto. Después de todo, ella le debía mucho. Si Yun Yecheng no la hubiera sacado del centro de asistencia social, su destino probablemente habría sido mucho peor. Yun Sisi cargó los alimentos que compró y caminó detrás de su hijo. Subiste las escaleras y viste que Yun Yecheng los había estado esperando durante mucho tiempo en el pasillo. Después del cierre de la empresa, vendieron la villa en la que se habían alojado anteriormente y se mudaron a un condominio lejos del centro de la ciudad. Estaba en el 8º piso y no había ascensor. Al ver a su abuelo, Youyou felizmente corrió hacia él y se arrojó a sus brazos. Cuando Yun Yecheng vio a su adorable y pequeño nieto, su corazón se llenó inmediatamente de alegría. Incluso después de un día agotador, a pesar de su frágil cuerpo, logró sostenerlo en alto y abrazarlo entre sus brazos cruzados. ¡Abuelo! Youyou sonrió, sus vívidos ojos parpadearon juguetonamente. Lo agarró del cuello y lo llamó dulcemente. «Tú, te portas tan bien». Su padre se acercó y le plantó besos en las mejillas sonrosadas. «Recientemente, ¿escuchaste bien a mami?» «Sí. Tú te portas bien». Una dulce sonrisa estaba plasmada en el pequeño y hermoso rostro de Youyou. Yun Sisi subió las cosas por las escaleras. Después de entrar, se abrió paso hasta la cocina y comenzó a preparar la cena. Lin todavía estaba durmiendo, Yunna salió con sus amigos y solo llegaría a casa antes de cenar. Yun Yecheng se sentó en el sofá sosteniendo a Youyou. Bailaste de alegría y dijiste emocionado, «Abuelo, fuiste al centro comercial con mamá hoy y mamá me compró un auto de carreras a control remoto». Al principio, querías llevarlo para jugar con el abuelo. El pequeño se sintió repentinamente humillado y agachó la cabeza, jugueteando con sus deditos. «Pero tú no sabes jugar, tienes miedo de que se eche a perder, así que no te atreves a abrirlo». Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de su padre cambió un poco y su enorme mano acarició su mechón. «Tú siempre fuiste muy sensato. Nunca pidió nada caro. Un juguete que valía $100 ya era para él un artículo de lujo. Sin embargo, lo deseaba obstinadamente desde el fondo de su corazón». Yun Yecheng recordó que una vez llevó al niño a un pequeño jardín para jugar, y este último vio a una pareja de padre e hijo. Los dos estaban jugando con un coche de carreras teledirigido. Lo controlaban y se divertían de todo corazón en el césped. Mientras tanto, Youyou se escondió en un rincón y observó toda la escena con envidia. El pequeño pensó que si llegara el día en que su papá pudiera jugar así con él, sería algo muy feliz. Sin embargo, desde que tiene uso de razón, nunca antes había visto a su papá y su mamá nunca lo mencionó. Todavía recordaba cuando le preguntó a su mamá dónde estaba su papá. Una vez que preguntó eso, vio la expresión triste de su mamá. A partir de entonces, no se atrevió a plantear la cuestión nuevamente. Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Youyou, burlándose de él. «La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar». Capítulo 18. ¿Un pequeño desgraciado? Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Youyou, burlándose de él. «La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar». Al escuchar eso, los ojos de Youyou se iluminaron instantáneamente. Él sonrió y asintió. Aquí me preguntaba quién pasaba. Resultaron ser estos dos pequeños desgraciados. Estas palabras insultantes destruyeron instantáneamente la cálida atmósfera del momento. La mirada de Yun Yecheng cambió. Su rostro adquirió una expresión espantosa cuando vio a Lin, que estaba parada en la puerta de la sala de estar en pijama y con los brazos cruzados sobre el pecho, inspeccionando fríamente a Yuyou, que estaba en su abrazo. Él se enfureció. ¿De qué estás hablando? Tú eres tu nieto. La miraste y sus hombros se encogieron sin darse cuenta. Luego recordó que su madre le había dicho que no respondiera a Lin y Yunna. No pudo evitar fruncir los labios ante eso. Él se giró para levantar su pequeño rostro y la miró con una leve sonrisa. Abuela. Lin lo miró de reojo y soltó palabras extremadamente desagradables. Oh, no me llames así, no eres nieto mío. Yun Yecheng no pudo evitar enfurecerse, su corazón ardía en llamas. ¿Qué quieres decir? ¿Qué quiero decir? Literalmente eso. ¿Lo reconoces? Es tu negocio. No. ¿Quién querría reconocer a este bastardo nacido de madre, pero no de padre? Lin le lanzó una mirada fría. De repente alzó la voz, miró en dirección a la cocina, intencionadamente o no, criticó duramente, dar a luz a un hijo a una edad tan temprana sin casarse primero, convertirse en madre incluso antes de graduarse, sin conocer la identidad del padre de su hijo. ¿De dónde vino entonces este bastardo? ¿Nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por ninguno? El rostro de Yun Sisi se puso pálido. Frunció los labios al escuchar a Lin continuar con sus malas palabras. Además, la empresa cerró por su culpa. La vida en la familia Yun ha sido dura durante los últimos años, pero alguien todavía no aprecia nuestras buenas intenciones y no conoce su lugar. Ella persistió en traernos una carga y vivir de nosotros. ¿Conoce ella algo de vergüenza? Quizás ella pueda soportar esta desgracia, pero yo no. Ni siquiera sé dónde esconder mi cara cuando otros se enteran de esto. En la cocina, Yun Sisi escuchó las desagradables palabras provenientes de la sala de estar. Deteniendo los movimientos de sus manos cuando su rostro se puso mucho más pálido, se dio la vuelta furiosamente. Tú, deberías saber cuándo parar. Lin, ya terminaste. ¿Cómo puede la boca de uno ser tan cruel? En aquel entonces, si no fuera por Sisi, la familia Yun, su padre detuvo abruptamente sus palabras y no continuó. Desde entonces hasta ahora, había mantenido en secreto el origen de ese enorme dinero de Yun Sisi por su bien. Después de todo, si se conociera la noticia de su subrogación, arruinaría por completo su reputación. Por lo tanto, lo que Lin sabía era que la deuda se saldó con los activos financieros de la familia Yun. ¿Qué? ¿Seguir? ¿Qué pasaría sin ella? Lin se sintió completamente humillado y extremadamente molesto. Sus ojos se pusieron rojos cuando las lágrimas amenazaron con brotar de ellos. De hecho, estaba tan enojada que se rió. Está bien. Estás aquí para dejar de lado a tu propia familia, ¿no? Incluso me gritaste. Yun Yecheng, ¿para qué hice todo esto? Hice esto por la familia Yun. En aquel entonces, cuando la empresa cerró, incluso les pedí algo de dinero a mis padres. Me da vergüenza volver ahora. Ja. ¿Ahora me estás gritando por dos extraños? ¿Entonces nos echarás a Nana y a mí mañana por ellos? Yun Yecheng estaba hirviendo de rabia, su rostro se puso lívido y su voz subió de volumen. Tú. No hagas problemas de la nada, di qué y qué. Lin gritó. ¿Cuándo causé problemas de la nada? En respuesta, Yuyou se levantó apresuradamente del sofá y caminó hacia el lado de Lin, con sus pequeñas manos agarrando con cautela el dobladillo de su ropa. Abuela, no te enfades. Tú no eres un bastardo. Tienes un papá. Capítulo 19. Gente amable siendo intimidada. Lin bajó la cabeza y le lanzó a Yuyou una mirada fría. No importa desde qué ángulo mirara su rostro juvenil, solo podía sentir molestia. Las llamas en su corazón ardieron aún más. Ella entrecerró los ojos, levantó la mano y se la pasó por la cara. Pequeño bastardo, deja de fingir ser un buen chico. ¿Qué eres tú, de todos modos? Fuera de mi camino, todo es por ti. La cara de Yuyou se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza de su bofetada. Bajó lentamente la cabeza y se tocó la mejilla con su pequeña mano. Los mechones de su flequillo ocultaban sus ojos, por lo que, a excepción de sus labios apretados, no se podía ver su expresión facial. Xuanhuan escuchó la conmoción y salió corriendo de la cocina. Cuando vio que You había sido golpeado, su ira se provocó instantáneamente. Con el corazón dolorido, corrió al lado de You y lo abrazó. Al mirar hacia arriba, tenía los ojos fríos. Al presenciar esto, su padre no pudo reprimir su ira. Se levantó y corrió hacia Lin. Él levantó la palma de su mano hacia ella, pero fue detenido en medio de la acción por un tirón en el dobladillo de su ropa. Aturdido, bajó la cabeza. Fue solo entonces que You levantó su pequeño rostro. Con el rostro medio hinchado, formó una elegante sonrisa. Abuelo, deja de pelear. Hoy aprendiste algo en la escuela: si una familia vive en armonía, todos los asuntos prosperarán. La mano de Xuanhuan se detuvo en el aire. Dudó por un momento antes de bajarlo débilmente. En sus ojos jugaban emociones complicadas. Lin obviamente estaba asustado por su ira, pero, al final, lo vio darse la vuelta para servirle agua a You. Este niño era tan sensato que gradualmente descubrió que tener a Lin como esposa era una desgracia para la familia. Había pensado en divorciarse de ella, pero sabía que esta última haría un escándalo. Además, sería vergonzoso que se corriera la voz por el barrio. Xuanhuan observó con cautela la huella de la mano en el rostro de You. Con el miedo persistente en su corazón, levantó la cabeza y miró fijamente a Lin. Luego se levantó y llevó a You a la cocina. Esta cena fue deprimente como las anteriores. Después de que Xuanhuan regresó, el estado de ánimo se volvió aún más deprimente. A Xuanhuan nunca le había gustado Xuanhuan desde el principio. Sin embargo, esto era comprensible. Xuanhuan y Lin la habían mimado como a una princesita y la colmaron de mucho amor desde que era joven. Sin embargo, un día, otra hija irrumpió en su armoniosa familia de 3 y le arrebató más de la mitad del amor de su padre. A partir de entonces, su padre ya no era solo suyo. Si hubiera algo bueno, no pensaría solo en ella. Si esto le sucediera a alguien, más o menos también estaría preocupado. Xuanhuan era perfecto, obtuvo buenas notas, fue estudiosa y paciente con ella. Como era demasiado buena, su padre amaba más a Xuanhuan. Por eso Xuanhuan no estaba dispuesta a aceptarla y por eso la odiaba tanto. Cuando Xuanhuan estaba atravesando su fase rebelde, solo sentía celos y desdén por el forastero, Xuanhuan. No era necesario que te mencionaran, ya que ella simplemente no tenía espacio para él. En su corazón, él era solo un bastardo, nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por nadie. Alrededor de la mesa del comedor reinaba un poco de silencio. De vez en cuando, You compraba algo de comida para Xuanhuan, mientras que Xuanhuan compartía cosas interesantes en el trabajo. El ambiente fue entonces más relajado. A pesar de que a Lin y Xuanhuan no les agrada You, no se atrevieron a ser imprudentes ni a mostrarlo abiertamente con Xuanhuan cerca. Después de la cena, Xuanhuan recibió una llamada telefónica y tuvo que salir. Le recordó las cosas a Xuanhuan y se fue a toda prisa. Xuanhuan no deseaba quedarse mucho tiempo en esta casa, por lo que rápidamente recogió los platos y decidió lavarlos antes de irse. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Xuanhuan, así que después de que Xuanhuan se fue, se quedó con Xuanhuan en la cocina. Capítulo 20. Tú eres un pequeño cariño. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Xuanhuan, así que después de que Xuanhuan se fue, se quedó con Xuanhuan en la cocina. En la sala de estar, Xuanhuan desvió su mirada hacia la pareja de madre e hijo en la cocina con odio. Ella se quejó con Lin: «Mamá, ¿por qué dejaste que ese desgraciado entrara en nuestra familia? Mirarla es tan deprimente, perdí mi buen humor». Lin se sentó en el sofá y su expresión tampoco se veía bien. ¿Quién sabe? Tendrás que preguntárselo a tu padre. Un desgraciado y un bastardo, ¿por qué nuestra familia se encontró con estos dos desastres? Nana, no dejes que tu padre escuche eso. De lo contrario, ayudará a los forasteros y nos regañará, madre e hija. ¿No has visto la expresión de tu padre hoy? Fue realmente aterrador. Cuando se enteró, el rostro de Yun-na perdió el color. ¿Papá realmente los ayudó? Respecto a esto, Lin se enfureció. Él hizo. Yun-na apretó los puños con fuerza y resopló con frialdad. Es solo un bastardo. Su padre no lo quiere y ni siquiera sabemos con qué chico jugó para tenerlo. No aprendas de esa mujer, de tener un bebé antes del matrimonio y a una edad tan temprana. Si estas palabras salen a la luz, sería realmente vergonzoso. Yun Sisi continuó lavando los platos con la cabeza gacha, pero su movimiento ahora era tan rígido como el de un robot. Bajo la tenue luz amarilla, su expresión era extrañamente rígida. Aunque estaban separados por una puerta, las desagradables palabras de los dos aún se podían escuchar claramente, y ella las encontró insoportables. Las burlas desde la sala continuaron. Yun Sisi soltó furiosamente los platos, pero cuando estaba a punto de enfrentarse a la pareja de madre e hija, una mano tierna de repente sostuvo su brazo suavemente. Sorprendida, Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza y vio a Youyou acurrucada a su lado. Él la estaba mirando con una sonrisa. Su par de ojos inteligentes parecían penetrar a través de sus complejas emociones. Mami, tú te ayudarás a lavar los platos para que podamos irnos a casa rápido. Después de decir esto, se puso de puntillas y luchó por meter la mano en el fregadero con sus dos manitas. Yun Sisi estuvo aturdido por un momento. Luego frunció los labios y decidió controlar su ira una vez más. Su ira casi explotó muchas veces hoy, pero tuvo que contenerla cada vez. Podrían apuntar a ella. Podía escuchar, podía soportar y podía soportar. Después de todo, ella también sabía que le debía mucho a la familia Yun. Si no fuera por su padre, no tendría una vida tan buena. Él le dio un hogar. Desafortunadamente, esta casa no la acogió. Incluso si la despreciaran una y otra vez, podría tolerarlo todo. Sin embargo, el corazón humano en última instancia estaba hecho de carne. Tú no les hiciste nada malo. Era solo un niño inocente. Él todavía era muy joven y no debería revivir la oscuridad por la que ella había pasado cuando era joven. Si no estuvieras presente, ella ciertamente estallaría. Sin embargo, estabas a su lado. Como madre, quería dejarle a Youyou una infancia encantadora. Por lo tanto, solo podía decidir no volver a poner un pie en la casa de la familia Yun nunca más. Dentro de un automóvil que regresaba a casa, Yun Sisi enterró débilmente su rostro en el hombro de Youyou, que estaba sentado en su regazo, y agarró su manita con un poco de fuerza. Se arrepintió por un momento fugaz. No debería haber sido egoísta al permitirte quedarte a su lado. Quizás, al lado de ese hombre, su hijo tendría un padre y una madre, y no tendría que soportar toda esta humillación. En la casa de ese hombre, vivirías una vida mucho más feliz, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, odiaba separarse de él. 6 años de relación. La sangre era realmente más espesa que el agua. Ya no podía dejar ir a este niño lindo y sensato. Mami, te quedaste quieta y la dejaste apoyarse en su estrecho hombro. Capítulo 21. Telepatía. Yun Sisi susurró junto a su oído, lo siento, Abriste su boquita para hablar pero dudaste. Realmente quería preguntar, realmente no le agradaba a su papá, no lo quería, así que lo tiró y ya no se molestó más con él. ¿Fue realmente lo que dijeron esos adultos? ¿Nacido de un padre pero reconocido por nadie? Estas preguntas surgieron de sus labios, pero se las tragó con fuerza. Volteaste su mano y sostuviste los delicados dedos de Yun Sisi. Levantó su pequeño rostro y miró hacia el cielo nocturno, hablando en voz baja. Mami, incluso si el papá de Youyou no te quiere, Youyou todavía tiene a Mami. Tú amas más a Mami, así que no estés triste. Todo es por culpa de papá que mamá está triste. Cuando crezcas, definitivamente protegerás a Mami. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos, siguió su línea de visión y también miró hacia afuera. Finalmente dio un largo suspiro y lo abrazó aún más fuerte. Tú, eres un niño tan bueno, la residencia Mu. En la sala de estar, Mu Yichen, que estaba sentado en el sofá, de repente sintió un extraño dolor punzante en el corazón. Fue insoportable. Con el ceño ligeramente fruncido, acarició suavemente el área donde se encontraba su corazón antes de colocar su palma sobre él. Sintió latidos rápidos en su interior. Le dolía el corazón y era casi asfixiante. Una criada, que estaba ordenando sus juguetes, lo vio colocarse las manos sobre el pecho y su rostro se contraía de dolor. Ella frenéticamente se arrodilló frente a él. «Joven maestro, ¿qué pasa?» «Corazón, doloroso». Mu Yichen estaba cubierto de sudor frío. Justo como, me pincharon con una aguja, incómodo. ¿Como en el pasado? La criada quedó momentáneamente perdida. El joven maestro siempre había experimentado estos dolores de cabeza. De repente, su corazón latía rápidamente y sentía dolor. Sin embargo, cada vez que lo enviaron al hospital no se detectó ninguna causa del dolor. Estaba sano. Ni siquiera los mejores médicos podían decir qué le pasaba. Mu Yichen se acurrucó en el sofá y respiró hondo de aire frío, luciendo reservado. ¿Qué pasa? Mu Zeng bajó lentamente las escaleras con el apoyo de su bastón. El anciano se puso un conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas sin arrugas. A pesar de su vejez, todavía parecía enérgico. Bajo la sombra de sus cejas, no era difícil darse cuenta de que era un hombre encantador y elegante en su mejor momento. «Bisabuelo». Mu Yichen lo miró y gritó dócilmente. Nadie podría sacudir la posición de Mu Zeng en la familia Mu. Había interactuado con tantas figuras poderosas a lo largo de su vida que cada una de sus palabras y gestos hacía que la gente temblara de miedo o se sintiera asombrada. Por lo tanto, para el hijo de un hombre rico como Mu Yichen, también temía a su bisabuelo. Mu Zeng, por su parte, adoraba a este pequeño con todo su corazón y alma. Mu Yace era su nieto favorito, y Mu Yichen era su carne y sangre, por lo que era natural que lo adorara más. Al ver recaer a su amado bisnieto, su expresión facial cambió. Se apresuró a preguntar, ¿tu cuerpo no se siente bien otra vez? ¿Te duele el corazón otra vez? Su bisabuelo mostró preocupación por él, pero Mu Yichen instintivamente lo rehuyó. Claramente le tenía miedo. Tenía miedo del rostro siempre taciturno y severo de Mu Zeng. Por eso, nunca le gustó estar cerca de él. Nada. Respondió. Disparates. Mírate. Sientes tanto dolor que estás sudando frío. Mu Zeng estaba extremadamente desconsolado. Bisabuelo, yo subiré a leer libros. Mu Yichen saltó del sofá y corrió escaleras arriba. Mu Zeng miró la espalda de su bisnieto y suspiró lentamente. La noche se hizo más profunda. En la carretera, un Bugatti Veyron negro corría con el viento. Se proyectaron luces de neón en la estilizada carrocería del automóvil y las luces del túnel pasaron de claro a oscuro consecutivamente. Mu Yace, que tenía el control del volante, tenía sus ojos hundidos llenos de intensa rabia. La fría luz de la luna reflejaba un brillo plateado en su rostro perfectamente tallado. Pisó con fuerza el acelerador con el pie. El motor aceleró y ahogó todos los demás ruidos. Esta noche, por alguna razón, no tenía control de sus emociones. Capítulo 22. Tenía un hermano menor por alguna razón, esta noche no tenía el control de sus emociones. Anteriormente, incluso si estaba de mal humor, aún podía mantener la calma ante un proyecto de desarrollo difícil de manejar. Sin embargo, en este momento, estaba increíblemente molesto, incluso cansado. Su teléfono sonó. Mu Yace contestó la llamada y se oyó la voz balbuceante de Mu Yichen. «Papá». ¿Qué pasa? «Papá, me duele el corazón otra vez. Ayer tuve un sueño, soñé con mami». El deportivo se detuvo bruscamente. Bajando la ventanilla del auto, apareció el rostro sombrío de Mu Yace. ¿Mami? ¿Mubanro? Esa no mami. Soñé con una bella dama pronunciando suavemente un nombre, pero no es mío. Oh. No estoy seguro. De todos modos, soñé con ella y me sentí a gusto. Hacía tanto calor, como... La voz juvenil se detuvo por un momento antes de continuar, refunfuñando, «No me gusta la mamá de aquí. Ella no es nada gentil. A Yichen no le agrada. Papá, no quiero a mami aquí. Quiero a esa mami en mis sueños». El pequeño estaba llorando y siendo obstinado al otro lado del teléfono. El rostro de Mu Yace estaba hosco, pero su voz era inesperadamente suave. «Sé bueno, Yichen. Pórtate bien, ¿vale? Papá está de camino a casa para estar contigo. Bueno. Te esperaré, papá. La llamada terminó. Las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba bajaron lentamente. ¿La gente realmente tiene telepatía? El médico dijo que como el pequeño Yichen era gemelo, seguramente tendría telepatía con su otro gemelo. Sin embargo, cuando la niña dio a luz a 2 niños para él en aquel entonces, uno ya no respiraba al nacer. Luego del parto, envió personas a ese hospital para preguntar sobre el paradero del cadáver del niño al personal a cargo del operativo. Quería darle al niño un entierro digno. Sin embargo, todos afirmaron que ya estaba atendido. Lamentó profundamente la pérdida en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, desde que el pequeño Yichen tenía uso de razón, siguió mencionándole sueños sobre su hermano menor. Afirmó que su hermano menor tenía rasgos limpios y refinados y se parecía exactamente a él. Dijo que era como si se estuviera mirando en el espejo, completamente idéntico. Muyace había pensado anteriormente que la telepatía entre gemelos era una tontería. Sin embargo, hubo una vez en la que el pequeño Yichen tenía fiebre alta y el médico de familia le puso un goteo intravenoso. Mientras estaba confinado en la cama, seguía gritando inconscientemente, «Mami, mami». Sonaba indefenso y dependiente, pero no indiferente, a diferencia de lo que era con Mubanrou. El pequeño Yichen podría haber llamado a Mubanrou, mamá, a diario, pero nunca estuvo cerca de ella. Cuando despertó, gritó con fuerza. Mubanrou quería abrazarlo, pero él gimió y rechazó su toque. Siguió llorando. Yichen tiene un hermano pequeño. Mi hermano pequeño está enfermo. Yichen tiene el corazón roto, el corazón roto. El niño de aquel entonces no fue salvo. Entonces, ¿de dónde vino este hermano menor? Nadie creyó en sus palabras porque era un niño. Las palabras de los niños no causaban daño alguno y tenían poco peso. El pequeño Yichen finalmente dejó de mencionar sus sueños. Sin embargo, a partir de entonces se mostró más distante con Mubanrou. El día siguiente fue un día de trabajo tranquilo. Sin embargo, por la tarde, un incidente inesperado hizo que Yun Sisi perdiera su trabajo. Yun Sisi originalmente planeaba pasar una propuesta al jefe de su departamento después de la pausa del almuerzo. Justo cuando ella salió, unos jóvenes sin rumbo, vestidos como hooligans, hirieron audazmente a los guardias de seguridad en la entrada de la empresa. Irrumpieron en su departamento, arrojaron una hilera de mesas y gritaron su nombre en voz alta. Su intrusión asustó a todos en la oficina. Algunos notaron los tatuajes en sus cuerpos y se acurrucaron en un rincón. Se rumoreaba que estos jóvenes eran rufianes muy conocidos en cierta calle de la capital y tenían poderosos patrocinadores. ¿Yun Sisi había provocado a estas personas? Capítulo 23. Estar preocupado. Cuando Yun Sisi regresó de su reunión con el jefe del departamento, se sorprendió por lo que vio, pero rápidamente recuperó la compostura. Una vez que los pocos jóvenes mandones la vieron, inmediatamente reconocieron que era Yun Sisi. Se acercaron a ella y la arrastraron a la fuerza por el brazo fuera de la oficina. Uno de ellos, que parecía ser el líder, la abofeteó sin piedad. Evidentemente estaba molesto. De manera amenazadora, preguntó, ¿eres la hermana de esa perra? Yun Sisi quedó atónito. Ella acunó su mejilla dolorida y los estudió. Entonces se dio cuenta de quién era la perra de la que estaban hablando. ¿Sabes cuánto me debe esa hermana tuya? Masticó chicle y sus ojos la miraron de arriba a abajo unas cuantas veces. Yun Sisi dócilmente frunció los labios y guardó silencio. Muy rápidamente resolvió todo y comprendió la situación en su totalidad. Recordando a Yun Na, probablemente incurrió en esta enorme deuda mientras se divertía. La situación financiera de su familia aún era inestable, por lo que no tenía dinero para pagar su deuda. Cuando no pudo devolverles el dinero, pensó en ella y les dio la dirección de su empresa a estas personas. Yun Sisi se sintió un poco arrepentido por dentro. Preocupada de que su padre tuviera contratiempos en el trabajo y no pudiera contactarla, les dejó la dirección de su empresa. Sin embargo, nunca pensó que aparecerían invitados no invitados. Sin embargo, ella no estaba dispuesta a someterse a estos pocos matones. Su desgana no se debía a que tuviera carácter, sino también a que se encontraba bajo dificultades financieras. Si ayudaba a Yunna a pagar su deuda, entonces no tendría suficiente para pagar las cuotas escolares de Yoyo durante el próximo semestre. Al verla permanecer en silencio, el líder se enfureció. La agarró por el cuello de la camisa y le dio unos golpecitos en la cara. ¿Eres mudo? ¿Saber cómo hablar? Habla alto, ¿quieres? Maldita sea. No puedes pagar, ¿verdad? Algunos de los matones la empujaron. Varios pares de ojos, albergando malas intenciones, se asomaron a su pecho. Está bien si no puedes pagar, tienes que comportarte y venir con nosotros. ¿No tienes dinero para pagar? Hay muchas otras maneras de hacerlo. Hablando de eso, tú, pequeña, te ves muy bien. ¿Interesado en jugar con nosotros? Los pocos sonrieron, sus ojos contenían intenciones maliciosas. Yun Sisi mantuvo una cara de póker. Por favor, habla con más respeto. Yo. Ja. Esta chica tiene actitud. El hombre le dedicó una sonrisa siniestra y luego procedió a abofetearla nuevamente. ¿Por qué eres tan salvaje con tus palabras? ¿Cuál es la razón por la que debes dinero y no lo devuelves? Yun Sisi lentamente giró su rostro hacia atrás, su mano buscando furtivamente su teléfono en su bolsillo. Este pequeño movimiento, sin embargo, fue notado por unos pocos hombres. La líder le apretó la muñeca con furia y arrojó su teléfono al suelo. El hombre pisoteó una vez y el teléfono se hizo añicos. Ella estaba sorprendida. En sus ojos se veía agitación. ¿Llamarnos a la policía? Nunca pensé que serías tan inteligente. El hombre escupió. Luego la empujó al suelo y le dio una fuerte patada en el hombro. Llame a la policía ahora. Te dejaré llamar a la policía. Jefe, ¿esa perra no dijo que esta mujer tiene un hijo? Ahora que lo pienso, ¿en qué jardín de infantes está? Uno de ellos le dirigió una mirada significativa. Yun Sisi levantó frenéticamente la cara y soltó instintivamente, no lo hagas. No encuentres problemas para ti. Yo, te daré el dinero. Podría seguir siendo racional siempre y cuando no involucrara a Yo-Yo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Capítulo 24. Despedida de su trabajo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Luego fue al banco más cercano para retirar unos miles de dólares y saldó por completo las deudas de Yunna. Los matones, satisfechos, contaron el dinero mientras le lanzaban una mirada feroz. Finalmente, se alejaron pavoneándose sin causar más problemas. De regreso a la empresa, el gerente la citó a su oficina y la despidió por causar grandes problemas y pérdidas a la empresa. Le pidió que empaquetara sus pertenencias y abandonara las instalaciones de la empresa lo antes posible. Anteriormente, pudo mantener la calma a pesar de estar rodeada y confrontada por esos hombres malvados. En este momento, sabiendo que podría perder su trabajo, sus ojos se pusieron rojos instantáneamente. A ella no le importaba nada más. Le suplicó al gerente que no la despidiera. Ella todavía te tenía a ti. No podía perder este trabajo. Si lo hiciera, ¿qué pasa con sus gastos de manutención durante este periodo de tiempo? La familia Yun todavía tenía una deuda bastante grande que pagar y Yo-Yo todavía era joven, una época en la que se necesitaba dinero. Hoy en día, la matrícula escolar de su jardín de infancia era increíblemente alta. A este gasto se sumaba el costo de las necesidades nutricionales de su frágil cuerpo, que ya era exponencialmente alto. A esto se sumaron sus gastos de manutención. Ella ya estaba al límite de su ingenio. Al verla suplicar tan seriamente, el gerente naturalmente se conmovió. Honestamente, Yun Sisi era un trabajador muy competente. Aunque era la única trabajadora en el departamento de Ti, sus habilidades no eran inferiores a las de sus colegas masculinos. Además, era trabajadora, devota y concienzuda en su trabajo. Sin embargo, el incidente esta vez había hecho que los superiores se sintieran infelices y tomaron la decisión de despedirla. Él no tenía nada que decir al respecto, ya que no tenía la autoridad para permitir que ella se quedara. Por lo tanto, aunque Yun Sisi suplicó, el resultado aún estaba escrito en piedra. Cuando salió del trabajo, simplemente empacó sus cosas y salió del edificio de la empresa. Varios empleados se enteraron de su partida, muchos estaban felices y algunos estaban tristes. Muchos de ellos sintieron que era mejor que Yun Sisi se fuera. En la oficina, ella era el centro de atención con regularidad, arrebatando sus posibilidades de conseguir un ascenso. Con sus grandes capacidades y excelentes imágenes, el jefe del departamento la favoreció. Incluso tenía el bono anual más alto entre ellos. Por ello, la mayoría se sintió más tranquila cuando supo de su despido. Después de todo, ahora tenían una competencia menos. Había un puñado de colegas con los que tenía una relación bastante buena. Al enterarse de su despido, se solidarizaron e intercambiaron contactos con ella antes de despedirse de ella. Yun Sisi dejó la empresa y caminó por la carretera luciendo abatido. Su corazón estaba cargado de sacos de depresión. Tal vez, se había distraído tanto mientras caminaba con la cabeza gacha que no se dio cuenta de que la luz roja estaba encendida y el sonido de la bocina de un auto deportivo que se acercaba. Solo cuando escuchó el chirrido de los frenos de los automóviles, agudo, fuerte y chirriante en los oídos, volvió a sus sentidos. Sin embargo, ya era demasiado tarde. El auto deportivo que circulaba a toda velocidad pasó rozando su cuerpo y se detuvo por completo no muy lejos de ella. Yun Sisi aún no había reaccionado cuando el auto la rozó y fue derribada al suelo. Su confusión desapareció cuando sintió un inmenso dolor irradiar desde su rodilla, que se raspó con el asfalto al caer. Los documentos que originalmente tenía en su cofre ahora yacían esparcidos por el suelo. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos en estado de shock y vio un Porsche extremadamente elegante con una carrocería aerodinámica. No importa desde qué ángulo se mirara, el coche era sencillamente magnífico. Yun Sisi vio una vez una descripción de este auto deportivo en una revista. Se rumoreaba que se trataba de un coche hecho a medida y de edición limitada a nivel mundial. Solo existían 3 de estos en todo el mundo. Una vez más, su atención volvió a su rodilla magullada cuando le dolía. La esquina de su falda se abrió por la fricción entre el auto y la tela, y su rodilla que acababa de rasparse descuidadamente tenía algo de polvo mientras sangraba profusamente. Capítulo 25. Reencuentro. Sin estar seguro de si fue el dolor o algo más, los ojos de Yun Sisi de repente se llenaron de humedad. Las lágrimas pronto rodaron sin cesar por sus mejillas y gotearon constantemente hasta el suelo. Estaba tan molesta que lloró. Desde muy joven había llevado una vida errante. Aunque más tarde tuvo un lugar al que llamar hogar, aparte de Yun Yecheng, nadie le dio la bienvenida. Ella, en todo momento, no dependió de nadie. Sin su trabajo, realmente no sabía qué hacer. Su indignación profundamente reprimida finalmente estalló. Los acontecimientos imprevistos de los últimos días le habían pasado factura mental y físicamente y ya estaba en el límite de lo que podía soportar. Además de asumir la deuda de Yunna, también perdió su trabajo. En ese mismo momento, ella se encontraba sin un centavo a su nombre. ¿Qué debería hacer ella ahora? Durante todo este tiempo, ella fue muy resistente hasta el punto de ser inflexible. Incluso cuando se encontraba en una situación difícil, se las arreglaba sola. No importa lo difícil o agotador que fuera, con Yo-Yo a su lado, pensó que había esperanza en la vida. Sin embargo, la realidad la derribó con una masa de moretones. Una vez le habías dicho que cuando las cosas se pusieran difíciles, ella debía sonreír y todo estaría bien. Incluso un niño conocía este principio, pero ¿por qué un adulto como ella no podía seguirlo adecuadamente? Por lo tanto, en este momento, ella no pudo evitar que sus lágrimas cayeran. Yun Sisi, lleno de agravios y amargura, presionó sus mejillas. Se sentó en el suelo así y lloró desconsolada. No muy lejos, el motor del Porsche estaba apagado. Se abrió la puerta y un par de costosos zapatos de cuero tocaron el suelo. Muyace salió elegantemente del auto y casualmente cerró la puerta detrás de él. En su línea de visión había una dama con un vestido blanco, que cayó al suelo, inmóvil. La expresión de su rostro no se podía ver claramente con la cabeza gacha, pero se podían escuchar sus sollozos de corazón roto, haciéndola parecer bastante lamentable. La señora parecía joven, de unos 20 años, y frágil. Llevaba un sencillo vestido de oficina. Su cabello suave y sedoso caía en cascada sobre sus hombros ligeramente desordenado y ocultaba la mayor parte de su rostro. Aunque parecía desaliñada, eso no era injusto con su belleza. De hecho, solo acentuó aún más su impresionante apariencia, haciendo que otros sintieran simpatía por ella. Los ojos de Muyace se entrecerraron lentamente, mirando profundo y lejano. Esta chica hizo que su corazón se estremeciera. Parecía algo familiar, como si la hubiera visto antes. Sin embargo, con la cabeza gacha, no podía ver su apariencia. Sus cejas como espadas se movieron ligeramente. Se acercó y con gracia se puso en cuclillas frente a ella. Bajó ligeramente sus ojos almendrados para examinar fríamente el hematoma en su rodilla. Notó que una de sus delgadas piernas estaba manchada de sangre. La sangre goteaba por las delicadas curvas de su pierna. Escaneó todo su cuerpo y no vio otras heridas además de esa leve abrasión en la piel de la rodilla. Afortunadamente, su herida no fue grave, pero todavía lloraba de pena, como si hubiera sufrido un agravio realmente grande. Realmente no sabía por qué lloraba tan lastimosamente. Su apariencia actual era un poco similar a la de un gatito abandonado. Muyace notó eso, pero no mostró ninguna reacción visible al respecto. Los sentimientos de frustración que tenía se agravaron un poco. Tenía la costumbre de sacar el coche a dar una vuelta por las montañas cuando se sentía deprimido. En ese momento, con la mente ocupada, no se dio cuenta de que ella estaba en el camino. Quizás su frágil figura y su endeble vestido blanco también la hacían pasar desapercibida. Parecía tan delicada y él conducía salvajemente por la carretera, por lo que no se dio cuenta de ella hasta que ya era demasiado tarde. Fue realmente una suerte que no le hubiera pasado nada malo. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Capítulo 26. Una cara desconocida pero familiar. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Los problemas que podían resolverse con dinero no lo eran para él. Solo quería solucionar este accidente lo más rápido que pudiera. Xianxia levantó ligeramente los ojos. La mano que sostenía algunos billetes tenía dedos delgados con articulaciones prominentes, uñas cuidadosamente recortadas y un anillo de diamantes en el dedo anular. Con una sola mirada, se podría decir que esta persona tenía un estatus noble. Al mirar el dinero que tenía en la mano, no pudo evitar quedarse atónita. Incluso se olvidó de llorar. Muyace malinterpretó su silencio como descontento con la cantidad de dinero. Sus cejas se torcieron cuando preguntó, ¿no es suficiente? Había visto muchas personas codiciosas antes y pensó que seguramente la chica despreciaba la cantidad que le estaba dando. Sin esperar su respuesta, volvió a bajar la mirada para sacar algunos billetes más de su billetera. Luego se los dio todos. No tenía la costumbre de llevar consigo mucho dinero en efectivo, por lo que en su cartera solo había unos $2000. Sin embargo, esta cantidad debería ser más que suficiente para curar sus heridas. Xianxia estaba estupefacto. Naturalmente, ella estaba desconcertada por sus acciones. Sin embargo, a sus ojos, su comportamiento se veía bajo una luz diferente. La mujer parecía ser más codiciosa de lo que imaginaba. Muyace sonrió y sus delgados labios formaron una curva engreída. Simplemente sacó todo el dinero de su billetera. Quisiera más o no, él ya no deseaba perder el tiempo con ella. Se dio cuenta de que ella no tenía bolsillo, así que dobló el dinero en un rollo, se acercó un poco más a ella y lo metió en su pecho. Las frías yemas de sus dedos rozaron ligeramente su piel. Xianxia quedó atónito por la intimidad. Ella levantó ligeramente la cara y, a través de los mechones de pelo que le cubrían los ojos, vio las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba. Su sonrisa tenía un significado totalmente diferente detrás y no estaba formada por la felicidad. El hombre ante sus ojos tenía una altura imponente de 1,9 metros y una apariencia facial divina. Tenía una estructura corporal similar a esas esculturas de deidades, rasgos faciales impecables y ojos almendrados y hundidos que parecían irradiar el aura digna de un emperador. Con solo una mirada, uno podría darse cuenta de que este hombre había desafiado innumerables tormentas, un hombre en una posición de mando que podía controlar la vida y la muerte de los demás. Incluso su sonrisa carecía de calidez, como si fuera solo superficial. Al mirarla, solo había lástima en sus ojos. ¿Lástima? ¿Por qué la miraría con lástima? De repente, toda la indignación y la ira reprimidas dentro de ella se desbordaron y se desbordaron. Al momento siguiente, vio al hombre sacar un bolígrafo y dejar extravagantemente una serie de números en su pecho. Si no es suficiente, llame a este número. Estas acciones invasivas provocaron la ira de Yun Sisi. Esta acción suya fue una humillación involuntaria para ella. Señor, ¿cuál es el significado de esto? ¿Es porque eres rico? Sus ojos ardían de rabia y su voz sonaba hosca. Heriste a alguien, pero no te disculpaste. ¿Crees que todo se puede solucionar con dinero? Yun Sisi no era alguien que causara problemas sin razón. También sabía que tenía la culpa de cruzar la calle sin ser consciente de su entorno. Sin embargo, su forma de meter dinero en su pecho, que era similar a dar una limosna, realmente la enfureció. Su actitud era demasiado autoritaria y menospreciadora. Por lo tanto, ella lo miró fríamente sin decir una palabra más. Después de todo, ella no sabía nada sobre él. Yun Sisi levantó la cabeza, sacó el dinero de su pecho, acercó la gran mano del hombre y golpeó el dinero sobre ella. Levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Capítulo 27. En realidad era ella. Yun Sisi levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Este rostro, que intentaba actuar con fuerza, sorprendió a su ser. Su mente quedó momentáneamente impresionada. Ella ni siquiera miró su expresión. Secándose desordenadamente las lágrimas de sus ojos con el dorso de su mano, dijo indignada: «Señor, sé que es culpa mía por no mirar hacia donde voy, pero no tiene que actuar condescendientemente para compadecerse. A mí, no lo necesito». Después de decir estas palabras, ella ya no se molestó con él y lo trató como si no existiera. Se agachó para recoger los documentos del suelo y se giró para irse rápidamente, sin mirarlo ni una sola vez. Muyace la miró alejarse rápidamente. Estaba algo aturdido, incapaz de apartar la vista de ella durante mucho tiempo. La mirada y la postura inquebrantables hicieron que su mente volara muy lejos de repente. Con solo rebobinar sus recuerdos, podía recordar vívidamente la noche que compartió con la joven con los ojos vendados, la chica que se vio obligada a soportarlo todo. Todavía recordaba cómo había profundizado en su delicado cuerpo y cómo se había asfixiado en su estrechez. Él voluntariamente tomó el control de ella. Observar su cuerpo inmovilizado lo hizo feliz, y su rostro miserable y sollozante, le encantaba mirarlo. Era una chica tan delicada, ella era como una burbuja que explotaría con un solo toque. Sin embargo, frente a él, ella mostró un rostro valiente y protegió cautelosamente su pobre orgullo. Este tipo de chicas realmente podrían conmover a los hombres y hacer que se preocuparan por ellos. Por lo tanto, por muy duro que fuera un hombre, se evocaba su poca ternura. Aunque era orgulloso y distante, todavía no era la excepción. A diferencia de otras mujeres, ella nunca antes había pasado por una sesión íntima. Parecía joven y tierna. Era escandalosamente juvenil. Era como una fruta inmadura que todavía tenía un sabor extremadamente amargo. Sin embargo, esa delicada chica casualmente desencadenó el deseo reprimido profundamente dentro de él durante tanto tiempo. Él la deseaba. Su cuerpo seguía furioso tanto que la llamada fórmula ya no era tan simple después. Quería que ella fuera enteramente suya, que estuviera fuertemente unida a él hasta el último momento de su vida. Como ocurrencia tardía, fue simplemente inusual. ¿Cuándo pudo una mujer seducirlo, Muyace, hasta el punto en que él perdería el control de sus pensamientos y ella podría manipularlo? Sin embargo, no se podía negar que él, un hombre que siempre había sido capaz de controlarse, no podía hacerlo con ella cerca. Después de ese día, se obligó a no volver a visitar a la niña, ya que intuitivamente podía decir que ella era una existencia peligrosa para él. La sangre noble de emperadores y señores supremos corría por sus venas. Y al igual que el viento, nada lo controlaba. Solo él podía ser tiránico y dominante. Solo él podía permanecer libre. No le gustaba estar fuera de control por culpa de las mujeres o cualquier otra cosa. Incluso inconscientemente se reprimió debido a estas restricciones. Sin embargo, su cuerpo en realidad persistía en estas sensaciones. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron. Se dio la vuelta y vio un objeto en el suelo. Lentamente se inclinó hacia adelante y lo recogió. De hecho, había dejado su tarjeta de identificación por accidente. Con prisa, no se dio cuenta de que su tarjeta de identificación estaba en el suelo. Muyace no pudo evitar sonreír. Sacó su teléfono. Aarón, ayúdame a ver cómo está alguien. Sí, directora. El nombre es. El rostro sonriente, tímido y cálido de la niña se mostraba en la tarjeta de identificación. Su par de orbes húmedos eran relucientes y lustrosos, era como si contuvieran un cubo lleno de luz solar. El resplandor de sus ojos parecía capaz de asombrar a personas de todas las épocas. Alargó sus palabras. Yun Sisi. Capítulo 28. Adiós, Xiaolongbao de Yuyou. En ese momento, la clase estaba a punto de terminar en el jardín de infantes. Originalmente tenía la intención de ir a buscar a Yuyou para disfrutar de sus huevas de cangrejo favoritas, Xiaolongbao. Hoy temprano, le había pedido a Yuyou que la esperara en la escuela después de la salida de clases. Sin embargo, Yun Sisi no quería recoger a Yuyou luciendo tan demacrada, por lo que rápidamente tomó un taxi a casa, se puso una ropa limpia y se arregló. Por lo tanto, cuando llegó al jardín de infantes, todos los niños, excepto Yuyou, que llevaba su bolso y estaba sentado solo en la entrada de la escuela, ya se habían ido a casa. Desde lejos, inmediatamente vio al pequeño con la cabeza gacha y la mano apretando algo. Lo estaba mirando con suma concentración. Yun Sisi reprimió la tristeza en su corazón y se tocó las mejillas. Con una sonrisa, caminó hacia él. Tú. Levantaste la cabeza. Al ver que era ella, su rostro se iluminó y formó una sonrisa deslumbrante. Rápidamente saltó de su asiento y corrió emocionado hacia ella. Él abrió los brazos y saltó alegremente mientras actuaba tímidamente frente a ella. Mami. Abrazos. Mami, te abrazo a ti. Yun Sisi bajó ligeramente su postura. Luego, el pequeño corrió a sus brazos, como una bola de algodón, y le dio cariño. Su rostro blanco lechoso se acurrucó amorosamente en su cuello mientras hacía pucheros con sus pequeños labios. Sintiéndose un poco indignado, dijo, Mami, ¿por qué viniste recién ahora? Esperaste tanto tiempo. Lo siento, tú. Algo pasó en el trabajo de mamá y llegué tarde. Bueno. Entonces perdonas a mami. El pequeño inclinó la cabeza hacia arriba. Sus atractivos ojos formaron suavemente un arco, sus brillantes orbes parecían estar llenos de fragmentos de luz solar. Sonreíste levemente y luego frunciste los labios lastimosamente. Se golpeó la barriga con las manos mientras se quejaba, Mami, ¿tienes hambre? Mami prometió traerte a comer xiaolongbao hoy. ¿Cuándo nos vamos? Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de Yun Sisi cambió ligeramente. Estaba en un pequeño dilema. Todos sus ahorros en el banco ya se utilizaron para pagar la deuda de ese decepcionante Yunna. Cuando la despidieron hoy, su jefe le pagó el salario de este mes y una suma global, pero esto solo pudo transferirse a su cuenta al día siguiente. Por ahora, estaba muy necesitada de dinero. Las huevas de cangrejo xiaolongbao eran las favoritas de Yoyo. Sin embargo, era demasiado caro, por lo que solo en días especiales o cuando recibiera un bono podría invitarlo a comerlo. Yun Sisi se sintió un poco amargado por dentro. Levantó los ojos y miró a Yoyo. Su mano acarició suavemente su suave mejilla y, de manera medio tranquilizadora, dijo, vamos a comer en casa hoy, ¿de acuerdo? Justo cuando dijo esto, la sonrisa de Yoyo se congeló. Con los ojos caídos por la decepción, los labios haciendo pucheros lentamente y las cejas arrugadas, murmuró, Mami, me lo prometiste. No puedes retractarte de tus palabras. Apretó con fuerza el trozo de papel que tenía en la mano. Se sentía muy malhumorado y su rostro pálido se puso rojo, mientras se mordía emocionalmente el labio inferior con sus dientes blancos como perlas. Sus espesas pestañas rizadas recogieron unas gotas de humedad, una señal de que estaba a punto de llorar. Xuanhuan no sabía qué hacer cuando vio al pequeño llorar de decepción. Nerviosa, rápidamente le secó las lágrimas con las manos y dijo con tristeza: «Tú, por favor no llores, mami hará lo que mamá te prometió». Te alejaste suavemente. Parecía bastante enojado. Xuanhuan dudó durante bastante tiempo antes de morderse el labio inferior. Al final, decidió darle la noticia de que había perdido su trabajo. No quería dejar la imagen de ella mintiéndole en la memoria de Yo-Yo. «Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que...». Capítulo 29. La vida de Xuanhuan. Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que, al escuchar esto, Yo, asombrado, la miró con los ojos muy abiertos. ¿Por qué? ¿Mami hizo algo mal? Xuanhuan negó con la cabeza y le acarició el cabello. No, mami irá a buscar trabajo mañana. Mami es muy competente, definitivamente encontraré un trabajo con un salario más alto. A partir de entonces, mamá te llevará a comer xiaolongbao todos los días. Está bien, los ojos de Yo-Yo se cerraron mientras asentía obedientemente. Cuando Xuanhuan no estaba prestando atención, escondió la carta de los padres en su mano detrás de su espalda, sin dejar que ella la viera. Luego levantó la cabeza y dijo mientras sonreía: «Mami, vámonos a casa». Xuanhuan, que no vio su pequeño movimiento, no se dio cuenta de lo que había escondido. Este fue el caso hasta unos días después. Después de la cena, Yo-Yo recogió obedientemente los utensilios. Colocando un pequeño taburete en la cocina, sus pequeñas manos lavaron los platos con agua tibia de una manera torpe pero concentrada. Era tan considerado y sabía ayudar a Xuanhuan en la casa que no parecía ser solo un niño de 6 años. Xuanhuan rebuscó en los estantes y encontró un teléfono antiguo y anticuado. Insertó una tarjeta telefónica y la encendió. Al ver algunas llamadas perdidas del profesor de Yo-Yo, devolvió la llamada. La profesora recibió su llamada y le informó sobre un viaje de primavera al safari organizado por la guardería. La carta de los padres se había distribuido unos días antes, pero Yo-Yo aún no había entregado la suya para enviarla. Por lo tanto, llamó a Xuanhuan para pedirle su consentimiento. Xuanhuan estaba un poco conmocionada, ya que ella realmente no tenía conocimiento de este asunto. Así, a espaldas de su hijo, rebuscó en secreto en su pequeño bolso. Solo entonces vio el formulario mencionado por la maestra. Al otro lado del teléfono, el profesor conversó de una manera algo cautelosa, aparentemente temeroso de decir algo inapropiado. «Perdóneme por ser directo, Yo-Yo tiene muchas ganas de este viaje de primavera con los otros niños. Además, la cantidad a pagar no es mucha. ¿Quizás esté teniendo alguna dificultad financiera?» Xuanhuan rápidamente negó: «Por supuesto que no. Enviaré este formulario junto con la tarifa mañana». Xuanhuan colgó el teléfono con una expresión compleja. Hojeando el formulario, firmó su nombre con un bolígrafo. Disseng Financial Group, también conocido como Mu Group. Mu Banrou entró en la oficina del director ejecutivo, pero Muyace no estaba presente. Su asistente, Aaron, que estaba colocando una gran pila de documentos en la mesa de Muyace, notó la llegada de Mu Banrou y rápidamente bajó la cabeza a modo de saludo. «Señora». Tarareó ella en respuesta. Recorriendo la oficina con la mirada, lo miró y preguntó: «¿Dónde está el director ejecutivo?». Él respondió respetuosamente: «Oh, el jefe no está en el cargo en este momento». ¿A dónde fue él? Hay un proyecto de inversión entre Mu Group y Xuanhuan Group por la tarde. En cuanto a cuándo volverá, actualmente no lo sé. Si esto es así, se detuvo cuando vio la gruesa pila de documentos colocados sobre la mesa. Ella se acercó y levantó algunas. Levantando la cabeza, les hizo un gesto. «¿Qué son estos?». Aaron se puso rígido. Dudó por un momento antes de dar su respuesta: «Documentos que contienen la información que el jefe me ordenó reunir ayer». ¿Información? Debería poder echar un vistazo, ¿verdad? Ella sondeó. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mubanrou no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Capítulo 30. El secreto de Mubanrou. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mubanrou no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Aaron era la mano derecha de Muyace. Por lo tanto, se esperaba que fuera confiable en todo lo que hiciera, e investigar a un ciudadano común era realmente una tarea sencilla. Realizó una investigación exhaustiva en un día y llevó todo a la oficina de Muyace. Sin embargo, no esperaba encontrarse con Mubanrou. Frente a ella, él, un simple subordinado, naturalmente no tenía voz y voto, por lo que no le impidió revisar los documentos. La información recopilada fue realmente muy exhaustiva. La gruesa pila de documentos contenía fotografías y textos. Mubanrou los hojeó todos. Desde los antecedentes familiares de la persona y el instituto del que se graduó el sujeto hasta su currículum, todo estaba enumerado explícitamente. Al principio, ella estaba desconcertada. Claramente se trataba de una chica normal y no podía entender por qué él ordenaría una investigación sobre su identidad. Sin embargo, cuanta más información leía, más insegura se sentía. ¿Xuanhuan? Tuvo una vaga impresión de este nombre, pero sus recuerdos estaban confusos, hasta que llegó a una página y su expresión cambió de inmediato. Resultó ser esa chica que se había sometido a una subrogación hace 6 años. No era de extrañar que el nombre le resultara un poco familiar. Hace 6 años, Muyace y ella se comprometieron, pero los diagnósticos médicos revelaron que ella era infértil. Esta niña fue elegida personalmente por el abuelo Mu para la maternidad subrogada. Mubanrou estaba un poco escéptico, incluso preocupado. No podía entender por qué Muyace querría investigar a la niña. En estos documentos se indica que Xuanhuan también tenía un hijo de 6 años llamado Tianyu. Tianyu, 6 años, la misma edad que Yichen. Mubanrou entrecerró lentamente los ojos. Todavía recordaba que la madre sustituta había concebido un par de gemelos idénticos en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, debido al parto prematuro y al hecho de que el gemelo mayor casi absorbió todos los nutrientes del cuerpo de la madre, cuando nació el gemelo menor, ya no respiraba y fue anunciado muerto. De repente tuvo un mal presentimiento y procedió a leer seriamente algunas páginas más, pasando a la información de Tianyu. Cuando llegó al final del informe, sus palmas se humedecieron mientras su corazón hervía de rabia. En el portafolios vio otro conjunto de fotografías. Rápidamente los sacó todos y revisó cada pieza. Las pocas fotografías que vio mostraban a un niño guapo, con el fondo de un jardín de infancia. Parecía que todas estas fotos fueron tomadas en una guardería. Las delicadas facciones del niño, su hermoso perfil lateral y su apariencia similar a la del pequeño Yichen confirmaron todas sus sospechas a la vez. Su agarre inmediatamente se hizo más fuerte, distorsionando la fotografía. Mubanrou se mordió el labio inferior con dureza. ¿Será que el niño no murió en ese entonces? ¿O que, durante estos 6 años, esa mujer había escondido a este niño? Mubanrou se puso nerviosa al instante y capas de hielo cubrieron su corazón. ¿Cuál era exactamente la intención de esta mujer llamada Xuanhuan? La niña claramente no nació muerta, entonces, ¿por qué no dijo nada? Quizás quería usar sus derechos de custodia de este niño para reclamar adecuadamente una compensación a los Mu. Quizás. Sus ambiciones iban más allá de eso. Podría tener la intención de utilizar al niño como moneda de cambio para poner un pie en el grupo Mu. Después de todo, ella era la madre biológica de los 2 niños. En cuanto a ella, mientras era la joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, no tenía ninguna relación con los 2 niños. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. Capítulo 31. El secreto enterrado durante muchos años. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. La tez de Mubanrou gradualmente se puso pálida y las yemas de sus dedos temblaban bastante. Aarón, que estaba parado a un lado, notó su rostro pálido y preguntó con cautela: «Señora, ¿se encuentra bien?» «Estoy bien». Intentó mantener la calma en la superficie, pero cuando vio otra fotografía, sus ojos se abrieron con horror. En la fotografía, la niña, que estaba parada frente a la entrada de una universidad con su toga de graduación, tenía una cálida sonrisa en su rostro. Asombrada, ella se quedó boquiabierta. A Mubanrou claramente le costó creer esto mientras miraba otra fotografía. No había muchas fotos de Xuanhuan, pero las pocas que vio Mubanrou fueron suficientes para hacerla temblar. El rostro de la niña todavía tenía una impresión inextinguible en su corazón. ¿Era ella? De ninguna manera. No puede haber tantas coincidencias. Mubanrou ya no podía mantener un rostro tranquilo. Presa del pánico, dejó la fotografía a un lado y recogió los documentos de Xuanhuan con manos temblorosas una vez más. Antes no estaba preocupada, así que simplemente hojeó el texto, pero ahora leyó atentamente toda la información escrita, sin querer perderse ninguna. Cuando su vista se posó en las palabras «centro de bienestar», se sorprendió hasta la médula y se quedó paralizada. Su corazón y alma se llenaron de horror. Ella. Sus labios se separaron lentamente y sus ojos nunca abandonaron los documentos. Ya no podía completar una oración. Al notar su expresión aturdida, Aarón miró los documentos. Él pensó erróneamente que ella no entendía la información escrita, por lo que se la explicó pacientemente. Xuanhuan. Padres biológicos desconocidos. No hay pistas sobre su verdadera familia. Cuando tenía 6 años, la enviaron a un centro de asistencia social. A la edad de 8 años, fue adoptada por la familia Yun. Este año cumple 23 años. Se graduó en la Universidad para Niñas de Saint-Roland. Ella también fue tu madre sustituta hace 6 años. Centro de bienestar. Mubanrou miró la información escrita en blanco y negro. Con el corazón acelerado, su mente volvió al día en que la vio por primera vez. Hace 15 años. Centro de bienestar de Sengde. En aquel entonces, Mubanrou era solo un huérfano común y corriente esperando ser adoptado. Como tenía un rostro adorable, el personal del centro de asistencia social la adoraba. La tenían en estima como a una princesa. Muchos niños querían jugar con ella. Sin embargo, los niños del centro de asistencia social eran diferentes a los de fuera. Puede que se llevaran bien en la superficie, pero en secreto estaban en desacuerdo entre sí. Todos los días, alguien visitaba el centro de asistencia social para adoptar un niño. Quien fuera más guapo o más educado tendría mayores posibilidades de ser adoptado. Incluso entonces, el joven Mubanrou tenía grandes ambiciones y no admitía fácilmente la derrota. Su madre era simplemente una humilde masajista en un bar. Cuando la dio a luz, la descartó sin dudarlo en la entrada de un hospital. Fue recogida por una pareja pobre y vivió una vida de pobreza durante algunos años. Cuando un accidente automovilístico acabó con la vida de sus padres adoptivos, volvió a quedar huérfana y fue enviada al centro de asistencia social. A partir de ese día, se dijo a sí misma que quería vivir una buena vida y ser adoptada por una persona rica. Un día trajeron a una niña de 7 años. Se rumoreaba que su madre había muerto, por lo que la llevaron al orfanato. La chica, a pesar de su apariencia descuidada, era absolutamente etérea y hermosa. Mubanrou vio un trozo de jade sobre ella. Parecía bastante valioso, así que lo tomó para ella cuando la niña estaba dormida. Cuando la niña se despertó y se dio cuenta de que su jade había desaparecido, gimió miserablemente. Sin embargo, en ese momento, los adultos y sus compañeros tenían en alta estima a Mubanrou. Nadie creía que ella hubiera robado el jade de la niña. Nadie creyó las palabras de la niña. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. Capítulo 32. Estado rico arrebatado. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. El anciano sacó un recuerdo similar al jade que ella sostenía. Cuando los dos se juntaron, en realidad encajaban perfectamente. Ella no era consciente de la importancia del jade y simplemente mintió diciendo que era algo que su madre le había dejado. El anciano creyó en sus palabras y la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, nombrándola Mubanrou y rápidamente estableciéndola como la prometida de Muyace cuando él tenía 14 años. Volviendo al presente, en la oficina del director ejecutivo, Mubanrou se dejó caer débilmente en el sofá. Se apoyó la frente en la palma de la mano mientras el sudor frío le empapaba la espalda. Agarró con fuerza los documentos que tenía en la mano y las yemas de sus dedos temblaron fuera de su control. Estaba muy nerviosa. No podía adivinar por qué Muyace hizo que alguien investigara todo esto. Podría haber notado algo inusual sobre su origen y haber comenzado a poner en duda su verdadera identidad a pesar de que el abuelo Mu la trajo personalmente de regreso en ese entonces. Su corazón dio un vuelco cuando consideró esta posibilidad. En realidad, ella le robó ese trozo de jade a Yun Sisi. Al crecer en el centro de asistencia social, debido a que parecía dulce y de buen comportamiento, todos la querían profundamente y la respetaban mucho. Ella todavía era joven en ese entonces. Ella nunca había visto nada bueno. Por lo tanto, cuando vio la hermosa pieza de jade de la niña, se sintió abrumada por la codicia y lo tomó por impulso. Después de eso, Yun Sisi se dio cuenta de que le habían robado el jade. Al verlo en Mubanrou, fue a confrontarla. Desafortunadamente para Xiaoxi, dentro del centro de bienestar, ni un alma estaba en contra de Mubanrou. Con este encuadre, Xiaoxi recibió una paliza del director y sus manos fueron golpeadas por la regla del maestro como castigo. Fue tan doloroso que lloró durante algunas noches. Sin embargo, Mubanrou nunca había imaginado que el trozo de jade en realidad estuviera enredado en un trasfondo familiar tan retorcido. Hace 15 años, bajo capas de malentendidos, Museng, el presidente del grupo Mu, también el jefe de la familia Mu, la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, y luego le cambiaron el nombre. En cuanto al origen del jade, el abuelo Mu nunca divulgó nada al respecto. La única información que le importaba compartir con ella era que se trataba de la reliquia de su madre. A su llegada a la residencia Mu, el abuelo Mu le quitó el trozo de jade y lo guardó junto con la otra mitad. De vez en cuando, lo veía perdido en sus pensamientos mientras miraba el jade, como si estuviera recordando a alguien. Solo cuando fue un poco mayor Museng contó algo sobre esa mujer. Fue entonces cuando se dio cuenta de que la mujer era alguien que él había adoptado en su mediana edad. Aún así, solo dijo esto sobre esa mujer, como si le estuviera ocultando algo intencionalmente, y no mencionó nada más. Luego se convirtió en la joven amante de la familia Mu y creció rodeada de este amor. Finalmente, ella se comprometió con su nieto, que era Muyace. Desde el principio hasta el final, ella no dijo la verdad sobre cómo llegó a poseer el jade, ocultándolo intencionalmente. Sabía que si confesaba lo sucedido, entonces todo lo que tenía en ese momento, riqueza y familia, desaparecería en un instante. Perdería su posición como joven amante de la familia Mu y perdería. Muyace. Ella, no estaba reconciliada con esto. No estaba dispuesta a dejarlo ir y tampoco planeaba devolver todo esto a su verdadero dueño. Ella admitió que esto era egoísta de su parte. Fue demasiado injusto para esa chica. Sin embargo, ella no se arrepintió de haberlo hecho. Prodigándose en todo esto, se perdió un poco en su codicia. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. Capítulo 33. Vidas intercambiadas. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. La felicidad llegó a ella tan repentinamente que todo parecía nada más que una ilusión. Era como si en el momento en que abriera los ojos, todo resultaría ser solo un sueño. Sin embargo, cuando volvió a abrir los ojos, todavía estaba acostada en la cama grande y suave dentro del dormitorio de princesa. Museng se sentó a su lado. Su rostro severo apenas podía ocultar el amor que sentía por ella. Él fue muy gentil con ella, la mimó muchísimo y la mimó con su corazón y su alma. Lo que ella quería, él lo satisfacería. Mubanrou nunca antes había experimentado el amor de sus padres y nunca había conocido una vida tan lujosa, por lo que se había sumergido en este repentino deleite una vez más. Sin embargo, la verdadera razón por la que ella egoístamente quería todo esto era el hombre. Mu era una familia rica e influyente en la capital, y Muyace era un hombre que muchas jóvenes ricas deseaban. Era tan sobresaliente que iba más allá de la imaginación de la gente. ¿Por qué Dios solo le tenía cariño a él, bendiciéndolo con tanto hasta el punto del exceso? Tenía una familia tan fuerte financieramente que podía rivalizar con un país, una apariencia piadosa, un estatus noble y elevado, y talentos y habilidades de otro mundo. Cualquiera de estos haría que los demás se pusieran verdes de envidia, pero él lo tenía todo. Se volvió codiciosa y obsesionada. Fue en la medida en que ella se perdió. Aunque el título de joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo fue robado de otra persona, en realidad Dios nunca la había tratado injustamente. Un ligero error de pensamiento y la vida de uno podría cambiar inesperadamente y tremendamente. Se convirtió en la futura esposa del director ejecutivo de este enorme imperio empresarial. Al principio se sintió incómoda y temerosa, pero finalmente se calmó y disfrutó de todo lo que no le pertenecía. Sin embargo, al destino parecía encantarle jugar con la gente. Irónicamente, ella no tenía la capacidad de quedar embarazada, esto era congénito. Aunque Mu Sheng se había puesto en contacto con muchas personas en el campo de la medicina, ninguna pudo curar su infertilidad. Lo que fue más irónico fue que el sustituto que había empleado Mu Sheng resultó ser ella, la verdadera dueña de esa pieza de jade. Mubanrou estaba empapada en sudor frío, mientras estaba llena de una sensación de crisis. Después de muchos años, finalmente se volvieron a encontrar. Hace 9 años, le arrebató el jade a Xiaoxi y tomó posesión de todo lo que le pertenecía. 9 años después, Xiaoxi se convirtió en su madre sustituta y dio a luz a sus hijos. De alguna manera, un vínculo invisible parecía unir a la chica con Muyace, lo que inquietaba a Mubanrou. Muyace ordenó esta investigación sobre Yun Sisi. Significaba que estaba comenzando a dudar de la identidad de Mubanrou y la legitimidad de su reclamo de propiedad sobre esa pieza de jade. Imposible. Había sido meticulosa al ocultar todo durante todos estos años. De hecho, cuando se acercaba a la edad adulta, Mu Sheng una vez sospechó de ella. Él tenía demasiada prisa en ese entonces, así que cuando la vio en posesión del jade, no realizó ninguna verificación de identidad. Sin embargo, a medida que creció, aunque se volvió más bella y refinada, no se parecía en nada a esa mujer y él empezó a sospechar. Por lo tanto, el abuelo Mu tomó en secreto un poco de su cabello y lo envió para una prueba de ADN. Pero ella era inteligente. Sintiendo que algo andaba mal y al enterarse de su intención, sobornó en secreto a todas las personas del departamento de genética para que falsificaran los resultados de la prueba de ADN. Como corolario, Mu Sheng estaba completamente convencida de su legitimidad. Capítulo 34. Guardando el secreto en los últimos años, pensó que no se había delegado ni una sola vez. Además, con los resultados del ADN como evidencia, no tenía nada que pudiera causar sospechas. Mubanrou rápidamente desechó sus dudas, pero el peso no se quitó de sus hombros. ¿Podría ser por ese niño? Quizás, Muyace había sabido desde el principio que la niña estaba viva y que solo esa mujer la ocultaba, por lo que hizo que alguien investigara su identidad cuando sospechaba que ella albergaba intenciones maliciosas hacia la familia Mu. Seguramente fue por eso. Mubanrou de repente levantó la cabeza. Miró a Aarón mientras fingía calma y ordenó fríamente: no le digas a nadie que vi estos documentos. ¿Entiendes? Trátalo como si no hubieras visto nada. Aarón se puso ligeramente rígido. Obviamente no sabía el motivo de su advertencia. Solo sabía que ella había eliminado de la pila la información sobre la vida de Yun Sisi en el centro de asistencia social hace 10 años y sobre Yun Tianyou. Sin levantar la cabeza, dijo con voz neutral: no le menciones nada sobre este niño, incluido el pasado de esta mujer, al director ejecutivo. Además, no menciones la vida de esta mujer en el centro de asistencia social. ¿Comprendido? Él alzó una ceja sin comprender. Cuando él no le dio una respuesta, la voz de Mubanrou se volvió más helada. ¿Escuchaste lo que acabo de decir? Aarón bajó la cabeza y permaneció en silencio. Su superior seguía siendo Muyace. Aunque es cierto que Mubanrou era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, ella era solo la gerente del Departamento de Recursos Humanos. No necesita escuchar sus órdenes. Las cosas que el CEO le había ordenado investigar, naturalmente tenía la responsabilidad de cumplirlas en su totalidad. Sin embargo, Mubanrou parecía haber visto más allá de sus pensamientos. Soltando una risa triste, preguntó fríamente, ¿qué? ¿Crees que como eres el subordinado directo del CEO, no necesitas escucharme? ¿Crees que como solo soy el gerente del Departamento de Recursos Humanos no puedo supervisarte? Con una mueca de desprecio, ella se puso de pie. Luego se acercó al hombre y lo miró de arriba abajo. Ante su escrutinio que era como pinchazos de aguja, Aarón bajó la cabeza para pensar mientras la escuchaba hablar. A pesar de que no tengo mucho poder en el grupo Mu, creo que todavía tengo la capacidad de arrinconarte. Sorprendido, levantó la cabeza para mirarla. Mantén tus labios bien sellados sobre este asunto, ¿entiendes? Ordenó una vez más. Permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, aspiró una bocanada de aire frío y asintió con la cabeza con cierta dificultad. Entiendo. Cuando Muyace regresó, Mubanrou ya se había ido con la culpa. Debe hacer todo lo posible para evitar que cualquier información sobre esa mujer llegue a Muyace, para que no descubra la verdad. Muyace era su hombre. Ella no se lo entregaría a ninguna otra mujer. Aarón podría ser el subordinado leal de Muyace, pero conocía la posición de Mubanrou en la familia Mu. Con el abuelo Mu apoyándola, no se atrevió a ofenderla a la ligera. Por lo tanto, cuando Muyace regresó a su oficina y vio los pocos documentos sobre la mesa, puso su mirada dudosa en Aarón. Bajo su mirada penetrante, Aarón dijo con calma, «Señor, Xuanhuan es de hecho ese sustituto hace 6 años». «¿MMM?» Sus ojos brillaron fríamente. De repente, preguntó, ¿encontraste algo sospechoso sobre ella? Mi respuesta, señor, es ninguna. Recordando la advertencia de Mubanrou, bajó la cabeza y reflexionó con expresión indiferente. «Te puedes ir». Muyace no investigó más. Estaba ocupado con algo más importante, por lo que temporalmente dejó este asunto a un lado. Capítulo 35. Dar la bienvenida a una amiga a su regreso. Perder su tarjeta de identificación fue simplemente agregar más leña al fuego para Xuanhuan, quien ya enfrentaba limitaciones de vida y buscaba desesperadamente un trabajo. El día después de perder su documento de identidad, fue a solicitar un reemplazo, pero la policía local fue verdadera y demasiado vaga. La arrastraron y retrasaron una y otra vez, como si no la estuvieran tomando en serio, dándole todo tipo de excusas superficiales. Habían pasado 2 semanas y todavía no se había expedido un documento de identidad temporal. Casi estalló en ira en la comisaría. Asistió a varias entrevistas de trabajo, pero todas las empresas rechazaron su solicitud porque no tenía ningún documento de identidad. Ella no le informó a Yun Yecheng que la habían despedido de su trabajo, pero él de alguna manera se enteró, y a pesar de no saber el motivo, le dio dinero para los gastos de manutención. Cuando su amiga, Xiao Sue, que acababa de regresar del extranjero, también se enteró de esto, generosamente le prestó una cantidad considerable para ayudarla hasta que encontrara un nuevo trabajo. Xiao Sue era una amiga cercana y confidente que conoció en la escuela secundaria. Eran muy cercanas la una a la otra y eran más como verdaderas hermanas. Cuando los rumores sobre el embarazo de Xuanhuan se difundieron por el campus en aquel entonces, todos sospecharon que ella había sido proporcionada por un jefe. Solo Xiao Sue la defendió sin pensarlo 2 veces. Originalmente, prometieron estudiar juntos en el extranjero, pero Xuanhuan terminó no yendo debido a problemas en su familia adoptiva. Xiao Sue la odiaba absolutamente por romper esa promesa e incluso la ignoró deliberadamente en un momento dado. Finalmente, se resolvió su malentendido. Ahora que Xiao Sue estaba de regreso en el país, Xuanhuan trajo a Yuyou para darle la bienvenida. En el momento en que se vieron, Xiao Sue, con ojos brillantes, abrazó con fuerza a Xuanhuan en sus brazos de inmediato. 3 años de diferencia. El anhelo y el cariño. Las lágrimas brotaron incontrolablemente de los ojos de Yun Sisi, mientras todo tipo de emociones abrumadoras surgían dentro de ella. Xiao Sue estaba a punto de quejarse adecuadamente de que no había cumplido con su cita cuando, en su vista periférica, vio a Youyou parado a su lado. En una fracción de segundo, los ojos de Xiao Sue se abrieron hasta alcanzar el tamaño de una campana de bronce. Ella miró sin pestañear y sin comprender a un chico tan lindo durante mucho tiempo. Aunque había visto gran parte del mundo, todavía se sintió atraída instantáneamente por los rasgos atractivos y juveniles de Youyou. Este fue especialmente el caso cuando sus orbes radiantes, que eran tan claros como el agua, la miraron mientras él le daba una sonrisa gentil. Su apariencia fue realmente suficiente para derretir su corazón. ¡Ay Dios mío! Este pequeño es demasiado lindo. Xiao Sue se inclinó hasta la mitad y tomó el rostro claro de Youyou. Tenía muchas ganas de abrazarlo y darle besos. Ella preguntó, ¿Sí, es tu hermano menor? Yun Sisi sonrió y luego explicó, no. Déjame presentarte a él. Este es mi hijo, Yun Tianyo. Haciendo una pausa por un momento, luego le dijo a su hijo, tú, esta es la tía Xiao Sue, de quien mamá te habló antes. Estupefacta, la expresión de Xiao Sue se congeló instantáneamente. ¿Qué? ¿Qué acabas de decir? Con una sonrisa elegante y gentil, Youyou respondió en nombre de Yun Sisi. Tía Xiao, hola. Ella es mi mami. Soy Yun Tianyo. Tía, puedes llamarme Youyou. ¿Hijo? ¿Mami? ¿Qué demonios está pasando aquí? Xiao Sue quedó momentáneamente estupefacto. Los examinó de un lado a otro, los suaves labios rosados y los leves hoyuelos de este pequeño eran exactamente iguales a los de Yun Sisi. Ella pensó que el embarazo de Yun Sisi era solo un rumor. Ella nunca pensó que en realidad fuera cierto. De repente, se sintió abrumada por toda esta información sobre su mejor amiga. Eso no estaba bien. No importaba dónde se mirara, este niño ya tenía 6 o 7 años. Calculando el momento en que él nació, probablemente pasó un año antes de que ella se fuera a estudiar al extranjero. Yun Sisi no pudo evitar reírse. Es una larga historia. Comamos primero. Capítulo 36. Entretenimiento. Wang Yu. Xiao Sue asintió. Llevó a la pareja de madre e hijo a un restaurante occidental que solía frecuentar y reservó una habitación privada. Después de ordenar, Xiao Sue la llevó apresuradamente al baño para sondear. Yun Sisi no quería ocultarle nada, por lo que simplemente le dejó todo al descubierto sin entrar en muchos detalles. Xiao Sue escuchó hasta que le dolió terriblemente el corazón. Para tratarte así, tu madrastra es simplemente demasiado cruel y sin escrúpulos. Hace 6 años, cuando mi padre me contó cómo la familia Yun pudo pagar todas sus abultadas deudas en un año, pensé que era extraño. ¿Nunca esperé que sacrificaras tanto? ¿Cuál es el punto de hacer eso? Yun Sisi se rió con autocrítica y sin afectación. Solo estoy mostrando mi gratitud. Además, todo esto pertenece al pasado. Como lo hice para los Yun, cuenta como si le pagara a mi padre por criarme. El período infernal en el centro de asistencia social, donde sufrió todo tipo de acoso, fue una sombra en el corazón de Yun Sisi. Si no fuera porque Yun Yecheng la adoptó, su débil entonces probablemente no podría soportar todas esas humillaciones. Incluso hasta ahora, el amor paternal de Yun Yecheng por ella no disminuyó. Además de todo esto, a pesar de que ese periodo de tiempo después de dar a luz a Youyou fue difícil y algo insoportable, como un abismo de miseria, cuando pensó en ello ahora, no sintió ni una pizca de arrepentimiento. Tener un hijo tan reconfortante como Youyou fue verdaderamente una bendición del cielo. Ella ya estaba agradecida. Habían sido 6 largos años. Incluso un recuerdo conmovedor también se desvanecería. Entonces, Xiao Sue tenía miedo de lo sensible que era, por lo que sacó a relucir el siguiente asunto con precaución. ¿No tienes miedo de que el padre biológico de Youyou se lo lleve? Los ojos de Yun Sisi se desorientaron por una fracción de segundo. Recordando a ese hombre, ella respondió, es por eso que necesito mantener en secreto la supervivencia de Youyou. Si nadie lo menciona, nadie podrá llevártelo. No sabía quién era el padre de Youyou y no estaba interesada en saberlo. No tuvo nada que ver con ella. Tú eras su bebé más querido. Ella absolutamente no permitiría que nadie se lo arrebatara. Incluso si fuera su padre biológico, ella no lo permitiría. Sintiendo que no quería hablar de eso, Xiao Sue no continuó con el asunto. A partir de entonces su rostro mostró admiración. Eso es tan bueno, tienes un hijo tan atractivo. Al regresar a la habitación, no pudo evitar arrojarse hacia Yo-Yo. Ella le pellizcó las mejillas y dijo, tú, te ves tan lindo cuando sonríes. Luego formó un estándar de expresión para engatusar a un niño. Tú, ve con tía, ¿de acuerdo? Tía cuidará de ti, te traerá cosas buenas para comer y te dejará jugar con cosas emocionantes. Dejaste la taza de té en su mano y elegantemente le limpiaste los dedos con una servilleta. Luego reveló una sonrisa encantadora. Tía Xiao Sue, mamá me dijo que no puedo ir con un extraño, me secuestrarán. Xiao Sue se quedó paralizado. En medio de su charla, Xiao Sue de repente preguntó, sí, ya que te ves tan bonita, ¿alguna vez has pensado en ingresar a Wanyu Entertainment para desarrollar tu carrera? ¿Entretenimiento Wanyu? Las cejas de Yun Sisi se arquearon. Estaba algo sorprendida por su declaración, pero Xiao Sue solo la miró con desdén. Wanyu Entertainment se está preparando para filmar una nueva película y actualmente se está llevando a cabo una audición a nivel nacional para elegir a la protagonista femenina. Puedes intentarlo. Después de todo, actuar solía ser tu sueño. Yun Sisi lentamente formó una sonrisa. En aquel entonces, ella era una estudiante universitaria con especialización en artes mediáticas y buscaba aventurarse en la industria del entretenimiento, era solo un paso adelante. Sin embargo, debido a que su familia estaba en una situación desesperada, abandonó este sueño. ¿No me digas que no conoces esa empresa? Wanyu Entertainment cuenta con el respaldo de Disseng Financial Group, el imperio empresarial entre los 100 principales del mundo.